their mission. Ho, 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 and happy holidays!
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to celebrate the season at the 18th annual Toys for Tots two-person scramble at the Trilogy Golf Club at Vistancia, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses. Join us Saturday, December 14th for breakfast, golf, and our big raffle, all for just $135. Bring a toy for the kids and Santa stuffs your stocking with a coupon for another round of golf. Don't miss Bunker to Bunker's last tournament of the year. Space is limited. Register today at bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last college football rankings before conference championship weekend were dropped last night. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech round out your top four. The Arizona Wildcats, after their win against ASU last weekend, moved up to 18th in the latest edition. For Jonathan Gannon, this coaching staff, and his players, there's still a lot to play for this Sunday against the LA Rams, and here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing.
Honestly, it's never even crossed my mind from that standpoint. I think the nature, when you're in this league and you do this job for a living, it's competitiveness is who you are at your core. So regardless of what's at stake, they're keeping score. You want to win the game.
And as the offseason rolls on for the Arizona Diamondbacks, some question marks still surround this ball club. Is Ketel Marte going anywhere? Who will be in center field on opening day? And more at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall. Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit MorrisHall.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Packed Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. What is going on, people? Welcome to the middle of the week. Woohoo!
It's the greatest time of the week, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Makes you question everything.
The operative words in this open
Yeah.
ring through my head now. Time to go to work.
Yeah. Time to go to work.
How many times do you feel that?
Time to go to work.
Time to go to work.
All right, so we do have a new prop in the studio. The GCU basketball has arrived. By the way, I couldn't tell from Sammy's update. How did GCU do last night?
They're in my second update.
Oh, okay.
I write 2 updates.
Okay.
I try not to get too monotonous with them. So
Well, you could change the order,
just
but
curious.
keep the facts.
yeah, they
just
won
curious.
67-45.
They are a partner of the radio station.
Jaden
you know?
Henley led the way for the Lopes, 26
Okay.
points, 4 rebounds, and
All right,
5
very
assists.
nice.
He mentioned that, U of A got 18th in the college football play. You got that top headline.
He got those.
I understand.
He got the
But that's
important
great.
stuff out there.
That's
Out the
perfect,
streets
Jeff.
of Tucson chanting where number 18.
That's right. Perfect for Bryce Drew's appearance today. To have that in the background.
Yeah,
we need something in the background of you, though.
You know what was really, really cool is that Bryce Drew, because I brought it up to him, met with him pregame last night, and he saw me. He said, "Oh, man, I got that ball for you." So they went up and got it, and Paul Coro wanted him to autograph it, and Bryce, literally sat there for 4 or 5 minutes because he's a real humble guy, as you know.
Yeah.
He just didn't think he should be autographing that basketball. And they kept insisting, "No, go ahead, bro, do it, coach, sign it." So I think now what we need back there is maybe a Dylan Brooks jersey to hang over the back of the TV.
Ooh, that would be nice.
I think over the
Wall space. Why limit it there?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It should be over behind your
Yeah,
back, I
it's a
think,
good
on
point.
that wall, the blank wall.
I think we should have a day in the office. We send out an email. Bring in a jersey you don't wear that's Arizona sports, and we can figure out a space for it.
It's not a bad idea.
I don't think it should be incumbent on the employees to provide the decor.
Yeah.
Well, there is that.
Also, do we want like a DeAndre Ayton and Josh Rosen jersey? Is that what you're implying?
There'd be some humor in that.
There
guess
would
so.
be.
I have
That could be actually pretty funny.
I have a Beanie Wells jersey.
That'd be great.
We can put it like the corner of the damned.
Where did you get a Beanie Wells jersey at? And why?
Back in my married days. I had a stepson.
Ain't love grand, Vinny?
Yeah, it is. My stepson ordered a Cardinals jersey, a Beanie Wells jersey, while he was still playing and was a thing. But from one of those knockoff like Chinese sites.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And my stepson was a big guy, and it arrived, and it was not nearly big enough to fit him. So he just gave it to me. And it's actually not bad quality. It's pretty good quality for a knockoff.
Yeah.
But it's Beanie Wells.
Boy, I once ordered back years and years ago. I once ordered a DVD box set of Rocky when there was only 5 movies of them from a Chinese.
There's only 5
from like a foreign website, and it came and they were all in Chinese.
Oh my!
With no subtitles.
Oh man!
So that's fantastic.
You have Rocky on.
That's fantastic.
All the things on the box, everything is and then the audio is all dubbed in Chinese.
Can you listen? You need to find out how they say "Yo, Adrian" in Mandarin. I need to know what "Yo, Adrian" sounds like in Mandarin.
There's a website for that. We could do this right now.
We can do this right now.
All
I want to
right.
hear "women weaken legs" in Mandarin.
Yo, Adrian.
Here we go.
From English to
Mandarin.
Let me just go to Mandarin. There's a lot of languages.
Here we go, folks.
They don't have Mandarin on here.
Wow.
We can pay this off
maybe it's
eventually.
Under Chinese.
Here's women weaken legs. Ready?
Okay.
女性腿部力量减弱。
That's exactly how Burgess Meredith said it.
Here's Yo, Adrian in Cantonese.
Here we go.
Why, Adrian?
Okay, not quite as
It's a little anticlimactic.
Yeah, I don't think there's a translation for Adrian.
Yeah, but that's not a bad idea that we've kind of uncorked. Make it real campy and comical back here with what we put on the wall. It isn't on. You're right.
Back in the day that I had to organize a cleaning party for the studio, and we got the whole because apparently this is radioactive to the cleaning staff.
We're the captains of the station. We're the first ones in. We sort of, the leaders.
Out. Yeah, and the first one's out.
Well, the first one's
yes,
out.
we are. We're the definition of FIFO. All right, we wasted enough time. Start the show, Jarrett.
哟阿德里安。
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
That is not the right open.
It's 9:45 already.
Wow.
Wow, that went by quick.
Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making
Whoops.
waves in
How
the
do you say
sports
Jared
world.
screwed up and can't be?
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
That was a cruel joke, Jared.
Sorry about that.
We'll chalk it up.
Yeah,
to
that really was.
All
cool.
this Cantonese and Mandarin talk got me thinking about the Chinese buffet.
The buffet.
Cardinals back on the practice field today, so that means we'll get an update on the status of wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr.'s heel injury, which had him in and out of action in Sunday's loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll also get a look at the rest of the Week 14 injury report from both the Cardinals and the LA Rams, who will visit State Farm Stadium in Glendale on Sunday. Cardinals also made some roster moves on Tuesday. They signed running back Corey Kiner from the Minnesota Vikings practice squad. Kiner started his collegiate career at LSU, but then transferred to Cincinnati, where he played 3 seasons. Also spent time on the practice squad of the San Francisco 49ers. Team also released running back Jermar Jefferson from the active roster, and running backs Montrell Johnson Jr. and Sincere McCormick from the practice squad. Have you been noticing this trend? There's a lot of young athletes named Sincere now. I noticed this in college athletics. Talk about putting pressure on a kid.
How about it? I've always thought that, athletes like an athlete like Precious Achua.
Yes. What if he's not precious?
What if he's not precious?
You know what? I'm gonna have another.
Prince Makamura. I butchered that last name.
Amukamara.
Amukamara. What if he's not princely?
I'm gonna have another kid just to name him Disingenuous.
That was a disappointment.
Disingenuous Murata. I love that.
It's got a ring, doesn't it?
Yeah, right.
Elsewhere around the NFL, didn't take long for wide receiver Adam Thielen to find a job a day after being waived by the Vikings. He was claimed by the Pittsburgh Steelers. This, of course, in the wake of quarterback Aaron Rodgers calling out members of the wide receiver room for not regularly attending meetings. So apparently Adam Thielen is punctual. Do you show up to meetings, Adam? We'll sign you. Steelers also waived veteran quarterback Darius Slay. Suns off until Friday when they visit the Houston Rockets with big news involving a former member of the team. The LA Clippers announced overnight, after he put it out there, veteran point guard Chris Paul no longer part of the team. Paul posted on social media in the middle of the night that he had just learned he was being sent home to LA from Atlanta. The Clippers are there to play the Hawks tonight. He just posted, "Just learned I'm being sent home."
Wouldn't you love to know what is going on inside that organization?
Yes.
Yes.
Paul signed a one-year contract with LA in July for his 21st season in the NBA. 16 games, he's averaging under 3 points and 3 assists per game. He had announced last month that this would indeed be his final season. In the league, the Clippers have lost 12 of 14, and they are 5-16 on the season. We're going to get into this story because it's strange on every level.
On every level.
Last night in the NBA, Toronto stayed hot. They beat Portland 121-118. Scotty Barnes had 28 for the Raptors. Boston got 42 from Jaylen Brown in a 123-117 win over the Knicks. In the night's defense optional game, Minnesota went overtime to beat New Orleans 149-142. Anthony Edwards had 44. San Antonio topped Memphis 126-119, and Oklahoma City is 21-1. They beat Golden State 124-112. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 31 and only 7 from the free throw line. Pelicans forward Zion Williamson out at least 3 weeks with a grade 2 right hip adductor strain. Williamson has already missed 11 games this season. He'll be reevaluated in 3 weeks. New college football playoff rankings released on Tuesday night. Ohio State and Indiana still come in at 1 and 2. Those two teams will meet Saturday in the Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis. Georgia 3rd, Texas Tech 4th, Oregon 5th. Ole Miss actually moves up despite the Lane Kiffin news. Arizona moved up to 18th in this version of the rankings following their win over ASU. ASU football received a commitment from offensive lineman Jermaine Mitchell from Copiah Lincoln Community College in Mississippi. He is the #1 junior college prospect in the country. 6'8", 310 pounds. And he had been previously committed to Georgia. And in college hoops, Bryce Drew's Grand Canyon Lopes scored a 67-45 win over the Hatters from Stetson last night at Global Credit Union Arena. Jaden Henley, 26.6 steals to lead the Lopes, who will next face Oklahoma State as part of the Colangelo Classic at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix on Saturday. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, December 3rd. Coming up, do the Cardinals coordinators have any answers for why this team keeps losing football games?
Good question.
Spoiler alert. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yo, Adrian.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated, talking about an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I learned this when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person to answer the phone. That was super impressive. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. That was even more impressive. Reason number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All their techs are licensed, bonded, insured. All of them have passed drug tests. All of them have passed background checks. And look, you don't let anybody in your front door. That is your sacred space. You have to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your home. That is never an issue at Parker & Sons. All you have to do is call 602 to repair. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Basinonians, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Luke. What type of game do the Arizona Cardinals need to play to finally get another win this season? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Shout out and a good morning to our followers, viewers, listeners in the QC, Queen Creek. Do they refer to themselves as the QC? I think they should.
I actually think they do.
Oh, okay. They should have a kind of a melodrama on Fox called The QC, I think.
Absolutely. And I think you try to make sure you don't lose sight of the positives, and you have to build on those, because if there are things you're doing well, maybe you can do them better, and maybe you can get over the hump that way. And then I think from the other side of the coin, you try to look at what it is. And I always go back to like the non-physical things that prevented us from winning the football game. Because guys they're physical. You're going to win and lose. That's reality. But I think we try to hone in on the coachable things, the mental aspect of it, the little details that stem from those things that we feel like, hey, if we can get these right and these are controllable, this is where we really need to make an improvement and then focus on it during the week.
That is Drew Petzing talking about not losing sight of the positives. It's very, very optimistic. And when you talk about the possibilities of eliminating those non-physical things that are preventing winning, it's week 14. I know
it's getting kind of late.
Call me pessimistic, but I just don't think it's going to happen at this point.
No. And this is a fascinating thing that came out of Sunday's game that continues to percolate over there, particularly with Drew Petzing meeting with the media yesterday, and that has to do with these 2 fourth down and short calls upon which Todd Bowles claimed after the game they kind of knew what was coming.
Yep.
And I don't know as an offensive coordinator what you do about a situation like that, because it's a very, 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 very bad look, right? To say we love the play and this and that. If you are being that transparent and open about what you're doing to the point where, because you go back and you watch those plays, you see the Buccaneers defenders pointing. It's going there. It's going right over there.
And it wasn't, I mean, the fourth down play, the strange pitch play to Bam Knight, I mean, you didn't see that play unfold and say, oh, they've run that 100 times. It was a different looking play. They tipped it off with formation.
Yeah, by putting 2 tight ends on that side of the line of scrimmage.
Formation
and
tendencies.
Formation tendencies. And for Todd Bowles afterwards to come out and say, we kind of knew what the route was.
Yeah.
He didn't have to say that.
Yeah, he didn't, but he did.
But he did.
And we talked about it on Monday. We talked about it with AQ Shipley. It was asked to Drew Petzing yesterday. Are you concerned by Todd Bowles' comments that he kind of knew what was coming?
Again, I'm going to go back and look at the tape and look at what they did on defense. And if I feel exactly like he did, maybe we'll change something, maybe we won't. I obviously can't give that away in here. I don't want the next coach to lock in on what we may or may not do. But there's always a number of looks we're going to give people and have different plays off of those looks to make sure that we're not predictable.
I mean,
doesn't it blow your mind that in a sport where paranoia wins the day every day, that coaches would leave themselves that open in that regard? You think about the lengths they go to cover up information, to not answer questions, to not allow the media to report certain segments of what they actually witness, all the way down the line. And then on game day, they're the ones broadcasting to the other team, hey, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean,
isn't that just the height of hypocrisy?
It is somewhat relatable to real life. Have you ever been in a situation just outside of sports where somebody says, do you know you do this all the time? and then you're like, I do?
Yeah, that's happened to me a couple of times.
It's one of those feelings you're like, oh, wow, I'm not even aware of what I'm doing, of what I'm putting out there. Drew Petzing was
like
also...
Jarrett would never know he rubs his eyes incessantly if it wasn't for me.
Thank you. Thank goodness.
It hasn't stopped him. I mean, you're the defensive coordinator on the show. You know what's coming.
Yes,
He's going to rub his eyes at some point.
Jarrett, you don't even
show.
know this. During a break yesterday, you were incessantly rubbing your eyes, and Vinny, we weren't even on the air. Vinny said, stop rubbing your eyes, Jarrett!
Drew Petzing was also asked yesterday on the failed fourth down plays, plural, if they could have gone with a tush push or something a little bit more vertical as opposed to horizontal.
Yeah, it kind of goes to the other question. When it doesn't work, I'm always going to say, well, I could have done or should have done the other thing. I think back to the Green Bay game where we ran the sneak there late in the game and weren't able to get it. So we're always going to try to do things to make sure that we're not predictable, that we have the ability to get to the edge, to pound the ball or to throw the shot. And when it works, you feel really good about it. And when it doesn't, you go back and kind of evaluate, hey, did we have the right look and we didn't execute? Could I have designed it a little bit better? Should I have called it different? I think all those things are always at play.
Yeah, and look, it's the first answer, again, about being concerned or not being concerned about Todd Bowles and Drew Petzing saying, well, I'll go back and look at the tape, and I think if I think exactly like they did, maybe we'll change something. Maybe we won't.
Maybe we won't.
Okay.
But again, so you're playing a cat and a mouse game with the media because you think you're giving away tidbits of information that people might be able to decipher with hieroglyphics, and yet the tape is telling people what you're doing.
Here's the news flash. You've been buttoned up and guarded and using, fail safes against getting information out there, and they still knew what was coming.
That to me is, that's quite the thing, to be quite honest with you. And maybe Todd Bowles was just trying to gas up his coaching staff for the film work they did to kind of crack that code and kind of lock in on some tendencies, because for them to show up then at that point in time. Yeah, it's just not a good look for Drew Petzing, without a doubt.
No, and I get that point, too. You want to give credit to your coaching staff for the work that they did.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also, I mean, what are the effects of Todd Bowles saying that? They play the Cardinals, once every 4 years?
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Here was Drew Petzing on the subject of keeping everybody engaged now that the playoffs are no longer a possibility.
Honestly, it's never even crossed my mind from that standpoint. I think the nature, when you're in this league and you do this job for a living, it's competitiveness is who you are at your core. So regardless of what's at stake, they're keeping score, you want to win the game. I think that's always going to be true. And we say that on a Wednesday or Thursday practice. Like, we're playing the game. I want the play to work. I want to win every drive. I want to win every drill. I really don't see that mentality changing at all.
Yeah, and look, a lot is being made of, wow, at least the Cardinals aren't giving up. To me, my response to that is very much like the old Chris Rock routine.
Mm-hmm.
I take care of my kids. What do you want, a cookie?
What do you want, a cookie?
You're supposed to take care of you're supposed to try hard.
Yeah.
You're supposed to play when you show up on Sunday. So I don't think it's that much of a victory at this point.
So, so what's going to be interesting now is what's next for this football team? What is the next edition? What is the next product, the next piece of information they're going to put out in front of all of us? You've got a game against the Rams, and the Rams are going to come into this game, you would assume, kind of ornery after what happened to them last week. Or maybe they're in a state of regression. Maybe it's a good time to get them. You never know. But this is the weekend where you wonder, could it get ugly for the Cardinals? Or can they find measures of redemption in the month of December?
I also think, and I don't know how much it will be talked about, I assume it will come up later in the week, but now we're back into division territory.
Mm-hmm.
And the division record for Jonathan Gannon as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals is ugly. And that's a thing that I think can really focus everybody on, okay, what kind of job is being done here?
That's a great point.
To me, that's, all right, we're going to glaze over the positives that Drew Petzing was talking about and building on the positives. If you can't win games in your division, that's probably the most damning thing you could say about a coach.
Yeah, listen.
That's where you live.
Yes, and for all the reasons that Cardinal fans are deeply agitated, and once again, I will stand on this hill and insist they are about as angry as I have seen them in a decade. I think that's probably right at the top of the list. The idea that, oh my goodness, we are never catching any of these teams ahead of us. Ever.
Certainly seems that way in the now.
Yeah.
Everything is cyclical to a point, but you don't think about those cycles when you're 6 games behind everybody else in the division.
You think Bruce Arians wants to come back and coach again? I tell you, baby.
I don't think he wants any part of it, baby.
I'm done with that bull.
He would have said the word.
Yeah, he would have.
This year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or a student you know could be next. Just text the word character to 620-620. Nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. Once again, that's character to 620-620 to nominate a student for Character Counts. Coming up, one of the weirdest Clippers seasons just got weirder in the middle of the night. We'll discuss the strange CP3 story next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've both been to that stadium 100 times, all right? And you can look at the names in the Ring of Honor. There are a lot of players who were up there who were on very bad teams. And you can remember the good Carson Palmer teams. You can remember the good Kurt Warner teams. I'll use our own Ron Wolfley as an example. Ron Wolfley, a great Arizona Cardinal. He wasn't on any good teams when he was here. You just hope that one day when Trey McBride's name is up there in that Ring of Honor, that you'll be able to look at his name and remember the good teams that he was on and the good moments that the teams that he was on provided rather than just an individual great player.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to let you know Southwest Gas very proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings. Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas helps build stronger communities, one connection at a time. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on, because energy does more than fuel your day. It provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit swgas.com.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals still have a lot of questions that need answering and football to be played with 5 weeks left in their season. And it starts Sunday in Glendale. A division opponent in the LA Rams come to town. And here was defensive coordinator Nick Rollis on the challenge ahead on Sunday.
They're clicking on all cylinders, but I love the challenge. You know, that's one of my favorite parts about being in this division is you get to go against some great offensive minds and quarterbacks, and you know this is one of those weeks.
The Phoenix Suns still off tonight. They'll be in Houston on Friday, and still no update on Devin Booker and his availability with his groin injury. And last night at Grand Canyon University, the Lopes took care of the Stetson Hatters 67-45. Jaden Henley led the way for the Lopes with 26 points. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Don't worry, the Cyber Monday deals are still happening at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off right now in store or online at brooklynbetting.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
How much longer do you intend to play?
At the most, a year. You know, I just finished my 20th season, which is a blessing in itself.
That is Chris Paul back in July in an interview with Jamel Hill. Likely one more year. This is season 21. And soon after that interview, Chris Paul signed a one-year contract to go back where he had probably his best days as an NBA player in LA with the Clippers.
Yeah.
That has come to an end.
Supposed to be a right-off into the sunset kind of year for Chris Paul.
Yeah, in the middle of the night, literally in the middle of the night, in an Instagram post at about 3 a.m., Chris Paul posted on his Instagram story, just found out I'm being sent home with the peace out emoji.
Yeah. We will get the story because there's a handful of writers, and you know this from the Suns days, who are very tight with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
They will find out what went down, but this is something else. We already knew the Clippers were probably the model team of dysfunction in the NBA, a team that for whatever reason just simply refuses to play defense this year.
Yeah.
I don't know what has happened to that team.
You know what they have a lot of, though? Toilets!
They have a ton of toilets, tons of them. But for a team that was supposed to be really good this year, they are horrible. And for Chris Paul to be sent home from the road,
yes,
tells you something went boom.
Lawrence Frank is the president of basketball operations. He texted a statement to ESPN also in the middle of the night, responding to what Chris Paul put out there. I'm sure it was a fun night in that hotel in Atlanta. Quote, "We are parting ways with Chris, and he will no longer be with the team. We will work with him on the next step of his career. Chris is a legendary Clipper who has had a historic career. I want to make one thing very clear. No one is blaming Chris for our underperformance. I accept responsibility for the record we have right now, which is 5-16. There are a lot of reasons why we've struggled. We're grateful for the impact Chris has made on the franchise." Look, I don't give a rat's behind one iota about the well-being of the LA Clippers, but Chris Paul is a respected veteran, and we all have a soft spot, and we will forever in Phoenix for what Chris Paul brought to the Phoenix Suns. Talk about doing a guy dirty. Holy moly. This is such a blight on the end of his career. And I know he wasn't playing well. Look at the numbers. We all marveled at the end of last year when Chris Paul with San Antonio got through 82 games for the first time in his career at age 40.
Yeah.
And was actually a really good contributor and leader for a young San Antonio Spurs team.
To the point where we began saying, that was a mistake. We should have let him stick around with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant.
So I wonder if there was some sort of personality clash. There must have been. Because I don't think there's any other reason why an organization that is cognizant of his contributions to their history would do this now.
Well, he was getting DMPs, like coach's decision DMPs, not like injury DMPs. So there must have been some sort of, we'll see if he plays anywhere else, but wow. What a half a year. He did start off in that soundbite you played when they asked him if he's done. He said, at best, one more year. So.
Well, since then he's said, will he make the year? But he has said recently that this indeed was going to be it.
Yeah, listen.
In the last couple weeks.
Ever since Pablo Torre and that whole aspiration Kawhi Leonard story broke, this Clippers team has been sour and toxic.
They put the ass in aspiration.
They sure have. They put the cheeks in Maurice's cheeks. It's crazy to me. Now, you know Chris Paul, he's very, very serious, and he doesn't play. So I wonder if he got up into some people or whether or not the DNPs forced him to get into Ty Lue. I have a hard time seeing that happening. I mean, Ty Lue is very aware of who Chris Paul is and vice versa. But clearly something went down with that basketball team.
Because it feels like a huge slap in the face to a guy that, when you think of Clippers basketball, Chris Paul is, if not the first, second person you think about when it comes to putting the Clippers on the map. And for him to announce his retirement not more than a week and a half ago, and then you dismiss him so he can't get this, quote, retirement tour with the team that he feels he might go into the Hall of Fame with. Something
went toxic.
That's a really good point, because he did just announce his retirement. Now, we all kind of assumed this was going to be the last year, but Chris Paul put a bookend on the end of it publicly.
Yeah, something toxic must have happened.
So for the Clippers to still send him home in light of that.
Yeah, because even in the statement from Lawrence Frank, you'd be foolish to blame this on Chris Paul. They're 5-16. He's not playing. He's barely getting on the court.
Right.
And you said it best. This was supposed to be a ride-off into the sunset. And it's not like this move saves the Clippers season.
No.
I'm wondering if there's any interest from one of his other former teams to bring him in for the remainder of the year to get that ride into the sunset, knowing that there's not going to be a lot of playing time. Is it Houston? Could it be Phoenix? I mean,
at this point in time, this is where we need to stand up and say, Suns fans, we know how you are. We know your nature. We know any time a beloved former Sun is on the market, bring him in, sign him back.
I was on board with Chris Paul being signed over the summer.
So was I, but not now.
Boy, does he not fit this team.
You do not want to touch anything with this basketball team.
And I'm not saying his leadership wouldn't be good, but his style of play absolutely does not fit this current Suns team.
I mean, anywhere he goes, and I think he will end up on another team, he knows he's not going to play much. And I'd be willing to bet, maybe, that when he does end up on a roster, it's going to be a team that he's played for previously.
All right, so that was
a goodwill showing.
So,
I agree.
I don't think it's going to be New Orleans because they're a mess, and he never wore a Pelicans jersey.
Right.
He wore a Hornets jersey.
Well, you can go to the Charlotte Hornets then.
They're not going to be interested.
You bring up a point. If the Suns even had a roster spot, would you just give them a soft landing with the understanding you're not playing?
I would. I think it'd be good.
Chris, we'd love to have you back. Yeah. Maybe you can work with Colin Gillespie, but you're not playing, but we'd love to have you.
Don't you think that had to be part of the thing that fell apart in the Clippers, though, is him not playing? Like,
Yeah,
I don't think
it's
he
gotta
wants the retirement tour where he's just watching from the bench.
Yeah, but
I think you're right.
But Houston,
it makes sense. Kind of.
what's his relationship with Kevin Durant? I can't remember how that ended.
Well, I think there's a mutual respect, but they only played a handful of games together at the end of Chris's.
So that would leave Oklahoma City.
But that's a spot.
They're not going to do
Houston would be the
Houston
make the
is
most
the
sense.
spot when you're talking about style of play, toughness. A team that lost its starting point guard to injury early.
Yeah, he could mentor Reed Shepherd.
He could.
Who could use some mentoring?
Right now,
Aaron Holiday has played really well for Houston, especially that game here in Phoenix. My God, he killed him. Another former Sun. I don't know. I can't wait to get the details of this, though. When a team and an individual have to deal with this at 3 a.m.,
it's unbelievable. It's
couldn't
unbelievable.
wait till this morning.
Yeah. No, listen, the beauty of this, and we're going to get back into this, going into the year, everybody was so certain that the worst two teams in the West, the Utah Jazz, were going to be by far the worst team, and the Suns were going to be right there next to them, not that far behind. And you look at the West, and you look at the teams that are just full of dysfunction and bad.
The Clippers went down the road of putting together the oldest team in the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
I guess there's some peril in that.
Yeah, probably not a good idea in this day and age.
I guess there's probably some peril in letting Norm Powell walk for Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
If we assemble a roster where every single player is always hurt, could it work?
Vinny just brought up a really interesting point. The Clippers literally did that. They literally let Norman Powell walk, and he's having a great year in Miami. And they said, we'll take Bradley Beal instead.
Wow. And let's face facts. Bradley Beal might not ever play again. With that injury history and you're dealing with a hip fracture, that's some serious stuff.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. What a mess.
Coming up next, what is the latest on the Lane Kiffin story and the fallout with the college football playoffs? We'll get into all of it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so I've got a file full of great success stories of incredibly grateful clients who switched over to a Life Changer loan, couldn't believe something that cool existed. This one's my favorite. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had a home with an interest rate below 3%, which was good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage. all of that credit card debt and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the secret success of Life Changer Loan, where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. The average Life Changer Loan client pays off their home in 5 years, which does a lot of great things, obviously, but primarily now you've got decades to build personal wealth debt-free, while everybody else, probably chained to the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. And if you're rolling your eyes and saying, come on, Bick, that's too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more if you're a fit. If you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Football fans, get ready. On December 14th, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly comes to Talking Stick Resort for a live Q&A that you won't want to miss. Hear inspiring stories of leadership, perseverance, and unforgettable moments from one of the game's greats, all in an electric atmosphere. This is your chance to see a true football legend up close and personal. Don't miss Jim Kelly on December 14th. Visit TalkingStickResort.com for more details. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Sun Devils stay competitive in the Big 12 if they don't have the money to keep pace with the top of the conference? The Burns and Gambo show can be streamed live on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel starting today at 2 p.m.
We did have a discussion on that, and that is one of the principles within this selection committee's protocol, that the availability of players and coaches. And we not only talked about what's going on at Ole Miss, but also Oregon and their offensive coordinator taking a head coaching job at Kentucky, and the Tulane head coach moving on to Florida, and the James Madison coach at UCLA, and North Texas to Oklahoma State. And while those respective coaches are still going to be with their teams, still present some type of a distraction for the teams. But what we don't have as we head into the final ranking week is we don't have any games that have been played where Ole Miss did not have their head coach, or these teams had their coaches distracted by other jobs they have taken. And so that was our discussion, and we decided that would not be a part of our criteria this week as we rank these teams.
Hunter Yurachek, the chair of the College Football Playoff Committee, on the latest rankings that were released last night. And they're focusing on Ole Miss rising up to number 6 in the rankings, despite the Lane Kiffin news, his departure to LSU. It had been talked about as maybe something that would affect the committee. I mean, Ole Miss is going to sit there this weekend, and they're going to, I mean, those players and their new head coach, they're going to know they're in the college football playoff, and that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. That would have been a really, really bad deal had that committee. And that committee already is taking a beating from a lot of different areas. A lot of people are not buying the integrity of it all. There's a lot of people who believe that they've targeted the teams that they want in the playoff, and they're engineering it and working backwards to make it happen, which should be of surprise to absolutely no one. There's people claiming that the SEC is doing SEC things, demanding 6 teams in the playoff because 5 just isn't enough.
Well, they did have those games against Chattanooga State.
Yeah.
And the 11 teams in the SEC that stink.
And so it's going to be real interesting to see how this thing kind of shakes out this weekend. Yeah.
Well, the other debates are when the smoke clears after the conference championship games, there's a couple of debates that are going to be very, very hotly contested. And a couple of them, one of them involves a Big 12 team in BYU. They're playing in the Big 12 championship game. By the way, they're not dealing with the distraction of their coach leaving. Kalani Sitake not going to Penn State. He's staying at BYU. He signs a new contract. But after the conference championship games, BYU against Bama could be a debate. And Notre Dame against Miami could be a debate. Here was Hunter Yurachek on that.
The hottest debate in the room really falls as we have continued to evaluate Alabama, Notre Dame, BYU, and Miami, that 9 through 12 spot. And, you know, that's a key part in our ranking as we head into the final week and championship week. And so, and I will tell you that the Notre Dame, Alabama has probably been for 3 weeks now the hottest debate we've had as a committee. I think there's a lot of respect for both of those teams throughout the committee room, but the committee room is really split on which one is the best of those 2 teams. And so we spent significant time, especially on Alabama and Notre Dame. And then if you want to bring in, you know, a BYU team that's 11-1, they got really strong strength of schedule and record strength metrics. They've got wins over Utah and Arizona State. And, of course, you've got Miami, who, you know, entered our poll 4 or 5 weeks ago, losers of 2 or 3, and came in at 18. But they have been playing really well over the past 4 weeks. And so the debate really has ranged between that 9 and 12 spot in our poll.
Did he say BYU's got to win against Arizona State? Does the college football
He did say that, yeah.
The college football playoff committee chairman can't tell the difference between Arizona and Arizona State.
Well, listen, if
well, he said it was a really good win, so he must have meant Arizona.
Oh, right. So if
they're the ranked team.
Exactly. So if Georgia beats Alabama, Alabama's now a 3-loss football team. Can you put a 3-loss football team in the college football playoffs?
Yes.
If it's Alabama, yes.
Alabama lost by 2 touchdowns to Florida State, who is 5-7.
Now, you look at Notre Dame. Notre Dame has got 2 really close losses against good teams to start the seasons. They haven't beaten anybody. Their strength of schedule is a joke.
But
so that's against Notre Dame. Brigham Young has got to beat Texas Tech to get in. I'm not sure that's fair.
I think
Agree.
that's fair.
Why? Why are you such a suck up for the SEC?
They're better football teams, in my opinion. So if Alabama loses to Georgia, then conference championship games should be abandoned in general.
Well, that should happen.
Because why are you then, if Bama loses, why are you then penalizing a team that has gotten to the conference championship game, and then a team like Oklahoma or Ole Miss or A&M who didn't even get there are sitting there just casually in the playoff?
Or why, if you don't penalize them, why do you even play the non-conference then? Are you saying that non-conference games don't matter because they lost to Florida State?
I know, they should. Case in point, look at the Texas-Ohio State loss. Texas has 3 losses, one of which being to the number 1 team in the country, which isn't a conference game. And they're being penalized because it's a 3rd loss.
Yeah, but it's the debate that we have every year about the conference championship games. And I've heard Alabama people standing, banging on the table saying we shouldn't be penalized for losing a conference championship game if we lose to Georgia. And there's validity in that.
There is.
This playoff system has completely tarnished the conference championship games, which are unnecessary anyway. But
they're almost problematic.
They are problematic.
They are problematic. But how else do you do these conferences are too big? The ACC's tiebreaker scenario is now being laughed at that Duke is playing for a conference championship. And if Duke finds a way to win against Virginia on Saturday,
my goodness. Can you imagine
talk about all hell breaking
Can you
loose?
imagine that?
There will be no ACC representation.
Probably
if Duke
not.
wins.
Well, Miami might. I don't know. But by the way, Texas is not being penalized for losing to Ohio State. They're being penalized because they lost to 4-8 Florida.
Yes, I agree. Win that game against Florida, but they lost. And
meanwhile, with all of this now, Pete Golding and Ole Miss have got to be like the sentimental favorites to kind of run the table, right? With everything that's going on with Lane Kiffin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The Lane Kiffin stuff it's gotten absurd to the point where his former players at Ole Miss are calling him a liar, saying everything you have said about wanting to stay and coach the team, this is all BS. So his players are calling him a liar, which is bad enough. And then you've got these charges that key personalities on ESPN's Game Day were kind of going over ethical boundaries, endorsing Lane Kiffin to take the job at LSU. And I'm talking about Nick Saban, who came out beforehand and said, this isn't a Lane Kiffin conundrum. This is a college football conundrum. Kirk Herbstreit said Ole Miss should put their emotions aside and let Lane Kiffin coach his team throughout the playoff. Really? You really believe that? Kirk Herbstreit, you really believe it's a good idea to have Lane Kiffin hovering around Ole Miss with access to that program and that roster and those players for a month?
Well, how about Lane Kiffin sending back his offensive coordinator to coach in the playoffs, and Charlie Weiss Jr.?
And Charlie Weiss Jr.
Do you think that his players would even want Lane Kiffin to be there?
No.
No.
There's no possible way that could be feasible.
No.
When he has the team meeting, and like you said, I saw a video of a player who was mimicking Lane Kiffin, had the visor on and everything, and he takes the visor off and he says, he's mocking what would be a team meeting, and he's like, "Oh, come on, you guys understand, right?" And then he walks away and he throws the visor down on the field and gives the peace out sign. There's no possible way that there would be any respect. You want to talk about a distraction? That would be the distraction.
Yeah, that would be the distraction.
But I do agree, and what you said about ESPN personalities being at the center of this, I don't doubt that for 1 second. But they also bring up another valid point. This is a college football conundrum, that this scenario can unfold, and it almost happened. It's happened with Ole Miss. They're going to be in the field. It almost happened with BYU. Kalani Sitake is staying. James Madison, if they're in the field as the group of 5 representative, their coach is leaving. He's going to UCLA. It shouldn't be able to happen. Can we finish the season before all of this movement happens?
Yeah.
You can adjust the calendar accordingly.
Nobody wants the power players in college football. They don't want equity. They don't want fairness. They don't want rules. The programs like LSU want the ability to go and poach coaches. They don't have they voted for this calendar that they're all claiming is so damaging to the sport. It's a joke, man. I don't think I've ever had a love-hate relationship with any sport the way I do with college football.
What this is probably going to lead to is an even more expanded playoff.
Yep, 16.
Right? Just so that they can just keep adding teams and appeasing all these conferences.
Yeah, but that's not going to solve the problem. It's just going to print more money, and that's ultimately what the goal is.
Solve some problems.
Coming up next, the Phoenix Suns have people talking around the NBA. What are they saying? We'll let you know next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This loss is not on Jacoby Brissett. That's what I know. And he also had a quarterback rating of 100.1.
Yeah.
He outplayed Baker Mayfield.
I liked the signing when they got him because he's just steady. I think he's one of the best backups in the league. He's actually been better than I thought he'd be. You know, you never know. Backup quarterback's probably going to have to play a game or two or maybe three. Yep. And I feel like with Jacoby Brissett, you have a chance to win all 2 or 3 of those games. I mean, yesterday was his 7th start. They only have 1 win in those 7 starts, but he has played well.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and if you have never been behind the wheel of the ultimate driving machine, let me tell you, your next great adventure begins at Chapman BMW, where all through this month you find some great incentives, some great reasons to head on down for the ride of your life. Talking about 0.9% APR financing for 5 years, no payments for 90 days, payments as low as $379 a month. Lots of great things happening at Chapman BMW. This is an award-winning, family-run business for nearly 60 years. They do everything a bit different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling. You feel it the minute you walk into either of those 2 locations, and those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you are looking for. Chapman BMW also has a great reputation for making luxury attainable. I happen to be proof, and remember, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, so go take a test drive, find what you like, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's the GM of both locations. He is going to hook up every listener of this radio program. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. I love this time of year when we focus on being thankful and helping others. At Right Way Roofing, our priority is helping you protect your home. thank you to all of our customers for trusting us with your roofing needs. Happy holidays from my family to yours. And remember, at Right Way Roofing, there's only one way, the right way. Visit us at azroof.com.
Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last college football rankings before conference championship weekend were dropped last night. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech round out your top four. The Arizona Wildcats, after their win against ASU, moved up to 18th in the latest edition. For Jonathan Gannon, this coaching staff, and his players, there's still a lot to play for this Sunday against the LA Rams. And here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing.
Honestly, it's never even crossed my mind from that standpoint. I think the nature, when you're in this league and you do this job for a living, it's competitiveness is who you are at your core. So regardless of what's at stake, they're keeping score. You want to win the game.
This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long only at Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Luke. What type of game do the Arizona Cardinals need to play to finally get another win this season? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We compose and play hard as hell. That's what we do every single night. And, we get led by, JL, our coach. He puts us in the right positions to score, trusts everybody to make playmaking plays. And, we go out there and, run the offense and play hard. So we're not the biggest team. We're not the glorified team. But, we come out there and, play hard every single night. That'll get you wins.
Print up the T-shirts, Dylan Brooks. We're composed and we play hard as hell.
Yeah.
I'd buy that shirt.
Listen.
Of course, if it was in the team shop, it would cost $79. But I would still consider.
But you would consider it.
I would consider buying it.
Or you would go online to some real shady website and you'd be waiting years for it to show up. That's what you would do.
Yeah. When that Valley hat comes in,
it's going to be fire, man. What a payoff that's going to be.
I've only been waiting 5 years.
As I said in yesterday's blast, when you juxtapose what the Suns have done through 22 games, which is more than a fourth of the season, so this is no fluke, it is unbelievable how different it is compared to what the immediate forecast was for this basketball team universally across the league. From the people, from the hyperbolic types with megaphones to the erudite NBA writers, none of them thought the Phoenix Suns had any path out of the darkness. None. And now they've become the story of the NBA. I heard some people talk about it, that they're forcing NBA teams to question everything they're doing.
Yeah. What they did to the Lakers the other night, and yes, we have to acknowledge it, the Lakers were on the second game of a back-to-back. It's something that every NBA team deals with, and we don't use that as an excuse when this. Did the Suns get blown out by the Nuggets because it was the second game of a back-to-back? No, Denver was on the second game of a back-to-back too. It happens in the NBA.
Yeah.
But on that subject of effort and force and all of those things that were missing, conspicuously missing from this team for the last couple years, J.J. Redick, the head coach of the Lakers, said this about the Phoenix Suns.
If you don't play hard against that team, you're going to get exposed. So, you multiple times in the first half, we have a numbers advantage in transition on the defensive end, and guys just run by us. We talked about matching their physicality. Didn't do that to any extent at any point in the game. Maybe there's brain fog from 3 and 4 nights. I don't know. I don't remember ever talking about going under versus lasers and Gillespie's making threes and Royce O'Neal's making threes going on. It's just, I don't know. It's a weird sort of thing. It really is.
Focusing on the beginning of that, not where he's examining his own team and what they did and didn't do. But when he starts that statement by saying, if you don't play hard against that team, they will expose you.
Isn't that unbelievable?
How many times did we talk about that in terms of other teams playing the Suns?
Doing that to the Suns.
Yes.
And isn't that an indictment of the NBA pre-Christmas? That all you have to do to really differentiate yourself is get good, committed players playing their backsides off?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's the fear of being exposed.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's just that. And Jarrett made fun of it yesterday. It's like, why are you trying so hard? It's only November.
Well, when there's nothing to be ridiculed about realizing that's what you need to do to win games. And again, Dylan Brooks at the end of that soundbite we play, that's how you get wins.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the Suns punched the Lakers in the face, they folded.
Immediately.
Yeah. Like a tortilla.
Yeah.
Well, remember that old saying? That writer, Mike Downey from the LA Times?
Oh, yeah.
Said the Suns were going to fold like a tortilla.
I do remember that very well.
The Lakers hung with the Suns. Luka went nuts in the first quarter. And at the first sign of trouble, they packed it in, and the Suns feasted on it, and it was glorious.
Yeah, when the Lakers realized what kind of effort it was going to take over 48 minutes to handle the Suns, they just were like, I'm not in the mood for this.
I disagree. LeBron was playing hard till late in the game to get those points.
Oh.
Never gave up in that game.
I would love to get to LeBron. I'm not sure if we're done with this portion of the conversation, but I do want to say this. Where the Suns sit right now, 7th in the West, you look at the teams that are below the Suns, the Warriors, the Grizzlies, the Blazers, the Jazz, the Mavs, the Kings, the Clippers, and the Pelicans. This is just this basketball season has just basically, and I think it's true of everybody, rejuvenated everyone into the magic of sports, into the idea that anything really is possible in the meritocracy of athletic competition.
But the list of teams that you just mentioned that are below the Suns, and there's a ton of basketball to be played.
I know.
But who stands out on that list as a team like, watch out for them. They could turn around their season. There's a couple.
Maybe.
Memphis has the talent to do it. They're a soap opera every single year.
Yep.
I don't know about Portland. They're dealing with some stuff. They have an interim head coach. Utah, no. Dallas, maybe, when Kyrie Irving comes back. But what's Anthony Davis' health going to be?
Kings, no.
Kings, no. Clippers, no.
Pelicans, no.
Pelicans.
So listen, the Suns are going to make the playoffs, and this is tremendously exciting. And the Warriors are below the Suns right now, and I guess they're always a concern. But for this basketball team to be labeled and stigmatized the way they were, and for this basketball team to kind of really be forecasted to have such a bleak short-term present ahead of them, and for them to be succeeding wildly, it's really making people rethink, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm. And without Jalen Green, too.
Yeah.
Not to bring that up, but
he's played 35 minutes, I believe.
Well, we still don't know the future of Devin Booker.
We don't.
What the team can, how long they can survive without that. But you just mentioned all those teams, and you said which of these can turn it around. You also mentioned we're more than a quarter away from the season. At a certain point, the hole that these teams are digging gets too large because the Western Conference in general is just not what it was. And the teams that are on the outside, it's not like they're one game under 500. Yeah. I mean, the Mavericks are 7-15.
It's not going
the Kings
to shock
are 5-15.
If we look at the Western Conference standings today, and then we do it in the first week of April when the regular season ends, it's going to be those 10 teams, most likely.
I would think so.
Which is, that unexpected and exciting.
Yeah.
And you mentioned LeBron. We didn't get to LeBron. Let's get into LeBron next, shall we?
Let's do it.
The King
Let's
is getting
do
a little
it.
criticism.
I love to do it.
And we'll do it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We're joined right now by the head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
You said earlier that Kyler's practice window is not opening this week. Is surgery a possibility for him?
To my knowledge, not right now. That's as honest as I can answer it. I have not heard that, no.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Trapped in a 30-year mortgage, decades of payments, mountains of interest, and every time rates fall, you refinance and start over? That's not a plan. That's a prison. The Life Changer loan lets you do your banking inside your mortgage, using your income to crush interest and pay off your home in just years, not decades. Don't spend one more minute in mortgage prison. It's not magic. It's just math. So take back control at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. Are the Suns a top 6 team in the Western Conference? Can they avoid the play-in and make the playoffs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, with a shout-out, a good morning, and a thank you to our listeners, followers, viewers in New River. We appreciate you up in New River. One of the other things that's coming out of that Suns-Lakers game from the other night, and it happened on pseudo-national television. I mean, it was Peacock.
Yeah, right.
Don't get me started.
No, exactly. I'm with you.
LeBron James at the end of the game, and they did talk about this a lot, the streak that he had active of 1,296 games. That's the total, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah, that's what it was going into the game,
of
yes.
Scoring in double digits.
You don't know that prestigious record off the top of your head?
I don't. I had to really think about it. It just flows off the tongue. It's one of the most chased records in sports. But it was a streak that started in 2007, so it's an impressive streak. But when LeBron James was in single digits late in that game and the fate of the game was decided, it was almost bench clearing time for J.J. Redick when LeBron James hit a three-pointer to get to 10 points in the game. So the streak is intact at what cost? Now, LeBron James, there's a lot of people who won't criticize anything LeBron James does. There's other people in the sport of basketball that will. One of those people, a former player, now a podcaster / broadcaster, Chandler Parsons, who's dealt with his fair share of criticism for his own NBA career. But this was Chandler Parsons' thoughts on LeBron James from the Run It Back show.
I didn't like it, and this was the first time in my life I saw an older LeBron James who played and looked like his age. And after sitting out the night before against New Orleans, I thought this was a perfect night for him just to go crazy and kind of carry this team to a victory. And Luka went nuts early on. Austin Reeves was struggling. And LeBron James, he did not look like himself, which for me is the first time I've ever seen him like that. So it was a nice gesture for JJ to continue to keep him in there, and he definitely was hunting for it. And he was not coming out till he got it. This just felt like the first like step up on the way out, and like kind of catering to his legacy instead of focusing on this season in the game that was already over. Congrats, I guess, but like I honestly I didn't love it, and it was just obvious what he was doing.
And there was a lot of people that didn't love it, and I guess the shocking part is that we have to, or people like Chandler Parsons feel like, did he feel like he was tiptoeing around that a little bit, even for a player who's 40 years old? Age comes for everyone, LeBron James included, but there's still a lot of tiptoeing going around. Now we were talking about this yesterday pre-show, and Jarrett brought up the point. Hey, how much can you criticize it? Let's take the football example. And we saw it with Larry Fitzgerald, who had that streak going of a catch in consecutive games. And there is some validity to it because that was something for Cardinals fans to get behind. Hey, Larry Fitzgerald's streak is still intact. I don't remember the details of some of those games where Larry Fitzgerald didn't have a lot of production, but I don't think that the first catch of a game to extend the streak ever happened late in the contest.
No. Yeah, no, listen, I think that happened a week after he got a catch late in the game, and they started doing that early in the game.
Yes.
It was never okay, let's completely alter what we're doing to serve this one guy. Okay.
I do remember times, though, when they specifically just would throw him a 1-yard pass just to get the streak going. Like, it wasn't like a football play, like we're trying to get a first down play.
If it happens early in the game, there's more of a purpose to it than just extending a streak, and it's not like even AC Green's streak. AC Green, when he was in town, didn't he have a broken jaw, but he had the consecutive game streak going, and they would check him in. And Mikal Bridges did this too a couple times with his current streak late in seasons. They would tip off, somebody would commit a foul, he'd go to the bench. That's happened before. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. The bigger issue with LeBron, and Chandler Parsons is right about this, he looked disinterested and he looked old.
Yeah. Well, listen. Okay. Here's the other thing that I spoke about yesterday. That there was LeBron at one point in time it appeared to me was so frustrated with Dillon Brooks that he was hanging out over by the Suns bench. And I thought he was just barking at Dillon Brooks. What happened yesterday was we got the other feed, the arena feed of the game that you couldn't see. So it was the exact opposite facing cameras. And LeBron was he was drawing with Dillon Brooks, but then he started yucking it up with some other Suns players, and he's laughing. J.J. Redick had called a timeout, and he's screaming at LeBron to get back to the bench, and LeBron's over there yucking it up with Suns players. And it got people thinking, what is going on here?
Well, and that's when Dillon Brooks post game, you remember he said, "I don't like all that giggling and stuff."
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. That's where that thing was pointed. But in Los Angeles, they're saying, okay, J.J. Redick's in a really bad spot here because J.J. Redick has his job because of LeBron James. LeBron James is the reason why J.J. Redick got hired to be head coach. They used to be podcast partners, right? And so now he's got a LeBron James who's not really engaged to the point where there's a timeout being called, and he didn't even care to get back to his group.
I got to see that. I hadn't seen that footage of the arena feed. I want to see that.
Yeah, he's just
They did show some of it on the Peacock broadcast, and it was odd to see the yucking that was going on.
Yeah.
So LeBron's the first guy in NBA history to have a timeout called and not get over to the bench as quickly as possible.
Oh, here comes the LeBron.
I'm just saying.
The LeBron defense.
The whataboutism.
I'm just saying.
Okay, but again, no. But so we're comparing LeBron James to just every ordinary player in the NBA is what we're doing now?
You can't tell me in Jordan's heyday with the Wizards, a timeout was called, and he's not taking his time going to the bench.
So his heyday was not with the Wizards.
Exactly.
Now, listen, there is a comparison. I'll share this with you. That Michael Jordan, when he was playing for the Wizards, Doug Collins, great guy, great coach, he lost track of Michael Jordan's points, and Michael ended the game with fewer than 10 points, the same streak that LeBron is jealously guarding right now. Michael was very, very unhappy. Didn't say anything publicly, but on that plane back that night, Michael lit up a cigar on the plane. He had a couple of bourbon and waters, or bourbon and ice cubes.
Like that was odd.
Right, but the cigar on the plane was basically a middle finger to everybody, like, you're not telling me what to do. Finally, he went up to Doug Collins and he said, Doug, tomorrow night, I'm starting, and I'm going to tell you when I'm coming out of the game. And he lit up the Knicks for like 55.
Oh, yeah. The double nickel.
Yeah. So the point is, these streaks do matter. I'm not trying to say that LeBron James is out of line for valuing this double-digit scoring streak. But again, if your coach calls a timeout and you're not even thinking about getting back to the huddle, Sammy, if you want to condone that, go ahead.
No, I'm not condoning it, but we're acting like this is the first time it's ever happened.
No, I'm not acting like that at all. I'm saying this is LeBron James, who is the GOAT for a lot of people, including you two.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Yes.
to go back to Fitz, I looked his last season with the Cardinals. There was only one game where he had one catch, and it was one catch for 0 yards, but it was on the first drive of the game.
Yeah, just kind of getting it out of the way.
Getting it out of the way.
I mean, we're not even talking about the bigger statistical anomaly from LeBron James the other night. He played 31 minutes and had 0 rebounds. You know how many times LeBron James in his career has had 0 rebounds in a game? 6.
Wow.
I'm surprised it was.
Which is to say,
any.
there are people wondering if LeBron is going to be cool with being the third option on this basketball team.
The third option. Let's not give DeAndre Ayton that much credit.
I mean, they play the
he
Raptors.
was talking about Jake LaRavia.
I mean, they play the Raptors tomorrow, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had 25, 6, and 4. And he's 40.
All right, what's everybody think? Over under 25 points for LeBron tomorrow.
Under.
I'll take under also.
You know what? Screw it. Over.
There we go.
There you go.
He's going to have 100.
He's going to score 70.
I'm a big, I'm the LeBron guy too on this side of the glass, so I got to stick with Sammy a little bit, but I won't defend everything he does.
You're a LeBron guy, but I think there's a difference in your LeBron support and Sammy's LeBron support.
If only LeBron played in the SEC, then Sammy would really love him.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's just amazing watching the Phoenix Suns play basketball. It is so fun to watch them play basketball.
I'm so big on how you respond, especially over the course of 82 games. And you lose a close game to Oklahoma City. Nobody in their right mind is going to fault you for losing to Oklahoma City on the road. And you lose to Denver the next night. Okay, well, how do you respond? Because you've got the Lakers and the Rockets and the T-Wolves coming up, and you got Oklahoma City again. Well, you respond by going out there and hammering the Lakers in their building.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Did you know Waltz has been around since 1957? They are a Valley institution. They have seen a lot of trends come and go in the market. One thing that has always remained consistent and constant, their commitment to you, their customer in Arizona. Here's what Waltz will do for you. They will give you incredible selection. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Now's a great time to put an outdoor TV in your backyard. You won't believe how great the quality of outdoor televisions has become in the past 5 to 10 years. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you the insight you'll never get from the big box stores. Great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars. And when you put the right audio component together with the right television as a sports fan, you will have magic. I know Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do you even one better. Head on down to Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. While you're there, drop my name. You are going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. And remember, you can get same-day delivery 7 days a week at Waltz, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Arizona sports fans, your serve this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals still have a lot of questions that need answering and football to be played with 5 weeks left in their season, and it starts Sunday in Glendale. A division opponent in the LA Rams come to town, and here was defensive coordinator Nick Rawlis on the challenge ahead.
They're clicking on all cylinders, but I love the challenge. You know, that's one of my favorite parts about being in this division is you get to go against some great offensive minds and quarterbacks, and you know this is one of those weeks.
The Phoenix Suns still off tonight. They'll be in Houston on Friday for KD and the Rockets, and still no update on Devin Booker and his availability with his groin injury. And last night at Grand Canyon University, the Lopes took care of the Stetson Hatters 67-45. Jaden Henley led the way for the Lopes with 26 points. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Don't worry, the Cyber Monday deals are still happening at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off right now in store or online at brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Yeah, time for the big stories on this Wednesday. The Rush Hour Reboot is here. So is Sammy. He's going to take us through it. What do you got, Sammy?
Good morning. Good morning. First, want to say thank you and a shout out to those watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Type it in, and you'll see our faces every single morning, starting at 6 o'clock. But lots of interesting.
Supposed to be selling it.
Yeah. Hey, hey, come on.
Sammy's a good-looking guy.
I got my glasses.
25% of the show is
got new glasses. Lots of interesting stories. You have college football playoff rankings, CP3, a huge NFL slate this week. But let's start with Chris Paul real quick. He got sent home by the Clippers seemingly in the middle of the night last night. It feels disrespectful, no?
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. And something tells me that's part of the plan here. You don't send a player home from the road like this unless you are looking on some level to kind of embarrass him. So Chris Paul got into somebody. It's just a matter of who that somebody was.
Was it Lawrence Frank?
Might have been.
And so with the Clippers, they get and lose Bradley Beal. They send CP3 home. Brook Lopez looks all of 37.
Yeah.
They have 5 wins. They don't have their pick, and their best players are 34 and 36. How screwed are the Clippers?
Very.
I've talked.
There's no turning this season around.
No, and you really wonder what is derailed. I wonder, has Kawhi Leonard derailed this season? Something has happened with that team. I've talked to a couple NBA types who are shocked that they don't even try to play defense anymore, which is really, really odd for a team coached by Ty Lue. But they're not.
But when you looked at that team on paper at the beginning of the year, yes, you have to acknowledge the age factor. It was impossible to ignore.
Yeah.
But that team should never be 11 games under 500.
No, they shouldn't be.
No.
And also yesterday in NBA news, Giannis Antetokounmpo scrubbed his social media accounts yesterday. So this is a hypothetical for you, but if you had to guess who gets traded first, LaMelo Ball, John Morant, Anthony Davis, or Giannis?
I'm going to vote Ja Morant.
Okay.
I'm going to vote Ja Morant because the Grizzlies, Vinny and I were talking about this pre-show, they've kind of found new life. Zach Edey is actually becoming an impact player for them, and they might be able to salvage their season, but not with Ja around. So I think he's going to be the first.
I don't know what the appetite for Ja Morant is.
Yeah.
And before today, we probably could have thrown Zion into that mix too, but he's hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
I would. All 4 might be moved at the deadline.
Sure.
But before the deadline, I would probably Giannis.
A tinkle.
A tinkle. Will he be tinkling in a new city? That is.
When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
And it would be crazy if we're sitting here after the NBA trade deadline and all 4 of them are on new teams. Like, those are 4 highly impactful players. Okay, so last night...
Snitches get stitches.
The Bucks are terrible,
The Bucks stink. The Bucks, they're bad. So last night, the most recent college football playoff rankings came out. And real quick, are you okay with a world in which...
No, I'm not. Oh, wait. No.
In a world
There's
in
more to the
which
question.
either North Texas, Tulane, and JMU, 2 of those 3, get into a college football playoff.
Ooh, I believe in North Texas. I think that's a good football team,
Yes.
but
2 of the 3? I mean...
Because if Duke does win, they win the ACC.
Mm-hmm.
It is more than probable that the winner of the North Texas Tulane game will be in, and James Madison is 28-point favorites against Troy, and they will probably be in.
I think it would be interesting to see if that unfolds and if the committee has belief in making that happen, because that's 1/6 of your participation of teams that have absolutely zero chance to win a championship.
Listen, and this is a growing issue, and maybe a story we can discuss another day. But the idea of Cinderella in college basketball, it's never really been a viable thing in college football. But it's starting to become very much not a thing in college basketball as well. And mid-majors just don't have chances anymore against power conference teams.
No,
and the stats show it. So I think to answer your question, yeah, I can see the logic behind, because especially with this ACC thing, this is going to be a mess.
It is. So,
but the system. I mean, let's poke a hole in the system even more. So Duke is eligible to play in an ACC championship game. They can be the champions of their conference, but they're not guaranteed a spot as one of the 5 highest-ranked conference champions. Why do they make it so difficult?
I know.
If they're eligible to win it and they win it, why do
Done.
they get
Auto
penalized?
bid.
Yeah, it should be an auto bid.
I think what it is when they made this system, never in their right mind did they think a 5-loss team would be competing for a Power 4 championship.
Well, I mean, the ACC is not a good conference, but everybody wants to see Miami in there. Miami had their chances to win the conference too, and they didn't do it.
Yes. So this kind of leads me to my next question. If you, Dan Bickley, Vince Marotta, had a seat on that committee, what would be of value to you? What would be a criteria to you in a college football playoff team?
Ooh.
I definitely reward strength of schedule to me. That is something that it seems to be lip service to a lot of the committee members, but that to me is very, very important. And then you can't ignore head-to-head games conveniently when it suits your argument.
No, there's that. But also, in kind of in line with what Bick said about strength of schedule, quality of losses, I think, would be very, very heavy on my criteria. Because if you have a really bad, inexplicable loss,
Alabama,
I think that really shoots holes into your whole resume. But it won't. But you asked me what I would value, that's what I would value.
Okay. See, everybody's different. I bring this question up with my brother and my dad all the time. They have different answers. I personally would love to consider all of that, but I'm also how are you playing right now? When the playoff is being decided next week, I think Notre Dame is playing better than when they lost to Miami.
Right.
And I think they're a better team. And you still have to value the head-to-head. There is that.
Arizona Wildcats should make the playoffs.
That's very funny because that's an element of the.
Shut up, Jared.
Yeah,
I'm just
shut
saying,
up, Jared.
You can't just say the entire season doesn't matter then.
Right, I know.
That's
it
the element.
doesn't.
That's the argument that I always have the most discomfort with. The idea of who is playing the hottest, who's the best right now, because it really kind of marginalizes what you did in September. And what you did in October.
Well, I don't have a problem with that, but for that to take place and actually be what is the norm, because that is considered in college basketball, the whole thinking of college football, it's changing slowly, but for the longest time, college football championships were predicated on perfection.
Yes.
You didn't have a chance to nullify an early season loss
That's
against
true.
a good team. But so the whole thinking would have to change for that to take place. I'm not against it, but I think we're still a long way away from that.
That's the other thing.
Prevalent.
There's going to be one undefeated team going into the playoffs, right? Whoever wins the Big Ten.
Yeah.
It sucks that they even have to go to the playoffs. They're showing that whoever wins between Ohio State and Indiana is clearly the best team in the country, and now they're going to have to win what it is, 3 games.
Yeah, but that's the point of the playoff.
I know.
The bottom line is these conference championship games, they have to go away.
Yeah, but I can't even get on board with what Jared said. Whoever wins on Saturday, I'm not convinced they're the best team.
They're the only undefeated team.
Because
they beat the one or they beat the second or first best team.
But college football is different from other playoffs in that you're not playing everybody.
I know. It's what Sammy said, is that there's so many different criteria that you can choose from that's why it's so convoluted.
It's I've used the word a bunch today. It's a mess, and it's going to continue to be one unless there's actual criteria, which there will not be. So
bring your brooms because it's a mess.
It is.
Well, the Rush Hour reboot was not a mess.
Sammy. Good job, Sammy.
Coming up next, they say you need a star quarterback to win a championship. So why are we on the precipice of 4 of the top quarterbacks in the AFC all missing the playoffs? We'll get into that and more in NFL Hash Marks next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and sports fans know better than anybody that winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, it is imperative that you have the ability to win in court, and that is why you call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. Think about it like this. There are over 450 players in the NBA. They all play basketball. They're all good, but very few rise to stardom because very few win at a level that puts them in that elite category. Well, it's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a ton of them out there. They all say the same things, but Sweet James, one of the few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. They've got extensive trial experience, which is rare in their industry, and it means a great deal. It means Sweet James accident attorneys have great leverage when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf. Those insurance companies know they cannot deny, or play games with Sweet James. This is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation, and you will pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let cost hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I gotta be better. I'll be better in the protection game, in the pass game, in the run game, all of it. It's anytime you turn it over 3 times, 2 in the red zone, and really you could count that last one, driving, kind of going into the red zone. So that's a recipe for disaster.
That was Josh Allen, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, earlier or actually last month, November 9th, talking about having to do better. It's been an up and down, weird kind of season for the Buffalo Bills. But Josh Allen got it together in the second half, especially in Pittsburgh last week. Bills get that win over the Pittsburgh Steelers and sent the whole organization into a tizzy. But here we are sitting here, Bick, in December.
Yep.
And the AFC playoff picture is still muddled to the point when you consider that there's a chance that Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Burrow, I think everybody would agree the 4 top quarterbacks in the AFC might all miss the postseason. How crazy is that?
Yeah, listen, that's very, very wild is what that is. And it's been a very strange year in the NFL to the point where just yesterday they announced the Eagles-Commanders game was flexed out of prime time, replaced by the Bears-Packers. Who would have ever thought the Bears would be flexed in to a primetime game at because they were expecting the Eagles and Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but you want to talk about the disappointing teams of 2025.
Yeah.
The Washington Commanders are at the top.
Right at the top.
At least they have injuries to blame. That's the thing, though. This is going to go down, I guess, as sort of like the year of the changing of the guard with the Bears and the Patriots and the Broncos as the best teams in the league.
I
think
the
traditional ones like with the quarterbacks that he just mentioned.
Here's what I think is going to happen. You've got a couple of teams in the AFC with just incredibly lofty records. Obviously, the Patriots at 11-2 and the Broncos at 10-2. Those are a couple teams that are going to get first-round buys, or at least one of them is going to get a first-round buy. They're the type of teams that can you trust them once the postseason gets there? Or will they be exposed by a more pedigreed team that hasn't had such a good season? I'm curious if we're going to see some of those kind of upsets dominate the playoffs once they get here. But then again, you can make an argument for New England. You're talking about Mike Vrabel, Josh McDaniel. You're talking about guys that have been to the playoffs before. They know what it takes. Denver, Sean Payton, he's won a Super Bowl. He knows what it takes. So these teams with these lofty records have leaders and have foundations that are, they're very, very solid. But I do agree with your general premise that if you're talking about a potential postseason, and I'm not sure if the Bills are in danger of missing the postseason.
They're the 7 seed right now.
Okay, but the Chiefs and the Ravens
Texans
definitely
are hard charging on their heels.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a real, real good point. If you had a playoff without a Josh Allen, without a Patrick Mahomes, without a Lamar Jackson, without a Joe Burrow,
like a year without a Santa Claus.
Look,
I guess the bright side is that it's likely that one of those two, Lamar or Burrow, might make the playoffs just by winning by default that division.
Right.
If the Steelers keep falling.
But as of right now, go ahead, Jared.
But as of right now, I know that's the crazy thing is you talk about like all these top teams are primed for upsets in the playoffs. But if the Chiefs don't make the playoffs, if the Ravens don't make the playoffs, like there's really not going to be those teams with pedigrees to upset them.
Maybe not.
I mean,
that's a good point.
If it's the Colts versus the Broncos or something, like you could believe the Broncos could win.
As of right now, if the season ended today, the Ravens would be in with Lamar Jackson at 6-6, champions of the AFC North. I don't think anybody's got a lot of confidence in the Ravens. The Bills would be in as the 7th seed, as I mentioned. The Chiefs are lingering as the 10 seed at 6-6, and the team that might, it's not impossible again for Cincinnati. They're the 12th seed right now in the AFC. They're 4-8. But they have Joe Burrow back and healthy.
Yeah.
They might be the team that sneaks into that 4 seed as the champion of the AFC.
Because they really handled the Ravens in the second half of that game.
They did. And Jarrett mentioned the hard-charging Houston Texans. I don't doubt that, but I also think if the Bills shouldn't be worried about the Texans, the Indianapolis Colts should be worried about
That's
the
right.
Jaguars.
That's right.
That too. I I think the Texans end up winning that division. I still don't believe in Jacksonville. And I know
I'm right there with you.
They won convincingly against a bad Tennessee team.
I'm right there with you.
And I think the Colts are in the middle of their fold.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think the Texans and the way they are playing defense and getting after people, and the way C.J. Stroud's kind of reacting and playing lately, I think that team is going to rise up and win the South.
Well, they have the Chiefs this weekend in a massive game.
Wow, yeah, that's huge.
And the Colts play the Jaguars pretty much for a stranglehold.
The who, Sammy?
Jaguars. for a stranglehold on that.
Yep.
Oh, man. If you were to told me before the year, 2 of the Jacksonville, the Colts, and the Texans would be in the playoff, I would have laughed in your face.
Yeah. No, I think at the beginning of the season, everybody looked at the AFC South as a one playoff team division.
Mm-hmm. As maybe the worst, easily the worst division.
Yeah.
And they have 3 teams with winning records. And then there's the Titans who have 1 win.
Man, imagine how bad the team is.
Can you
that they
imagine being a team that lost to them?
How about it?
1 win.
And then in the NFC, you have no idea where this Eagles season is going, right? And so the Cowboys might end up winning that division if the Eagles bottom out and they're looking like they were showing signs that they might. Then you got the Lions who are in danger of missing the playoffs. Did you see what Micah Parsons did to the Lions on Thanksgiving?
Mm-hmm.
It was filthy what he did. Wild year in the this is about one of the wildest years that I can recall in the NFL.
I think it was so filthy. Abdul Carter got caught watching it during a meeting.
Oh, man.
Whoops.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Well, and those
That's a
2
very
teams,
good one.
the Lions, Cowboys, Thursday Night Football. Again, you're going to find out a lot.
2 teams that playing on consecutive Thursdays.
Yes.
That's stupid.
It is so dumb.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Why would they have scheduled that? That's stupid. But I think when we did our preseason predictions, I don't remember exactly what they were, but I think we all picked some sort of combination probably of the Lions or Eagles with the Bills or Ravens or Chiefs.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And all those teams are right now sort of fighting.
But I'm one of those people, every year you go through the exercise of projecting what's going to happen. And it never happens like it happened the year before, but I always, it's so chalky when I pick what's going to happen.
I know. It's hard not to. It's...
Did you imagine the Jacksonville Jaguars being the 3 seed in the AFC right now?
Or the Chicago Bears being the 1 seed.
Yeah,
Bears.
It's like it's 1985 again. The 1 seeds are the Patriots and the Bears.
Oh, that's not the last reference to the 1985 Bears you will hear on today's show.
Oh.
How about that for a tease?
Dicka.
Real quick, wanted to get into this, too. The Pittsburgh Steelers are tied with the Ravens for first place in the AFC North. Their fans are not very happy. They let it be known about Mike Tomlin, chanting "Fire Tomlin" during the game. Ben Roethlisberger, who won a Super Bowl, made it to 2 with Mike Tomlin as the head coach. On his own podcast, said this.
Maybe it's a clean house time. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. And I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin. But maybe it's best for him, too.
Sure.
Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best. Whether that's in the pros, maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do in Penn State? He'd probably go win national championships.
How does that even take place? If you're talking about cleaning house, what is the reality of something like that happening in Pittsburgh? It seems so uncharacteristic.
It is uncharacteristic.
Is that even plausible for this organization?
Well, it's happened. Listen, here's what you don't do. You don't fire a guy like Coach Tomlin. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He's respected. What you do is you come to an understanding and agreement. And it's like, hey, listen, I think it's probably best for both of us. Coach Tomlin's been here a long time. And you would give him a statue, do whatever you got to do because he deserves it.
Yeah.
He's earned it. But it's like, okay, it's time to find that next guy. And who's that next guy that could be here for the next 20 years? And just like Coach Cowher helped get Coach Tomlin could help get him. And I don't know this. I haven't talked to Coach Tomlin about it, but I think he might say it's time for a fresh start.
I think that's amazing.
There was a time when I thought Mike Tomlin was very overrated as a head coach. If they part ways with Pittsburgh, I will drive Gambo's limo and pick him up to be head coach of the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, shotgun.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got the resume they're looking for.
What are they looking for, Vinny?
Too much experience.
Talk about it. We talk about how Lane Kiffin's still only 50. Mike Tomlin's only 53.
Yeah.
He has another 15 years of coaching in him in theory.
But, I mean, think about it. This is the way I think about it. Since I've been alive and breathing air on this planet, the Pittsburgh Steelers have had 3 head coaches.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
The Cardinals have had 3 head coaches in the last 5 years.
Cardinals have never had a head coach last more than 6 years. That's insane.
Unbelievable to me. Coming up next, the second half of the Wednesday show kicks off in style with the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my friends at Turf Monsters. Did you know Turf Monsters is now in the pickleball business? That is right. They can build you a pickleball court, and if you're an avid pickleball player, you know that getting court time can be a bother, can be a hassle sometime. Not if you got a pickleball court in your own backyard. You've got no issues then. Turf Monsters is an award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Aside from pickleball courts, they can build you pretty much anything you're looking for. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you and your pet a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and the mess of installing sod. And you save a lot of time and a lot of money with artificial turf, where you don't have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekends. From fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to custom-built state-of-the-art putting greens, Turf Monsters can create that backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Go check out samples of their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken, humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last college football rankings before conference championship weekend dropped last night. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech round out your top 4. The Arizona Wildcats, after their win against ASU, moved up to 18th in the latest edition. For Jonathan Gannon, this coaching staff, and his players, there's still a lot to play for this Sunday against the LA Rams, and here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing.
Honestly, it's never even crossed my mind from that standpoint. I think the nature, when you're in this league and you do this job for a living, it's competitiveness is who you are at your core. So regardless of what's at stake, they're keeping score, you want to win the game.
And as the offseason rolls on for the Arizona Diamondbacks, some question marks still surround the ball club. Is Ketel Marte going anywhere? Who will be in center field on opening day? And more at arizonasports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Arizona Cardinals are guaranteed to finish in last place. At the moment, they're the only NFL team to finish last 5 times in their past 8 years, and that last place finish will yield a last place schedule that might include Kyler Murray's Vikings returning to play the Cardinals at State Farm Stadium. So, is that enough to keep season ticket holders on the hook? Probably not. Cardinal fans are angry and agitated. Some feel conned and or forgotten, and there is going to have to be major changes to this coaching staff. The most obvious target/scapegoat is offensive coordinator Drew Petzing, whose play calling reached a new low on Sunday when Bucs head coach Todd Bowles said his team basically knew what was coming on a pair of crucial 4th down failures. And you cannot tolerate an offense that has become predictable, tipping its pitches in the biggest moments of the game. As for the head coach, that's a story for another day, but there is a fundamental problem with Jonathan Gannon. His players love him because he's always supportive, because he's always eager to accept the blame, because any and all failure, in his words, always falls on him. The problem is that by always taking the blame, there's a distinct lack of accountability inside that locker room, and I mean really, it is rare to find a team that has lost 31 of its last 46 games rave about the head coach, because normally that head coach is making their lives very uncomfortable. Either way, significant changes better be forthcoming, and if not, the Cardinals will be playing in front of a lot of empty seats in 2026. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
He's not going to tell me exactly what he meant, unfortunately, so I'm not going to get that from him. I got to go back and look and see if there's anything that I think they really took advantage of to try to negate that. I felt really good about the call. I thought we had some pretty good angles and good opportunities on both plays. Sometimes we got to make a play, and if it doesn't work, I didn't make the right call. I think that's always going to be the case.
That is Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator, when asked about Todd Bowles' statement after the game in Tampa on Sunday that, yeah, we kind of knew what they were going to do on those 2 crucial 4th downs.
Yeah, that's a bad
The one
look.
with about 10 and a half minutes to go at the Cardinals' 39-yard line that got snuffed out. And that, to me, was the bigger one. I know the other one was at the end of the game, and it's do or die, and the Cardinals died on that.
Mm-hmm.
The decision to go for it on 4th down, what they ran, how it was defended, basically spelled disaster. Because that 3 points won the football game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah. And so, and again, it's a lot of these metrics are very, very unbecoming. Like I said, a guaranteed last place finish, 5 last place finishes in the past 8 years. The Jets will likely join them in that category, but they're not there yet. But 5 times in the last 8 years, that's a program and a franchise in regression.
Yeah.
is what that is.
The subject of accountability, you brought it up in the blast, and I think it's interesting, and the way you tied it in. And we know about Jonathan Gannon's popularity. The last 2 years when the NFLPA report cards come out, the thing that pops off the page on the Cardinals report is the A pluses, basically, for Jonathan Gannon. The league wants that PA report card to go away, by the way. They're fighting to eliminate it. I don't know what the feeling is right now, although the outpouring of verbal support for Jonathan Gannon does not line up with a team that has lost 9 games in their first 12 and done so in frustrating fashion.
No, because for players to be in a state of, oh, we love this guy, he's the perfect leader, that would make me feel that he's not making them feel uncomfortable enough with losing.
Yeah, and
by definition.
Yeah, and I also thought it was interesting during our crosstalk segment with Wolf and Luke. And Wolf wears that still to this day. He always talks about having a PhD in losing. Played in the NFL for a long time. Didn't play on any good teams. But the suggestion of there's probably a lot of fistfights going on in the locker room. Logic would tell you that because frustration is real and it's palpable at this point of a season that's going like this. But there doesn't seem to be any dissension at all with this team.
No, it doesn't. And I think it's troublesome. And again, these are just observations. We're not inside that locker room, so we're really kind of spitballing here. I want to make that clear.
Yes.
But at the same time, this just doesn't add up to me. The math isn't mathing, to use a kid saying these days. It just isn't to me.
So it's either 6-7?
6-7. Woohoo!
I feel so cool.
Oh, you are, Vinny. You are so cool. So I brought it up in the blast. Wouldn't that be something for Kyler Murray and the Vikings to come to Glendale next year?
Me and Vinny looked at each other when you said that. That would be something, all right.
Because by having a last place schedule, you can almost extrapolate what it's going to be. Their extra opponents are likely going to be the Saints, Vikings, and Jets, which means their home games are against non-division opponents are the Eagles, Commanders, Broncos, Raiders, Vikings, Jets. So maybe that'll keep season ticket holders on the hook. The ability to sell tickets to Eagles fans and Commanders fans and Broncos fans.
Saints, Vikings, Jets.
Vikings fans.
Saints, Vikings, Jets are literally 3 possible Kyler Murray destinations.
Yeah. So there's a very good chance that Kyler Murray could be an opponent coming into Glendale next year.
I don't know. Is the foot going to be healed by then?
Well, he's working off. He's trying hard to get back.
Yeah. Well, that Liz Frank, you know what they say about her?
She's a real...
She lingers.
She's a real beaut.
That Liz Frank.
Real lingerer.
So, yeah, listen. And I just wonder what they're going to do about this. There is no possible way, unless this team just rattles off a bunch of victories from here to the end of the schedule, that you can just bring this entire coaching staff back. Even Nick Rollis is no longer Nick Rockstar, the way he was trending the first couple of years. Don't you remember after year 1, Cardinal fans were worried that Drew Petzing was going to leave to be a head coach someplace?
Yes.
Got interviews,
How
actually.
stupid are we as sports fans?
I think the defense has sort of gotten overlooked this season because people are so quick to blame Drew Petzing in the offense. But you're right. A lot of these end-of-game losses are as much to blame on the defense.
Well, there's no other way to slice it. In year 3, Nick Rollis' defense on paper is by far the best that he's had to work with.
Yeah.
And it's also produced the least amount
The
of
least results.
You take away Josh Sweat, which I know you can't take away the best player, but
if you do,
not a lot of
look,
production.
Pro Football Focus had an interesting stat the other day. Cardinals have generated more pressure than their opponent in just 2 of 12 games.
Wow.
So every week they're getting smoked in the trenches.
Yeah, but that's not really that fair a statistic when you consider that they have 5 turnstiles on the offensive line.
I guess.
Or 4.
And so they're gonna have to repair that offensive line. They're gonna have to draft a quarterback for the future. Maybe they keep fans on the hook with some real exciting, splashy free agent signing. I don't know.
I'm not even gonna say it.
What are you gonna say?
I was gonna be too snarky there.
Okay.
I was gonna say, or maybe another club.
No more of those.
A new quarterback always intrigues people.
Not always.
If the Cardinals with their first selection, if they've got a top 5, top 6 pick, and if they go out and get Ty Simpson from Alabama, if they get Fernando Mendoza, then it's instant optimism. That's the way every NFL market works when you cash in a lottery ticket for a high leverage quarterback.
And then Jacoby Brissett goes from being the hero to, we want to see the backup play. Put in the rookie.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't really dived into, believe it or not, NFL draft prep yet.
Wow.
I've watched those guys play.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I'm over the moon over either one of those prospects right now.
Yeah.
Same.
I like Mendoza a lot. I think he's got great size. I think he's got a really good arm.
I favor him over Simpson.
So do I.
Is Arch Manning getting back into it or no?
He'll be back at Texas next year, for sure.
Breaking news?
He's
Not
Mr. SEC.
Sandy facts?
Not breaking anything, just...
Well, with his resurgence, because he has played better, people don't talk about it because they just lived on the, he's terrible.
Correct.
Yeah.
With his resurgence and the rest of this quarterback class being what it is, I mean, I would expect him to go back, but I wouldn't be shocked if he came out in this class. Because he might be the top pick of the class when it's all said and done. We're giving you the chance to experience, I got you, Jarrett, for the 9th time. We're giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You'll rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets. Coming up next, the Suns spent the last 3 years looking for a hero to play with Devin Booker. Turns out what they really needed was a villain. We'll get into that and more next. It's Pickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've both been to that stadium 100 times, all right? And you can look at the names in the Ring of Honor. There are a lot of players who were up there who were on very bad teams. And you can remember the good Carson Palmer teams. You can remember the good Kurt Warner teams. I'll use our own Ron Wolfley as an example. Ron Wolfley, a great Arizona credit. He wasn't on any good teams when he was here. You just hope that one day when Trey McBride's name is up there in that Ring of Honor, that you'll be able to look at his name and remember the good teams that he was on and the good moments that the teams that he was on provided rather than just an individual great player.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This Black Friday, elevate your getaway at Talking Stick Resort. Enjoy 30% off the best available hotel rates when you book November 14th through December 11th for stays now through November 30th, 2026. Unwind in luxurious accommodations and indulge in world-class gaming, all in one 4-diamond destination. Don't miss our biggest offer of the year. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Blackout dates apply. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain, also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly. their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. Are the Suns a top 6 team in the Western Conference? Can they avoid the play-in and make the playoffs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I'd like to send a shout out, a good morning, and a thank you to our listeners, viewers, fans in Maryvale.
Maryvale.
We appreciate the support out in Maryvale.
Phoenix did a great job of kind of showing the crowd and then getting back home and kind of predicting Luka's pass of his next move. Same situation here. You get a back down. You got triple team coming. Him in the paint, playing in the crowd, pump fake. He's great with his ball fakes. DeAndre Ayton is too crowded. Got to find a way to get it out sooner, earlier. But him having these type of turnovers, not only were they bad because they led to pick sixes. These guys can transition, not only 2s, but 3s. Gillespie, one of his 8 threes right there, knocking them down, making them pay.
Danny Green on NBA Today talking about what the Phoenix Suns did on Monday night against the Los Angeles Lakers on the defensive side. They're playing some defense. They composed and they play hard as hell. The words from the villain himself, Dylan Brooks. I didn't expect the Suns to be this big a talking point for the national talking heads.
Yeah.
And if it did happen to this degree, there was no chance at the beginning of the season I thought it would be positive.
I'm right there with you.
I thought the Suns would be talked about like how the people are talking about the Clippers this morning.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been just a pleasant surprise.
Well,
and it's spearheaded by Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, listen, Dylan Brooks is by far the MVP of the season for the Phoenix Suns so far. Colin Gillespie might be a close second, then Devin Booker probably third, at least the way I've got it handicap right now. But that's irrelevant. What I think is the most fascinating is that everybody who predicted doom and gloom and dire straits, Mark Knopfler, Lady Ryder, dire straits, Sultans of Swing. For everybody who predicted dire straits for the Phoenix Suns, there were a lot of people who weren't being hyperbolic, who weren't being mean-spirited. They just literally didn't see a path out of this. And for the Suns to just create a path out of this through the sheer force of will has been something really, really awesome to behold. For it to happen to a guy like Matt Ishbia, who insisted, we're going to get this right. And everybody else is rolling their eyes like, come on, man, don't you know where you're taking this thing? And for this all to be working to the T is mind-blowing to me. And I'm sure it's got a lot of NBA owners questioning their teams and their programs. Why can't we look like that? Mm-hmm. Why can't we play like that? How are they getting so much out of so little, and we're getting so little out of so much? That's what's happening in the NBA right now. The teams and the owners who have spent lots of money and have put together rosters that look really, really good are wondering, why don't we look like that? and that's it's an incredible turn of events to go from having no future, the worst owner in the history of the sport, the worst situation we have seen in a quarter of a century, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And for it to flip to something that is not only working, but so enjoyable at the same time.
I agree. And again, to focus in on the Dillon Brooks addition, and there was not a lot of fanfare. There wasn't a lot of positive reaction. The Suns got what they got in that trade. That's the best they could get in a difficult situation. We even used that phrase. But look around the NBA right now. They don't have a newcomer of the year award in the NBA. Maybe they should. A player who impacts his team the most. I mean, Dillon Brooks is probably in the top 3 of that category.
I don't know how he couldn't be.
I mean, Kevin Durant is having a nice impact. He's averaging 25 points a game for the Rockets, and they're winning a lot of games. Mention Norm Powell in Miami. What he's doing. He's averaging 25 points per game. But beyond the statistics, and this is not the tangible stuff. This is the stuff that you see with your eyes and the way the Suns compete. Dillon Brooks' influence on the rest of this team has been far and away the biggest impact.
Without a doubt.
Kevin Durant's doing his thing.
Yeah. But if you'd have told Kevin Durant before the season started that on December 2nd, the Rockets and the Suns would be tied in victories, 13 apiece, what do you think he'd say? Kevin Durant, when he left, he said, they got what they wanted, I got what I wanted. He didn't mean that as a compliment. Right. He didn't mean that as a mutual, hey, we're all good, everyone wins here. Yeah. He meant that as a...
they wanted me out of town.
Yeah, you're going to see what it's like without me.
Go ahead, Jared.
I was just going to say, because it is wonderful to see it actually working, because for the last... This isn't a surprise that they needed somebody like Dillon Brooks. Everyone knew they needed someone like that. That's why they even went after a guy like Jimmy Butler. Yeah. That's why we were excited about a guy like Jimmy Butler, because they needed that enforcer. I didn't think, he would have this much of an impact.
It's the great irony of ironies that everything with Kevin Durant fell apart in the mad, dogged pursuit of Jimmy Butler and the culture he'd bring, which led Kevin Durant to choose Houston, which led the Suns to accept the trade offer, which netted them Dillon Brooks, who brought them more culture than Jimmy Butler ever would have.
Maybe I just didn't know enough about Dillon Brooks, though, because I always saw him, I thought he was like a Patrick Beverley type.
Yeah,
same. Like an instigator, kind of guy.
Play?
Yeah. No, really, though, I did not know he could be a 20-point-a-game scorer. And earlier in his career, he's averaged 18 points a game, so he is a much better player than I gave him credit for.
He was the go-to guy at Oregon.
Yeah, I think Dillon Brooks, when this was announced, instead of going, oh, man, you're trading me to that team, I think he saw an opportunity to take his brand and his game to another level. And he has done that and then some.
Okay, let me ask you this. This is something that I was tossing around yesterday. If the Suns had made that Durant trade, getting back the same Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks, but they didn't get back last year's first, they got back their first-round pick this year, would the team look the same?
I'm having a
confused.
How do you see it looking different? Explain
that. If the Suns had their draft pick this season, they don't have their draft pick.
No.
We see constantly in the NBA that and the Suns got off to a good start, but had they known going into the season they have their own draft pick and not seeing the result on the floor in which they've seen already this season, would the play look different? Would we be seeing younger guys playing more? Would we be seeing...
He's saying if they had less incentive to actually win at all costs this year because they had their draft pick.
Or would they be basically tempted to tank from day one?
Right.
That's not the issue be a thing, man.
No, and that's exactly where I was going with it, too. There's no way the owner of the team can come out, even if everything remained the same in your circumstance, and sell that and then play. And there were people advocating for the younger guys to play early in the season because that was the prevailing thought among the fan base. I hope not. I don't think it would look like that.
But then the idea that Dillon Brooks comes here and everything about Dillon Brooks so appeals to Colin Gillespie that he wants to take on this little brother role with him.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Well, and there were the return of the trade too. They couldn't get Tari Eason in that trade. They couldn't get Jabari Smith Jr.
in that trade.
They couldn't get Reed Shepherd in that trade.
That's the other thing.
Gillespie has played better than Reed Shepherd this year.
Yes.
He's played better than a lot of... what is his ceiling? That's the other thing.
Would Jabari Smith Jr. have the impact that Dillon Brooks has had on this team?
I don't.
He's a good basketball player, but He doesn't do the same thing skill set wise.
Dylan Brooks and his nasty, edgy attitude has changed everything for the Phoenix Suns. And then you take a look at the end of last year, everyone thought Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen were kind of
trade bait
or handicaps, especially with Grayson Allen and the contract. They have both been sensational this year.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing when chemistry just comes together?
It's why you love basketball so much.
Yep. Coming up next, our weekly NFL discussion with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself, to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And I am telling you from personal experience, this stuff works like magic. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. Currently out of a 4-round treatment for a terrible case of tennis elbow. Markedly better. Emmitt Smith also raves about QC Kinetics and how they've helped him manage his joint pain after a long career in the NFL. And 92% of QC Kinetics patients express extreme satisfaction in the results. That tells you a lot. QC Kinetics regenerative treatments work with your body to restore that damaged joint tissue, and they do it in a very organic, natural way. There's no surgery, there's no steroids, there's no downtime. You walk into QC Kinetics, you get your treatment, you walk right back out the door. So if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain that limits what you do in your life, that limits what you like to do, go check out these cutting-edge options and what they can do for you. Schedule a free, no-pressure evaluation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during the Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Earnhardt Ford has been helping Arizonans get great deals on new Fords for over 74 years. Hyatt's Vince Marotta and traditions that were started by Tex Earnhardt back in 1951 are still very much in practice today at Earnhardt Ford. Whether you're looking for a truck like the F-Series, America's best-selling truck brand every year since 1977, or any of Ford's full line of gas-powered, hybrid, and all-electric SUVs, Earnhardt Ford has you covered. Visit them in person at I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or complete your purchase online at earnhardtford.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals still have a lot of questions that need answering and football to be played with 5 weeks left in their season, and it starts Sunday in Glendale. A division opponent in the LA Rams come to town, and here was defensive coordinator Nick Rawlis on the challenge.
They're clicking on all cylinders, but I love the challenge. That's one of my favorite parts about being in this division is you get to go against some great offensive minds and quarterbacks, and this is one of those weeks.
The Phoenix Suns still off tonight. They'll be in Houston on Friday for Kevin Durant and the Rockets, and still no update on Devin Booker and his availability with his groin injury. And last night at Grand Canyon University, the Lopes took care of the Stetson Hatters 67-45. Jaden Henley led the way for the Lopes with 26 points in the win. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Don't worry, those Cyber Monday deals are still happening now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off right now in store, online at brooklynbetting.com.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Marotta. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop earnhardtford.com.
It's the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, and it's that time of the week. We talk Cardinals, we talk NFL with the one, the only, Mark Schlereth from NFL on Fox Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. He joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, greetings to you.
Well, greetings to you guys. How we doing?
Doing good. Some things here in the Valley of the Sun never change, and that is when we talk to you on Wednesdays, we're talking about a close Arizona Cardinals loss. They lose another one by 3 points. Do you believe in the thinking, Mark, that there's just teams that know how to win close games and teams that have no clue on how to do it?
Oh, there's no question. Understanding how to execute in critical situations, how to win games, mostly just how not to lose games. Yeah. I think there's no question that is part of becoming a winning franchise, is just to understand, especially in those critical moments, like how to execute and how not to let it overwhelm you and how to just make it as normal as possible. So I think there is no question that that's part of learning how to win in the National Football League.
One of the things that's very interesting to me, Mark, is over the Thanksgiving weekend, there was a lot of slate of interesting things that happened, but nothing made me laugh more than Young Ho Koo last night or Monday night kicking the turf instead of the football. How in the world did that happen?
You've got one job. They don't ask you to do anything. There's nothing they ask you to do other than kick the football. You don't have to hit people. You don't have to tackle people. You don't have to practice. You know why everybody else is at practice. You're a campus leaver to go get a McDonald's burger or whatever it is you kickers do. Who knows? You probably get some Frappuccino latte thing over at Starbucks during practice. You're one thing that you do. How in the world do you slam your foot into the turf? I've never seen it. I've never seen it. My goodness gracious, it's perplexing to me.
Yeah, it was.
And the distance at which he missed it, his foot went into the turf like a good foot and a half behind the ball. We might not ever see that again.
I would hope not. I hope we don't ever see it again. There's certain things that I watch on film that really, as a former player, irritate me. I watched Will Fries give up a sack against Seattle. He's a guard. He's a right guard for the Minnesota Vikings. The defensive player, it was Leonard Williams, beat him in, I would say, less than a second for the sack. The only thing quicker than the sack was Will Fry putting out his hand to pick up the quarterback who he just gave up the sack for. It looked like I was so irritated with him. Like, if you put that much effort into blocking the guy, maybe you wouldn't have got the sack. It was almost like you had pre-planned picking up your quarterback. Again, one of those things. I don't know that I ever one time in the history of my playing career ever picked up a quarterback off the turf. Hey, every now and again, you play quarterback, every now and again you're going to get hit. Get your own, ass up off the turf.
Mark Schlereth, our weekly guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Going back to what we saw on Monday Night Football, the Patriots really good, just flexing on everybody right now. But on the Giants side of things, there seems to be this debate on how daring a quarterback should be. And we've seen Jackson Dart, the rookie quarterback for the Giants, give his team a spark, but he also subjects himself to a lot of physical punishment. He's been in concussion protocol. He's missed 2 games. And there seems to be this debate on whether or not they should pull the reins back. As a former player, where is the line between being inspired by a quarterback being tough in those situations or just knowing when to turn the other cheek and play the next down?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there are some guys that, are just, that's the way they're wired.
Yeah.
And I mean, is it smart? No, it's stupid. And Jackson Dart needs to be better about protecting himself. But stupid is as stupid does. I don't know what to tell you, man. You just came off concussion protocol. You're down the sideline. And you take that shot from, by the way, that's Christian Ellis, former University of Idaho. Came a tribe from the north, brave and bold, bearing banners of silver and gold, tried and true to subdue all their foes. Vandals, go mighty Vandals. I mean, come on, dude. Big hit there. And on the kickoff cover where he takes the paint off that dude's helmet. Another great big hit by the Vandals. The Vandals just out there. You want a good team? Arizona Cardinals. Here's my suggestion. I don't care what you do. You need to draft the guy that played for Idaho because those guys whip ass and take names. That's all I can tell you right now. You need an Idaho guy on your roster.
Mark, they dispense justice is what they do. All right, this is going to be a fascinating closing month in the NFL. You've got a lot of races up in the air now suddenly. What about the Philadelphia Eagles? It's unbelievable to me that they have let internal dysfunction possibly take down this team twice in 3 years. Your thoughts on what's going on in Philadelphia, and how does it make you feel as a former player who knows how important championships are?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is one of those things. The selfishness just gets to you. In a moment like where normally I goof around a lot, but the way you win championships is when you care more about others than you care about yourself, and when you're willing to sacrifice and do things. It's funny when AJ Brown, doesn't get the ball enough. Man, we hear him complain constantly and piss and moan about not being a part of it. I mean, we never hear anything when they lose and he gets, 9 catches for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's just happy as a clam.
Yeah.
And, that's the kind of stuff that, for me, as an offensive lineman, drives me crazy. And, there is such value in kind of understanding the problems and the issues that other guys have. And I have one, in my own mind, one foolproof way to fix it. And that is to take him down on a Thursday during one-on-ones, line him up on the line of scrimmage at guard, and let the defensive players beat the living piss out of him for 20 minutes. For a 20-minute, do you realize what these guys have to do every play for you to sniff a football? And just to give you some perspective,
no doubt,
on that, and let a bunch of defensive linemen beat him down. I would love that to happen to that guy, just to get a little bit of perspective, because I think he needs it.
Heading down the stretch, there's a lot of questions about the belief level for certain teams. New England, obviously, with the best record, but I wanted to focus on the team in your hometown. I mean, we talked about them earlier this year. Denver is the polar opposite of the Cardinals. All they do is win games decided by 4 points or less. They've won 7 straight, and some of those are against not very good teams, but wins are wins. What is the belief level in the Mile High City right now that the Broncos can get this done?
I think it's huge. I mean, if you've got the home field advantage, if you get the number 1 seed, you get that bye week, and then people have to come into Denver. Like, this is going to be just an unbelievably difficult place to play. And there's 2 things, I think. One, defensively, Sunday night notwithstanding, they did not, coming off their bye week, they did not play as clean as they normally play. But this defense can pressure you. This defense can get after you, especially at home with that crowd noise. So that's 1. 2, Bo Nix can play 3 quarters of garbage football and then be brilliant when the game's on the line. I don't know. You can call it clutch. You can call it whatever you want to call it. All I know is that his blood pressure doesn't elevate when things go bad. He just is steady Eddie, and he has just this knack about playing his best football in critical moments. And like, you can win championships with those qualities. Great defense, unbelievable pass rush pressure, and a quarterback that just is able to make his best plays during crunch time.
Well, Mark, I didn't think we would learn the lyrics to the Idaho Fight song, but here we are, and we're glad we did. Great
Let's
stuff.
go Vandals!
Great stuff as always. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, Mark Schlereth joins us every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a little Sonic trivia for you on a Wednesday morning. Did you know Sonic started as a root beer stand in Oklahoma way back in the 1950s? Back then you had to park in a little gravel parking lot, cross a busy thoroughfare, place your order at this tiny little takeout window, and there you go. That was your experience at dining at Sonic. Today, the experience, much better. Sonic all over America. I believe it's 3,600 restaurants in 46 states in that experience. Part of the pleasure at dining at Sonic, you pull in to a canopied parking spot. You've got this great menu right outside your driver's side window. You place your order, you kick back, you wait for the food to come to you. You are being served curbside by an iconic car hop. Also a huge fan of the burgers at Sonic. One masterpiece after another. Make sure you try their new one, the brand new pretzel bacon Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. This is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks and football fans everywhere. And besides that great lineup of burgers, that menu features iconic classics, tons of new favorites, and a drink menu that features tens of thousands of different combinations. Head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details. Freeway, Chevrolet, I can, and Ray.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's wyrefy.com/careers.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Friends and Family Sale with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Avec Les Filles, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme, Clinique, and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Sun Devils stay competitive in the Big 12 if they don't have the money to keep pace with the top of the conference? The Burns and Gambo show can be streamed live on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel starting today at 2 p.m.
They're playing basketball. We love that basketball.
Give me a little kick drum. Song is over 40 years old. Curtis Blow.
Still anthemic.
It is
so good.
It gets used a lot. But why am I playing it? Because you said something to me post show meeting today that was pretty interesting, and a conversation that you were having.
Yeah.
About the future of basketball as a sport.
Yeah.
Tune everybody in.
I'll lay this out for you. So the genesis of this conversation started with a couple of pieces of things that we've noticed in the NBA this year. The reports that players are running faster and running farther during games than has ever been humanly recorded. So the pace of the NBA game in most cities has really markedly been on the increase. We also know that in terms of individual talent, the NBA has never had better players, never. And in the long history of the game, never had better athletes, never had this depth of quality of players. In sitting with Darren Sutton at the GCU game last night, he pointed out, and he pulled up a website, and he tracked some of this data, and he said the sport of college basketball has never been played at this pace before, has never been played this efficiently before in history. And the size of the players, the sport has never been bigger. And that's on the college level. So it occurred to me, with everything that we've known about basketball and the rise of popularity in recent years, despite the politically fueled people who want to insist the league is reeling, it got me to thinking, are we in the early stages of watching basketball overtake football as the number one sport in this country?
Oh, man.
Now, you might think that's ridiculous, Bickley. That is absurd.
The first reaction is that.
That's
I will
insanity, Bickley. I'm here to tell you that if you'd have told a young kid in 1972 that one day football would be bigger than baseball, you'd get the same reaction. Get out of here. No possible way. And it's something that, to me, it's interesting, and it goes beyond the idea of globalization, which the NBA already has in its back pocket, and the NFL is feebly, clumsily trying to create.
Yeah.
Okay? So we know from a global perspective, basketball is already bigger than football. But there's a belief that in this country, nothing will ever be bigger than football. I just challenge that thought. I'm certainly not saying it's true now. I'm certainly not saying it's true 5 to 10 years from now. But if basketball is continuing to arc in this direction that metrics show that they are, from the aesthetics of the game to the quality of the athletes to the efficiency of the athletes, and if you're looking at football that keeps expanding and expanding and expanding, you might get to the point where there's so much inventory in the NFL that it's not as special as it is currently. It's just food for thought.
There's a lot of food for thought here.
What do you think of food for thought, Jarrett?
I don't like the thought part.
Yeah, the food part works.
He doesn't like thinking while he's eating. Just eat. This is fascinating because go back to 1972. You're exactly right. I grew up when I fell in love with sports. Baseball was king.
Same.
Football was floundering. What in your to look at the future? Sometimes you got to look at the past. What in your mind propelled football to the number one spot? Because you said something about inventory, and I think that in my eyes that's the biggest reason why football does reign supreme right now, is because of the scarcity of the product.
Yes, it's once a week. It's something everybody can rally around.
It is an event.
Yes, very much so.
And I don't know why it took the American public so long to figure that out, because it's always been that way. But I think that's one thing that would work against basketball.
I totally agree with that. But again, I'm just projecting that maybe 15 to 20 years down the road, you know how football is, you know how aggressive they are and profit driven they are. You wonder if they will push this to the point where it doesn't quite feel as special. And if basketball by that time now has become such a phenomenon that we're going to see a shifting of the number one sport again. Because it happened once. And like I said, if you'd have told a baseball fan and a young kid in our generation, you would have never thought it was possible that the NFL would pass Major League Baseball.
But do you think that the NBA is even ahead of MLB right now?
Yes.
Absolutely.
It is with young people.
Absolutely.
With young people for sure, but like the ratings for the World Series were much higher than the NBA Finals the last 2 years.
Well, because they didn't fix it for Shohei to be in it.
Well, that's fair.
That's the one thing with the NBA that they're probably struggling with right now, and we're coming off a 20-plus year, maybe even longer, of a solidified global superstar. Steph, LeBron for the last 25-plus years. For the next 25-plus years, who's that guy going to be? You're hoping maybe it's Victor Wembanyama. Giannis and Jokic and Luka, the international stardom is there, but do they resonate with the people of America the way LeBron and Steph did? Probably not. And then you're maybe banking on Anthony Edwards taking that next step, but he hasn't
Gotta win
yet.
stuff.
So that's the biggest boundary to leap, in my opinion, of the NBA taking the next step to getting closer to the NFL.
I think that's a valid point. The point that you made, too, about these are the best athletes that have ever played the sport, I think that's always been the case in the NBA. It ran across my feed a couple days ago. They unearthed some footage before the NBA was even a thing, and I'm talking like 17 years before it was a thing.
Right.
Footage of pro basketball being played in 1929. It's come a long way.
Well,
but the metrics, yes, they're running faster. The pace is what it is. One of the frustrating things about even with basketball fans, though, is they're also doing it less frequently because of load management and time off and lingering injuries. And I think that's something that basketball has working against it. I had another point that I wanted to make.
The NFL is not getting less popular also.
Okay, listen.
It's not.
No, hold on. But let's backtrack for a minute here. Why? Because the question that is unanswered was, why did this happen? Why did NFL and football ever eventually pass Major League Baseball? NFL Films had a lot to do with it. When they put together those great videos and they started selling football as a gladiator sport, I know because that was right in my wheelhouse as a young kid, and it tremendously influenced me. Yeah. It was the most powerful propaganda I've ever been exposed to, personally.
So / cable TV, probably.
Number two, the change in American habits. Baseball, the pace of baseball was once perfectly in perfect rhythm with American life. That is no longer the case. Hence the pitch clock in baseball. Yeah. Football quicker, more action. Faster, less commitment. All of that worked, and then the baseball strike in '94 that canceled the World Series was the death knell. And then at that point in time, football was already ensconced, and they've been on an upward trajectory ever since. And I'm not saying that football is declining in popularity. I'm just saying you don't know what the future holds.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, too, because the packaging of basketball now, as a viewer, you're in and out, and 2.5 hours is a long game.
Yep.
You're never getting out of an NFL game even at 2.5 hours.
No.
And baseball is striving for 2.5 hours.
And basketball definitely translates itself to the young generation watching YouTube clips, which is how they, take in media nowadays.
Yep. The other thing I was going to say that I did think of that is working in basketball's favor potentially is the parity.
Yeah.
For years and years and years and decades upon decades, the NBA was dominated by dynasties, and it was repetitive, and it became frustrating for a lot of fans.
But that's an argument, though, because sometimes there is the argument that dynasties are great for the individual sports because they create these super teams that you can market and have superstars and stuff like that.
And then we'll bring it full circle on what's working for basketball. Curtis Blow didn't write a song called Football.
True. Maybe that was the turning point right there. Yeah.
It's a turning point started in 1983. It's a fascinating subject.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But there are, you're very right, too, about a certain faction looks at the NBA, specifically the NBA, down its nose.
Yep. That's always been the case for different reasons.
Yeah.
But I think that, I mean, if these sports were stocks, I think I would bet heavily on basketball.
Yeah.
And where it's going.
I would load up on pickleball, but
Ooh,
basketball probably.
Okay.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on this Wednesday morning. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals' potential QB answer post Kyler Murray may be in-house. Veteran point guard Chris Paul was sent home by the Clippers in a shocking late-night move. And an Arizona State football commitment tracker as the early signing period opens. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and with holiday season upon us, what better gift could there be for you and your family than financial peace of mind? Because if you're like most people, you may not feel totally prepared for retirement. Maybe you feel a bit uneasy because it's one thing to save for your golden years. It's another thing to feel totally prepared, and that's what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. I highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with one of their fiduciaries where you can get a second opinion on your portfolio, where you'll get a tailor-made game plan with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and like I said, they're not just financial advisors, they're fiduciaries, which means they're obligated and duty-bound at all times to act in your best interest. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and if you want to take that stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. TrajanWealth.com, and you can find them at 480-990-3300, TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we.
With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last college football rankings before conference championship weekend were dropped last night. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech round out your top 4 in Arizona. After their win against ASU, moved up to 18th in the latest edition. For Jonathan Gannon, this coaching staff, and his players, there's still a lot to play for this Sunday against the LA Rams, and here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing.
Honestly, it's never even crossed my mind from that standpoint. I think the nature, when you're in this league and you do this job for a living, it's competitiveness is who you are at your core. So regardless of what's at stake, they're keeping score, you want to win the game.
As the offseason rolls on for the Arizona Diamondbacks, some question marks still surround the ball club. Is Ketel Marte going anywhere? Who will be in center field on opening day? And more at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Oh, time flies when you're having fun. 9 o'clock hour is here. So is Sammy with Social Studies on this Wednesday.
Yes, good morning every morning at 9 o'clock. Social Studies. And if you're wondering where you can find us, we're at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, which we've been posting more daily. That's correct, Jarrett, right?
Yes, interact with us on Facebook, on YouTube, and of course on X and Instagram. You can interact with us all over.
Everywhere, anywhere. And he mentioned at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Shout out.
There we go.
There's really almost too many avenues to follow us at this point.
It's like, if you want to, you can get us anywhere.
True.
If you see us on the street, follow us. No, wait, don't.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
If you see me on the street, pick me up for goodness sake.
Yeah, take me to where I want to go. Why am I walking?
I've apparently fallen down on the street.
Yeah, why am I walking somewhere?
Ran into my ex-wife the other day. Then I backed up and ran into her again.
Oh, I tell you.
All right. First question on Social Studies today for Cardinal fans. Which player is having the most disappointing season for this Cardinals team, and why, would you say?
That's a thinker of a question that I'm not prepared to think about. Which player is having the most disappointing season and why? You eliminate the guys with the injuries.
Yes.
I think at a time you can make a case for Budda Baker. I think he's actually played a lot better in the last handful of games.
So would you?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I have for a season that's
Isn't
gone
that something?
terribly disappointing. I don't know if you can name anybody that's really just not
offensive lineman.
That's really been. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like you could blame Jonah Williams because he was so highly paid and
But again,
injured,
he's
but.
injured.
It's just I don't know. It is a hard thing. I think Budda Baker is probably the best answer, even though he's flashed in the last couple of games.
Would you say
Chad Ryland has hurt him in the last couple weeks?
Yes.
MHJ at different points in the season.
Different points.
He's also
I was
flashed.
going to ask the Marvin Harrison Jr. question of has his.
How about Kyler Murray? How about put him out there?
Yeah.
It's such a small sample size, though.
I'd agree. So Sam Brennan said Marvin Harrison Jr., the hype around his body transformation this offseason had me thinking he'd have a breakout year. Instead, he's been like DeAndre Ayton. Moments of greatness, but a lot more head-scratching and frustrating moments. And then Border Town Kid, I'll tell you who's not having a disappointing season, and that's Big Red. Shout out Big Red. He must be balling over there in Glendale.
I guess they didn't see me dominate him in pickleball.
Oh, man. He wasn't as bad as...
No, Sparky couldn't see the ball. How about Dalvin Tomlinson?
I was
really not much of an impact.
Yeah, you know what?
And that was a free agent.
That was a big signing, and he plays a position where I don't think his value pops off the screen at you.
Zaven Collins. Another just like okay year.
Yeah.
Another meh year. All right. So our second question for Suns fans: assuming that Steve Nash is number one, who is the second greatest point guard in Suns history?
Colin Gillespie.
Is it? Wow. You didn't even let me read the options.
I should have included him. Yeah.
Is it Chris?
That's fantastic.
Is it Chris Paul?
It's Chris Paul.
Kevin Johnson or Jason Kidd?
Oh, forgot about. I don't want to short KJ, but Chris Paul was so good here.
Jason Kidd has the best accolades of any of them. He was all NBA several times in the Phoenix Sun. Again, nobody ever talks about it. My answer is Kevin Johnson, though.
Okay.
And you know how I feel about Chris Paul, what he elevated this organization to be while he was here. But Kevin Johnson is,
yes.
I mean, he's one of the greats.
KJ.
Yeah.
The voting was, given what we kind of just talked about of Bick going right to Chris Paul, and then you mentioning Jason Kidd, and then ending on Kevin Johnson. Kevin Johnson received 72% of the vote.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy given Chris Paul went to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason Kidd was probably at his peak of powers the best of all of them. So interesting that Kevin Johnson 72, Chris Paul 17, and Kidd only 10%. And then Andy Bryant said KJ has to be number two. He was here for a decade and was the number one on the team until Sir Charles got here. Stephen Ruiz said CP3 brought us closest to a title. He also didn't have maybe the off-court stuff the other two had. And then Jonesy's Daylight Film said, how is Paul Westphal not on this list?
I was going to put him, but he played shooting guard a lot.
More of a two, I would say. He did play some point.
And so our last question, we were talking... go ahead.
The Kidd point of it is fascinating, though, because, again, all NBA 3 times
it's like
for the Suns, but also played on teams that were furthest away from a title when he was here.
Right.
And kind of
the thing ended in a very bad way for Jason Kidd.
And him and Marbury kind of bridged the gap between the Barkley and Nash eras that are like the two most beloved eras.
Yeah, true.
So our last question, we talked at the beginning of the show about maybe bringing in some old Arizona sports memorabilia jerseys to spice it up around here. So we asked, what is the most obscure piece of sports memorabilia that you own, and why do you still have it, or why do you have it? Some great responses.
Not the greatest, not the best, not the most, worth the most money, but most obscure.
I have a pennant and a mini helmet from the Arizona Hotshots.
Wow.
Who didn't even complete one season. But I have the media guide from the original season of the Arizona Wranglers of the USFL in 1983. Remember I wrote that big history?
I do.
And I found one for sale on eBay, so I bought it. And I had it as a kid and lost it. But yeah, there's not many of those floating around.
That's when we were about to change your name to Vinny Dostoevsky.
Big anything.
That's how long that opus was.
Vinny Apatow.
That's it. Oh man, I would really love to be able to spend like an hour like going through a couple of containers I have, because that's where all my good stuff is. Because I probably could. I'm going to come back with a list tomorrow of really cool stuff.
Oh, great.
But I will say this. This is one of the stupidest things I ever did. First, when I went to Candlestick Park for a playoff game on a muddy day, I was walking back from the Bears locker room, and I walked through the end zone where Dwight Clark made the catch. So I stood right in the sight, right on the ground, right where Dwight Clark made that magical catch from Joe Montana to beat the Cowboys. And I vibed on the fact that I had mud on my shoes that was historic, and I kept the shoes for like 2 months. And then finally I realized, why am I holding on to a pair of stinky, muddy gym shoes?
What am I doing?
What am I doing?
You never know, though, what becomes collectible.
It's true. There were some really good responses. Jonesy said, my son has a Devin Booker bobblehead signed by Yuta Watanabe, though.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Oh, man, brutal.
That's fantastic.
The Grink said, I have the ESPN and CBS table banners from the 1993 UNC home game versus Florida State with Sam Cassell, Charlie Ward, and Bob Sura.
Okay, that's pretty obscure.
Yes. And
they're probably wondering where those went.
Yes. But it's funny. This brought up.
That's great.
I also have a CBS network banner that my dad stole when he was in college.
You just outed him.
Nah, it's fine. Everyone knows about it. But they are pretty special, I gotta say. And then there's Jackson Martin said there's a bottle of champagne from Ricky Stenhouse's 2011 Nationwide Series Championship celebration in my in-laws' basement that I have no idea when or why I acquired it.
Wow.
Tom McGrath has a panel from the old Welsh Ryan Arena scoreboard. And then Mike has a Vladimir Guerrero Expos sports duck glass. And there's a picture.
Wow.
And it's one of the more interesting sports memorabilia things
We're
that
getting back to
seen.
this. There's such good responses here.
Yeah, let's do it.
I love this subject.
It's great.
Thanks, Sammy.
Yes,
Social
of course.
Studies every morning at 9 o'clock. You know where to find us. Everywhere. Coming up next, our weekly visit with the head coach of the victorious last night, GCU Lopes, Bryce Drew. That's next here on Bickley Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We're joined right now by the head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
You said earlier that Kyler's practice window is not opening this week. Is surgery a possibility for him?
To my knowledge, not right now. That's as honest as I can answer it. I have not heard that, no.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Have you eaten today? Your donation to St. Mary's Food Bank can help someone else eat, too. Many of our neighbors in need are going hungry. Others are struggling to choose between paying bills or buying food. Through the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit, you can donate and get it back on your state taxes. Up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Your kindness pays back. Donate at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
You applied to Grand Canyon University because you want somewhere fun and affordable, where hands-on classes and access to industry pros can help you build skills employers need, with the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. You want to feel seen, loved, called to more, to know you found your purpose. Make yourself the main character. Begin your story. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Bickley and Marotta talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Start coughing as soon as I turn my mic on. Shout out and a good morning and a thank you to our listeners, supporters in Buckeye today. We appreciate you out in Buckeye. GCU Lopes going to win over the Hatters from Stetson last night, shutting them down on the defensive end. And joining us now for his weekly visit, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, Bryce Drew. And my head's blocking.
Yeah, right behind.
Out of the way, Bryce.
Yeah, right behind Vinny's head, Bryce. There you go.
There it is. In all its glory, we got it.
As we got it.
Thank you for that.
Josh Hauser, he's the best SID in the country, so he took care of you, so thanks for putting it up.
Fantastic.
Good win last night. As I mentioned, the defensive effort. When you can hold a team under 50 points, I'm sure that pleases a head coach every single time.
Yeah, that was like some Dan and Vince defense. Get down in the stands, contest shots, hold them to 34%. Yeah, really happy on that end. You know, this is the third straight game. We've done 40%, 40%, 34%. Really good on that end. And so that was definitely a highlight of the night because the other end wasn't such a highlight for a lot of the game.
Yeah, that game was a slog for much longer than it should have been. I could see how exasperated you were getting. What was your team not doing offensively? Was it just sort of the malaise of missing too many outside shots?
Yeah, you know, I think we started the game and we had so many wide open looks that we missed. And they were going under, you know, nearly every screen, just giving us wide open shots. And I think internally it got deflating for some of the guys. Shouldn't happen, but you know, we just didn't really recover in that first half offensively. Thought we had really good looks, just couldn't make a shot. At one point, the ref comes over to me and he's like, "Hey, do you have any eligibility left?" And I knew it was really bad at that point. When the refs are seeing that neither team can make a shot, and we're 10 minutes into the game already.
That's fantastic.
Bryce Drew, our guest, as he is every week here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Going back a couple games, the win you had against Utah in the Acrisure Classic, good win for the program, but it was also noteworthy. And Bick and I, independently of each other, came in the next morning and were like, did a college basketball team just win a game without making a three-point shot? I mean, have you ever been part of that since the three-pointer became a thing?
No. I think that's the first time ever for me. You know, we were 0 for 10. We got to the free throw line, got in the lane, but not making a shot. I want to say in that tournament that the average 3-point percent was under 30, it was in the 20s or something.
Wow.
A lot of teams did not shoot it good in that arena. Anytime you have the NBA line out there, it distorts it, and most people shoot NBA threes. But credit our defense again. And thankfully, the next night, we didn't win, but we did make threes. We made, I think, 4 or 5 in the first half. So, but 0 for 10, never been it. I think that was the first time for me.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, and I think you'd agree with me, the three-point shooting is not necessarily a strength of this team. I think you're hitting 30% for the year, which is 300th in the nation. Is there room for improvement, though? Is this team shooting as well as it can in your mind, Bryce?
Oh, not at all. We make way more shots when we do our drills and practice. I do think we'll start to shoot the ball better, and we need to start shooting it better this weekend against a really good Oklahoma State team. But this is a much better shooting team than we had the last couple of years. We just got to be able to prove it in games and prove it to everybody.
You got a career high from Jaden Henley last night with 26 points, and he's a real fascinating player, and his evolution as a hybrid point guard. There's obviously a ton of upside to this kid's game. How does this project for the rest of the season, and how do you feel about the group and the ceiling of the group after what you saw at the Acrisure?
Yeah, I think the Utah game was really encouraging. It's a Big 12 team. They turn around and beat Ole Miss, the next night. And, for us to be able to not make a three and still win a game against, a Big 12 team it speaks a lot that our team can do other things well. And so I still like our ceiling. I like our improvement. Yesterday, obviously, that first half was a step back offensively. But I think defensively, they're starting to understand things better. And I think any good team, you got to start on the defensive end. So really pleased with that. Now, we really need to see progression in the offense. And second half, we were much better. I think we only had 5 turnovers second half. We shot 60% and we won by 20. We'd like to see that for 2 halves, but we did get 1 good half of offense in.
And when you take a look at some of the teams that have come into a Global Credit Union Arena this year, a lot of them have come in and seen it as an opportunity to play before a hostile crowd, and a lot of these opposing coaches have looked at them as growth moments for their teams. Would you like your team to be performing better at home or making things more difficult on these teams? Because it looks to me like and I could mention a few different teams, but it seems like they're really embracing the idea of coming in and playing you guys at GCU Arena rather than really being fearful of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think, our crowd is so good, and it definitely fires up the other team, and we get the best of them usually when they come in our arena. But, that's expected, and our guys, and all of us need to perform with more urgency to start the game and get off to better starts. Our start wasn't very good yesterday. And sometimes when you see the ball going early, it helps build confidence, throughout the game. And so we would definitely like to see faster starts. And as you look back, we have 4 home wins, and the average win totals by almost 21 points per game. And so, it hasn't been as pretty as what, I would like or any of us would like right now. But at the end of the day, in most of these games, we are pulling ahead at the right time. But urgency, I think, is a key word. We talked with our team. We have to be more urgent, especially to start games.
Bryce Drew, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned the Oklahoma State game coming up on Saturday. You got a couple more non-conference games after that, Coastal Carolina, IU, Indy, but getting real close to the first go-around in the Mountain West Conference. Where would you like to see your team? You mentioned the urgency, but where else would you like to see the team really improve before you hit conference play, Coach?
Yeah, big game on Saturday. They're 8-0. They were, I think, 50 or 51 in the net. So, probably a quad 1 game. So, great opportunity for us, to play another really, really good team. 2 of our 3 losses right now are against top 50 teams in the net. And so, we're playing a challenging non-conference schedule. But I think the biggest thing is just seeing improvement. And I think we're starting to see identity on defense. That'll be really challenged this weekend with the team that Hasn't scored, I think, under 84 all year in a game. So it'll be a big challenge defensively. But I think, offensively and getting a rhythm and a chemistry is what we'd really like to see before we get in the Mountain West.
Defense has really been a benchmark of your program ever since you got to GCU. I believe in your first 5 years, you were top 5 in the nation in opponents' field goal percentage, which really says a lot. And I remember earlier in the year, you were aghast at watching the Youngstown State tape, but your defense was fantastic at the Acrisure. So what steps have you made to gaining that defensive identity to sort of be the program that has been, like I said, a milestone under Bryce Drew?
Yeah, I think a lot of film showing guys just footwork, hand positioning, where we should be, on the court. Sometimes, where you are 2 passes away dictates what might happen when the ball comes to your man. And so a lot of film on that. And then just a lot of drill work at practice, trying to get better at the fundamentals of defense. And so, offenses are going to score. Nobody pitches a shutout. But, we want to be able to do our schemes and make them score in certain ways and not let them dictate, how they're scoring, the ball, kind of what happened earlier in the year.
Well, Bryce, congrats on the win last night. Best of luck against Oklahoma State, and we will talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks again for the ball, too. It looks great. Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, joining us for his weekly visit via video here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. It's Wednesday. That means we're rolling out another round of Mock My World. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over a half century. It's true. All the way back in the 70s, Spinato started as a small family-owned single-shop business. Now in the 2020s, Spinato's has grown to have 6 Valley locations. They're still focused on all the same things that made them great in the first place. Quality ingredients, time-honored recipes, and consistency, meaning wherever you are enjoying the great taste of Spinato's, it'll taste the same as the last time you had it. They've got something new, too, that they want you to know about. It's pretty cool. The Spinato's Secret Sauce Society comes with some delicious perks. You can earn points with your membership every visit and turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises, birthday treats, and early access to new menu items before they hit the table. For everyone else, if you're interested, you could join the Secret Sauce Society at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's always delivers the delicious with those 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert, and they are the proud official pizza of the Cardinal, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over half a century.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit 4-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Mitch Vareldas here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit whyrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Friends and Family Sale with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Yvette Lafite, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme, Clinique, and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals still have lots of questions that need answering and football to be played with 5 weeks left in their season, and it starts Sunday in Glendale. A division opponent in the LA Rams come to town, and here was defensive coordinator Nick Rawlis on the challenge ahead.
They're clicking on all cylinders, but I love the challenge. You know, that's one of my favorite parts about being in this division is you get to go against some great offensive minds and quarterbacks, and you know this is one of those weeks.
The Phoenix Suns still off tonight. They'll be in Houston for the Rockets on Friday, and still no update on Devin Booker and his availability with his groin injury. And last night at Grand Canyon University, the Lopes took care of the Stetson Hatters 67-45. Jaden Henley led the way for the Lopes with 26 points. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Don't worry, the Cyber Monday deals are still happening at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off right now in store or online at brooklynbetting.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is something we've talked a lot about this week, but it kind of phrased it differently. Who will be the Cardinals quarterback to start the 2026 NFL season? Will it be Jacoby Brissett, Kyler Murray, or other?
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett.
I agree. 60% of the vote there. 33% say other. Only 7% say Kyler Murray.
I think other sucks. I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I'm not.
I haven't even seen him play it down for us yet.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Too many check down tendencies for other.
Yeah. Can't see the field.
Today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
All right, Mock My World is back. Prior to the Thanksgiving holiday last week, we went down the road of standouts in the Territorial Cup game. And Dan Bickley's stranglehold, his run of dominance, his dynasty continued. 48.8% of the vote.
From the fourth spot.
From the fourth. He's always picking in the fourth spot. He wins every week.
Wow.
John Jefferson, Ryan Keeley, Cam Scattaboo, and Sparky himself.
I think those were the two keys.
The Scattaboo factor.
Me and Sammy went too U of A heavy, I think, for our listening, viewing, and voting audience.
Yes.
That was the trap of that game. Because you guys, all of you were...
Well, I mixed it up. I went 2-2.
Oh, did you? That's right, you did. Okay.
That's
all right.
two more, I think, than we should have.
Yeah, but come on. What we're going to do, pick all ASU people? I mean, maybe.
The winner did.
Yes.
Well, one of the ASU players you picked, Sammy, was the punter who flubbed up and, yeah.
Memorable
so it wasn't exactly
moment.
a standout. But 48.8% of the vote for Bick, 27.6% for me. Jarrett in third with 15%. Sammy in fourth place, 8.7%. This week, we're going down the road of villains.
Villains.
I wonder why
Bum,
we're...
bum, bum.
Bum. Nefarious figures in the world of sports and fictional pop culture. We're not doing real-life villains.
Yes.
For obvious reasons. So, Sammy will have the first pick. Jarrett will go second. I will go third. Bick will go fourth. 4-round snake-style draft.
But we are doing real-life sports.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of
okay,
course.
okay.
Oh, man, I
They
have the
could also
first
bleed
pick.
together. It could be sports villains in pop culture
Yes,
fiction.
exactly. Okay.
Could
You're
be.
right, exactly.
Yes. Wow. First pick. There's lots to go with, and I think it's between two. Oh,
ASU
man.
punter Mike Shue.
Yes, that's who I'll take. I think the best fictional villain of all time, I will be taking the Joker.
The Joker.
Very, very good pick.
Probably.
Yes,
Had him
absolutely.
in my short list. I will then have to go with, despite various prequels and sequels trying to give a backstory to this character, Darth Vader.
I was between him or the Joker, yeah.
All right.
It's hard to go wrong with those two picks.
Darth Vader.
Yeah.
I'm going to go also pop culture, but I am going to do what I said. Those people that make you, when you're watching a movie and you just hate them so much.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to the Rocky series, and I'm picking Ivan Drago.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Also on the list.
Even though he got some slight redemption in Creed Part
3?
3? 2?
No, that was 2, yeah.
2, yeah.
That was the worst of the Creed
Creeds,
movies,
yeah.
Bick, you got 2 picks.
All right, give me Barry Bonds and the dastardly Phil Mickelson.
Oh, Phil. Interesting.
Guy used
Phil
to be
Mickelson.
used to be a fan favorite.
Huh.
I'm going to stay in the world of sports, but real life. And it didn't seem like real life, but it was. I'm going to go with Tanya Harding. Even though it wasn't her idea.
Yeah.
Have you seen the movie I, Tonya?
I have.
Oh, it's so good.
It is. It's very good.
All right, Jarrett.
I am going to go with the big bad for a big Marvel arc, Thanos.
Yeah, nice. On the list.
Darth Vader and Thanos on the same team.
Yeah.
All right, I got 2.
the big Disney vote here.
All right, I got 2 here. Arguably the most villainous player on one of the most villainous teams in NBA history. I'll take Bill Laimbeer.
It's a great pick.
The bad boy. I was going to ask if you could take the whole bad boy.
I know, I
Pistons
thought about
team.
it. I had it written down, but I decided otherwise. And then
They weren't all hateable villains.
But he was definitely
And
hateable.
there was nothing to hate about Vinnie Johnson.
Absolutely
The
nothing.
microwave, for goodness sake.
My goodness, you can't hate a microwave.
And then my next pick, my third pick, I'm surprised he's still on the board. I'm not the biggest fan of this series, but he is a dang good villain. I'll take Voldemort from the Harry Potter.
Voldemort.
All right.
He who
Voldemort's
should
off
not
the-
be named.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go with
Bill
a.
Laimbeer and Voldemort, now teammates.
Now it's yeah.
I'm going to go to the world of baseball. Guy, Pete Rose.
Yeah. On the list.
Oh, yeah.
Villainous, kind of played in a villainous way, was a very bad character off the field. And what a haircut. As I once described him, he looks like a frog that made a wish and didn't turn all the way into a prince.
It's a good joke. It's a very good joke.
I'm going to go with a guy I still root against, Alex Rodriguez.
Yep.
Nobody likes him, right?
Absolutely not.
I don't like him as a broadcaster. I didn't like him as a player. I don't like him as an NBA owner.
You just don't like him, period.
He's got a great tan, though.
Mm-hmm.
Bick, 2 picks for you.
All right, 2 picks for me. Give me Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go one fictional guy from Inglorious Bastard, Hans Landa.
Ah, good.
Man,
great
what a
pick.
great character.
One of the
great
best.
Landa?
Landa.
Okay.
He made my
Wow. I'm going to go Back-to-back Hans.
The other Hans? Wow.
Hans Gruber.
There you go.
There you go.
From Die Hard.
And then Hans from Hans and Franz while you're at it.
Yeah, keep your Hans to yourself.
Jarrett, your last pick?
Oh, boy. Where do I go here?
This was a very, very broad category.
So many.
I guess it's between... I'm going to go Lex Luthor.
Or Lex Luthor.
Well, Lex
I know
Luthor,
it's spelled O-R. I understand that. I just never heard anybody pronounce it Lex Luthor.
In the Gene Hackman version, Ned Beatty was his assistant called, "Hey, Mr. Luthor, Mr. Luthor."
Okay.
But yes, it is.
Otis. Yeah.
Otis,
man.
yes.
All right, so I have the last pick. There's so many. I've done 2 fiction, and I'm going to do 2 sports. I'll take... Man.
Pooh Man?
No.
I hate that guy.
I'll go...
That's full of crap.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Tom Brady.
It's a good pick.
All right.
If you didn't like him, you hated him.
True.
Why are you looking at me?
And he did have scandals.
Yes.
On and off.
Deflategate,
Yeah.
all that stuff. I had a bunch written down that we...
Was that the end?
That's it.
That
We're
was
done.
it. That's it, yeah.
Hannibal Lecter was the other
know,
one that
I
I
had
was
him written
that
down.
I was deciding between. And Sideshow Bob
I had
from The Simpsons.
James...
Hannibal Lecter, in a weird way, became likable
Yes.
as that movie went along.
I'm so glad you said that because whenever I see Hannibal Lecter show up on lists of villains, I'm like, that's not how I felt watching that movie. I wanted him to get away.
Yeah, well,
In
It was
Silence of the
Buffalo Bill.
Lambs.
and he was a true aide to Clarice.
Yeah.
Like, he was like a mentor
Yeah.
almost.
In the sequel, they made him much more of a villainous character.
Yeah.
But in Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon, he is, you're right.
Yeah.
I had
Robert Horry.
the shark from Jaws.
That's a good one.
Mike Tyson.
That's
had
a good
Tyson.
one.
I had
All right.
Ric Flair.
Sammy's
Nature
team,
Boy.
The Joker, Bill Lambier, Voldemort, and Tom Brady.
How about
I love
that?
reading these as teams. Jared's team, Darth Vader, Thanos, Pete Rose, and Lex Luthor. I've got Ivan Drago, Tanya Harding, Alex Rodriguez, and Hans Gruber. And Bick went Barry Bonds, Phil Mickelson, 2 former ASU guys, Roger Goodell. And people don't remember this. Hans Landa spent a semester at ASU, too.
Yes. That's 2 straight weeks he's went heavy ASU.
Wow.
Best villains in sports and fictional pop culture. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. It's Mock My World. Final thoughts straight ahead here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This loss is not on Jacoby Brissett. That's what I know. And he also had a quarterback rating of 100.1.
Yeah,
He outplayed Baker Mayfield.
I liked the signing when they got him because he's just steady. I think he's one of the best backups in the league. He's actually been better than I thought he'd be. You know, you never know. Backup quarterback's probably going to have to play a game or 2 or maybe 3.
Yep.
And I feel like with Jacoby Brissett, you have a chance to win all 2 or 3 of those games. I mean, yesterday was his 7th start. They only have 1 win in those 7 starts, but he has played well.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Nobody wakes up and says, you know what's a great idea today? Let's go out and buy new windows. Let's replace all the windows in our home. But if you've been living in your house 10 to 15 years, you know the sun has done a lot of damage to your house. Your windows might need replacing. And my friends at Advanced Window Products giving you a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because Advanced Window Products currently staging their end of the year sale. You'll get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer. I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how awesome my new windows look. Advanced Window Products, a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public, which means there are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they will guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, and they've got great financing options available, which means now is a great time to get those windows replaced. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT. Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. And that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special holiday discount. Get 15% off now until December 31st. Just text GREEN to 62620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Message and data rates may apply. If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. That's RateWatch@LundMortgage.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
I got a little change in my pocket going jingle-lang-a-lang. Wants to call you on the telephone, baby.
Give you a ring. I've always kind of secretly wanted to try this in karaoke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And to get the crack in your voice at the right times.
I could give you the guitar in the background if you want to do it together live sometime.
And keep your Hans to yourself. That's good that came up organically. I didn't have a song of the day today.
Yeah, there you go.
The Georgia Satellites.
The Georgia Satellites. Whatever happened to the Georgia Satellites?
Went out of orbit.
Free milk and a cow.
You like this song, Sammy?
Yeah, this is a vibe. I like this.
Yeah, I do like this song. Keep your hands to yourself. Going all the way back with the Georgia Satellites, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
It's really 9:45 this time. Not like when I played it at 6:05 this morning.
That was brutal,
That's right. That was brutal.
It was weird when it happened. Everything felt wrong, and I couldn't put my finger on what was wrong right away. I was like, what are we doing right now?
It was a cruel thing to do because, it's very Pavlovian.
Oh, very much so. When you hear that.
Oh, yeah. You're like, woohoo, I'm out of here.
I was, for the song of the day, going to play a song that was famously recorded 40 years ago today.
All right.
December 3rd, 1985. but I don't want to play the song. Maybe I should.
Okay.
The Super Bowl Shuffle
Oh,
by
yes.
the Chicago Bears Shuffling Crew was recorded 40 years ago today.
Wow.
It's not
40 years ago today. That's the key point.
Yeah,
Yes.
they
well
recorded
before
that.
the
They recorded
playoffs.
that song well before the playoffs. Jim McMahon did not like that idea one bit. He thought it was real presumptuous. They weren't collectively. They had no idea it was going to be released nationally. They kind of thought it was just going to be something local, but they backed it up.
Yeah, that's why it becomes legendary after that.
Right.
Do you know, was there any push for a follow-up the next season?
No, I think they realized how much they had dodged a proverbial bullet with that, and I don't think they were ever going to do anything like that again.
Do you? I mean, the audacity it took to do that, and the way they did back it up, as not only Super Bowl champs, but one of the most dominant teams we've ever seen. It's not like they squeaked through the playoffs either.
No,
they killed everybody.
Yeah.
But could you imagine if they hadn't won the Super Bowl?
No. And the idea, too, now you have to remember this was Chicago in 1985, not exactly the city of champions.
No.
Right?
This is pre-Michael Jordan.
Loserville. and to do that video, putting that cart before the horse, as somebody who lived through that, Tim Ring will back me up on this. Words cannot describe how big that football team was to that city and what it meant. Everybody on that team was a star in their own right.
Like you've said, that team was so big it froze the city in
did.
1985.
They've been trapped in that time warp ever since. That is how nourishing that championship and team was.
Yeah.
Vicka!
Nominated for a Grammy, this piece of crap.
That's crazy.
The Super Bowl Shuffle recorded 40 years ago today. Got some news from the Arizona Cardinals. They're out on the practice field. They are opening the practice window for L.J. Collier.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kyler Murray. I'm like, whoa!
Dan's face was, what?
There's a we'll see on opening the practice window on Trey Benson. And Marvin Harrison Jr. doing good, apparently, in parentheses.
Well, good.
Yeah. Another note of local interest. Larry Fitzgerald's name came up earlier in the show. His son has signed a letter of intent on National Signing Day with Notre Dame. Not following Dad's legacy at Pittsburgh. Devin Fitzgerald signing with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And Kansas State head coach Chris Kleiman calling it a career, announcing his retirement.
Wow.
There's a lot of coaching changes this year.
How about it?
We got a tremendous response on the social studies question about the obscure piece of sports memorabilia. I thought of another one that I have.
Yeah.
The Cardinals' first year here. My dad got season tickets early on, so in the season ticket gifts they send out, they didn't have any pictures of anybody wearing a Arizona Cardinals uniform because they did put the flags on, but there was no actual photograph. So they had an artist rendering, a drawing. It was a great drawing / painting of the Cardinals Pro Bowlers from the previous year. And there was 4 of them. There was Luis Sharp, Neil Lomax, Vi Sikahema, and Ron Wolfley.
Wow.
And I had the poster, and as a kid, I hung it up, and it got destroyed on my wall. My dad kept his, and it rolled up in a poster holder, so I have it like in pristine condition. And I when my dad passed away, it's one of the things that I kept. There can't be that many of those floating around.
No,
bring it in and show Wolf. Have
Get him to
sign
autograph?
it. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
Yeah, but
yeah, I'm gonna go through my stuff. I'm gonna come back with some contributions
well, that's
tomorrow.
the thing is, like, in this business, I love sports memorabilia, but I don't seek it out. It finds you in this business.
That's right.
So
that's right.
You probably have some unbelievable
This is an excellent
stuff.
week for that, with the Suns having 15 days off.
Yes. Well, what's like, because I keep all my credentials if I go to a sporting event.
Yeah.
I like to keep them, just for keeps. What's like the weirdest credential?
You should see my credential collection, brother. I have got the most wicked, awesome credential collection you'd ever see. From Augusta National badges to Olympic media credentials. The best thing to do is get a glass table and layer them and put another sheet of glass on top and show them off that way.
It would be a great conversation piece for a bar, like if you built a bar in your house.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, that would be sweet.
But I have, I think, 5 shoeboxes filled with credentials.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't, not as vast as yours because the travel you did for so many years.
I'm up to one dresser drawer.
We got some great stuff on this, though. Yes. Really obscure. I have a chunk of the waste marble from the pink marble panther carving the lobby of the Bill Battle Coliseum at Birmingham Southern.
Oh my gosh.
That's the winner.
Wow.
It's obscure.
I don't know. This one says Kara Grant's two-time Olympian in modern pentathlon fencing bag.
Kara Grant?
Wow. Kara Grant. Because I was a cheapskate and bought it from her.
We're out of here. Thanks to Mark Schlereth and Bryce Drew. Wolf and Luke up next. We'll see you tomorrow.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal. And it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com. Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are 2 big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner
At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last college football rankings before conference championship weekend were dropped last night. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech round out your top four. The Arizona Wildcats, after their win against ASU, moved up to 18th in the latest edition. For Jonathan Gannon, this coaching staff, and the players, there's still a lot to play for this Sunday against the LA Rams. And here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing.
Honestly, it's never even crossed my mind from that standpoint. I think the nature, when you're in this league and you do this job for a living, it's competitiveness is who you are at your core. So regardless of what's at stake, they're keeping score. You want to win the game.
And as the offseason rolls on for the Arizona Diamondbacks, some question marks still surround the ball club. Is Ketel Marte going anywhere? Who will be in center field on opening day? And more at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate. But hurry, as the offer ends December 11th.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing, Luke?
Doing great. How are you doing?
I got a little intensity this morning. A little furrowed brow
First
right
time
now.
for everything.
You know, here it is. It is. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Luke. It is Wednesday, of course, Basinonians. It is a massive game plan day. And even though the Arizona Cardinals have been eliminated from the postseason and only have 5 games remaining, it jacks me up because, once again, it's football. Sorry, the blood sport. It's the process that I enjoy.
Yeah, you get into this point in the season, and I'm still not totally there with the fact that the Cardinals are out already. And it's felt like they were out, I mean, honestly, for 4 weeks now, basically. Ever since What was the loss after the Dallas game was Seattle, right? That was kind of like, okay, yeah, this is just not going to do it this year. I saw this somewhere. I think Tyler Drake was the one that had it. Like, they haven't been eliminated, like actually eliminated this early in like decades.
Yeah.
That's the part that I am wrestling with more so than I didn't think it was a lock they were going to make the playoffs this year. I thought they'd win 8 or 9 games. That was my prediction. I thought I was smart taking 2 different numbers because, hey, you know, you're going to win if you take 2 of the possible 17 numbers. Boy, was I wrong. But I thought that we would have playoff ramifications to talk about in December, even if they couldn't finish strong. But also, I hear what you're saying, Wolf. I don't know if it's just the fact that you could put any 2 NFL teams on in a game and I would watch. But I'm still just kind of in the routine of here we go, Week 14, playing the Rams.
Well, that is the thing. Honestly, Basinonians, I can watch any NFL game and be wildly entertained and invested as well watching it. I don't care about what their record might be. Just watching the game of football at the highest level our species can generate gets me all jacked up. It is the process of the game. It is the beauty of the game that I enjoy so much. And even if you're looking at players that aren't the most talented players in the National Football League, even if you're looking at a collective effort from a team that isn't a good team, I really don't care. If it's a good game, if it's a good battle, especially on the line of scrimmage, I'm all in.
Yeah, well, I guess the good news is there's quite a few very good playoff
implication-laden games this weekend. Unfortunately, the Cardinals are not one of them, taking on the Rams.
Indeed.
We'll get into some of those other games, later.
But even this right here,
Bills,
you just brought up the Rams, as a matter of fact. Here are the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals 3-9. Ron Wolfley reporting. And now they're getting ready to
My
actually
source
thank you,
is-
Rick. I appreciate that. 3-9. And now they're getting ready to play a really good Rams team. Very good Rams team. And if you told me the Rams won the NFC and was the NFC representative in the Super Bowl, I'd buy it.
They got to be the favorites right now.
I'd buy it.
Sure they are.
So now all of a sudden you've got a David and Goliath type game that is coming up here. And these are some of my favorite games as well. And I've played in many of these games. Isn't that right? The San Francisco 49ers in 1988. Google it, my young crowds.
Were the Niners good back then?
Okay, they were really winning Super Bowls.
Just Joe Montana and
As a
Jerry
matter of
Rice?
fact,
Was
just
that-
saying,
that's
yeah.
tough?
As
Okay.
a matter of fact, in upsetting, pulling the upset, it just, it fills me with an intensity that I just, oh my goodness, I can close my eyes and I can remember what it was like. And you know what, Basinonians, with the Arizona Cardinals right now at 5 games to go, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Who else shows up? Who else flashes? Who's going to, we know Buda Baker is going to do it to the end. We know that. But you know what? Who else is going to do it, Luke?
It's a great question, honestly. Trey McBride. I'll give you Trey McBride.
Okay, you know
I'll
what?
give
I'll
Garrett
write down
Williams.
85. Trey McBride.
I think Josh Sweat will have a sack in the first quarter because he always does. The problem is you need 53 guys pulling in the same direction consistently. I just looked it up. The Rams are not only the favorites to win the NFC, they're the biggest favorites in the NFL to win their conference.
Wow.
They're plus 250.
Okay.
The Patriots, I believe, are plus 450 to win the AFC. They're the favorites there. Look, the Rams, there's not a tougher opponent for you to play, and this does still matter to me, even though it has no big picture implications this season. In fact, I was driving in, I was listening to the morning show, and Bickley threw out a stat that I think we all know it, but I wasn't thinking of it until he said it. They're already guaranteed to finish last in this division.
Duh.
This will be the 5th time in 8 years they finished last in this division.
I did not know that.
But it does.
But it feels that way once you say it.
Yeah. It does still matter to me what they look like against the Rams, who they play twice now in these final 5 games, because this is a divisional opponent. And I was telling you before the show, and I'll say it here now, this has been a frustrating year. It makes you question a lot of what the Cardinals have been doing because it's going so badly.
Yeah.
You could, though, over time, talk me into hey, look, there are teams in NFL history. There's a lot in recent history that they had a year where they just couldn't win close games, and the next year they flipped that script, and all of a sudden they were a good team. You could talk me into that. The problem is you can't talk me into them catching the Rams, Seahawks, or Niners next year because of the way the Rams, Seahawks, and Niners are playing. You know
and the
what
way
I mean?
they're built
Yeah.
as well.
Like the Cardinals could take a huge step next year, which is not a given, and still finish last in this division.
Yes. Yeah, it's very, very tough. There's no doubt about that. The offensive game plan is something I see on the show sheet as well, Basinonians. When you think of the Arizona Cardinals and the offensive game plan, especially in this game, what do you think you should see with the offensive game plan, Basinonians?
What do I think I should see or
Yeah.
will see?
What do you want to see?
I don't want to see Jared Verse anywhere near Jacoby Brissett. How's
Okay.
that? Can we start there?
Okay, that's probably not going to happen.
But that's what I should see. This is not Jared Verse anywhere near Jacoby Brissett.
You know, so much of the time when you put a game plan together offensively and defensively, Basinonians, a lot of times you'll think, what do we do well? What do we do well? Of course. And then there's a lot of times you'll look at what your opponent doesn't do well, if you know what I mean. What they're weak at. Okay, so let's watch tape and see where they're weak.
Okay.
It's very difficult
I was
to
gonna
watch
say,
the Rams.
what have you found?
And say they're weak here. It's very, very difficult. This is one of those games where you go into this game and you just have to say to yourself, you know what? The Rams don't struggle with anything defensively. They are buttoned up and squared away good. The only chance that we have is to be ourselves and to focus on what we do well, period. And that's why I think Jacoby Brissett might throw the ball 50 times in this game.
Well, you know my feeling on the NFL in 2025. If a team is just on a crazy run, no matter how good they are, they're due to lose. That's just kind of the way it seems to be in the NFL. The problem is the Rams lost last week. So if you had told me, hey, they beat Carolina and now they're coming into this game on a 7-game winning streak, the Rams are clearly better than this version of the Cardinals. Clearly. But if the Rams had won 7 in a row, maybe you catch them on a kind of a letdown week and finally some of these things.
Trap game.
Yeah, these things that aren't going your way during a game maybe do, and the Rams are looking ahead to Detroit, and maybe you're able to steal one. But the Rams just lost to Carolina, so you don't even have that going for you right now either. They need a bounce-back win because as good as they are, they could easily finish third in this division.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Arizona Cardinals, you want to know what the offensive game plan is? Throw the ball. Throw the ball. The Cardinals, I think, honestly, I'm looking at, even if they're up in the game, which, again, makes me think, just stop talking like that. 50 times we might see that. And the reason being is because the Rams are so buttoned up. Yards per play, especially when you look at yards per play. This Rams defense is top 10 in rushing yards per play, passing yards per play, and total yards per play. Number 6, number 9, number 6, respectively. Think about that. That's how buttoned up they are. They don't allow points either. Number 2 in points in the National Football League. Number 2 in red zone. So much more to say about this. The only chance the Arizona Cardinals have to move the ball is to focus on what they do well, which is throwing it.
The problem is the last 2 meetings with divisional opponents have just been basically 3-hour movies about how far behind the Cardinals are compared to the rest of the NFC West. And on paper, it looks like we're just going to have to watch another movie like that this weekend. You never know, but that's how this feels. When we come back, let's talk some basketball. If the Suns have to play some games without Devin Booker, how long can they do that and still be okay? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've both been to that stadium 100 times, all right? And you can look at the names in the Ring of Honor. There are a lot of players who were up there who were on very bad teams. And you can remember the good Carson Palmer teams. You can remember the good Kurt Warner teams. I'll use our own Ron Wolfley as an example. Ron Wolfley, a great Arizona Cardinal. He wasn't on any good teams when he was here. You just hope that one day when Trey McBride's name is up there in that Ring of Honor, that you'll be able to look at his name and remember the good teams that he was on and the good moments that the teams that he was on provided rather than just an individual great player.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. One of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, look, 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees, terms, and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals' potential QB answer post Kyler Murray may be in-house. Veteran point guard Chris Paul was sent home by the Clippers in a shocking late-night move, and an Arizona State football commitment tracker as the early signing period opens. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Why aren't you talking, Luke?
Because I know that I'm just going to get talked over here in about 15 seconds, so.
Yeah. That's okay.
I'll thank everybody in Deer Valley real quick. Thank you, Deer Valley.
Hey, Deer Valley! What up, Deer Valley? What up, YouTube? Ah! We'll give you a little shocker, bruh. YouTube. Shocker, bruh.
It's like 30 seconds every show. Wolf looks at the camera like YouTube is this new invention. It's amazing.
What up, YouTube?
Hey, where did this come from? People can watch the show.
Broadcasting has changed so much, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Yes.
It always, and it will again.
Oh,
it changes a lot. Let's talk Suns because it's fun to talk Suns, and I'm looking for some fun right now.
Yes.
Although we got to start with the reality that Devin Booker did leave the last game with an injury, a groin injury, pretty early. And as Kellen Olson pointed out, that's the 7th time in the last 9 years that he has dealt with, what was it, a groin or a calf injury?
Yes.
In either the month of December or January. And I was kind of going through, I looked at it yesterday, the one last year, he got hurt December 20th. He missed, or I guess he got hurt December 19th, but it was officially listed on the 20th. Missed 5 games, was back for New Year's Eve. It was basically a week and a half. Who knows? He may play Friday against Houston. We're not really going to get a legit update probably until Friday. But if he has to miss some time, the question is, can the Suns survive this? And the simple fact that this question matters, Wolf, is a referendum on how far this team has come in their first 22 games.
What do you mean by that?
Because when the season started, if you said, hey, Devin Booker may have to miss 4 games, let's say, you would have been like, oh, okay, that sucks, but we'll see what some of the young guys can do. It doesn't really matter what their record is, Now it does matter what their record is. They're 13-9. I think we all agree a play-in spot at least is in play if they can just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
But if you're going to have to play without Devin Booker here for a little bit and you already don't have Jalen Green, among others, well, that's going to be tough.
The problem is it's a groin. That is the problem, Basin Orleans. If it was your hamstring, even if it was your calf, even your calf gets a little goofy from time to time, and a calf strain is not good. But your groin, especially, is something you could tweak pretty easily once again. Your hamstring is something you'll pull more regularly, I would say, most people, generally speaking, than your groin. But when you do pull the groin, it's typically worse than the hamstring.
Yeah.
That's why I'd love to know, just when you say he's got a groin, how bad is that? Was it a strain or was it a pull? How bad is that? That's what I would like to know. What degree is that groin pull? Because that makes all the difference in the world. There are some groins, Basinonians, that I have seen out there with guys, you're looking at 6 weeks with a bad groin pull.
Well, the good news, I guess in a weird way with Book is he's dealt with this stuff before, as Kellen pointed out. And generally speaking, he gets back pretty quick, and he probably knows how to manage it because, unfortunately, he's had to deal with this before. This is not some new experience for him where he's like, oh, no, what do I do? And he's just like stuck on the floor.
So if you had to guess, generally speaking right now, how many games do you think he's going to miss?
I mean, this would be the height of speculation as I have no degree and I haven't talked to Devin Booker and I don't know the extent of the injury. And I didn't even really totally see what had happened.
General groin.
So I will say, with all that in mind, let's have him back for the Lakers game on December 23rd. I don't know. That's 5 games.
Okay.
Those 5 games, by the way, are against the Rockets, T-Wolves, Thunder, Warriors, and Warriors.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do, Basinonians? I'm going to say that he just strained it. That's all he did. It was just a groin strain.
Strain better than pull.
Strain is much better than a pull. I expect him back by the first Golden State game, December 18th.
All right, there you go.
How about that? Would that be nice?
Yeah. Yeah, look, you can miss a couple games. Everybody misses a few games over the course of the season unless you're Mikal Bridges or Jalen Green before this year.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Jalen Green, have you heard anything about the possibility of Jalen Green coming back? Huh, Rick? You have not heard about the possibility. Yes.
I've heard it would be nice to have him back. I've heard that.
I just honestly, I'm so encouraged based on the fact that the Phoenix Suns went out and beat the Lakers without Devin Booker. Without Devin Booker, he played 10 minutes, okay? Mm-hmm. And they performed even better without him. Now, was there desperation that was there? Absolutely. Is this a point where they could continue to play as well as they did against the Lakers without Book? I don't see that happening. I don't. No. They are a better team, obviously, with Devin Booker out on the floor. But to me, there's desperation that comes with it. When you know your best player isn't out there, now all of a sudden you get even more. Isn't that right, Dylan Brooks? And wait a minute, Dylan Brooks, I might have to back off that because he just plays desperately.
He's just perpetual desperation.
We didn't need that, but you get my point.
Yeah, I feel like we needed it. Sometimes you need to hear what Dylan Brooks would sound like if he played for the Bulls.
That's right. Every player that is out there on the floor knows we don't have Book. He's our best player. We better go. We're going to get run off the floor. I still think that is one of the reasons why we're looking at a 13-9 Suns team, because they knew coming into this season they had a ton to prove, and they were desperate to prove it.
I think you can get by for a game or 2 or 3 or whatever without Devin Booker. I mean, the other part of this now is because your record matters when you're 13-9 and, quarter of the way through the season, you play like this all season, you win at this rate, you'll be a playoff team. You got to make sure that this isn't something where Book, you bring him back after 3 games, he needed to miss 5, you bring him back too early, and all of a sudden he misses 12.
I'm down with that.
Because I think this team has earned the right for us to believe in the fact that they can get by a couple games without Devin Booker. But I think the desperation can only go so far because that's already your identity. You were already an underdog in almost all your games coming into the season.
Well said.
Then you lost Jalen Green, and you've had other guys in and out of the lineup, and you're not at the point where you can play Mark Williams back-to-back nights yet. And yeah, you're going to try and do this without Devin Booker? You know, if this was Game 7 of a playoff series and you just couldn't have Devin Booker, would you be huge underdogs? Yeah, but is there a scenario where you could pull it out for one game? Yeah, but I don't know that you can do it for a month or something.
No, absolutely.
I thought Gambo made a really good point, and I think, he has it on Twitter too. I'm sure he said it on their show. One of the guys that's going to step up is Colin Gillespie. He already did. This was not Gambo's point, but Gambo's point was I'll just read his post on Twitter because it's pretty spot on. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read the first sentence, okay? Because I think this really sheds some light on where they are this year compared to last year.
Okay.
So I'm quoting Gambo here. It's truly pathetic to think how long it took Mike Budenholzer to realize that he should play Colin Gillespie. Unquote. Man. And there's a lot more he said. But you know what? Right on, Gambo. Like, what were we doing last year? Seriously, what was going on here
Okay,
last
honestly,
year?
I've got bigger problems with how he handled Devin Booker and Devin
me
Booker
too.
becoming a leader.
And Ryan Dunn,
I got a
too.
much bigger problem with
Rook,
that.
you missed a shot even though you look good. You're just benched for a month.
Yeah, you know what, Book? All this talking stuff, you need to be quiet.
This is how I'm processing last year. When Bradley Beal comes to town and you hear boos, assuming Kevin Durant plays a game here at some point this season, if people boo him, I'm just going to assume they're booing Mike Budenholzer because I will always believe he was 80% of the problem last year.
Mike Budenholzer?
Yeah, see?
Okay, yes.
Are you saying boo or
See what you
Budenholzer?
did there, Rick?
Look
Budenholzer.
at that.
Kind of like unsung. Interesting.
It is. Also, I just noticed Jamal's not in there. Did he walk out because of your joke? Or
No, Jamal's he's here. He just had to run to the restroom, I think.
Because he heard your joke and he was like, "I'm out of here." Because if he were here, we would have seen a Jamal eye roll.
It was a great joke.
I'm not arguing with it. All right, when we come back, which teams are the best in the NFL? We're going to tell you next with our power poll that Wolf is just now realizing he hasn't put together yet.
Oh, my goodness.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. We've got some breaking news, Basinonians. That's right. We don't need the sounder. It's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale going on right now. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in store and online now through December 9th. Go ahead and look at your calendar right there. December 9th, Basinonians. 25% off everything. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows. Everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. You can visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up, my young Crunk brothers. And don't forget to tell them that Wolf sent you. That's right, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends, but that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and remember, now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The latest college football playoff rankings were released yesterday, and Arizona moved up all the way to 18th from 25th. Today is early signing day for college football, and we have a commitment tracker for both ASU and Arizona up now on Arizonasports.com. In NBA news, former Phoenix Suns guard Chris Paul was sent home from the Los Angeles Clippers road trip earlier this morning. Clippers top executive Lawrence Frank said the team will work with Paul to find his next destination. And the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams. For how quarterback Jacoby Brissett could remain a big part of the Cardinals next season, read Tyler Drake's latest up now on Arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power.
All right, heading into week 14 of the NFL season, and as I mentioned earlier, some pretty great games this weekend, starting with tomorrow, Lions-Cowboys, basically a playoff game. Pretty much, whoever loses that game is probably done, and they both look like decent teams this year. What are you doing over there?
Why is Jamal in the blue wedge?
That's an interesting question. Why is Jamal?
What is Jamal doing in there? Honestly, right now, I just kind of noticed, Jamal is sitting in the wedge.
I heard Rick's joke.
Oh.
Okay. You wanted to get into the wedge after the joke. Okay. Are you okay, Jamal?
There is a visual rift between command and control right now.
Right. Are you sick or is Rick sick? Is he back there just hacking and you wanted to get moving?
Yeah, Rick. That's only a small part of it. I just got
Something that wouldn't go out over the air.
Oh, you didn't want that out over the air?
It's fine.
Oh,
there's been worse
thank you.
out about me than
Okay.
I'm slightly under the weather.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's the other part that's been aired out. That I'm in here for, like the joke.
Okay,
Mike
great.
Boo.
Yes.
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
You want to do the power poll now?
Just trying to keep everyone healthy here.
Oh, Mike, just stop it.
Now we're all in different rooms. Feels like a divided
We're all going to
show.
get sick. We all understand that.
You ready for number
It's
5?
out there, by the way, in the newsroom, Basinonians.
Oh, yeah, let's...
Just go ahead and walk around out there.
Who do you think in the newsroom started this?
I don't know.
Let's all get a name in our head right now. as we
Yeah,
look
okay.
out there. All right, on to number
Think
5.
about that.
Start with number 5, okay? Ready for number 5? Here we go. Number 5.
Number 5.
Sharp.
I had my answer all queued up. You did that.
I love you, Jimmy, and you know him. That's why I picked you.
We weren't supposed to say a name. Poor Jim Sharp isn't even sick.
Okay, what's your point?
Number 5, Bears. I have the Bears at number 5.
Wow, do you really have the
do.
Bears at number 5?
I do. I wrestled with this, okay? And I don't know if you're saying 5 is too low or too high, but you would give me, and I'm not saying this as if the jury's like, I think the jury's still out on this. But I've been of the belief for the last year and a half that Caleb Williams is going to be a good NFL quarterback. And I was mocked on this show, and I was laughed at, and he still might not prove to be one. We'll see. But it's not just that. It's the fact that they turn over other teams at a league best rate. It's the fact that everything Detroit was good at, the Bears are getting good at. All of a sudden, they have 2 running backs that are really good. It's hard for me to ignore what Ben Johnson's doing, and it's hard for me to ignore the fact that they're 9-3. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender yet this year, but they have the best record, one of the best records in the NFC. They got to be on my list. I have them at number 5.
I can't even believe it because Basinonians, that's where I have the Chicago Bears as well.
Get on board.
At number 5, 9-3. Coming off beating the Philadelphia Eagles in Week 13.
On the road.
You can say what you want about the Eagles. You can talk about the Eagles. Well, they're just not the Eagles of last year. You can say anything you want. For me, they still have a very talented football team. And I struggled. I almost put the Eagles in. Then I said, you can't do it. You cannot do it when the Bears just beat the Eagles. And the Bears are 9-3 and have a better record.
The Eagles have that self-destruct button. They're good. They're potentially really good. They might win the Super Bowl with Philadelphia. I don't have them in my top 5 either, but they have that self-destruct button, and it just feels like they're kind of tapping around it lately.
And you know me, of course, Basinonians. I love themes with my power polls as well. Themes with my Fulcrum football players.
You can have 5 teams
I love
from
that,
Illinois?
as a matter of fact. The Bears, 9-3, just beat the Eagles. Caleb Williams. What are you going to be? And as Luke already said, they lead the NFL in takeaways with 26.
That's the stuff that I can't look past. If you got a strong defense.
The Bears, number 5.
Number 5, we're almost time for break. Number 4.
Number 4.
Now, speaking of strong defenses, and I will continue to not trust Sam Darnold in the playoffs until I see him get it done in the playoffs, but I have Seattle at number 4.
I have Seattle as well at number 4.
We have never been this united in our picks.
The theme, once again, it's quarterback play and defense. And the Seattle Seahawks, this is the thing that really is maddening, too. The NFC West and the defenses that are in the NFC West right now. Makes me want to start swinging. The Seattle Seahawks, number 4.
All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3, I have the team that has the best record in the NFL. I have the New England Patriots at number 3. Do you have the Patriots at number 3? Wow, are we going to have...
Yes.
I thought we were going to have, like, vastly different power
No.
polls.
I might have to
England
Mike
Patriots
Budenholzer your power polls.
at number 3, and of course that means the Broncos are number 2.
Oh, that's just foreshadowing.
And I'm sure
here.
that's what you
All right,
have
here we go,
as
number
well.
2.
Number 2.
I actually almost had the Broncos number 1.
Oh.
But I do have them number 2 just because now we're close enough where I'm starting to think, okay, what's going to happen in the playoffs?
Okay, yes. I look at it, Basinonians, and it is the defense of the Denver Broncos. The defense. Oh, my goodness. It is so good. And the Patriots, it's one of the reasons why. I know they haven't played anybody, but when you've won 11 games after 13 games, you're doing something very right.
Yeah.
Something very consistently right. And Mike Vrabel has got them playing really good football. Now, again, do they have to prove it? Yeah, they still have to prove it over the last 5 games. December is here. Think about it. You make that run, baby. You make that run in December to get into the postseason. Every game now is going to be really critical. The Patriots, though, have earned my respect. 11-2, number 3.
Well, number 2, we gave it away. We both have the Broncos, who are 10-2. I'll just say right now, give me Patriots Broncos at some point in the playoffs. I want to see it. Because the Broncos defense, I have zero questions. I need to see what Bo Nix can do.
Vance Joseph.
And yeah, I need to see what Bo Nix can do in a playoff game with the season on the line. I don't think that's disrespectful to the Broncos. I think in the AFC playoffs in particular, where Lamar hasn't been able to get over, Josh Allen hasn't been able to get over, I need to see what your quarterback can do in the playoffs. I do trust Drake May, and he hasn't done it in the playoffs yet. I'd love to see that matchup at some point in the playoffs. I have the Broncos at 2.
Oh, man, what I love that. I have the Denver Broncos as well, Basinonians, at number 2. Can you imagine that matchup? You've got Bo Nix and Drake May. Mm-hmm. Oh, that would be so sweet. Who's going to pull it out and who's going to play better, young gun?
We're supposed to still be in the era of, hey, can Josh Allen or Lamar get past Mahomes? Could Joe Burrow throw a monkey wrench into this? Now all of a sudden you're going to have to deal with Drake May. And I think just by virtue of how great the defense is in Denver, you're going to have to deal with Bo Nix as well. All right, on to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I got the Rams.
The Rams.
I know they just lost, but I still have the Rams.
Yeah.
Most complete team in the NFL.
Yep.
Who plays them this week? Oh, good. It's the Cardinals. Yeah, that's 2 NFC West teams in the top 5. I can't believe we had the same top 5 in order. I don't know that that's ever happened, especially this late in the season.
Yeah, it is a little weird, yet at the same time, the thing that continues to hit me like a frying pan in the face is the fact that Matthew Stafford is as relevant as he's ever been in the league.
I would argue more relevant. I mean, the year they won the Super Bowl, everybody's like, oh, he's amazing. He was turning the ball over.
Yeah, but once again, even then, it was a situation where everybody was still looking for the dual threat quarterback. Yeah. Nobody, even with Matthew Stafford winning that Super Bowl, nobody said, oh, here we go. We're going back. The pendulum has come back to the middle. We're going to go back to throwing the ball from the pocket. Nobody was talking about that when he won it. This one is, you've got to be kidding me.
This is, I think, the best season he's ever had. I mean, and now I say that knowing he turned the ball over a couple times against Carolina and they promptly lost that game, because that pick 6, that was more vintage Matt Stafford of like, yeah, I'm doing great, but here's 6 for the other team. Let's see if that impacts the game at all. But if he's going to play the way he has most of this season, that's going to be a tough team. All right, when we come back, let's talk a little baseball, because Ketel Marte's name keeps getting thrown around out there in the MLB hot stove, and now we're starting to hear some potential names maybe the Diamondbacks could target this offseason. So we'll get you some of those names next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Right now, Colin Gillespie would show up high on the ballots for most improved player and 6th man of the year.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Last year, he was on a 2-way contract for like the 3rd straight year in the NBA, and had a foot injury at the beginning of the year, played through that, and found some minutes at the end of the year, to the point where the Sun said, even with all the change we're going through, he's important to what we need to do. This is one of the reasons why you love sports. When a guy just keeps grinding and gets the opportunity and cashes in on the opportunity.
Right. It's mom spaghetti, man. Yeah. It's what it is.
Yeah, one shot, one opportunity.
That's it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, and I am actually a client, Basinonians. Let me tell you, they made retirement planning really, really simple for me. A wedge buster, I might add. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I feel more confident, more prepared, and honestly, a little bit relieved. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth, Basinonians. I kid you not. They will help you. Jeff Jr., a good buddy of mine, a good friend of mine, he is the owner-operator of Trajan Wealth. Give him a call at 480-360-7900. 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, Más Tacos, Más Wings.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Sun Devils stay competitive in the Big 12 if they don't have the money to keep pace with the top of the conference? Burns and Gambo show can be streamed live on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel starting today at 2 p.m.
I'm counting sheep, but running out. As time ticks by, still I try.
Well, at least the cameras weren't on for me, almost tying myself to the desk with my own headphones. That was interesting.
On my own, here we go.
Dang.
Special request by Ron Wolfley to play some Green Day, because
that's right.
He's a big Green Day fan.
Yeah. Not.
I looking forward to whenever Jalen Green comes back so we can play Green Day again, because that worked really well the last time. He had a monster game, and then we didn't play it the next day. Well, here we are. Let's talk a little baseball. Wolf, how do you feel about that? How about some baseball?
I love that, as a matter of fact. Let's go.
Okay, good. So the conversation has obviously been out there. Look, is Ketel Marte getting traded? And, we had Bob Nightingale on, and, Gambo's been talking about this. And, there are a couple teams that have popped up, like the Phillies or the Blue Jays, that have maybe already shown interest. I'm sure there are others. ESPN has a story out today. Kylie McDaniel, Jeff Passan wrote it, okay?
Okay.
And it's not centered necessarily around Ketel Marte, but his name is featured prominently, and the Diamondbacks are featured prominently in other ways. So it's the 2025-26 MLB offseason, ranking the players who could be traded.
Okay.
Ketel Marte comes in at number 2. So
number 2.
That right there would
of all
tell
the players, are you telling me
players,
right now, of all the players?
All the players that realistically could be traded. I would
Could
tell you
be
right
traded.
now, number 1 is Tarek Skubal.
Oh, yes.
I would be shocked if he got moved. one of the 2 best pitchers in baseball from Kingman, by the way.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be shocking as well. Ketel Marte, not so shocking.
No, so they have the percentage chance. So, like, the predicted chance of getting traded for Skubal is 10%.
10%.
For Ketel, it's 40%.
40%.
And I got to think that's
I wonder
higher.
why they didn't go 50. Why not just go 50 at that point in time? 50-50.
It is higher than anybody else they have in the top 5.
Okay.
I can tell you that. They have some of the teams that would be good fits as the. Am I looking at the right? Well, Pirates. Okay. Good luck. I don't think the Pirates.
I love it. Luke checks himself live on the air.
Last time you saw the Pirates trade for anybody.
You know what? I thought I butchered a stat.
No, I think that really just drove the point home. They have the Giants, Phillies, Mariners, Royals, A's, Mets as team fits. Like I'm going to go out on a limb and say the A's and Pirates aren't trading for anybody that good.
Okay.
But either way, Ketel's on there. But what's interesting is they also have all these other players, and they have the Diamondbacks as potential team fits for some of these other really good players. Okay, so like Jarren Duran, left fielder of the Boston Red Sox, Tampa Bay Rays first baseman Yandy Diaz, St. Louis Cardinals first baseman Wilson Contreras. Hunter Green is a name linked to the Diamondbacks.
Sold.
It's some pretty good players out here being linked to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some other things involved as well, right? The name that really stands out to me is Hunter Green.
Yeah.
I will say that. I love it. This is a young guy. It's a young guy, a big guy, a strikeout machine. This is a big dude. Big right-hand pitcher. He's got a great whip as well. You know, I'm big on whip. It's below 1, a 2.76 ERA, 132 strikeouts on the season. To me, Hunter Green is the guy. That is the name that I loved. And, man, it just seemed like somebody that Mike Hazen would love as well. And then you've got to say, okay, well, would there be a need there? Well, the Reds have some arms, Basin audience. They do. They have some arms, and I think Hunter Green could be expendable because Ketel Marte is badly needed in terms of Cincinnati and their run production because they are not good at scoring runs, hitting home runs, or actually batting average. And you can say what you will about Ketel Marte, but he will drive in runs, and he will score runs. And that, I think, is something Cincinnati needs.
I think this whole discussion brings up 2 pretty big questions, okay? So here they are. And you tell me what your answers would be on these. One is not a philosophical thing. It's how much are the Diamondbacks willing to spend this offseason? Are they willing to spend money to go out because in theory, you could add one of these guys without trading Ketel Marte. Now, you're not getting Hunter Green without trading Ketel Marte. I don't think you're getting Hunter Green anyway because you're talking about a guy that's 26 years old. He's 6'5". As you mentioned, his ERA last year was 0.94, a 2.76 ERA. And if you're like, what was it, just a flash in the pan? Previous year was basically the exact same numbers, a 2.75 ERA and a 1.02 whip. It's one of the best younger pitchers in baseball. Yes, Cincinnati has other arms. They could trade him. But they also have him for 4 more years at $60 million, which is unheard of.
Super good. I understand that. Yet at the same time, okay, let's see. They were number 19 in average last year, the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, and they play in a stadium that's like the size of a toaster.
They were number 21 in home runs last year, number 21, number 14, right in the middle of the pack in terms of runs scored. They could use Ketel Marte. That is the thing. Where there is a need, there might be a way. And that's the only reason why, when you look at the Cincinnati Reds, I think this is, for me, the most likely to happen would be some type of trade with the Cincinnati Reds. They have not a dearth, they have an overflow, if you will, of good arms in their organization. That is always appealing to Mike Hazen. And then when you've got the need, and the need is there for the Cincinnati Reds with Ketel Marte, needing Ketel Marte, Rick.
Is that what you're looking for?
Thank you.
Do you want me to just do it live?
I would just say, this is likely to happen.
Yeah, that leads in perfectly.
More likely, I should say, because again, I would agree. It's not like it's a 80% chance it's going to happen.
Need to win.
Thank you, Rick. That's more likely to happen.
This leads into my second question, and this is the philosophical one. And if you're driving around right now, ask yourself this as well. Are you more comfortable, and set aside Cattell's name or Hunter Green's name, just in general, are you more comfortable committing to a hitter or a pitcher right now in 2025? Because, yes, the Diamondbacks need pitching help. They need it badly. And Hunter Green would solve a lot of those issues. But, man, I'm nervous about trading for pitchers because they all get hurt. They just all the way up to Corbin Burns, who never gets hurt. But when he gets here, he's hurt. And it's not just a when he gets here thing. It's so unreliable to put stock into trading for or signing pitchers in baseball because it just feels like every other pitcher in baseball needs Tommy John.
Yes.
Now, you still
I know, but
you still have to address it. You can't be like, well, we're just not going to sign pitchers because they all get hurt. Well, okay, then you're going to suck. But man, if you told me today, hey, the Diamondbacks traded Ketel Marte, who's 6 years older than Hunter Green, and they got Hunter Green and maybe even another piece back in the trade. Maybe Hazen pulled off some magician move in a trade. He's done that before. I'd be like, yeah, okay, I get it. You know, if there were any issues behind the scenes with Ketel Marte, you combine that with the fact that after April, you're not going to be able to trade him because he has the 10-5 rights. So, I mean, it's going to be really difficult to ever move him. And you got a potential, Cy Young candidate who's 26. I get it. But, man, I'd be nervous because every pitcher seems to get hurt right now in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, okay. Wow, it's just, to me, Basin Onions again. Would you take Andrew Abbott? Would you take him? What else are you going to give us?
Yeah,
what else are you going to give us as well? But, they've got a lot of arms. And, again, when you've got that kind of luxury, this is the thing that makes it more likely that you would deal Hunter Green. Because you need Ketel Marte. You need him.
If I was Mike Hazen, I'd be printing out this list and any trade offer that came in. I'd be like, well, it says right here, Ketel is number 2 on the potential. So anybody you're offering me that isn't Scooble, you're going to be offering me that piece and more for Ketel Marte. All right, when we come back, let's get back to football. And I think this is a question that's going to start to come up more and more. If next season started, we're already talking about next season. It's December 3rd. Awesome. If next season started and Jacoby Brissett was your starting quarterback, would you be okay with that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. As a former professional football player, Basinonians, I definitely have done a lot of damage to my back over the years, and the good spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and it's one of the reasons why I truly enjoy recommending them to you. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, I've had that, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and active lifestyles. You need to get back to enjoying life again. Go to sciatica.com. or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Casa Galvisi before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pool's end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul. You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002 online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The latest college football playoff rankings were released yesterday, and Arizona moved all the way up to 18th from 25th. Today is early signing day for college football, and we have a commitment tracker for both ASU and Arizona up now on arizonasports.com. And NBA news, former Phoenix Suns guard Chris Paul was sent home from the Los Angeles Clippers road trip earlier this morning. Clippers top executive Lawrence Frank said the team will work with Paul to find his next destination. And the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams. For out quarterback Jacoby Brissett could remain a big part of the Cardinals next season. Read Tyler Drake's latest up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Christmas is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Are the Suns a top 6 team in the Western Conference? Can they avoid the play-in and make the playoffs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. This is weird seeing Jamal in the update booth.
Yeah, he's like, hey, hermetically sealed.
It's like we're slowly taking over this entire building. Our show is now spread out more into a couple other rooms.
Yes, Jamal's just hanging. Man,
oh, there's nothing slow about it. We are taking over this.
Oh, yes.
We're not even hiding it. We're just going to take over the building.
Let everybody know.
That's fine. There's a story up on ArizonaSports.com. In fact, there's quite a few. You should check it out sometime.
Okay.
But, no, not you. I just meant people driving around.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Our own Tyler Drake, of course, our Cardinals reporter, has a story on there that says Cardinals' potential quarterback answer post Kyler Murray may be in-house. That's the title, okay? It's an interesting concept because, obviously, if he's saying it's in-house, all due respect to Keaton Slovis, it ain't him. It's Jacoby Brissett.
Yes.
And he goes through, and he said something similar to this when we had him on last week. He was, you asked him, hey, who's the next Sam Darnold out there, Daniel Jones? And he said, I think it might be Jacoby Brissett. So he has some numbers in here that are they're worth knowing. There's a quote. It says, in the 7-game stretch Brissett has taken over, he leads the NFL in completions, passing yards, first downs, and 300-yard games.
What?
It's the entire NFL over the last 7 weeks, Jacoby Brissett.
Okay, I read that and it blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
What else do you want to say about that, Luke?
I don't have anything else to say about that. I have other stuff to say. What do you say about that?
Oh, my goodness, you have to be kidding me. Basinonians, what you're telling me is that over this 7-game stretch where Jacoby Brissett has gone out and quarterbacked the Arizona Cardinals, he leads the league in completions and passing yards and 300-yard games.
And first downs.
Well, okay, yeah, I just wasn't as impressed
okay.
with
Well,
first
it's
downs.
still a thing.
Much as a
Might be
300-yard game.
fourth.
I was trying to go big picture,
Okay,
okay?
all right.
Big things. Completions and passing yards. Would you say that's important right there, Basinonians? That you're actually completing passes that you're trying to throw. And, oh, by the way, for the most yards over the same period. There are really, really good quarterbacks in the National Football League, and you're telling me over this 7-game span, Jacoby Brissett has been better in those areas than those guys have? Oh, boom! Mind blown. Mind blown, Luke.
So I lied. I do have something to say about this. And also he has in the story, the Cardinals have seen their points per game jump from 20.6 in the first 5 games to 23.1, which you may not think, oh, that's not, it's not like they jumped by 9 points. 3-point jump, 2.5-point jump in the NFL is fairly significant, especially when you lose every game by just a couple points. My takeaway from the stats, because I can already hear the people driving around there like, who cares? It's not leading to wins. Okay. He would have been a good pickup in fantasy football 7 weeks ago. I can tell you that for sure. Jacoby Brissett, I guarantee you he was on your waiver wire. You probably should have picked him up because he is putting up stats. But to lead into the bigger question of would you be okay if week 1 next season he's your starting quarterback? I'm not sure I'm there.
Yeah, I have so much regard and respect for Jacoby Brissett, and not just what he's done over the last 7 weeks, Basinonians. I'm talking about the man, Jacoby Brissett, the dude that he is. I have so much regard and respect for him, and he's absolutely the perfect backup quarterback as far as I'm concerned, and a guy that will be an excellent mentor to some young gun that might actually come in here. He'd be the perfect guy to mentor somebody else. Yet at the same time, he is producing right now. I think it would not go over well if Jacoby Brissett was going to be your starter going in with no plan B, meaning no draft pick that you might go out and get.
Yeah.
Some young guy that you could point to and say, this guy could be the future. He is the future of our organization. We believe that he's going to be that guy. But we're going to start with Jacoby Brissett, and that would be a wise thing to do. It's worked over and over and over again. Isn't that right, Pat Mahomes?
Well, that's a pretty good example of it. Drake May is a pretty good recent one, too, where Jordan Love, where you draft the rookie and don't throw him in there in week 1 and actually let him kind of learn on the sidelines during games and have an NFL season or at least a half a season before he gets thrown into the fire. So this would be, I think the best case scenario would probably be what you just said. Jacoby Brissett does start week 1, but he's not your starter for next year. He starts week 1. I want him on the team. I want him. He's proven. He's more than proven. He can step in and give you a chance to win pretty much every week if you need that. And I think you got to be fair. The people that look and say, well, yeah, 7 games, 1-6. He's not 1-6. He's part of it.
Yes.
Have you watched him drop back to pass with 3 defenders on top of him by the time he takes 2 steps backwards? I don't know that a lot of quarterbacks would have a ton of success with this offensive line playing the way it is right now, and that includes Kyler Murray in the first 5 games. Some of that wasn't Kyler's fault. No protection from this offensive line. I think the best case scenario is you draft a guy. Right now you would pick 8th, and you have that guy learning behind Jacoby Brissett, and then when that guy's ready, and this is where your front office and your coach need to come through. Your front office needs to identify that quarterback because there's not a surefire no-doubter in this draft right now. And then your coaching staff needs to be able to identify whether it's week 4 or week 12 or whatever next year, what you see in practice, hey, this guy's ready to take over. Just like the Patriots did with Drake May last year when he took over from Jacoby Brissett. Yeah. That's the best case scenario. The question is, who is that quarterback in the draft?
Yes.
If you go down that path.
Who is that guy? I really haven't started looking at the quarterbacks. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Oh, I've been looking.
You have? Yeah. Okay, yeah. For me, it's way too early for that, Basin Earnings. I'll start really diving into that when the new year hits. In regard to watching all the games, of course, over the holidays. What a beautiful thing that is going to be. Isn't it wonderful?
I'm so
Nothing
ready.
But football over the holidays.
So ready for bowl season and the playoffs because I think I can safely say this is the most college football I've ever watched. Just across the sport. I mean, I always watch an ASU and their conference closely, but I've watched so much SEC football this year. It's I almost need to move to Tuscaloosa for a week.
You know what I love about Jacoby Brissett, too, is he throws the check down, Basinonians, when you should throw the check down. Okay? Very, very, very different than what you see some other quarterbacks do. He will check it down. He will when there isn't a throw down the field to make. That's exactly what the check down was for. It wasn't, hey, we're going to go ahead and dink and dunk it all the way down the field. That's not what you should do. You should check it down when that's what the coverage calls for you to do, especially if you're under pressure to check it down. He makes excellent decisions for the most part. That's the reason why the interception that he almost threw against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the first possession. What are you doing?
That was
not Jacoby Brissett. That was not him to put the ball in jeopardy the way that he did. He is excellent in terms of making decisions and then being able to execute on those decisions.
I'll just throw this out there. 2 things real quick. One, I definitely want Jacoby Brissett around.
Definitely.
And I'm not upset if he has to play games. I'm just not sure that every year there's a Sam Darnold or a Daniel Jones that becomes a starter and leads his team to the playoffs. I'm not sure that that's a given.
To be fair, they are younger.
Yeah. And then the other thing, just for people that maybe haven't looked at the upcoming draft yet, since it's December and we shouldn't have to be talking about this yet, but we are. The 3 quarterbacks that are widely viewed at the top, Ty Simpson from Alabama, Dante Moore from Oregon, and Fernando Mendoza from Indiana. Just to give you their heights, because I know Cardinals fans want to know this. Ty Simpson, 6'2", Dante Moore, 6'3", Fernando Mendoza, 6'5". Guessing that's important to a lot of people driving around.
Fernando.
All right, we come back. What is the national perspective on this run the Phoenix Suns are on? We're going to talk to ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We're joined right now by the head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
You said earlier that Kyler's practice window is not opening this week. Is surgery a possibility for him?
To my knowledge, not right now. That's as honest as I can answer it. I have not heard that, no.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You gotta have shade. You have to have shade. We live here in Arizona, Basinonians. It's starting to cool down, of course, so All Pro Shade, guess what? They're going to heat it up for you, Basinonians. Listen to this right now. It's going on right now. When you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right. When you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer either. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Have you eaten today? Your donation to St. Mary's Food Bank can help someone else eat too. Many of our neighbors in need are going hungry. Others are struggling to choose between paying bills or buying food. Through the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit, you can donate and get it back on your state taxes. Up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Your kindness pays back. Donate at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and remember, now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
All right, welcome back. Phoenix Suns off tonight. Actually, don't play until Friday. It feels weird. But Bobby Marks is joining us right now.
Bobby.
On the Arizona Sports on ESPN NBA front office insider. Always good to talk to Bobby Marks. What's going on, Bobby?
How we doing? Good.
Doing good, man. Thank you, Bobby.
We're doing pretty good with this basketball team in town that I don't know about you.
Fun when there's no expectations.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, they've definitely already exceeded my expectations. That win over the Lakers on Monday in L.A., basically without Devin Booker, without Jalen Green, without Grayson Allen, you could probably find 2 or 3, maybe even 4 signature wins already for them this year, but that might be the top.
Oh, sure. I mean, especially how the Lakers have been playing and how well, with Luka, who, certainly struggled turning the ball over, in Austin Reeves, and you get LeBron back, and, they're sitting in the 2-hole in the Western Conference, and you go into, you go into Los Angeles and you lose Devin in the beginning and you win by 17 points. So, yeah, that's definitely and you had lost 2 tough games, with OKC and Denver. Certainly that OKC game was a tough one. That is certainly a signature game for them, and it's much needed. I mean, you guys look at the schedule and see what's coming up with Houston and Minnesota, and you get a cup game with the Thunder, which will be awesome because it's kind of put these guys in a position where a lot of them haven't been. Something that means something here. See how players react. But yeah, I think you have to be pleasantly surprised as far as where they are right now.
And Bobby, when you watch where they are right now and the fact that they've played as many games as they have, I mean, is this something that you can now expect from the Phoenix Suns going forward?
It's funny. It's a good question. It's usually you kind of have an identity of kind of who you are after 20 to 25 games, and now we're going into game 23. I would say yes, but I just think your margin is, it's not like you have, Kevin Durant to bail you out or somebody else to bail you out here. This team is more built on, team related here, where everyone has to kind of do their part. I think your wiggle room, how long is it sustainable? Some of the injuries, as you mentioned, Jalen's been out for a while, and with Grayson, and we'll see with Devin, as far as where, how sustainable it is, especially with the schedule that's coming up. That's going to be the hard thing. But I would say you got to like what you've seen. I mean, Colin's been terrific. It's like, God, you needed him like 2 years ago in your backcourt. He's been really good. And I don't know if you're going to get the Dylan Brooks performance like you saw the other night in Los Angeles offensively here. Sometimes it's like close your eyes and hopefully it goes in. But as I said, if you can defend and you can execute on offense, and they look like they've certainly bought into their new head coach, who's done a really good job so far. I do think it is somewhat sustainable. And I do think, when you guys look at the Western Conference standings, even if you go on a little bit of a skid, you look at the teams in the back end, whether it be the Clippers in Utah and some of the New Orleans, teams like that. Memphis is starting to play a little bit better here. You could at least say, hey, we're in a position for, we're going to be one of these playing spots.
Bobby, would you look at the Phoenix Suns and say they're the biggest surprise of the association right now?
I would.
You would?
Just because, yeah, I would. I think there's a lot of great stories. I think Detroit is a really terrific story as far as what they've been able to do. But they made the playoffs last year, and Oklahoma City has one loss, but they won the NBA championship here. So I would say, based on where the expectations were, which weren't very high at all, I do think it's probably the best story, in a positive way that we've seen here. Just because, as I said, when nothing is expected of you, and then you come out and you win a bunch of games and you're 13-9, that builds the community that probably had lost some hope with this organization the last few years.
Talking to Bobby Marks. Bobby, you bring up Oklahoma City, the NBA Cup. The Suns are one of 8 teams that have a chance to win it, but they have to go through Oklahoma City next week. Yeah. Are the Thunder ever going to lose? I mean, they could easily be 22-0 right now. And in light of what's going on with the Clippers, man, that trade to bring in Paul George and get Kawhi, hindsight's 20/20, but that's rough.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, I said this, I think it was in September. I was on NBA Today, and they asked me about the Thunder, about them winning 60 games, and I said 60. How about 70? And I kind of said that tongue in cheek, and now look where we are right now with them. I think it's sustainable to go on, to challenge the record, that Golden State team from a long time ago, just because their depth is really good and they're young. What we've seen with A.J. Mitchell and with him, Jalen Williams now finally gets back. They'll lose Hartenstein for a little bit here, and Shea is as good as it, is there anyone out there. I think the hard part for the rest of the league here is, as you mentioned, they have the Clippers unprotected first this year. We all know where the Clippers are right now. They have the Sixers pick that's protected. They have a Jazz pick. And they got the right to swap picks with the Clippers next year, and they still have a bunch of other things coming. So, as I said, I wrote in the summer, if there's a team that can beat the second apron or defeat the second apron because their expenses are going to get higher, it's the Clippers, just based on how much young talent they have coming off the bench and how great some of these great contracts they have. When you got A.J. Mitchell making $3 million a year.
Bobby, when you look at Oklahoma City, what other team could challenge them? Who do you think could actually give them a series?
Well, I mean, I think we saw Denver in that second round last year, pushing them to 7 games. But Denver's got to get there healthy. I mean, they've had injuries with Christian Brown, and they've had injuries with Aaron Gordon, and they did a nice job with some of their veterans that they signed with Valanciunas and Hardaway and Brown. But I think it's it's a matter of when you're looking at the bracket down the road, who's in the 2 to 3 range? Is it? I mean, are you ready to say that the Lakers can challenge Oklahoma City? I'm not ready to go there right now. So based on what we saw last year, I would probably put Denver, I guess, above some of these teams out there. Maybe, I don't know, Houston, just because their offense is so good, but they got to get stops. But it's going to be hard. You're probably going to need them to have, an injury down the road here. But as I said, you're out without Jalen Williams for 20 games, and you won every one except you won 19 out of those 20 games.
Man,
it's absurd. Talking to Bobby Marks. Bobby, just circling back to the Suns for a second. They obviously haven't had Jalen Green much this year, basically not even a game and a half. When they get him back, it's easy to fall into this thought of, well, they're just going to start winning more whenever they get him back. Is it that simple, or do you foresee they're going to have to move some things around because the combination right now is working about as well as you could hope for?
Yeah, I mean, I think what you'll get from him and what they'll be able to benefit, because I do think this from a scoring standpoint, I think defensively you've been really good. I almost wanted to take that Bill Simmons bet that he made in the beginning of the year, saying this was going to be the worst defensive team in the NBA this year. But I think what Jalen will be able to give you is certainly a lot more offensive punch that you don't have right now. I don't see it disrupting. Maybe you go 3-guard lineup with him, Colin and Devin there. You got 3 guys that can handle the ball, which is really nice to have. But I think it will be a positive there as far as the ability for him. When he played the 1 or 2 games here, I thought he was pretty good. So I don't see him disrupting as far as what you have. I just think he'll give you more offense than what you probably don't have right now.
Bobby, did you see the last game that Colin Gillespie played? Did you see it against the Lakers?
I mean, listen, I'm still kicking myself. Yes. I had an article out about a month ago on guys who are going to be free agents who are like my all free agent team. And I left him off it. And I really I started writing about him, and I was like, oh, he hasn't, I like what I've seen, but I need more. And then he's taken off. And I was like, can I do a reprint on this article? I saw him last year in the second half. I know he was on that 2-way and everything here, but I like everything about him. I like his toughness. I know there's going to be a lot of people comparing him to T.J. McConnell and some of these other point guards out there, which is fair or unfair here. But he can score the ball. He's tough. He can defend. He brings a calmness. He's like that quarterback out there that's probably not going to get all pro, nominations or all these things, but just brings a really good presence to this team.
Bobby, why weren't they playing him more last year? I mean, I know you have no say over this.
They should have been.
Yeah,
they should have been, because the numbers, say what you want to say about analytics or stats or however you want to call it. The numbers said that Phoenix was a better team with Colin on the court. So yeah, he should have been on the court. And fortunately, you've seen what you guys seen it through the first 22, 23 games. Some really good things, and I would expect his minutes to probably increase as this thing goes along.
Bobby, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, man.
You too. That's Bobby Marks joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah,
I had to kick him in the cradle.
That Kawhi trade, basically it was a Paul George trade, but it was to get Kawhi. The fact that the Thunder are still getting picks from the Clippers and also got SGA in that trade,
man,
that might destroy the Clippers for a decade, honestly. And I know hindsight 2020, right? You were trying to get Kawhi, I get it, but man, that was brutal and still is brutal. And brutal for everybody, by the way, because the Thunder keep getting high first-round picks when they are 21-1.
So good.
All right, when we come back to football, why exactly is the Cardinals' opponent this weekend playing so well this season. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford, that's right. We, the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Fords, Basinonians. There's no doubt about it. The Warrior Queen, she loves driving the Ford Expedition. I love the Ford F-150. And, of course, Savannah Shea, she loves the Ford Escape. Right now at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, man, you can get a Maverick. That's right. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle. You can move it around parking lots, no problem whatsoever. The Maverick has a certain flair to it for the modern truck owner, and it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000, Basinonians. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The latest college football playoff rankings were released yesterday, and Arizona moved all the way up from 25th to 18th. Today is early signing day for college football, and we have a commitment tracker for both ASU and Arizona up now on arizonasports.com. In NBA news, former Phoenix Suns guard Chris Paul was sent home from the Los Angeles Clippers road trip earlier this morning. Clippers top executive Lawrence Frank said the team will work with Paul to find his next destination. And the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams. For how quarterback Jacoby Brissett could remain a big part of the Cardinals next season, read Tyler Drake's latest up now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Thursday morning. We'll get you ready for Cards, Rams, and we'll have our weekly chat with ASU head coach Bobby Hurley. Fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to Bobby Marks for joining us last segment. Good stuff on the Suns and the Western Conference in general, and maybe the path they're going to have to navigate through.
So good.
We'll react to more of what he said a little bit later on in the show. I will say this. We laugh at the NBA Cup, and if the Suns lose to Oklahoma City next week, I will continue to laugh at the NBA Cup. But this one specific year, if the Suns, because they were so off everybody's radar at the start of the year, and because of what Bobby just said before, that these are kind of meaningful games that maybe a lot of these guys haven't played in yet together. It's like, it's not the postseason. I don't know what this is, but if they somehow went on a run and went through, their path would basically be the Thunder, probably the Lakers, and maybe the Knicks. If that was their path and they won it, I'd cheer for a second.
Okay. Yeah, once again, they play any game. I'm gonna be engaged. I'm gonna be locked in. I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna be taking notes. I'm gonna be enthused because of how they're playing and who they are and what they've shown thus far. I don't need the NBA Cup to enjoy a basketball game. I don't.
Do you think they would send us to Vegas, though, if they were in the NBA Cup championship on December 16th?
They might do that.
Yeah, that would be a Tuesday night.
Which would be nice.
Rick, no? Rick doesn't want to go?
You know what's amazing?
I do, but you asked if you think they'd send us there.
I see, yes.
So that's what the buzzer was for.
As a show, maybe if we pushed for it right now, got out ahead of it.
But you know what's interesting, Basinarines? I don't think it's for the fans, the NBA Cup, as much as it might be for the players. Just to give them contour, to give them just a little change in an 82-game season. I think it's more for the players than it is even the fans.
I think it's more just so they can make those really elaborate commercials that they make every year for the NBA Cup, where it's like Ocean's 11, but all the players are trying to steal the trophy from Vegas. That's what
load management.
I will say they've kind of gotten worse with the commercials. They started really good, and then it's kind of gone downhill.
All right, let's go to the NFL.
Why did you say it like that? Let's go to the NFL.
Because normally I love the NFL, and I do, but I know I'm looking at the show sheet, and I know that this is basically a conversation about how great the Cardinals' opponent this weekend is, and it just makes me want to smack my head on this table for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was talking about the Rams, and again, just the fact that they're a much more physical team than what they've ever been. Seriously, and I'm going to say ever. A much more physical team in terms of running the ball and, of course, being a team that plays this lights-out defense, which drives me absolutely nuts. The Rams are number 2 in points allowed in the National Football League. Ron Wolfley reporting 17.5, as a matter of fact, is what they give up. The Rams, they are stout. They don't have a weakness. When you watch them play, okay, they do. When you get goal to goal, ladies and gentlemen, when you're first in goal, they're number 23 in terms of allowing you to score. Number 23, okay? You just don't ever get down there for the most part.
And they had to change kickers at one point this season. That seems like a weakness.
Okay. That is, Luke, that's good. That is a weakness, but you take a quarterback like Matthew Stafford, the season that Matthew Stafford is having, and you surround it with the likes of the Rams defense. And right now, you're talking about a combination that has worked in the NFL since the very beginning. Quarterback and defense. Put it together, and you're going to win a lot of games. Yeah. And that's exactly what the Rams are doing.
To me, a game like this against the Rams is just a reminder of how how brutal this division is. I mean, if I told you either the Rams, Seahawks, or Niners was going to drop off next year, 3 teams, by the way, who are combined 27-10 right now, who would you say is going to drop off? I don't think Seattle's going to drop off. I don't think the Rams are going to drop off. I mean, your only path to that would be if they win the whole thing this year and Matthew Stafford's like, you know what? My back hurts. I just won the Super Bowl. I'm out. And then the Rams would have to scramble for a quarterback. But here's the worst part of all this for people that maybe haven't totally paid attention to this. I don't know why you would. Atlanta traded the Rams their first-round pick this year. So if the season ended today, the Rams would be picking 9th. The Rams would be picking 1 spot lower than the Cardinals.
Oh!
So if the Rams really did desperately need a quarterback next year,
yeah,
they could feasibly draft one with the Falcons' pick. Thanks, Atlanta.
Yeah. Did you have to bring that up, honestly, right now? It's already a kick to the cradle.
That's true. This isn't great.
Can I also say this, too? The Rams, they turn you over. It's one of the things I respect the most about defenses. Defenses that turn you over. And the Rams are one of those defenses. They're going to take the ball from you via interception or fumble. They're going to take the ball from you. That always speaks so much to me in regard to the physicality of a team. The physicality, why? Because you're going to play some tight man coverage. You're going to play some smart football, too. Not just the physical part of it, not just the tight man coverage that you're going to play, but also you're going to go ahead and tackle extremely well. Fundamentally tackle where the pig comes out, and suddenly it's on the ground. That's not by accident, Luke. That isn't. That is coaching, and that is also a player executing what he's being told to do and doing it correctly. You watch these guys. You watch the Rams. It's also like the Bears. You watch the Bears play, and every one of their players, they come in punching as they're trying to tackle. It is the biggest difference, I think, between the college game and the pro game, is watching a guy who's been in the NFL for 4, 5, 6 years, knows how it goes, knows what to expect, who comes in and tackles while he's punching.
And doesn't miss the tackle. He doesn't give up on the tackle to try to punch the ball.
I mean, you got an 18, 19-year-old kid at the college level, whatever. He's still developing that talent and that skill. Man, at the NFL level, especially watching the Bears play and the Rams in particular, they come in and they punch that ball out as they're tackling.
Here's the other part of the Rams that's different this year is they just quietly went out and got Devontae Adams in the offseason. Here's Nick Rawlis on how to defend him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things with Devontae, just in terms of savviness with his releases, savviness at the top, body control, ability to win contested catches. So, I mean, I think we've all kind of seen that complete package for a long time. I was in the division with him in the NFC North when he was with the Packers. So I'm used to seeing all those plays on tape. Just really good all around, running routes, even in the field too. Third downs, like he's a challenge.
Matthew Stafford has a quarterback rating of 111.7.
All right. I'm done with this segment. Also, they have Sean McVay.
Oh, my.
I mean, we talk about the margin for error. If you are the Cardinals head coach, you're in a division with Mike McDonald, who looks like he's going to be a pretty good coach, Kyle Shanahan, who is, and Sean McVay, who might be the best
What's
right
your
now.
point?
My point is, let's talk about something else. We are giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You're going to rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings Fest hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd. Head to the contest page right now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win tickets. Head there right now. When we come back, what have been the most encouraging parts of this Suns season so far? We're going to throw a few of them at you next with our Suns three-pointer. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
If it were not week 13 of year 3 on a team that is now 3-9, you would look at yesterday and say, good job, boys. You fought a good team hard in their own building. You had a chance to win. You pretty much dominated the game in the second half. You produced 100 yards plus more offense than Tampa did. The defense made some plays, and if you weren't shooting yourself in the foot, you win the game. But again, it's the L after L after L. It's the accumulation of it all.
They were reminiscent of 2023. Year 1, Jonathan Gannon games, where we'd be applauding them. It's not good enough anymore. There has to be some payoff at some point.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools isn't just in the basin here. No, they're not, ladies and gentlemen. They do pools all the way across the state of Arizona with a location in Tucson as well. They provide the highest quality pool with a leading warranty to back it up. That's what I love about Presidential Pools. That's why we had them come over to the Wolfley compound and build our pool, Basinonian, some 7 years ago. So if you're looking for something that is unreal and resort-focused, they can actually do it for you. If you want a basic pool to save money and not break the bank, they can do that as well. But it's not just about the money. It's about the memories, too. Your kids and taking the family out by the pool. You're going to hang out, backyard barbecues, friends and family. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Shazam! Suns 3-pointer with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's time for a Suns 3-pointer, the 3 most encouraging parts of, I don't know, the first quarter of the season, let's say, okay?
Yeah.
You ready for this, Wolf?
I kind of like that.
All right, let's go with number 1 here.
Whammo! Devin Booker in 1.
All right, well, look, my first one is just going to be Dylan Brooks. Like, that's just going to be, he's his own category right now. It's not only what he's doing, he's averaging 8 points higher per game than his career average.
Man.
It's the attitude he has brought, but it hasn't been reckless. Now, I understand he got a technical foul in a game he wasn't even playing in. That you have to go out of your way to do that. But it's the attitude he's brought, but also the influence in a good way on some of these younger players or guys just making their way in the league, like a Colin Gillespie. I mean, who among us thought, yeah, you go out and get Dylan Brooks and it unlocks this whole different level in Colin Gillespie? And I'm not trying to take away from what Colin himself has done, but you can't argue with the fact that Dylan Brooks being here has added to Colin Gillespie's game, and it has helped really give the Suns an identity. So I just think Dylan Brooks is certainly first on this list.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, Basinonians, my first point of Suns three-pointer. The most encouraging things about the Suns start, number one, as a team, they are competitive to the floor with blood under their nails. Absolutely love watching this team play. It is a joy. Everything that Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory said they were going to be, they have delivered. They play hard. Isn't that right, JJ Redick? They play defense. They are consistent in their approach on both ends of the floor. They try hard. And Suns fans are proud of this Suns team. And that's my first point of Suns three-pointer.
Fade back 14-footer is 2 points. Dynamite.
They have so much going for them right now this season that everything you just said was going to be one of my points, Wolf. I'm not even going to say it. You just said it because there's so many other points I can go with, okay? So here's my second point for Suns three-pointer. Most encouraging parts about the season so far. The Suns already have signature wins.
Oh!
It was something that I was hoping they would do this year. I didn't know what the win total was going to be. I guarantee you that they're going to win more than I thought. I was thinking 34, 35. Maybe they could get over last year's number of 36 and squeak up to 37, but they are on pace for a lot more than that. But my goal for this season was play competitive basketball, try to develop that identity that Matt Ishbia was saying he wanted for his team. Get better as the season goes and occasionally pick up some signature wins that are almost like checkpoints along the way to validate what you are doing. The win over LA in LA on Monday, signature win, even if you were at full strength and they were nowhere near full strength. The win on November 2nd at home against San Antonio when San Antonio had Victor Wembanyama and you essentially shut him down and San Antonio was undefeated. Signature win. And there's been a couple other close ones, like the Minnesota win on November 21st, I feel like was a signature win as well. But you've got at least two. You could make a case for maybe a third, fourth, and fifth already, and it's only December 3rd.
Incredible. Okay, my second point of Suns three-pointer, there are no expectations. No expectations, and this is why I am enjoying watching the Phoenix Suns come to us, Basinonians. Not us going there. They're coming to us. We enjoyed the Suns' 13-9 start because there were absolutely no expectations coming into this season. We all were waiting to see what the Phoenix Suns were going to be. And we all, save for Rick, have been pleasantly surprised by what we've witnessed.
Yeah.
As the Suns continue to move forward and win games, our expectations will continue to rise, and disappointment is almost certain to happen because of that. After all, winning is hard, and so is building something from scratch. Man, I enjoy there are no expectations for the Phoenix Suns. Until now. And that's my second point of Suns three-pointer.
Three-pointer, Shazam!
That's just showing off right there.
Right.
All right, my third and final point of Suns three-pointer, my most encouraging parts of the first quarter of the season is their ability to withstand injuries. I mean, we talk about everything that they have done through these first 22 games. That doesn't even account for the fact that even if they were at full strength for all of these, if you had said before the season, hey, the Suns are going to be on this crazy run where nobody misses any games, I'm not sure I would have believed that they'd be 13-9 right now. But that has not been the case. You have Mark Williams has missed 4 games, and I would say that's a success right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they've managed that. Jalen Green has missed basically 21 games of the 22. Dylan Brooks missed 6. Ryan Dunn has missed 5. Grayson Allen's missed 8. This isn't at the end of the season. This is of the first 22 games, and they're still winning. even the really good loaded teams, there's no guarantee that they can withstand injuries. And the Suns, who were not coming into the season with any lofty expectations, are winning despite injuries. So their depth is being tested, and they're still winning these games.
That's a good one right there, Luke. Well done by you. Okay, my third point of Suns three-pointer, they beat good teams. This is very similar to what you were saying right now. They have signature wins. Clippers twice they've beat. Spurs twice. T-Wolves and the Lakers. That's 6 games. 6 games, not 2 or 3. That's 6 games. Beating good teams confirms your culture, and the players you have are good fits for said culture. You can have an idea as to how you want to play and what you wish to be. But if you don't have the players to execute those ideas and wishes, you will not win, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting, you will not.
My sources.
Beating good teams proves to the players in the locker room that, number one, you have the right instruction and the right coaching. And number 2, you have the players to execute the instruction and the coaching. Because you're beating good teams. The proof is right before you. And that's my third point of Suns three-pointer.
See the shots that I took.
Wet like I'm booked.
They're on pace for 48 wins right now, the Phoenix Suns.
Wow. That'd be so cool. Can you imagine?
I don't want to go too far with this comparison because they are very different teams. But you remember the 2013-14 season? They were coming off a 25-win year. And Jeff Hornacek was the coach, and they won 48 games.
Yes, I do.
And Goran Dragic was most improved player in the NBA.
I do remember that.
Is it not weird that they're on pace for exactly 48 wins right now? And Colin Gillespie, I think right now, would win NBA's most improved player.
Wow. That's pretty good.
In Jordan Ott's first year as head coach?
Yeah, again, I can't get over the lack of expectation and how fresh this has kept the Suns season. How beautiful it's been to just let it come to you. I mean, honestly, I think you would say the same thing. We didn't have expectations of grandeur for the Phoenix Suns, certainly not a 13-9 start, let alone an 18-4 competitive, non-competitive start. They have earned that, and now I can feel myself already thinking, this is real. And why is it real, Basin Audience? Why is it real that we're watching the Phoenix Suns at 13-9 and you can say with conviction that it's real? Why do you think that is?
There's a lot of different ways. You're 22 games in. That's a real sample size. It's the way they play. The way they play is sustainable. They're not winning games because guys just can't miss shots. But the way they play is sustainable.
You've already mentioned the fact, how many man games have they missed?
Well, yeah, I mean,
with
in theory, they should get better.
significant players.
Yeah.
Significant play. Jalen Green is a significant player. It is amazing to watch this, and yet having no expectations and letting it come to you is a thing of beauty. And it's the reason why this is going to be, I think, by the end of this season, provided they continue to play the way that they have right now, by the end of this season, this could go down as one of the most enjoyable Suns regular seasons since I've been on the air.
Yeah, it is a breath of fresh air. It really is. And just to go back to those games missed, again, this is out of 22. Okay, would you say Jalen Green was going to be one of their most important players this year?
Yeah, I would say that.
He's essentially missed 21 of the 22 games. Dylan Brooks is one of their most. He missed 6 of the first 22 games. Ryan Dunn has missed 5. Grayson Allen's missed 8. Mark Williams has missed 4, which is, again, a great number. I have no problem with that. Yeah, and now maybe Book. But with all that, they're still winning at a clip that would have them winning 48 or 49 games this year.
They have
incredible.
6 really impressive wins already.
All right, we come back. We're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Thinking about fixing your smile? Go with Pro Smile, Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, and the only place with oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and lab techs all under one roof. No outsourcing, no delays. This holiday season, get $1,000 off through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The latest college football playoff rankings were released yesterday, and Arizona moved up all the way to 18th from 25th. Today is early signing day for college football, and we have a commitment tracker for both ASU and Arizona up now on arizonasports.com. In NBA news, former Phoenix Suns guard Chris Paul was sent home from the Los Angeles Clippers road trip earlier this morning. Clippers top executive Lawrence Frank said the team will work with Paul to find his next destination. And the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams. For how quarterback Jacoby Brissett could remain a big part of the Cardinals next season, read Tyler Drake's latest up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Christmas is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is noon on a Wednesday. It's Wolf and Luke. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, what do you got?
All right, guys, let's start with the NBA. And former Phoenix Suns guard Chris Paul was sent home from the Los Angeles Clippers road trip this morning. According to this ESPN graphic I'm seeing right now, they are releasing him. Earlier today, Clippers top executive Lawrence Frank said the team is working with Paul to find his next destination. So I guess that has changed. According to Shams Charania, quote, this is a tweet from Shams, Chris Paul and his leadership style clashed with the Clippers, sources tell ESPN. Paul has been vocal in holding management, coaches, and players accountable, which the team felt became disruptive. Specifically, Ty Lue was not on speaking terms with Paul for several weeks, end quote. What do you make of this situation?
Wow. I don't like seeing Chris Paul go out like this.
No.
And I don't know what the Clippers thought was going to happen this season. I really, of all the teams that were supposed to be good in the Western Conference, and I do think some of these teams that haven't been great yet are going to be good. But, man, the Clippers, you're built around Kawhi, who is so unavailable so often. You're built around James Harden, who, for the most part plays, but he's had injuries too. And your answers over the, last 12 months have been to bring in Chris Paul and Bradley Beal, and you thought that was going to make you healthier? What was the plan there?
Yeah. Can I just say this? I want to parrot what Luke was saying. This is not how I wanted to see Chris Paul go out. 4 years, 4 different teams, and he's had an issue with each one of them. And now all of a sudden, here it is going out like this with Ty Lue. I have so much respect for Ty Lue.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys as a coach. Could I see him clashing, Ty Lue and Chris Paul? Yeah, I could see that. But this is not how I'd like to see Chris Paul go out. Talking about a Hall of Famer, and he's burning a path behind him. At least it seems to me.
I'm always going to think of Chris Paul as one of the most important Phoenix Suns of the 21st century, honestly. And I know he wasn't here that long, but when you consider the decade of basically nothing they had before he got here, he wasn't the only one, obviously, that carried them. But, you go with the bubble, and then he gets here, and what Monty Williams did and what Chris Paul did, and certainly what Devin Booker did to jumpstart that team from missing the playoffs every single year to all of a sudden being in the NBA Finals. It's I don't like seeing him go out like this either.
4 years, 4 different teams.
That takes me to my next question. Y'all say that you do not want to see him go out like this. So should the Suns kick the tires on a CP3 reunion? Gambo says there is, quote, no chance, end quote.
Yeah, I don't think it makes a ton of sense now, honestly. I mean, you bring in Chris Paul to sort of, A, he's not the player he used to be. So, B, at this point, you'd be bringing him in for chemistry, to help build an identity. They got that. They don't need it. With all due respect to Chris Paul, who I just said is one of the most important Phoenix Suns of the 21st century, but I don't think they need him now.
Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine? Devin Booker has got to have this team. Devin Booker has got to grow and lead this team. Devin Booker has got to be that guy. Let's go get Chris Paul and bring him in here. No.
It made sense in 2020. It doesn't make sense now.
No.
Yeah, I'd like to see it just because I'm attached to my childhood in sports, and he's one of the guys still left from it. But logically speaking, it doesn't make an ounce of sense.
I just think it would mess with what their best attribute is right now.
I agree.
Messing with the chemistry.
Also, the pace would slow down, and
no, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm out.
Also, I don't think he would really even play. I think he would just sit on the bench and be a leader.
Yeah,
that'd be a
yeah, but that's in and of itself is dangerous. Sit on the bench and be a leader.
They did that in Miami with Udonis Haslem for many years.
Yeah, yet at the same time, no. Haslam was not Chris Paul.
You didn't bring Haslam in either. He was there forever.
Yeah. All right. Our Tyler Drake has a story up now on ArizonaSports.com making a case for Jacoby Brissett as the starter, at least at the beginning of the 2026 season for the Arizona Cardinals. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now on ArizonaSports.com. It asks, who will be the Cardinals quarterback to start the 2026 NFL season? Jacoby Brissett, Kyler Murray, or other?
All right, so I don't think it'll be Kyler. It could, but I don't think it will be. So then you're down to Jacoby Brissett or other. So I'm viewing other as either you draft somebody. I don't think that somebody would start in week 1 if that were the case. So I think the only way it's not Jacoby Brissett is if you identify next year's Daniel Jones or Sam Darnold or somebody who's a vet who's kind of fallen out of favor, and you bring him in as your reclamation project, and you find that guy. I don't think it's a given that we're going to see one of those guys every year. I think it's kind of crazy, actually. We've seen one the last 2 years with Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones. So I don't think you're doing that. I think you draft a guy and Jacoby Brissett starts week 1.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen as well. I would have to agree with Luke. The likelihood of that happening, I think, is over 50%. And I will say I'm for that as well. Bringing Jacoby Brissett back, which he is. He's under contract. As the starter going into the season, whatever you do behind him, bringing a young guy in here, I think is going to be critical. And more times than not, that means a draft.
Yeah, I agree. I would go reclamation project, but I think that what they will do is go Jacoby with a rookie at some point.
I also think a lot of people would argue Jacoby is maybe the reclamation project.
Yeah,
like who out there do you look at and say, okay, no, I mean, you brought up the one name a few weeks ago, Wolf and Trevor Lawrence, but they're probably going to the playoffs. I don't think Jacksonville's going to be, but he would be the only one where you'd look and say, if they moved on from him, like, yeah, okay, he's not living up to expectations, maybe we can get it here.
Anyway, I'll vote Jacoby Brissett, which leads 60% to 33% other.
Wow.
And 7% Kyler Murray.
7% Kyler Murray.
All right, last one for you guys. Today is early signing day for college football, and yesterday ASU landed a commitment from the top junior college recruit. We'll feel like this size here. 6'8", 310-pound offensive tackle Jermaine Mitchell.
Sold!
The Sun Devils also landed 4-star wideout Nico Bland yesterday. Should this type of recruiting be enough to keep Sam Levitt around for next season?
Well, I tell you, I mean, Nico Bland's not going to help him, obviously, 2027. But if I were Sam Levitt, the only concern I would have with coming back to ASU, because he's going to get paid here. He might get paid more somewhere else, but then you run the risk of you're learning a new system, a new coach. Like you leave a lot of things to chance if you switch schools. My concern would be, okay, well, can you protect me if I stay at ASU? If you're going to go out and get a 6'8", how much did you say he weighs? 310?
310, and that'll probably get up to 330 at some point.
Get in the weight room.
Yeah, an offensive lineman that, by the way, Georgia wanted. They're pretty good on the line of scrimmage, and you get him. And, JUCO recruits they've already played some level of college football. This isn't like a high school kid you're bringing in.
And now they have 4 years of eligibility.
Yeah, that would be I would be paying special attention to that if I were Sam Levitt.
By the way, here's a donut. You might want to get up to 320. Okay, just saying. 6'8", 320 sounds
What
really,
kind of donut
really
are you
good.
eating that
There's
puts
a
10
donut
pounds
for you.
on?
Listen, Sam Levitt, it's a question mark as to whether or not he's going to come back once again, and that is out there. I think more times than not, he's going to be back in this situation. If you took a quarterback, I don't want to be specific to Sam Levitt. I'm talking about more times than not, if you took a quarterback that had his skill set, and yet over the last 2 years, his injury situation, that might be a concern for the NFL. You might want to come back just because you want to prove that you can stay and you can play games and not get injured.
And that's not all under your control.
And to your point, the offensive line will help that.
Yeah. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back to the Suns, quarter of the way into the season, how much have our expectations realistically changed for this team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've both been to that stadium 100 times, all right? And you can look at the names in the Ring of Honor. There are a lot of players who were up there who were on very bad teams. And you can remember the good Carson Palmer teams. You can remember the good Kurt Warner teams. I'll use our own Ron Wolfley as an example. Ron Wolfley, a great Arizona Cardinal. He wasn't on any good teams when he was here. You just hope that one day when Trey McBride's name is up there in that Ring of Honor, that you'll be able to look at his name and remember the good teams that he was on and the good moments that the teams that he was on provided rather than just an individual great player.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
advisor.
My Deuce Backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026 because that was us at Casa Galvisi before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives. Hey, it's Gambo. Are the Suns a top 6 team in the Western Conference? Can they avoid the play-in and make the playoffs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, thanks to everybody listening in Mesa.
Oh, Mesa.
Mesa, Arizona.
Mesa, Arizona, Basinonians. What's up, YouTube and Mesa?
The basically quarter mark of the season for the Phoenix Suns. Maybe a little past it now, but by the way, is their extra game against Oklahoma City is because they made the NBA Cup? So their reward for making the NBA Cup was, hey, you get to play Oklahoma City in extra time.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Okay.
That worked out.
Well, when you win, you play better teams.
Yeah, but Oklahoma City?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Bring them on.
All right. Are you are you guaranteeing a Suns win over Oklahoma City?
But
no, that's what I heard.
If you want to be a good team, you gotta to be the best. You gotta beat the best.
There you go.
They play him 3, 4. They play him 5 times this year now. Oh, okay.
Here's the great thing about it. I really don't think playing the Thunder is going to dampen the enthusiasm at all or the confidence of the Phoenix Suns. That's what I love about this team. I honestly believe this team, the whole villain thing and everything else they're doing, the way they're competing as a team, this is fascinating to me and so fun to watch. I don't think getting whipped by a team all of a sudden gets them down in the mouth. I don't think they do.
No.
Last year, yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah. Last year it sent them into like a 3-week tailspin each time. I'm going to say something, and this may end up sounding really stupid, but it's never stopped me before.
Okay.
Oklahoma City's 21-1. They could easily be 22-0. Like this team, seriously, we just had Bobby Marks on. Probably should win 70 games. But if you told me a team was going to beat them, I'm not saying in a playoff series, but just on a random night, I feel like the Suns are the sort of team that would do it. Like just a team that is just relentless, they would have to have Book to be able to do it. I think you'd probably have to have Jalen Green too.
Yeah.
And in no way am I saying the Phoenix Suns are better or even close to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Right.
But I'm assuming Oklahoma City is not going to go 81-1.
Right.
So if they lose a couple games this year, it might only be like 6. But I think the Suns are the sort of team that could be one of those 6 games where they just harass them for 48 minutes, and Oklahoma City's like, whatever, we'll just go on a 30-game winning streak after
Yeah,
this.
and maybe it's a situation where going into that game, OKC looks at the Phoenix Suns and ain't nothing but the Suns. I mean, are you kidding me? Psh. So, for me, that would definitely be a possibility where they would have to overlook the team they were going to play, even though the Suns are building this reputation in the association as being one of these teams that are going to go out and ball out. It's one of the best things about it, man. But it would take a team like that to surprise Oklahoma City because they are human beings that play for the Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
They're not aliens.
I'm glad you don't think it's ridiculous because, and I'm not saying the Suns are the second best
team. Yeah, but
a
one-time situation?
One time.
Yeah.
Only because Oklahoma City has to lose the occasional game.
Yes.
And as I look up and down the league, I'm like, okay, well, who are the teams with the best records? The Lakers? Yeah, I mean, maybe they could beat the Thunder. The Rockets? Maybe. But it just feels like when Oklahoma City's totally locked in, they win by 16 every single night.
And once again, you're going to get their attention if you're the Houston Rockets. You're going to get their attention You know,
they're going to be locked in.
Yes, they're going to be locked in. The Suns, I don't think so much. But once again, J.J. Redick and what he said, if you don't play hard, you're going to get exposed. If you don't play hard against that team, you're going to get exposed. that is gold.
Are you talking about
if
this?
you're Jordan Ott.
If you don't play hard against that team, you're going to get exposed. So, you
just cut it. I mean, listen to him.
You don't want to hear him struggle for the next 35 seconds of frustration?
With the physicality, and he went into detail behind that. But what he said off the top, the statement, if you don't play hard against that team, you're going to get exposed. This is what I was talking about. Well, we have been talking about the entire season for the most. Watch Dylan Brooks play on the defensive end of the floor, specifically on the defensive end of the floor. He's trying hard on the offensive end of the floor as well, but watch him on the defensive end of the floor. If you're not intense, if you're not trying on the defensive end of the floor the way that Dylan Brooks is, you get exposed. Mm-hmm. You, as a player, look like you're out there lollygagging. That's what I love about it. It is true. A true statement, man, individually and collectively as a team.
You talk about expectations, and I'm looking at the standings in the Western Conference right now, and the Suns are 7th. So if the season ended right now, they'd be in the play-in, which before the season, I would have been like, sold. You get me in as the 10 seed.
Man.
Sold. Now I'm like, man, I've been playing so well. I feel like they should just be in a playoff spot. They shouldn't have to.
You're getting greedy. Luke.
Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of the way it feels right now. You just beat the Lakers. You've beaten the Spurs this season when they had Wembanyama. You finally beat Minnesota. You've got some legitimate signature wins. You went on that crazy run after you started 1-4. It feels like you should almost be just in a playoff spot through the first 22 games. But the Western Conference, as much as we talk about how, hey, some of these teams like the Clippers and maybe Memphis and maybe even Dallas that were supposed to be really tough there, maybe they drop off a little bit. The bottom line is those top teams, Oklahoma City is in an entirely different league in my mind. But the Lakers, the Rockets, the Nuggets, I think the Spurs are maybe even in the next tier down from those guys. But like those teams, they're not dropping off. The top 5 or 6 teams in the Western Conference are all title contenders, except they're not because Oklahoma City's going to win again.
This current road trip right now, anyone who's listened to this show, the way I feel about this, the expectation thing. I don't want to have any expectations whatsoever for the Phoenix Suns, but they are winning me over to a point where it's a flat shovel to the face if you're not engaged in what they're doing. If you're denying what they're doing and the kind of consistent effort that we're seeing, you're a joke. It really is. This is something that, again, think about this road trip. Right? I think it's going to take this road trip for me to finally say I have an expectation of this team. And it's going to be Lakers, Houston, T-Wolves, OKC.
Yeah.
When that is over, it's going to be 25 games, as a matter of fact.
It'd be nice to have Booker for those because it's hard to get if they go out and lose all those, but they don't have Devin Booker, it's like, all right.
Yeah, but what if they go out and compete? Once again, I'm going to start dropping the competitive, non-competitive. I've been talking about this and teasing it. I think it's going to happen over these next 3 games.
You want to hear, here's the real joke, okay? If the season ended right now, Oklahoma City would win 78 games. Like, that's the pace they're on, okay? They would also have the 5th, 9th, and 14th picks in the draft.
Oh, my goodness.
Thanks to the Clippers, Utah, and Philadelphia all trading.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it's almost...
Oh, that is...
Are they ever going to lose
again? It's like the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, can I talk to you right now?
The only
Adam Silver, can I talk to you? Because this is beyond dynasty.
The only thing you can say is, where would they even put those players? Like, they don't have room for the 5th, 9th,
my
and 14th
goodness, that is horrifying.
Well, they're only on pace for 78 wins and 3 top 15 picks. That's got to be unprecedented.
They're just going to win the next 10 championships. What? I was being a little facetious there.
Yeah, probably
firing for a
probably only 9 of them. When we come back, how did the Cardinals lose yet another close game? We're going to ask two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks. He's going to join us for Maximum Football next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with the princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-289-5955. 800-289-5955. 800-289-5955.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The latest college football playoff rankings were released yesterday, and Arizona moved up all the way to 18th from 25th. Today is early signing day for college football, and we have a commitment tracker for both ASU and Arizona up now on Arizonasports.com. In NBA news, former Phoenix Suns guard Chris Paul was sent home from the Los Angeles Clippers road trip earlier this morning. And the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams. For how quarterback Jacoby Brissett could remain a big part of the Cardinals next season, read Tyler Drake's latest up now on Arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
It is time for Maximum Football with
Max is over
Starks.
there fighting the headset.
He's at one point was wearing 2 sets of headphones. What's going on, Max?
I'm great now that I know what headset to listen to in this one. I mean, granted, we're in the studio together, so it's not like I couldn't hear you if I didn't have the headset or anything. But, yeah.
It would be weird.
But having 2 sets of headphones right on top of each other and only one plugged in and you don't know which one's the right one and they're tangled and connected, it's frustrating.
You got to earn it if you want to come on.
Exactly. It's like, listen, if you want to talk and you want to hear while you're talking,
answer this riddle.
Exactly.
Answer this series of riddles.
I need you to detangle all of these.
So, first of all, I've got to get to this. How was your Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving was good.
Yes.
It was good. It was low key.
Okay,
good. It was
good.
easy. The wife was working,
Love
so
that.
we went out. We went out for Thanksgiving. It's the first time my wife has not cooked for Thanksgiving. So
wow.
And you know what? No cleanup was amazing.
That's pretty sweet, actually.
Now, the negative downside of no cleanup is no leftovers.
Yes. Wow.
So,
there you go.
Yeah. So
Scrape the pot.
There's a trade-off. But I think it went well for all involved.
So you went out and picked up food, or you actually went to?
We went to like a buffet.
Okay.
Like it was at the it was at the Royal Palms.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, a nice buffet. That had to be
it was
good.
really nice.
Did it have the typical turkey and
had turkey,
mashed potatoes, and
prime rib?
Oh yeah. Oh
wow. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I
See,
see,
exactly.
yeah.
A little bit of ham too.
All right.
And mashed potatoes and
Follow
all.
Max next year.
And it had you know what? It had an omelet bar. The omelet bar was great. It was underrated.
This sounds like a new tradition that you just started, whether you meant to or not.
I mean, granted, I don't want to pay that every year, but yes.
Yeah, okay.
But you will eat the omelets.
I will eat the omelets. Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's something new. Now here's something that happens every week, Max. The Cardinals lost by 4 points or less. So
we're back to the beginning of the season. What you say with me?
Yeah, which I guess is better than those 2 games in early
It's like
November.
age, right? You know, from how you started is once you go, right?
Well, that's
just brutal.
Where I'm assuming at no point in your career did you ever play on a team that basically had the same version of a loss this many times. But how would you even navigate this if you were on the team? Because now you know you're mathematically done, but you're also close in most of these games, except for 2. 2 of your 12 games you weren't close. The other ones you've either won 3 of them or been right there in 7 of them. But all of the 7 that you were right there were losses. How do you even process that?
Well, you know, it's funny. I'm processing that kind of similarly to how I'm dealing with it right now in the Steelers season, right? The Steelers have gone out of their 6 losses, 4 out of their 6 losses, they led at halftime and got the ball to start the second half.
Oh, wow.
So just think about that, right?
Yeah.
So I think from that perspective, it's all about finishing games. It's how do I finish? How do we have enough endurance, creativity, stick-to-itness, whatever you want to call it? How do we finish games? You got to learn how to finish games, because if games were 30 minutes, listen, the Cardinals would probably be right there in the NFC race right now if it was a 30-minute season or 30-minute games and every season. Steelers, same thing. So I look at it and it comes down to just that mental acuity to stay focused, right?
It's internal.
And finish. Yeah, it's an internal thing where it's like I can't get overly bored with success, small successes, right? It's all about baby steps. Like, a snowball rolling downhill, it needs space to build into a big snowball, right?
Yes.
That's the same thing with confidence and with building and winning games. You have to go through it. I mean, I look at the Denver Broncos. That team has been losing for 3/4 of almost every game they've been in -3. And they win at the end of it.
Yeah.
That's where that focus is. So it's like an inverse of it where they don't get into the game at the beginning, but they keep chopping wood, and then in the end they have success. So that's something that's an internal thing, and not necessarily a coach can bring that out of you. It has to come down to a man and to a player.
This is something that I talk about all the time, but it is the truth. I have a ton of experience with losing, and you know this.
Yeah.
I know what it's like to go out there and have 6 games left in the season, and you're not playing for anything. You have absolutely no chance. Well, you know what? Once again, why do you play the game? Go out and play the game, because this is what you've been given the opportunity to do, and this is how you take care of your family. You internalize it. You go in, not out. When you go out and look for external motivation, and you start listening to the outside noise, and what you've got, you're doing it for the wrong reason. You have to go inside. Each player's got to go inside himself. You can't play for me. I can't play for you. You can only play for yourself. You can only control that. So go inside. Go hyper-focused inside yourself and say, you know what? We might lose today, but I'm not losing today.
Yeah. Well, and I think this is, and as a parent, right, you can appreciate
There you
this,
go.
right? How do we build grit and resiliency in our kids, right? You try and first tell them, hey, everything's not going to go your way in a day. But what can you control? My attitude, my effort. 2 things you can control.
Love that.
And keep my own composure.
That's right.
Can't let other people affect how I go about my day. I can't dim my light to make somebody feel better. Same thing, right? An internal motivation. It's about creating that internal resilience within yourself, even when everything outside's not telling you that is what you're supposed to do. And everybody else, hey, man, put a foot in the parking lot, right? Well, hey, what are you doing in January? Hey, I got this thing I want to do in January. You want to come? No, I'm here in December.
And Max,
right now.
if I were a coach, I'd be looking for this. I would be looking for the guys that are bailing, a guy that has got the foot in the parking lot. I'd be looking specifically for guys that weren't really doing their job, just kind of going through the motions. Because that would tell you, yes, that would tell you an awful lot about that player.
Yeah, no, and listen, I can tell you this from my experience on the other side of it. I've had guys come to me and be like, hey, big dog, Max, let's make it look good, man. I'm trying to get to my fishing boat in Tampa.
Oh, boy. Oh,
they're like, hey, bro, 4 hard steps, let's sell it. I've had dudes make the deal on the field during a game because they were worried.
Okay.
Wow.
So
that Wolf's gonna throw up.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, but that's the reality of it, right? Because not everybody's the same, right?
That's exactly right.
53 guys on a team.
But you should be looking for guys like that. I'm sorry.
And you should know who those guys are. And sometimes those guys are your leaders. And that's where you talk about the false prophets, right?
Yes.
The guys who are preaching it, but then they're not living it at the same time. And so as a team, you have to fight all of that minutia because, like you said, your name's on the line, right? At the end of the day, my performance, the only person to blame is the name on that back plate.
I mean, stop and think about this, Mason Orleans. If you're out there and you're watching a player out on the field, you're watching Will Johnson out on the field, and this dude's balling out. Will is just balling out. Will, what are you doing? Well, it's his rookie year. Maybe that's why he's balling out, because it's his rookie year. But if you're playing hard, any one of these young guys in particular that are playing hard over the last 5 games of this season, man, write his name down. Write his number down. Take numbers, even veterans as well. Guys that aren't playing as hard as they should play. Write their number down.
Yeah.
I have this update before we go to break, too. We found something that an offensive player and a defensive player agree on, because Zoe just texted me and he said he thinks the exact same thing every time he comes into the studio with the headphones.
Okay,
So
see, exactly.
You're not alone.
Well, there we go. Appreciate it, Zoe.
Look at that.
Appreciate it, Zoe. We can agree on something.
Zoe and Max agreeing on something.
I know that's
right
something that never mark it. Hey, Jesse, hit the timestamp on this one.
We need to get Zoe and Max in here together for one of these shows at the end of the year.
Oh, yeah.
my gosh,
yeah, that's a great idea.
Just to see where this goes. All right, we come back. We get Max's thoughts on the coaching carousel in college football and the fact that Lane Kiffin took the LSU job, but also still wanted to coach Ole Miss in the playoffs. And his players aren't real happy. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We're joined right now by the head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
You said earlier that Kyler's practice window is not opening this week. Is surgery a possibility for him?
To my knowledge, not right now. That's as honest as I can answer it. I have not heard that, no.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're back. Max Starks joining us here for Maximum Football. And Max, since you cover the entire nation of college football too,
I cover the footballs.
I want to get
Americas.
I want to get your you haven't started
that's
covering
good.
soccer yet.
Yeah,
have you?
no,
Okay.
no. Once again, that's soccer, not football.
Okay, all right.
Football Americano.
I want to get your thoughts on a couple of the coaching things going on right now. So let's start with Lane Kiffin. Okay?
Go Gators. No, sorry. What did you say?
Well, yeah. I mean, you grew up in SEC country. Can you give us some some firsthand insight on just how crazy that conference is? Where Lane Kiffin would leave a team that's about to go to the college football playoff, which
3 straight twin win seasons as well. Let's throw that in there.
I mean, it's built.
Low expectations.
From the outside, looks like a really good spot.
Unless you just don't like living in Mississippi.
He claims he does.
Claimed.
Yeah.
Claimed. Past tense, because now he's in Baton Rouge.
See how long he stays there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the SEC is all you have to understand. Like the standard in the SEC, everybody believes they can win a championship. Everybody believes they're a national contender, and so that's why you have SEC schools that will poach some of the top coaches. Like think about LSU in their previous. They went and stole Brian Kelly from Notre Dame, and he was the winningest coach in college football. And had a cush job. He was getting to the playoff with Notre Dame, and still the allure of LSU and what can be on a moonshot is what he was chasing. Because Ed Orgeron just did it 2 years before I came there.
Yeah.
Why can't I do it? Right? If the Cajun can do it, I'm sure I can. I feel like I'm a very intelligent individual.
He showed up with a new accent and everything.
Yeah, he had a new accent in less than 24 hours when he got down there. And so,
which is still awful.
Yeah.
That is awful.
Oh, it was still one of the worst clips ever.
Honestly.
But I think that's what it is. Everybody wants to cut their teeth in the SEC because it's such a difficult conference.
Lane Kiffin's already in the SEC. He's
already there.
From
but
there.
Once again, he thinks he can make the next jump. And he says he wasn't about the money. That money they threw at him was absurd.
It has to be about the money.
Yeah,
Nothing else makes sense.
$17 million a year to
Man,
coach.
The only
honestly,
thing that makes sense.
And not pay for anything, really? Because when you're the head coach in a town like that, you don't pay for nothing.
But think about this. They're the 6th seed, are they not, in the college football playoff?
Right, as it stands.
As it stands right now. They are the 6th seed. You're not going to be allowed to coach this game, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
correct?
rightfully so.
I mean, there's no way in the world you would have let him do that.
That he thought he was going
Think
to be
about
able
this.
to do.
Let's just put this in standard terms, right? So say I work for A&B Restaurant Company, and I'm the general manager. We're driving revenue sales. We have the greatest steak specials, blah, 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 blah. A new startup moves up in the same block.
The
And I said-
DNC.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to go from, I don't know, let's say City Hall Steakhouse, but I'm going to go work for Steak 44, right? I'm just do you know how pissed off they would be at City Hall if you went over to Steak 40? Like, I'm just thinking, like, if you're in a restaurant, or let's take it even more basic. Let's make this personal.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah. You're married. You have a happy marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
New neighbors move in next door. Boom. Single.
Yeah.
You leave your current family and move 2 doors down for a new family.
I'm going to date her, but we're going to stay married.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
essentially what he was saying. But hey, listen, I'm still going to come over to the house for dinner every night.
you're still gonna cook,
still
right?
tuck the
That'd be
kids in. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
No.
If I'm that girl's dad, I'm going through the front door. I'm just telling you.
No question, right? Exactly. And Ole Miss said, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
As they
You know
should
what?
have.
Hey, if you come back, guess what? Right? You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
and then the ultimatums that he gave afterwards.
Well, and you see some of these quotes that are popping up on social media, and current Ole Miss players are like, "That's not what he said to us in the meeting."
Yes.
Like, or stuff where he's like, "Yeah, the players really wanted me to coach," and they're like, "No, we don't.
No, we don't. You left us." Like in the greatest year, imagine being a 19, 20-year-old kid, right, Wolf?
Yes.
WVU is in the playoffs. And your coach goes,
Wolf's like, I'm
hey,
listening.
By the way, I'm going to be gone.
Yeah.
And by the way, hey, you guys can come with me. Don't play in the playoff. Come with me to LSU. Let's hang out till spring.
Yeah.
While rest of your buddies and teammates that you busted your butt for all season, go and try and win a national championship without you.
Will this bring change? Do you guys think this is going to bring change?
Yeah, probably in 10 years. That's how slow college football moves.
High profile abandonment, if you will.
at the highest level.
It looks bad for college football.
Basically says to your kids that are 11-1, yeah, I don't really believe in you.
Yeah.
On some level, you are saying, I don't really believe in you guys.
Yeah, I think these guys can do it better next year. Better
these
than what you're doing right now.
Will be able to do better.
Because once
again, though,
changed?
he did want to coach, correct? He did want to coach.
He did,
them.
but he took the job before that.
Exactly
right.
right.
Yeah.
But again, he did want to coach. They were like, no way you're not coaching these kids.
Yeah.
So you can recruit them all to go with you to LSU?
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think the problem with this process is. And that's why with the portal being so close at this time, and I do agree that if you're going to change, the portal needs to just be a spring portal. You can't have an end of the year.
Rick was talking about that yesterday.
The timing is so idiotic. I don't understand why it's not just being fixed.
What happened to signing day being in February like every other way? The way that you and I signed with schools.
Right.
Right? Seasons are over with. You're right before spring practices. If you want to be an early enrollee, that's fine to do that in February.
Yeah.
But to do it in December, in between semesters, and then, like you said, you have coaching changes. So now the pressure to get a coach somewhere and try and force them into the system. Will you keep the kids? Will you not keep the kids? And these kids thinking about jumping in the portal, like, it's still chaos at this level.
Let me ask you this, Max. Just follow me here for a second. You have Solani Kataki staying in BYU. Penn State wanted him. You have Joey McGuire staying with Texas Tech. Why wouldn't you? They print money there. But those are not traditional powerhouse. Traditionally, if you were just saying, well, the better job is this, and somebody said Penn State or BYU or Penn State or Texas Tech, if you're trying to climb the ladder, you would just automatically go to Penn State. How much do you believe college football has changed over the last couple of years and is still changing? Because I think it's refreshing those two guys stayed in the Big 12. B, I think you could make a real case that to a certain extent what Penn State did 15 years ago doesn't matter to me if I'm Joey McGuire and I'm in Texas Tech right now and we print money. Why do I really care what they used to do?
The blank checks are flowing. And you think about this. They've tried this experiment twice. Mm-hmm. First one was with softball, right? You went and got $1 million softball pitcher, powerhouse from Stanford. You won a national championship with that girl. Now you said, we're going to bankroll the football team. Guess who's one of the top seeds going into the Big 12 championship game this weekend that I'm calling?
Yes.
Right?
Oh.
And they did it in 1 year, right?
Yeah.
The turnaround. So, and I think with the playoff having the auto bids for a group of 5 and also each Power 4 champion gives more parity amongst the league. Now, it still might come down to the same old teams might be in the semifinals, but the fact that you have the opportunity now, you don't have to jump like it was before when there was only 4 teams and it was only the 4 blue bloods, and if you got an opportunity to go coach one of those blue bloods, that's what you were going to do.
Yeah.
You had to take the job. Now you don't have to because it's like you can be Tulane and you can still be in the playoff, right? Boise State a year ago. You were guaranteed a slot because you were the highest group of 5 winner.
Certainly the Big 12. Texas Tech's probably going to be top 3 in the Big 12 for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. And the Big 12, I mean, it's just pure chaos. I love the Big 12 because there's no two same teams.
College football is pure chaos right now.
It is.
It is to me. It's ridiculous. Listen, one of the things I used to love, and I know that I'm older. I know that I am, okay? I'm not going to say that I'm old, okay? 63 and savage!
As long as you still savage at the end.
Okay, but I'm just saying right now, football, especially at the college level, football was a game that taught you loyalty, integrity, honor. Coaches cared about this stuff.
Grit, resiliency.
They would try to.
Yeah.
We're developing. Would you say the years between 18 and 22 are developmental years?
Very
important, very formative years as to what kind of man you're going to be. College football used to be awesome for that. The loyalty, the integrity, the honor. Where is it? It's gone.
Highest bidder.
It is gone. All of those things are gone.
Yeah.
We don't develop men anymore. We teach them, hey, when you have the advantage, you cut and run. When you have the disadvantage, you cut and run. Man, it's awful.
But to bring it local for just a second before we hit the break, everything you're just saying right there, Wolf, is 100% true, and we've been talking about it. You've been talking about it for 4 years, and we're seeing it come to a head around the league, or around the country. But I did find it refreshing that 2 successful Big 12 coaches were like, no, I don't have to go to Penn State just because that's what people used to do. I can do everything here.
I love that.
I mean, how do you not think of Kenny Dillingham, who's been saying that, essentially? You don't have to jump at every job that was a high-profile job.
That's right.
Not that Penn State's not still important, but it's just like, just because you were contending for a national championship 15 years ago doesn't mean I have to leave today.
I'm just surprised it doesn't happen more because these coaches are getting paid very, very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes they're getting paid more, apparently, to Lane Kiffin's
There's
point.
no doubt about it. There's
But
no doubt.
but isn't it?
But is it always a better place to go, Max?
But
No.
But here's the thing. Look at Lane's resume.
Yeah, he does this.
This is who he is. So whether that word got called or not before the Egg Bowl by that reporter remains to be untrue. But the ethos is still there. And you think about, he got left on the tarmac at USC, right?
Courtesy of ASU.
Yeah,
that's true.
He made it 1 year in Tennessee.
Yeah,
had to go baptize himself at FAU. Gets the Ole Miss job. They give him a shot.
Mm-hmm.
He proves right on it, and then you go lateral.
This is basically it feels like it's
a lateral move.
It's basically
actually
lateral.
technically it's a little bit of a demotion because LSU has not lived up to their potential the entire time Brian Kelly's been there.
Yeah,
so. I don't know what you feel is going to be different. And like you said, Penn State, yes, you were in the playoff a year ago, but you still can't beat a top 5 team.
It's just like
you haven't done it for like you said, a decade and a half.
You can do what you can do at Penn State now. You can do that at Texas Tech or ASU.
Exactly. And actually be better.
Yeah,
you can actually win a championship in the process.
Yeah.
As long as Michigan and Ohio State are still in the Big Ten.
You don't
Penn
have to deal
State,
with Ohio State or Oregon.
Exactly. You don't have to deal with any of those. And like you said, now you have to go West Coast.
Yeah.
Who knows what USC is going to be in a couple of years? USC has been doing some stuff that gives them an opportunity. They can always be an upset team. But yeah, no, I mean, there's no need to make these moves unless you're coming up.
Yeah,
like it has to be a
clear
true
jump up. Yeah.
Like John Summerall, who we got at Florida. Tulane, group of 5, boom, you're
That's
moving
a
to
clear
Power
jump
4.
up. Yeah,
that's a
for
clear
sure.
jump up.
Wow, Wolf's calling for a break.
Yeah.
We must be late.
Well, we hit the 58.
All right, when we come
there
back,
we go.
We're going to talk O-line, but Max, we're going to have you rebuild the Cardinals O-line when we come back, okay?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
It's Wolf and
That's
Luke.
so easy.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Right now, Colin Gillespie would show up high on the ballots for most improved player and 6th man of the year.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Last year, he was on a 2-way contract for like the 3rd straight year in the NBA and had a foot injury at the beginning of the year, played through that and found some minutes at the end of the year to the point where the Sun said, even with all the change we're going through, he's important to what we need to do. This is one of the reasons why you love sports. When a guy just keeps grinding and gets the opportunity and cashes in on the opportunity.
Right. It's mom's spaghetti, man.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
Yeah, one shot, one opportunity.
That's it.
Bickley and Marana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. The Valley's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. Yeah, they got it all, Basinonians. They transformed our backyard at the Wolfley compound into a true oasis, perfect for entertaining during the holidays. Ding! Ask the family to come over and hang out in the backyard with the artificial grass looking amazing, of course. It's perfect green and feels really good when you walk in it as well. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. They are family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and they have been voted Best of the Valley. Right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special holiday discount. Get 15% off now until December 31st. All you got to do is text GREEN to 620 620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Gazagal VC before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams, and head coach Jonathan Gannon provided some injury updates earlier today.
LJ Collier will open his window today. He'll be on a practice field. Everybody else will kind of see how the week goes.
For more Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Max Starks is with us here for a couple more segments. And Max, we're going to tap into your offensive line expertise.
Whew, okay.
And, I'm not even going to ask you what's wrong with the Cardinals O-line. I'm just going to simply say this. How can you rebuild it the fastest, but yet without, sacrificing stability? Like, how quickly can you turn this around? Do you draft a couple guys? Do you hit free agency? How many pieces among the 5 starters do you feel like you need to replace? Like, what would your plan be if you were the Cardinals GM right now?
I mean, the first thing I'm doing is I need to go get a right tackle. I need a left guard. First 2 things I need right out the gates.
Yeah.
We went the veteran route for right tackle the first time. Now, left tackle is always the top priority in every draft. Go find a right tackle. Go find a right tackle in the draft early. You can use it day 2.
Yes.
Second round pick, they'll be there. And then I would probably go back either depending on where we are in the third and what the run is on guards, 3rd or 4th rounder, take a young left guard, and then I would go in free agency and go get another veteran left guard, right?
Okay.
'Cause you want a guy that can ease the process for that rookie just in case he doesn't have the physical strength
Makes a lot
or
of
the
sense.
awareness in there. That's where I would start with rebuilding the offensive line, and that's it for this year.
So you keep
Work on that.
you're fine with Paris and Yelda Froholt still where they are, and then you would have a veteran left guard and a rookie left guard to work with, and you'd have a
rookie right tackle.
A rookie right tackle is a fairly high pick.
Exactly. Work next to Will Hernandez or whoever, right?
Just
And
general.
right guard's the easiest one to protect. So
Yes.
that's why I'm not worried about going to get the right guard. I can plug and play a right guard more often than not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, I always thought the left guard was the easiest one to protect because he helps more than anyone else and he gets more help. Because a lot of times you're sliding towards somebody who's over the left tackle who's the best edge guy, correct?
It is, but that left guard's going to pull more than the right guard is.
I see
So
what
I need
you're
the
saying. You're
athleticism
saying
as well.
in the run game.
In the
Okay.
run game, I need a
Yes,
guy who's
okay.
athletic and versatile.
Okay, yes.
So, and the border wall, that's your stout, bigger, a little bit
border
slower.
wall.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So that's what your right guard is.
Yes.
So that's why I feel like
I got you. I
can get that.
misunderstood what you were talking about.
Yeah.
there,
So that's I need that athleticism, but I want the experience to curb that athleticism. That's why you go veteran and rookie.
Okay, generally speaking, when you stop and think about this, you got a rookie, you're going to draft this rookie, and you're probably going to get him in the first couple rounds or something like that.
Day two.
Day two, or day two, got to get a guy in second and third round. You're going to bring him in. What is the difference generally speaking, between going out and identifying a veteran tackle who's going to be a free agent, or actually drafting a guy coming out of college? What are the pros and cons of thinking like that?
Well, the first thing is, salary cap hit. A veteran guy's going to always cost more.
Of course.
So you're already getting a cap savings is the first pro. And yet that's the first thing a GM's going to think about is what is my cap commitment to this? And a rookie, you know that you're depressing that you're getting about 4 years.
Yes.
Before you have to pay it. Now you're getting the ready-made guy like you already did.
Yep.
And now he's an inflated salary because obviously there's not a lot of these
established and you know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of land mammals walking around that can do what an offensive lineman can do, right? I mean, every team's looking for them. So now do I want to get into that bidding war where I'm paying that premium? A la Dan Moore from us to the Tennessee Titans, $84 million for a left tackle.
Man.
Right? Jeez. So, and you're saying 60, it's about 60, 40 to 60 is the range for a right tackle, right? So I can go get the rookie and I can implement him. I get to groom him. I get to fashion him in the image that I want in my system versus breaking habits and bringing the veteran baggage and the wear and tear that's coming in.
Right. But what is the downside for the rookie, of course?
The downside is he's a rookie. Daniel in the Lions Den, right?
You don't always know if that rookie is going to turn out to be the player you think.
You don't know what this is. You don't know the bag of cats that's up top in the Gordo, right? And that's the one thing you have to do. And that's why you try and do as much as you can, right? You do the background checks, you do the Wonderlicks, you do all of this extra research to prepare, and even then you can ask a coach, but guess what?
Yeah, you don't know.
Coach is going to lie to you because he wants his kid drafted because it looks good on his bio.
Yeah.
So that's the risk you take. That's the unknown is, can this guy actually pick up what we're trying to do? Can he pick up what I'm putting down?
What would you rather do? If you were a general manager and you were going out and you're looking for a right tackle, what would you rather do? I know it's a hypothetical based on, I don't know what guy is going to be a free agent or not.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, once again, I'd rather go with a guy who's a known commodity as opposed to, I'm going to project him, this rookie, this young guy, I'm going to project him into the NFL. Have no idea what that projection is really going to look like in reality.
Yeah, and I think that's why you look at the pool, but I would take now there's always stipulations, right? Am I year 1 as a GM or year 5 on a hot seat GM, right?
Yeah, right.
Because that also determines how you're going to. Let's put the real semantics in there.
Yeah.
So if I'm a first-year GM, I'm going with the young guy. But if I'm a fifth year and I got to have it year, I got to go with the vet.
Yeah.
I got to go with the vet. Even if it's not the greatest, I'm praying that I can pick the guy for the scheme that my offensive coordinator is doing. If we're our zone team, I'm going to pick a guy that's a little bit lighter, less injury prone, so I can get him moving. But if if I'm guessing, and we're a big heavy gap man team, and we run a lot of slide pro, I'll get the bigger guy, because on the right side, that's your run heavy side, your athletic side is your left side. So I can slim that guy down, and I can get him to a place where he can function for me and get me through the year so I can get that contract extension that I'm looking for because I'm on a hot seat. But if I have leeway, I'd rather build this guy and build that entire line together. I want a young line that can have 4 or 5 years, great years together, because at the vet, it's 1, maybe 2, and you're praying that he doesn't get injured because of the wear and tear.
Yep.
All right, you said something in there I really liked as a potential door opening.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you about it when we come back.
Okay,
right?
cool.
Because I feel like you said something that might be actually kind of encouraging for the Cardinals. All right, we'll get into that, and we'll take a look at the Rams as well. Max Stark sticking around for one more segment. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've both been to that stadium 100 times, all right? And you can look at the names in the Ring of Honor. There are a lot of players who were up there who were on very bad teams. And you can remember the good Carson Palmer teams. You can remember the good Kurt Warner teams. I'll use our own Ron Wolfley as an example. Ron Wolfley, a great Arizona Cardinal. He wasn't on any good teams when he was here. You just hope that one day when Trey McBride's name is up there in that Ring of Honor, that you'll be able to look at his name and remember the good teams that he was on and the good moments that the teams that he was on provided, rather than just an individual great player.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, I've been talking to you about this, choosing dental implants. It really is one of the most important health decisions you're going to make. That's right. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility for you with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, man. This is your health, Basinonians. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see out there, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com and experience the Aria difference. You're going to be really glad that you did. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. This winter, stay warm and safe. Our complete heating tune-up is just $159.95. And if you have gas, we'll install a carbon monoxide detector for free. Carbon monoxide is the invisible killer, sending thousands to the ER and killing hundreds in the U.S. every year. Get peak efficiency, avoid surprise breakdowns, and protect your family. Make the precision decision today and call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new pretzel bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
A quick shout out to Scottsdale. Thanks to everybody listening.
Hotsdale.
In Scottsdale.
Yeah.
Hotsdale.
Yeah, there we go.
Scottsdale. What's up, Scottsdale? Hey, YouTube in Scottsdale. Little shocker, bro.
Only YouTube in Scottsdale, apparently. They only have it there.
They only have it there.
Max, okay, it's going to sound like I'm asking this like an attorney, but I just want to go back to a couple things you said last segment.
Okay, you're cross-examining.
Yes,
got it.
When you were rebuilding the Cardinals' offensive line.
Correct.
So you said take a right tackle in the draft.
Correct.
Take a left guard in the draft.
Correct.
And then go out and sign a veteran left guard.
Yes.
Did I hear you right that you could get a right tackle maybe with the 2nd round pick?
Correct.
And the left guard in the 3rd or the 4th round?
3rd or 4th, yeah.
So that leaves the 1st round open?
Correct.
So is that where you're getting your quarterback?
I would say...
What kind of laugh was that? That came from the Grinch base.
It did. My heart got a little bit smaller for the quarterback position. No, definitely the quarterbacks of Whoville would definitely not like my wrath. I don't know who I like at quarterback.
That's
my problem.
That's a fair,
That's my problem.
But you would at least have the pick open if you did like one of them.
Yes.
Okay.
I would keep the pick open, whether it's Mendoza. I mean, whether it's
so you think you can
guys
still?
I wouldn't go.
Yeah, you think that you can still find a really quality right tackle in the 2nd round?
I do believe so.
Yeah,
because you're early in the 2nd round.
Yep.
Yes, it's different if you're picked 45 to 60, right? I would say no, but you're picking in that mid 30s.
That's right.
So I feel good about finding a good right tackle there that hasn't been picked over. Like the lot hasn't been picked over at that point.
That's the biggest thing to me that you said last segment was there's a way where you can rebuild the offensive line and you can address it in the draft.
Yeah.
But still have your 1st round pick.
Still have
open.
the flexibility.
And if you don't like one of the quarterbacks, then so be it. As a team, you move on, whatever, and you try.
Or
but
here's
if
the thing.
you do, you can take.
You could always pull a Cleveland, trade back.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if these quarterbacks are going to go like everybody had predicted a year ago.
That's the other part.
And so now you can actually stockpile some more ammunition for yourself. So now I can go say, hey, I need an additional 3rd. So now I can get that guard and a pass rusher in the 3rd.
And some of these teams that are picking ahead of the Cardinals
don't
already have their quarterbacks.
Have already gone into the pools and baths of waters of fresh quarterbacks.
Like Tennessee's not drafting a quarterback.
No, they just took Cam, right?
Yeah.
And so you're still gonna the Jets. The Jets are.
You never know with them.
You never know because the Jets. You think every year that they need a quarterback, they don't, and when they don't, they do.
Yeah.
So that's just a whole.
What a mess.
Yeah, it is. It is.
All right,
that in Cleveland.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at a mock draft that has Cleveland taking Dante Moore, and it's like, how many quarterbacks do you need to take in a row?
And how much more capital do you need? I want to say they have 14 or 15 picks in this draft. It's like
Thanks to
ridiculous.
Jacksonville, yeah.
Thanks to Jacksonville. But it's like a ridiculous amount of picks that they have, and they're still not going to find their quarterback of the future.
So let me ask you this, switching to the game this weekend. Why are the Rams this good?
Man, that defense. I mean, they hit the jackpot. They waited their time and they put together a rock solid defense. I mean, I look at it's no different than what you see with the Texans, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, it doesn't matter what that is. And Matt Stafford, he just keeps defying age, for one more year. It's like every year you think it's the last year, he pulls a rabbit out of the hat. And I think when you think about adding a solid run game and you have a guy like Puka Nacua that just is a game changer at the wide receiver position, even when injured and going through, he's just tough as nails. Like that's ultimately what has been their differentiator. They built a really, really good defense that's tenacious, that's young, physical, flies around, and that will always help your offense no matter what they're doing. I mean, look at how many games it kept Houston in the beginning of this year, right? So I think that's what the difference is, that young defense, and you have the right mix of veteran guys mixed with the youth on the offense.
Do you realize that the Chicago Bears are plus 17 in the turnover column?
I do, because I was just there 2 weeks ago, and they –
Max, have you ever seen anything like that?
The two interceptions that he had against us was ridiculous. The second play of the game, the ball is underthrown, and – he is falling out of bounds, and DK's falling on top of him. Whatever, he catches the ball, and literally the two shoe tops graze right before they hit the white, and it's an interception. Like, they are the most luckiest, fortuitous team I've seen, and the ball is like a magnet to their defensive guys. It's ridiculous.
It is absolutely stunning to see that, but the Rams are number 2 in the National Football League with a +9. Turnover margin, +9.
And
17-9.
The Steelers were numbers 2 before the Chicago game.
So, yeah.
We started giving the ball. We started calling.
For me, it's, that I call them 9.
But that's one of the things about the Rams, too.
Yeah,
they turn you over. They are a physical bunch.
And they have an offense that can make you pay with those turnovers. That's the other thing. So not only can you turn it over, but you make people pay off of those turnovers. And that's what Matt Stafford brings. That's what that physical run game that they have brings. And, they have the receiving core or a quarterback that can get to that receiving core as well. So you not only are advantageous in stealing possessions, but then you make points out of those possessions afterwards.
Kansas City Chiefs can make the playoffs?
Man, I don't know. This might be the luck might have ran. The Mahomes magic might have worn out. The pixie dust bag might be empty for Patrick Mahomes. You could only depress and get by with players for only so long.
Yeah.
I think, that receiving core. I mean, Rashee Rice is a nice piece, but there's nothing else on there. They don't have a run game. At one point through the first half of this season, Pat Mahomes is leading you in rushing.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, right, leading your team in rushing. That's different.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes is not a running quarterback. He's not a dual threat. He's a mobile quarterback, but he is not a dual threat quarterback. So they have to fix their run game. They need to fix their offensive line. Talk about bad offensive line play.
Yeah.
That one might be that's definitely one of the worst ones.
And they're 1-6 in one-score games this year.
Yes.
Craziest.
Talk to me about the Steelers claiming Adam Thielen. What do you know about that?
Well, I do know that, you're looking for that number 2, somebody fresh to be the number 2, because right now the experiment has not worked with Jonnu Smith as it stands. And, Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson are both quality slot receivers, but being a tall, targeted number 2 is not worked out for them. And Darnell Washington, led us in receiving. Our big tight end is 6'8" and 311 pounds. So, when he's your number 2 option, you need somebody else, and I think you got to take a flyer at this point.
I have to ask this.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin, you know what a fan I am for Mike T. Oh, my goodness. I think he's one of the best coaches in the history of the NFL. You think he might be in trouble? Could this be a situation where this is his last year?
I don't see that because once again, when you see the Steelers, we talk about valuing loyalty, respect, and leadership, right? He's a leader of men.
Yeah.
And, once again, when you're turning over rosters, that's not easy business. And I think for him to have dealt with the depressed roster that he's had for the last 5 years, and you're still trying to figure out, well, who's the coordinator? You're grasping at straws. I don't know if it's necessarily a him problem per se, but at the same time, he is a person that he has a lot of pride in what he does. Like even when the press conference he had yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody asked him, Blake, hey, you heard the crowd. What do you think of that? He's like, I share their sentiments, right? Because the product we put out on the field was not acceptable. He didn't run from the question. He didn't dodge it. He didn't use word salad to get through it. He was very clear. And I think there's something to be said when you can stand with that integrity in front of everybody. And while everybody has bows pointed at you, right? The sights are on you. Yep. You are the bullseye. And to still stand there, stand tall, and not flinch in those moments, it's just the integrity of it. But I think, something does have to change. I don't know if it's necessarily the head coach. I think there's some structural changes that can be made, some coaching changes, and obviously, like you said, the pool of talent can be changed. The pool of talent, if I showed you that roster 5 years ago, everybody would be scared in the league, right? Mm-hmm. You saw a 5-year younger Jalen Ramsey, a 5-year younger Aaron Rodgers, you're right. You started just Jonnu Smith. I mean, Brandon Echols, Darius Slay, right? You look at all these guys. If they're 5 years younger, it's scary. Cam Hayward and TJ Watt, they're 5 years younger. But they're not. They're 5 years older. Yep. So this experiment, quote unquote, did not go the way they planned it. But you're still a 6-6 football team. You still have everything in front of you. You can still win your division. And you've made the playoffs the last 3 years with what quarterbacks?
Yeah.
So I don't think this is the worst thing. If you were going to fire him, it probably would have been 2 years ago, right? I don't think this is that year.
3 head coaches since 1969.
Unbelievable.
For the Steelers.
Still unbelievable.
Yeah.
I laugh when people are like, hey, he might get fired midseason. Nobody's getting fired in Pittsburgh as a head coach mid-season. They fire or move on from their coach. They don't even fire. Like every 25 years.
Coordinators, maybe. And we had the Matt Canada situation. I think before Matt Canada, it was like 1978 was like the last time they fired somebody mid-season.
The only thing that rivals that with the Steelers is the quarterback situation in Green Bay.
Also very true.
That's the only thing that rivals it.
Max,
exactly.
Always great to talk to you, man. Thank you.
My pleasure. I'm glad I got to make it in.
That's great.
I got to be live and in person.
I think you picked the right headphones now. That it's been
I know.
You can hear us.
Now, they keep going out, so we're going to have to talk about the wiring, but that's a whole different story. Zoe, you can figure that out.
Leave it for Zoe tomorrow. All right, when we come back, is what the Phoenix Suns are doing sustainable over 82 games? We're going to react to what ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks told us about that earlier today. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. That's what they like to say, Basinonians, and they use that terminology for a reason because Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. Your move is their mission. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to show up and be on time. They're going to be reliable. It's why they hire veterans. They proudly support and hire veterans, ladies and gentlemen. One of the things I really do appreciate about Moving Team 6. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And the reason why I know that, Basinoni, is because it is built on the backs of the Lee family. And I know the Lee family personally. Tim Lee, the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, he started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. Family-run business right here. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Picture it, your holiday table. The family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice T-Bone Steaks in the Super Value Pack are on sale for $7.99 a pound with your digital coupon. Limit 5. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Y-Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Y-Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Y-Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams, and head coach Jonathan Gannon provided some injury updates earlier today.
LJ Collier will open his window today. He'll be on a practice field. Everybody else will kind of see how the week goes.
For more Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. And today is early signing period for college football. We have commitment trackers for both ASU and U of A up now at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Thursday morning. We'll get you ready for Cards, Rams, and we'll have our weekly chat with ASU head coach Bobby Hurley. Fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Thanks to Max Starks for joining us for the last hour. I feel like we could have taken that segment talking about college football.
Yeah.
We've just done an hour-long podcast with that right there.
No doubt about it, man. Love talking to Max.
Thanks to Bobby Marks, who joined us earlier in the show as well, Wolf, to talk about the Suns and the Western Conference. And I want to play some of the cuts from that now, since that was a couple hours ago. But, if people didn't hear it, and you and I get a chance now to react to it, one of the questions we asked him, you asked him this, are the Phoenix Suns the surprise of the season so far in the NBA? I mean, I think any of us here are like, well, yeah, no brainer, obviously. But, there's 30 teams in the NBA.
Yeah, and I just want to say this, too, in regard to Bobby Marks. This is a guy, as we all know, who is well-versed in the NBA and a guy that is an expert and has a very national, a very broad approach to the association. And because of that, I like to ask him specific things about the Phoenix Suns, of course.
Well, here was his answer to your question.
I would. Just because, I would. I think there's a lot of great stories. I think Detroit is a really terrific story as far as what they've been able to do. But they made the playoffs last year, and Oklahoma City has one loss, but they won the NBA championship here. So I would say based on where the expectations were, which weren't very high at all, I do think it's probably the best story, in a positive way that we've seen here. Just because, as I said, when nothing is expected of you, and then you come out and you win a bunch of games and you're 13-9, that builds the community that probably had lost some hope with this organization the last few years.
That is Bobby Marks, and Bobby Marks just nailed that answer as far as I'm concerned. He's spot on. The only answer I liked more, the only comment I liked more than what Bobby Marks just said is J.J. Redick. I'm going to continue to look at that, man. That is a still point moment in the 22 games that we have seen so far. That is a still point moment to me. J.J. Redick saying, if you don't play hard against that team, you're going to get exposed.
Right after his one of the elite teams in the NBA right now got exposed by the Suns.
Yes. I just that kind of compliment that you get. And he wasn't trying to give them a compliment.
No, if you play the whole 47-second cut, he's frustrated with his team, but it's his team that came in on a 7-game winning streak and has the number 3 record in all of basketball right now. So the frustration was not building over the course of the first however many games for the Lakers. It was building over the previous 3 hours playing against the Suns.
Yes.
That's the exasperation in J.J. Redick's voice is all because of the Suns or, how his team responded to the Suns.
Yes, and, once again, he can see it on tape. We can see it on tape. Can we not, Basin Earnings? We can see it on television. We can watch the Phoenix Suns play the game of basketball and know if you don't play hard against that team, you're going to get exposed. This is the most encouraging thing of everything that I have heard so far. All the analysts that are out there, just players talking about the Suns, coaches, of all the things that I've heard so far, this quote from J.J. Redick is the best.
Figured you were going to like
and
that
the most meaningful.
More from Bobby Marks, and I know you and I both really like talking to him because of his knowledge of the game, like you said. I mean, it's a guy that was in the front office for a while. He knows the NBA inside and out. I think he's the only person that fully understands the NBA's CBA with all those rules and everything.
Yeah.
But also what I'm enjoying about talking to him this season, Wolf, is we've talked to him a lot on this show when the Suns were a mess. And even going into last offseason, like, hey, Bobby, is there some miracle way they can fix this? And he's always had very thoughtful answers for little things they could or could not do. But I don't think anybody expected the Suns to be doing what they've done so far. And 22 games is a real sample size. But it's not 82. So the question came up, okay, this is cool. Is this just going to be a story we look back on at the end of the year? Hey, remember the Suns' great start? Or is this sustainable? This is what he said.
It's funny. It's a good question. It's usually you kind of have an identity of kind of who you are after 20 to 25 games, and now we're going into game 23. I would say yes, but I just think your margin is, it's not like you have, Kevin Durant to bail you out or somebody else to bail you out here. This team is more built on, team related here, where everyone has to kind of do their part. I think your wiggle room, how long is it sustainable? Some of the injuries, as you mentioned, Jalen's been out for a while, and with Grayson, and we'll see with Devin. As far as where, how sustainable it is, especially with the schedule that's coming up, that's going to be the hard thing. But I would say you got to like what you've seen.
Yeah, got to like what we've seen in the schedule coming up. Talking about the next 3 games specifically, do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be rough here. I mean, This was supposed to be a really brutal 12-game stretch for the Suns, and they have basically played 7 of them, but then an additional brutal game got slid in there because of the NBA Cup, and that brutal game was Oklahoma City. So now it's a
brutal.
So, yeah, I mean, he probably honestly is talking about the next 6 games. At Houston, at Minnesota, at OKC, home for Golden State, at Golden State, home for the Lakers.
Yes.
Brutality.
Yes, it is brutal. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, coming through this, I think, is going to be an opportunity for the Phoenix Suns to say, this is who we are, and really get that identity going. The fact that they can compete. I have experienced this myself, even though it didn't last for a very long time, Basinonians. I've experienced a team that was red hot. The St. Louis Rams. The St. Louis Rams. All the way back in 1995 when I was playing for the Rams, we got off to a great start, 5-0. Got off to this great start. The ball was bouncing our way. Everything was going. Man, the confidence that gives you collectively. I think right now, going through this gauntlet, the way that the Suns are, and holding their own the way that they are, is growing this team by leaps and bounds.
Their next 6 games, it's going to be brutal. But I will say this. They're all teams they've already played this year, and take this for whatever it's worth. The Suns are 5-1 in rematches this year.
Ooh.
And their next 6 games are all against teams they've already seen this year.
5-1 in rematches.
Yeah.
Luke drops a stat.
I actually did the counting myself on that one. All right, when we come back, how is Jacoby Brissett getting ready for what is probably going to be a tough game against the Rams defense? We're going to react to what the Cardinals quarterback just said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
If it were not week 13 of year 3 on a team that is now 3-9, you would look at yesterday and say, good job, boys. You fought a good team hard in their own building. You had a chance to win. You pretty much dominated the game in the second half. You produced 100 yards plus more offense than Tampa did. The defense made some plays, and if you weren't shooting yourself in the foot, you win the game. But again, it's the L after L after L. It's the accumulation of it all.
They were reminiscent of 2023. Year 1, Jonathan Gannon games, where we'd be applauding them. It's not good enough anymore. There has to be some payoff at some point.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found the house you've been looking for, and instead of waiting around, you just moved in right away? You didn't have to sell your old place first. You didn't have to get caught up in that yet. Sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do showings. You don't have to bend your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers that just walk through your house and they tell you if they don't like your house, which is not really nice. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers do this. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar, though, for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com. Hey,
Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cardinals entertaining the Rams at Glendale this weekend. Big moment for the coaching staff and the football team. We'll discuss the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. Jacoby Brissett just spoke out at Cardinals practice, Wolf. So obviously you and I haven't heard this because we've been doing a show.
Interesting.
But, I'm going to fire some of this off right now. He was asked, what kind of test do you expect the LA Rams to be? I guess specifically their defense if you're Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, tough. I mean, obviously one of the better teams in the NFL, offensively and defensively. Really good players, good scheme, good coaches. Division opponent, those are always the toughest. And, so we got our hands full. But we're excited for this opportunity and, going out there try to go get a win.
Trying to get a win. This is going to be one game. It's going to be really, really tough to get that win. The only thing about this game is the fact that the Rams have human beings that play for them, and I think you probably already know where I'm going on this, Space and Orleans, but football is a game that demands you bring a lot of effort to it. It is a game that demands that. It is the prerequisite to playing the game well, is that you bring a ton of intensity and effort. And it's, I'm sure, a difficult proposition for the LA Rams to look at the Arizona Cardinals, who are 3-9 right now, with Jacoby Brissett. Not that Jacoby's not playing well. He's playing incredibly well. Yet at the same time, everything about the Arizona Cardinals at this point in time says all is well to the LA Rams.
Yeah.
Everything, including playing here.
The problem with the problem with everything is the Rams just lost, and they're in a division where if they lose to the Cardinals, they might be in third place on Monday. So I hear what you're saying. Like they're human beings. When you look at the Cardinals, you don't feel like you're about to go play the Eagles or whatever, the Patriots. But at the same time, the Rams have to win because of San Francisco and Seattle. So this is going to be a handful.
Yeah, there's have to win, and then there's have to win.
True.
And it's just, it's amazing the way that you will not feel threatened unless you play the game personally for yourself. To go out every game and approach it exactly the same way. Maybe the Rams have a locker room filled of players like that. I do not know. If I were in the locker room, I would know.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. You and I were talking about this yesterday. The Cardinals on fourth down this season, percentage-wise, not how many, like not raw numbers of how many you've converted, but percentage-wise, they are 30th in the NFL. They're converting on just under 39% of their fourth downs, which is obviously a real problem, and especially when you consider the fact that they are losing a lot of very close games. You feel like some fourth down conversions probably help in those situations. Jacoby Brissett was asked how they fix that.
Yeah, I think it's one, playing a little bit harder, and cleaning up a few minor details. We got the look that we wanted for the flip play, and it just didn't strain enough. And we I think the week before, just didn't make the throw. So it's just minor little things that you in those key clutch situations that you want to be able to make.
What did he say in the middle of that in regard to the flip? What was it?
I'll play it.
Yeah, that was. Please.
Yeah, I think it's one, playing a little bit harder, and cleaning up a few minor details. We got the look that we wanted for the flip play, and it just didn't strain enough. And we I think the week before, just didn't make the throw. So it's just minor little things that you in those key clutch situations that you want to be able to make.
Okay, I thought in the middle of that, I thought he said, we didn't, the flip play. We got the look we wanted in the flip play.
Yeah.
What's he talking about? Is he
gotta be
talking about the fourth down?
The pitch out, on fourth.
The
Yeah, he was
fourth
talking
and
about
one?
fourth downs, yeah.
Oh, he was talking about the fourth.
Yeah.
Wow. He said we didn't strain enough.
That is what he said.
Okay, there it is, right there. Okay, next.
Let's see what else. How about what he appreciates the most about having Trey McBride out there?
I think every week I find something new, that I admire about his game and him as a person. His ability to play through a bunch of BS. I want to say, he's not getting any calls, and not that you cry for calls, but and then I go back and I'm like, damn, he was even more open than I thought he was, and it's just stuff like that. And last week they're playing. The guy comes out of the huddle and he's like, man, he's running the seam, help me, like to the safety, and it just wasn't enough. It's just like stuff like that. You can't even put into words, and you feel it when you're in the game, because it's like, yeah, Trey's just gonna make the play, and he wants it. His ability to just want the ball and to want to be successful and want to win. I remember my college coach always said, like, when you turn a film on, you want to make sure somebody can tell that you want to win. And I think that's very evident when you turn a film on and watch Trey.
Yeah, man, it really is. It's so cool to see Trey McBride spread his wings and fly the way that he has, in particular over the last 2 seasons. I just don't want to see him forget where he came from. Don't want to see him forget his roots and the fact that he was a very good blocking tight end. Please, Trey, do not forget that. Do not abandon that. Be George Kittle.
It is crazy to me, and I know that there's a lot that goes into this, but I believe Trey McBride, if you were drafting tight ends going forward, like current tight ends, if the whole NFL just redrafted next year and you got to the part where tight ends were going, he'd be my first pick. I don't know, like George Kittle, but Trey McBride's got a lot more years left in the league. I guess Brock Bowers, but I feel like McBride is more established as a blocker, and he's putting up better receiving numbers even now too. But it's crazy to me that you have that, and yet in the 4 seasons McBride has played, you've gone 4-13, 4-13, 8-9, and you're 3-9 right now. And I understand tight end it's not quarterback. There are positions that impact your win-loss record more than tight end. But he's elite, right? We're not even like quibbling over whether or not he's elite and maybe the best in the league.
Yeah, he is elite. Again, I just want to see him continue to let the blood drip down your nose and don't wipe it off.
Here's one more from Jacoby Brissett talking about accountability in the locker room right now.
Oh, for sure. It's top tier. You know, I have yet to see somebody say, damn, this person did this wrong and it effed me up. You know, it's always like, how can I do this better? How can I do this better? You know, you come back after Drew and he's like, anything I can do better for you after the drive? And I'm like, man, we just scored. You know what I mean? Like, well, I don't know. You tell me. You know, so stuff like that where it's like, you know, that, and I know he honestly means it, you know, and you know, and so like those are the guys you want to play for.
Yeah. You know, it's a situation once again where I think Jacoby Brissett is in a perfect spot going forward with the Arizona Cardinals and going into next season. This is something we've been talking about all show long for the most part, just Jacoby Brissett. I think the possibility, the odds of him starting in week 1 are super high. Like, that is my expectation. He is going to be starting week 1 for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, again, under what circumstances? That he's going to mentor some young draft pick or some young guy? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, I know I said earlier in the show the stats are impressive, but you know you'd like to see wins too. If he puts up good stats against the Rams or Texans, that's impossible to ignore. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass, even though they've been spread out all day and it's freaking me out. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We're joined right now by the head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
You said earlier that Kyler's practice window is not opening this week. Is surgery a possibility for him?
To my knowledge, not right now. That's as honest as I can answer it. I have not heard that, no.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with an invitation to join us on Saturday, December 13th at Waltz TV for our annual Teddy Bear Drive benefiting Team Emory. You get one raffle ticket for each bear you bring to Waltz with a maximum of 25, and you will be entered to win a plethora of great prizes. Plus, you get a free lunch and a free concert from my band, Whiskey's Quicker. The event runs from 10 to 1 p.m. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, and we'll see you there.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's matchup with the Los Angeles Rams, and head coach Jonathan Gannon provided some injury updates earlier today.
LJ Collier we will open his window today. He'll be on a practice field. Everybody else will kind of see how the week goes.
For more Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. And today is early signing day for college football. We have commitment trackers for both ASU and U of A up now at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate, but hurry as the offer ends December 11th.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Oh, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I had a feeling my voice wasn't going to hold up for that.
Oh, boy,
my
boy.
name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambador. All right, yeah, enough of that. My voice is still a little ragged there. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Sorry, the big disappointment out there to all the listeners who look forward to straight up 2 o'clock. I kind of knew that when I was going to go step on the gas, it was just not going to be there. I knew it.
You just knew it. Yeah.
Well, watching all those movies and skiing all those ski runs the last couple of days, it wears a guy out, Gambo. I mean, I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
But playing hooky from work, I mean, it's really hard work. I've been busy the last few days.
Yeah,
you're
good at it. Yeah, I mean, you're good at it. Yeah, you got to,
I'm even faking this thing with my voice right now
just to make people think that you were really sick instead of skiing. Yeah.
I wasn't skiing at all. I was listening to my voice right now. Can't you tell?
Except for the guy on Twitter just said he ran into you in the mountain up in Flagstaff and said hello and took a picture with you.
I've been outed. Oh, yeah, I dare him to post this. Yeah, I mean, I saw great movies and I went skiing. And it was, but oh man, I'm just so sick right now. It was awful. It was terrible.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad
just
too.
checking on some of this Booker stuff right now as you're talking. But
sorry, my voice is a little.
Yeah, we'll
shaky
get you
right
through
now.
today.
Arizona Sports.
We'll get you through.
Breaking news.
I mean, we might as well, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna wait for the weigh-in, but we'll hit it right now. Shams Charania is reporting that Phoenix Suns star Devin Booker has sustained a right groin strain and will be reevaluated in 1 week's time.
One week time.
Yeah, Suns had a release going out at 2 o'clock. So I think the Suns just released it.
They did, in fact. There it is.
So 1 week reevaluated for Booker. Their release was going to go out at 2 p.m.
It did.
So we all got the news at the same time. Shams was just better than us at getting to Twitter. But we all got the news at the same time, and it's going to be reevaluated in a week.
Okay.
So he'll miss, and we had a little debate about this, me and Tim Ring, and I'm like, if he's gonna miss games, I'd rather him miss those games at Houston, at Oklahoma City, at, what was the other tough
Minnesota.
one? At Minnesota.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to win those games anyway. I'd rather miss those and have him back to go kick New Orleans' ass. Just make sure he's back for the games you're supposed to win. So I don't really think it's the end of the world. It's not. Look, they won a game without him against the Lakers. He played 10 minutes, and they beat the hell out of the Lakers without him.
No, it's definitely not the end of the world, and they did beat the hell out of the Lakers without him. It seems as if, I'd like to – look, the Lakers game has kind of whetted all of our appetites for something bigger and better this team could be capable of. So would I like to see them full strength as soon as possible so we can find out just how good this team could be and how far this team could go?
Yeah, but there's also no rush to do that either with 62 games left in the season, right? You've got a ton of season left, but those would be the 3 games. If it's a week, it's at Houston, at Minnesota, at Oklahoma City in what would be the NBA Cup game, and then depending on win or lose
Thank you,
game,
NBA Cup. Go play a team that's going to go win 70 basketball games this year.
They'll play another game after that. Either they'll go to the semis of the NBA Cup or they'll fall out of the NBA Cup and have another game scheduled. But either way, Devin Booker's going to be out at least a week. And look, let's be honest, this is kind of tradition for him at this point. What is it, 7 of the last 8 years?
Yeah.
He's suffered either a groin or a hamstring injury in either December or January. This is very
One time he missed 5 games, one time he missed 20 games.
Yeah, this is part of the deal, Yep. That's not our top story of the day, though it was the breaking news. Here's what is our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Brian Windhorst earlier today.
He's obviously had a much smaller role on the Clippers this year than he's had on any other team in his career. And what I am understanding is that role situation where he had significant games where he didn't play had nothing to do with this move or that Chris Paul was being vocal about. What I understand is that Chris Paul, behind the scenes, was being Chris Paul, which is he has a lot of things to say about the direction of the team, the way the team is performing, the way teammates are performing. He will speak to coaches. He will speak to front office members. And in a situation where the team is underperforming and he has a smaller role, that is different than any other time in his career when he has been an all-star, when he has been, even last year, an 82-game starter in San Antonio.
So at 3 o'clock in the morning, Chris Paul sent out on his Instagram story, just found out I'm being sent home. He was let go from the Clippers. They haven't quite figured out exactly what to do with him.
Atlanta, right?
Well, it was in Atlanta. They basically sent him home from Atlanta and said, that's it. Your time with the Clippers is done. You're on your way.
Yeah, it's a terrible way for it to end for Chris Paul, if this is the end. It's a terrible way for it to end. Now, he wants to play this year, so we'll see if any other team picks him up and he hooks on with somebody else. But he wasn't playing. He did not play coach's decision. Even in a blowout the other day, they didn't even get him in for a couple of minutes, and he probably doesn't want to be a garbage time player. I could understand that. But, it's just, for a legendary player like that, for it to go out like this, it's just, that's not how you want to end your career. That's a bad taste in your mouth to have, friction with the coach and friction with the front office. And, they tell you, you don't even get to finish out the season.
Yeah.
This is not what Chris Paul expected. He expected that he would go there and he would be a valuable role player for them. He wasn't expecting 35 minutes a game, but I'm sure he believed that he would get somewhere like 18 to 22 minutes a game off the bench and be able to try to help that basketball team.
He was probably thinking he'd have a season like he did last year with San Antonio, which was a very good season his numbers were down across the board. He's a much older player, obviously. But if you go back and look at the numbers, Chris Paul had a very productive season last year for the Spurs, kind of helped nurturing Victor Wembanyama along the way he did and playing in every single game, which is something he's never been able to do. I'm sure he was looking to follow that back up. Now, invariably, when a Suns legend, and even though he was only here for a few years, I definitely count Chris Paul as a Suns legend. Inevitably, when a player like that becomes available, Gambo starts getting the questions. And if you're watching on YouTube, you'll see that Gambo's putting on a very scary mask right now. And if you can see Lauren on the other side of the glass, she's getting ready to hit a song right now that Gambo loves to play. Gee, what song could that be? You know what? A second thought gets simmering back here. I'm still sick. I'm not feeling well. I can't do the show. Oh, God, these are the stuff of nightmares. I swear to God, I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night. I'm going to see that. Crank it up, Lauren! Seasons don't feel the replay, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain.
All right, greatest rock and roll song of all time, in my opinion.
I have a legit question, and I really want to know.
Yeah.
Are you really getting asked? Or were you just looking for a poor excuse to play this song and wear that silly mask? Or are you really getting asked about Chris Paul coming back to the Suns?
Suns fans. They all are wondering, could he have a role? Could he mentor the young guys? Could he be almost like a co-coach / player? Yeah, I got tons of people asking about it. And we've always have. I mean, even when Chris Paul, during the offseason, when I said the Suns, because there were people, that were basically saying Chris Paul was going to come to Phoenix. And they believed it. I remember having a conversation with Ramona Shelburne about it. I'm like, Ramona, he's not coming. And like she had heard from people that he was like he wants to come to Phoenix and Phoenix was gonna. And I talked to Ramona and I said it's not happening. Like they don't want him. They don't want him. They just he's not a fit for what they do. If you saw the way they played against the Lakers and they ran the Lakers off the court, they want to get up, they want to go, they want to run the floor. Chris Paul slows everything down. He's older. I mean, obviously, look at the Clippers, older. Like the Suns are trying to get younger. They're trying to get more athletic. They want to run and gun. Chris Paul doesn't help the Phoenix Suns. The only thing that Chris Paul was it was a fan-created thing in the offseason. It was fan-created. And I think a lot of people jumped on board with that and thinking, okay, maybe it is true. But he was never in play for them. He was never in play. They were never going to add Chris Paul, never.
I think part of it over the offseason was, okay, they don't have a point guard. They need a point guard. We're not sure if Colin Gillespie can do the job full time. I think if it was fan-created, I think that was basically the genesis of it, right? Like in some ways, it did make sense in the offseason of, hey, here's a void. Here's an empty spot. There's not a proven point guard on the Suns roster. It's a bunch of two guards. Let's fill it with a proven point guard and see if it could work. Plus, we all know that Devin Booker played his very, very best when Chris Paul was next to him in the backcourt. So I don't think in the offseason it was totally crazy to think, hey, should they explore it? Should they think about it? Should they look at it? I understand everything you're saying, but I also remember back in the offseason the questions we had about the Suns, and Chris Paul, I think, answered some of those questions. Now, no way. I mean, no way. They're fine without Chris.
Fine.
The pace is great. Colin Gillespie is having a sixth man of the year kind of season. They don't need Chris Paul on this team at all. There's nothing to think about right now when it comes to Chris and this team.
No,
Nothing.
I think that it's nostalgic.
Nostalgia is a very powerful drug. It really is.
Just very nostalgic. There are people that still love Chris. Yeah. I even posted, bring him back, put his name in the Ring of Honor if you want for what he did for the organization. There are people like, no, don't put him in the Ring of Honor. But, there was a lot of people like, could he be a leader off the bench?
I put him in the Ring of Honor in a New York minute for what he did for this organization.
I mean, maybe you
like
do.
That.
Yeah, maybe you do. But no, there was quite a few people asking about Chris Paul because Suns have an open roster spot. He does have a little bit of a legendary status here, leading this team to the NBA Finals. He was a terrific Suns player. Like when you look at Kevin Durant's time in Phoenix, which was very similar to the amount of time Chris spent here, you don't think fondly of Kevin Durant's time here. It was a disaster.
Yeah.
When you look at Chris Paul's time here, you think very fondly of his time here.
No doubt.
Like, oh my God, that was like total different ends of the spectrum from Chris Paul to Kevin Durant. I think Chris is going to try to hook on with somebody. You don't want to end it like that. You really don't. But it's not going to be Phoenix. It doesn't make any sense. It never did make any sense.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, in addition to getting the update on Devin Booker, he's going to be reevaluated in 1 week. We did get an update on Cardinals injuries today. Are we running the risk of not seeing Trey Benson again this season? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Arizona claims the Territorial Cup. Here to talk about all of it with us, a proud former Sun Devil, Jordan Simone.
It's funny, I go to that game, and, I'm so removed from it now, almost, over 10 years, out of football. But I get on that field, and the U of A, runs out, and I'm like, the juices just start flowing. The hatred just starts pouring out of me. I'm standing there next to my wife who played soccer at U of A, and I just can't stand her. I don't even want to look at her. I don't like her. She doesn't like me. It's what the rivalry's all about.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There are so many choices out there when it comes to attorneys that you can hire if you've been injured in an accident. And I mean, them, right? Like all the billboards, all the buses, all the signs, all the this, all the that. And if you have actually been injured in an accident, as my wife and I once had been many years ago, you think to yourself, how on earth do I differentiate? How do I know who's different? How do I know who's better? Berg Simpson has a resume that just puts them in a different class, at a different level. More than 24 of their lawyers have been named among the best lawyers in the Best Lawyers in America publication. More than 12 of their lawyers have been named in the Super Lawyers publication. They're listed as America's most influential law firms, one of America's most influential law firms, time and time again by the National Trial Lawyers. you would have figured this out on your own. You would have done your homework. You would have seen Berg Simpson is just at a different level. Don't make the same mistake my wife and I did all those years ago when we were in an accident. We didn't call Berg Simpson. Don't do what we did. If you're ever in need, let them represent you by calling 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Gatos, it's really coming down right now at Casa Calvisi. Did you see that tree over there? It just fell over.
I saw it. It's crazy. But man, I got to tell you, your roof looks good. Didn't America Roofing just repair it for you?
Replace the entire roof. It was time, and that meant it was time to call Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the entire team. They came over, and man, am I so glad they did.
You know, they're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the state of Arizona. That's why we love telling folks about America Roofing.
Everyone else is realizing what we already knew, why they're the 2025 Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year.
They give back to the community. They run their business the right way.
So you're telling me they're going to do a great job and save everyone money? No wonder they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can get a free estimate at americaroofingco.com. You want to win? Go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year.
602-960-ROOF.
AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cardinals entertaining the Rams in Glendale this weekend. Big moment for the coaching staff and the football team. We'll discuss the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out to everybody listening to us on the Burns and Gambo show today or watching us on the YouTube stream. A shout out to those of you in Guadalupe. Here on this December 3rd. Hello, Guadalupe. Drive by you every single day on a May. Sort of you, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
We've gotten to the point with this Cardinals season where obviously 5 games to go, them eliminated from the playoffs. At this point, you're kind of you're like sifting through what's left to see what is usable for next year, right? Like what do you have in place that you can use next year? And we know some of it is going to be the Trey McBrides and the Josh Sweats of the world. Like there's some pieces.
And those guys
here.
have had outstanding seasons.
They really have.
They have had just. It's a shame, and we did this yesterday. We talked about this yesterday while you were out sick. It's a shame that the miserable season with all of these losses have overshadowed a 10-sack season by Josh Sweat, a record-breaking season for Trey McBride.
Yep.
It's almost a shame that those individual accomplishments gets overlooked because the focus is on the team and the lack of wins.
I was looking at the numbers for Trey McBride. They're extraordinary. He's having an extraordinary season.
Again.
And it's getting buried. It's getting lost because the team is so bad. They're 3-9 and they're eliminated. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to figure out, okay, you got the pieces that you know you can count on next season. What are the other pieces that are going to kind of fill in the gaps a little bit? Which is why today's injury update and injury report from the Cardinals was somewhat noteworthy. Here's Jonathan Gannon earlier today.
LJ Collier we will open his window today. He'll be on a practice field. Everybody else will kind of see how the week goes. Obviously, a really good football team coming in here. Tied for the best record in the NFC. Like I talked about, really well-coached team. They got really good players, and they're playing well. They control the double positive. That's why they're 9-3. We got our work cut out for us. Excited about the challenge. Let's go to work.
Now, what Jonathan Gannon didn't mention there were some of the players that were not seen at practice today. And among those players were defensive lineman Walter Nolan. Okay, so we know he was ruled out very quickly last week. He wasn't ruled out today, but he didn't practice. Marvin Harrison Jr. was not seen at practice today. But the biggie, I think, is that Trey Benson wasn't at practice today.
Right.
Because as Darren Urban notes on his Twitter account, he obviously is with the team with azcardinals.com, you have got 7 days left to activate him from this open practice window. And if you don't,
he's done for the season.
He's done for the season. If he's not activated by December 10th, his season is over. And I don't know about you, but I feel like it's essential to see a little bit more out of Trey Benson before the season ends. And if you can't, you're at a little bit of a loss going into the offseason trying to evaluate that position moving forward.
So I think no matter what, you will need a running back.
Okay.
No matter what, because I don't expect James Conner to come back. So I think no matter what, you've got to go get one. But to your point, if Benson could play the rest of these games and average 5.5 yards per carry, which he's averaging, I might not need a number one guy. I might need to get some depth at the position.
Correctamundo.
If Trey Benson does not play, I can't. He had 29 carries this year.
Yep.
I can't say you're my number one guy next year. I can't do that. I mean, it's almost like saying, like, Justin Martinez is my closer next year. Like, going into this year, like, you just weren't ready to say that. Like, the Diamondbacks weren't ready to say that. I can't go into next year and say Trey Benson's based on what? 29 carries?
Right.
29 carries.
Yep.
He played in 4 games. He averaged 7 carries a game. You're going to say, he's your number one guy. Can't do it. So now I would have to get at least a 1-2 punch. So now I got to go hit free agency, find a veteran running back, which is not the hardest thing to do. They're always available. There's always running backs at a decent price available. I'm not that concerned about it, but to your point, I think that those 5 games could determine what do you need. Do you need a depth guy or do you need a guy that could be a bell cow?
That's exactly the designation here and the situation the Cardinals are in. You're going to have to add a running back one way or another. It's just what type of running back are you going to have to add and what part of the store you have to go shopping in. I agree. The running backs are not a problem, and overall, this is not of the big problems and the big decisions the Arizona Cardinals have to face this offseason. What they do at running back is by no means the biggest, but depending on what kind of offense they run next year, depending on, and this is one of these really like big picture questions, is Drew Petzing the offensive coordinator? Do they run the same kind of offense that is heavy on 12 personnel, 13 personnel? If so, who the running backs are very important to the Arizona Cardinals. You have to have the right guys back there. You can't just have anybody back there doing it if you're going to base your whole offense on getting back to establishing a run game dominant kind of style. So it becomes imperative that you find the right guys. And I think it also just continues to lump Benson into that whole 2024 draft class of, I don't know. What did you get out of the 2024 draft class? What did you get out of Marvin Harrison Jr.? I don't know. What did you get out of Isaiah Adams or Tip Ryman or
find out on
Trey
Isaiah
Benson? It's like, I don't know. I don't know about like any of those guys. I don't know what they got out of that entire class at this point.
Here's what they're going to want to do. They're going to want to get back to their MO. They're going to want to get back to running the football. Last year, they were very good at running the football. It was their identity. They were good offensively because they ran the football. This year, they haven't been able to run the football with much success. So I think no matter what, they're going to want to improve the offensive line. I mean, I should probably just break it right now. The Cardinals are going to take Spencer Fano, with their first pick in the NFL draft. Like, we'll just report that now on December 3rd.
So no Gambo 5, it's a Gambo 1, and you're doing it on December 3rd.
I mean,
you're just guaranteeing right now Spencer Fano is going to be the pick.
I can't imagine that they don't take the kid, but we'll see. Obviously, they'll do their evaluations, but man, I almost feel like they have to take an offensive lineman. But they want to get back to their bread and butter, and that is running the football. And that's why you just can't, blindly say Trey Benson's our guy next year no matter what. There's not enough games that he's played. We may like him, we may believe in him, but you can't take that gamble. You've got to have better depth at the position.
Yeah.
I like Bam Knight a little bit. But I've got to get myself a bona fide number one running back if Trey is not able to play the rest of these games.
Jonathan Gannon offered his very sort of typical short answer on Trey Benson's readiness this week.
Does Trey Benson have a chance to go this week?
We'll see.
What does he need to show you to get back to where he was maybe a week ago?
Be mentally and physically ready to play.
Okay. So not a lot there, as you'd expect.
He was pretty loose with us on Monday.
Was he?
Yeah, I was really surprised at that. He was in a good mood.
Because he thought I was playing hooky at the movies.
He was in a good mood.
I heard. I had I was getting reports. I was getting people who were telling me, "Oh God, Gambo's telling Gannon you're at the movies." I'm like, tell Gannon I'm in bed right now, like covered with 5 blankets and drinking Gatorade, for goodness sakes.
You know that if somebody takes a sick day, we always have to rag on them. It's just part of the business. If I take a sick day, rag on me.
Well, that's the thing is you never take a sick day.
I never take a sick day. I've taken one in 29 years.
You come in here and you get us all sick is what happens.
Oh,
you don't take sick days. You come in here and you get the rest of us sick.
No, not in the last 5 years. I stay home and I just do the show from home.
That's just it. I don't have the ability to. If I had the stuff to work from home, I could have worked yesterday easily. I could have.
You could have went to my house.
I could have gotten everybody at your place sick, you know? When we come back, how does the loss of Devin Booker impact the Suns going forward? Royce O'Neal is going to join us exclusively to talk about that and the state of this red-hot basketball team next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. They are celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. 50 years of Christian Brothers serving the Valley with their plumbing, AC, and electrical needs. And they are offering inspections for $50 on each one of those. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection, a $50 AC inspection, and a $50 electrical inspection. Are you a little worried about your AC unit? You're not sure if it's going to last another year? Get a $50 inspection. They'll do a complete system performance test. They'll do a safety and efficiency review for the compressor, the coils, and the wiring. They'll give you tune-up recommendations that could extend the system's life and lower your bills, all for $50. You'll find out. And if your system's good to go, they'll be like, yeah, you'll be fine for the next year. For $50, you'll get all of that. A complete system performance test, safety and efficiency review for the compressor, the coils, and the wiring, and any tune-up recommendations. They'll help you extend the life of your AC unit. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Basinonians, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday, peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002 online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers on Monday. He will be reevaluated in 1 week's time. Games he is set to miss include this Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game against Oklahoma City next Wednesday. From the Arizona Cardinals, LJ Collier has been designated to return from injured reserve. The defensive lineman has been out since week 2 after suffering a knee injury. And then at practice today, our Tyler Drake noted the absences of running back Trey Benson, wide receivers Marvin Harrison Jr. and Greg Dortch, pass rusher Josh Sweat, defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, safety Rabbit Taylor Demerson, cornerback Max Melton, and offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum, all during the open portion. When we get the official injury report, we'll pass along those necessary updates. There is good news, though. Running back Amari DiMercato was back on the field working. He has missed time due to an ankle injury. And then 2 big NBA stories. The LA Clippers have decided to part ways with point guard Chris Paul, and then Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo and his representation are set to discuss with the franchise his future and a potential trade out of Wisconsin. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambiance in the valley. 4 Arizona locations for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
Our weekly visits with a member of the Phoenix Suns coming off their huge 125-108 win over the LA Lakers a couple of nights ago. Next up, they've got the Houston Rockets coming up on Friday, and joining us right now, 11 assists, 1 turnover in 33 minutes of action the other night against the Lakers. 2 of 6 from distance, a plus 20 when he was on the floor. Royce O'Neal, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Royce, welcome back to the program. It's Burns and Gambo. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing great. Just really enjoying this run. I mean, this has been just so much fun, just such a joy to watch you guys play. Like, we really look forward to it each and every night when you guys play a game. It's just a big difference from the last couple of years. But I want to start with that performance you had against the Lakers. The 11 assists. Does this take you back to 10 years old being a point guard on a basketball team?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know the last time I had 11 assists, but it reminds me of when I got a triple-double when I was in Brooklyn. That was my career high with 11 assists, but showcase my playmaking ability and, being the point guard of the team.
I was blown away by how you guys just ran them out of the building. Just so many easy baskets, and you were a big part of it. It's got to help to have a big man like Mark Williams that runs the floor the way he does. And I was saying this on the show the other day. I don't remember the Suns having a big man that ran the floor the way Mark did. How much easier does it make it for you guys that are facilitating plays to have somebody like that?
It's good. Mark does a great job. Just his hands, his mobility, the way he's able to, get up and down the court. On the defense end, challenging shots, switching out, guarding guards. Having a big like that is always special and, just makes the offense even easier.
Yeah, it's easier. It probably looks easier than it actually is, but I want to focus specifically on Mark's ability to catch the ball in the paint on the move like that. How, when you've got somebody who can do that at the level that he can, how much easier does that make it on you? How much easier does it make it on the offense to know that you've got a big guy that you can trust to handle in motion like that, on rim runs like that, to be able to catch the ball and finish the way he does?
Yeah, it's special. His hands, that's one of his, great assets that he has. His ability to catch, finish around the rim. He's got great touch. And, us, I think it just gives us another outlet, whether we're, dropping the ball off to him, he's finishing, going up top for a lob, he's finishing. The way he, offensive rebounds, and he has great timing for the ball. And, I think, his hands make him really special.
Yeah. Royce O'Neal is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us here on Arizona Sports, coming off the court, our weekly visit with a member of the Phoenix Suns. We just got word that Devin Booker is going to be reevaluated another week from now, so it's going to be a few more games until he comes back. Based off of what we saw the other night against the Lakers, how comfortable do you feel in your guys' ability to kind of spread the load and share the work and make sure that everybody, you don't feel the absence of Devin too much with what you were able to do the other night against the Lakers?
Devin being out, is definitely, hurts. Everything that he's done, and does for the team, his leadership, scoring the ball, playmaking, and, taking the initiative to, pick up full court, play defense. But, he's still going to be that leader, every day with us, get healthy and come back. But I think, for us, as a team, as a whole, all season we had guys, in and out, injuries, sickness, whatever. But I think just, the way J.O., starts it off, by leading us as a coach, to vets like myself, Dylan, older guys. And I think just everybody buying in, to the plan. We, playing as a team, playing hard each and every night, offensively and defensively, playing the right way, covering for each other. So, that next man mentality, is real. And I think, everybody just having the opportunity, go out, continue this run that we're on, and, just being a special team that we are.
Yeah. And I was talking with one of the coaches you played recently, and he was telling me, hey, we knew Dillon Brooks was good. I didn't know he was this good offensively. Everybody's been blown away by, his production. We know he's a good leader. We know he's a tough defensive player, could guard 1 through 4 and, maybe even sometimes a 5. But what has impressed you about his offensive game?
Yeah, I think just, his confidence. It's there. It's always been there. But I think, just you're being able to really, expand his game, J.O., building him up, allowing him to be free. You see the work he puts in every day. And I think him, taking that challenge defensively on whoever he's guarding, boosts him up, on the offensive end, he starts making a couple. He's feeling himself, and, we going to keep feeding him the ball. I mean, he's been making some big-time plays, big-time shots. So I think just, the way our offense is built allows him to take advantage and, just showcase, his ability to score the ball, pass, make plays, and, just be the basketball player that he is.
Everybody talks about his leadership, culture changer. We know he was on a great Rockets team last year. Him and Jalen came over, and everybody was saying this team, could have used a guy like him, could have used a dog, a guy that, that does everything that he does. What is, to you, when you say, hey, Dylan Brooks is a good leader, what does that mean to you? What is he doing to showcase his leadership skills?
I think, each and every day showing up and being one of the first guys in the gym, putting in a lot of work, helping guys, in situations throughout the game, seeing what he sees, listening. I think just being able to be coachable in all aspects, him just wanting to go out there and win each and every game, play hard. He's setting the tone, for guys to, follow. And I think his energy is contagious, and everybody builds off that as we build off each other.
Royce O'Neal is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show for our weekly visit with the Suns player. I want to ask you about the three-point shooting on this team. I mean, there has been obviously a desire in years past to get more three-point shots up. This year, it's happened easily. It's happened naturally. What is it about this offense that you guys are running right now that allows you guys to shoot so well and get off so many shots from three? Because that's been kind of a challenge the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think our spacing, the way guys are, spacing out for each other. The offense, J.O. does a great job of leading us, putting us in situations to succeed. He's building a lot of confidence in guys. And I think, wanting to shoot the first shot, shoot more threes. We'll rather shoot it than turn it over. So I think that's a big emphasis. But, just the ability to play make for one another. We find guys, know where they're at. Guys are hitting shots. And I think just feeding off each other, building each other's confidence up to, take the next shot no matter what happens.
Without taking any shots at the last 2 years of Suns basketball, what is different about the chemistry this year and the fun you guys are having?
Every team has been different. It's been different structurally, coaching-wise. So I think, this year, J.O., he's wanting us to play fast, putting in concepts that, benefit this team, take advantage of our shooting, the ability to get to the basket, bigs that are interchangeable, defenses that we can switch up every game, it's going to be different. So I think every game has been different, offensively and defensively. And I think, guys just, buying in, playing hard, playing for each other, just wanting to win as many games as we can. That's the biggest goal, get better each and every day and, have each other's back.
Royce, we appreciate the time and wish you the best of luck, not only this weekend against the Rockets on Friday, the NBA Cup next year, or next week, I should say, all of that. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes of your time. Best of luck the rest of the season, okay?
I appreciate y'all.
You got it. Thanks, Royce.
Thanks, Royce O'Neal, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Suns and the Rockets coming up on Friday is the next scheduled game for Phoenix. When we come back, the second to the last college football playoff standings were released. What are we watching for this weekend? Who could be in? Who could be out? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's just amazing watching the Phoenix Suns play basketball. It is so fun to watch them play basketball.
I'm so big on how you respond, especially over the course of 82 games. And you lose a close game to Oklahoma City. Nobody in their right mind is going to fault you for losing to Oklahoma City on the road. And you lose to Denver the next night. Okay, well, how do you respond? Because you've got the Lakers and the Rockets and the T-Wolves coming up, and you got Oklahoma City again. Well, you respond by going out there and hammering the Lakers in their building.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Another accident? What happened? Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with an invitation to join us on Saturday, December 13th at Waltz TV for our annual Teddy Bear Drive benefiting Team Emory. You get one raffle ticket for each bear you bring to Waltz with a maximum of 25, and you will be entered to win a plethora of great prizes. Plus, you get a free lunch and a free concert from my band, Whiskey's Quicker. The event runs from 10 to 1 p.m. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, and we'll see you there.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. First time in a week. We're back together between holidays and vacation time and sick time and me skiing the Swiss Alps for the last couple of days.
The Swiss
apparently.
Alps?
Yeah, apparently I went all the way to Switzerland.
You got the Matterhorn?
I did.
Wow.
Yes. When I play hooky, I don't mess around.
You got to try dog mushing.
I
love dog mushing.
The next time I play hooky, I'll try dog.
Oh my gosh,
I'll do the dog mushing.
It's my favorite.
Next time
most enjoyable thing that I do is dog mushing. I love dog mushing.
Really, of all the things you do,
of all the things I do,
everything you do,
activity wise, not travel, because you know I love to travel. Yeah, dog mushing, number one thing.
Lauren, you got a number one thing you like to do?
Zip line.
Zip
Really?
line.
The zip
okay?
lining?
I do a
That's
lot
great.
of zip lining.
Zip
Do you
lining's
really?
great.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea.
Zip
about
lining
that.
is outstanding.
Canada, Ireland, London,
Get
Nice.
out. I had no idea.
here, U.S.
Here, yeah, fantastic.
I zip lined in Ireland. I enjoyed it. Beautiful scenery.
The longest zip line is like outside of Vancouver a little bit, and I went on that a few years ago. Incredible.
How long? How long was it?
Oh, long enough that you're in the air going.
Is this going to end? Yeah.
I've been here a minute.
Very cool. All right. The things you learn here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I'm going to learn what the poll question is because I don't have the first foggiest idea what it is. So what is it? I don't know.
All right, well, based off of the news today that Devin Booker has a groin injury, he'll be reevaluated in 1 week's time. The poll question today is, who needs to continue exceeding expectations the most with Devin Booker out? Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, or Dylan Brooks?
I know the players. Reword it again for me.
Who needs to continue exceeding expectations the most with Devin Booker out?
Brooks.
They've all exceeded expectations.
Dylan Brooks. He's giving him a scoring pump that they're going to need.
It's either Gillespie or Brooks. Put me down for Gillespie. Put me down for Colin Gillespie.
Colin Gillespie is leading the way with 47%, 32% going with Dylan Brooks, and 11% going with both Mark Williams and Grayson Allen.
Okay.
Get that checkbook ready, Matt.
For Colin?
Get that checkbook ready. Put a couple of zeros on there.
Oh, yeah. Get it ready. Get it ready. Absolutely. All right, that's the poll question. Devin Booker, if you missed it, is going to be reevaluated a week from right now. Doesn't mean he's going to be back in a week. It just means they're going to reevaluate that groin strain that he suffered the other night against L.A. I know I was sick the last couple of days. I watched the game yesterday morning because I fell asleep in the middle of it on Monday night. Do we even know when he suffered it? Did we see the play?
Ott mentioned it in a cut. It was obviously the first 10 minutes of the game. I don't remember the cut. But Jordan Ott did mention it
because it took the play-by-play guys on Peacock.
I think it was on the finish on Hayes, where he went chest to chest and he finished, and he fell. And I don't think it was right away, but he mentioned it might have just been a couple plays after, and you could obviously see him trying to stretch it. At that point, we kind of know where these things head. So. But yeah, we'll take a look tomorrow.
Apparently,
no more after that.
Jordan Ott Gamble's not the only one who likes the dog mush. Jordan Ott was out doing the same thing when he was giving that press conference. Apparently,
it's
the
very peaceful.
Wind and the snow blowing in his
Just
face.
You and the dogs and a trail in Finland or somewhere with big trees and snow-capped trees and. Yeah. It's just very relaxing. Very relaxing.
Because the play-by-play guys on Peacock, it was like Bouye's out there, and it's like, guys. Something's wrong with Devin Booker. I don't know why we're not talking about where Devin Booker is, because I'm seeing way too much of Bouye out here in the second quarter of this game.
We kind of related it to just more color guys than actual, just the guys like Robbie Hummel, right? He's like more of a color guy. Like
they weren't
he's
really
not a reporter.
Sideline reporters.
Not a reporter.
Right.
Like
That's
a
true.
reporter's going to notice that, hey, Booker's not out. And the other guys are oblivious to it.
And I do kind of like the concept of what they're doing. It does make for a fun watch to have one guy on each bench like that. But when it comes to like updates in terms of what's going on, it left us longing a little bit. Anyway, all right, so college football today used to be a big deal in college football. It's not as much anymore. It used to, like, letter of intent day. You'd sit by the fax machine and wait for the letters to roll in. And now in the world of NIL and transfer portal and things like that, it's not that big of a deal. But today is the day where all of the kids who have verbally committed to ASU can officially sign letters and send them in. And last time I checked, there weren't any surprises. I know one wide receiver flipped from ASU to TCU.
Well, the big surprise was the offensive lineman from that was
the JUCO kid.
The JUCO kid that could have went to Georgia. He ended up flipping to go to ASU.
Yeah,
and that was a big
very
surprise.
Surprise. Yeah, that was a
big surprise.
No, I guess I just meant in terms of the kids that had verbally committed. There weren't really any surprises there, but yeah, absolutely. The Georgia kid, the number one JUCO player in the country, deciding to go to ASU.
They thought he was going to wait.
That was a big deal. They did.
They did not know he was announcing it then. ASU.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was a big surprise to them. They didn't know he was announcing it when he did. They thought he was waiting, and like here he is. And I had just said, that like Kenny Dillingham and the coaches are not worried about quarterback. Like it's really one of the least concerns of theirs. I know everybody's up in arms about what Sam Levitt's going to do, but they're more concerned with left tackle, defensive end, guys like that. Those guys are harder to get. They'll have no problem getting a quarterback if Sam decides to leave, no problem at all. But it's hard to go get those gigantic left tackles and the defensive ends. So they were really thrilled to get that kid.
Offensive tackle Jermaine Mitchell is his name, the number one JUCO recruit for the 2026 class.
The big boy.
Yeah, 6'8".
Big boy.
6'8", 310 pounds. Had previously committed to Georgia. After decommitting from Mississippi State, he has flipped to ASU. That's obviously a big help. Now, also last night, we got the second to the last release of the playoff standings, the college football playoff standings, with the idea that we'll get one more on Sunday after the conference championship games are played. And then we'll know. We'll know the matchups. We'll know who's going to play who. Obviously, for ASU this time a year ago, this was a fun time, right? Because you were going into the Big 12 title game, Iowa State and Dallas. You knew that if you won, you were in. You're trying to figure out what bowl you were going to go to. Not as exciting this time around with ASU not being anywhere near it. But the big question facing the Big 12 and their championship when BYU takes Texas Tech this weekend, if Texas Tech wins, it's easy. It's done. They're in. They're probably a top 4 seed. We'll get a bye. We'll get seeded and have to avoid the first round. If BYU wins, not only will they get assured a bid, I would assume Texas Tech would not fall far out.
That would be the way to get both of them in, right?
Yes.
BYU would have to win. The problem that BYU has is the only real quality opponent they played they got slaughtered by.
Yeah,
Texas Tech slaughtered them.
Yes.
So if BYU loses to Texas Tech again, I'm sorry, but I don't think you can make an argument that BYU deserves to be in there.
I don't think you can. I don't think
not when you're playing East Carolina and Portland State, and you just haven't beat anybody that's that of the quality of And one game you played was Texas Tech, and they beat you pretty good.
It's not a 2-bid conference if BYU loses.
Nope.
They're just not. It's a 2-bid conference, I think, if BYU wins. And I think if that happens, then they steal a bid from Notre Dame, Alabama. Depending on where we are at the bottom of this thing, I think BYU could force Texas Tech to steal a bid from a Notre Dame team or somebody who's kind of at the cut line right now, because Notre Dame is at the cut line right now.
Notre Dame should not be in. This is ridiculous. Let's just call it like it is.
Oh, because of the Miami thing?
How could you be ahead of Miami?
Miami beat you.
Miami beat you. I mean, Miami beat you. There should be no argument, right here when it comes to. Okay, so Miami beat Notre Dame. They have the same record as Notre Dame. Miami has more top 10 wins than Notre Dame. Same strength of schedule. They beat 3 of their 4 common opponents by more than Notre Dame did, and yet Miami's on the outside looking in. Explain that to me.
I can't.
How can you it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Well, we'll see what happens if there's some jumping going on, with the conference championship games, but. Right now Notre Dame is in and Miami is not, and that seems crazy to me.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if BYU, and I don't think they're going to win, but if they do, I think they might knock Notre Dame right out of this thing possibly, but we'll see how much of it changes. The Suns have impressed genuinely through the first month plus of this season. How are they going to maintain that positive impression with Devin Booker out? We're going to go courtside. Our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, he is going to join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, this is a great time to do it. If you got some of those savings plans at work and you've got this, let's put it towards a vision correction procedure. Dr. Jay Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. He's the team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. If you've got one of those HSA or FSA savings plans, like, hey, what can I do with this money I saved? How about a LASIK surgery? Yeah, call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center right now and say, hey, how can I put this money towards a vision correction procedure? I'm getting older. I'd love to get my eyes taken care of. I wear glasses or contacts. I'll get you in. You'll get a thorough eye exam. make sure you're a candidate. You can take advantage of 2 years interest-free financing. You can put some of that money towards it. It's a great way to go. A lot of people do that. Dr. Jay Schwartz, call him at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. The #1 wiper blades in America.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and Payne has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and remember, now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. It's trending now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers Monday. He will be reevaluated in 1 week's time. The games he is set to miss, it's just 3, but it includes this Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game against Oklahoma City next Wednesday. From the Arizona Cardinals, LJ Collier has been designated to return from injured reserve. The defensive lineman has been out since week 2 after suffering a knee injury. At practice today, our Tyler Drake noted the absences of running back Trey Benson, wide receivers Marvin Harrison Jr. and Greg Dortch, pass rusher Josh Sweat, defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, safety Rabbit Taylor Demerson, cornerback Max Melton, and offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum, all not out there during the open portion. But there is good news. Running back Amari DiMercato was back working today. He has missed time with an ankle injury. And then two big stories coming out of the NBA today. The LA Clippers have decided to part ways with point guard Chris Paul, and then Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo and his representation are set to discuss with the franchise his future and a potential trade out of Wisconsin. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here. Kellen, great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
It is our weekly visits with our Suns guru from ArizonaSports.com and, of course, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night along with Mitch Vareldis. Kellen will be filling in for Gambo over the next couple of days, and then you'll be hearing him a lot during the holidays with some of the vacations filling in for me.
December's a big
Gambo.
Vacation time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a big Kellen time because it's season and
Mitch
filling
too.
in.
Mitch is filling in a lot too. I think so. Tonight,
Absolutely.
Arizona Sports at Night 6 to 8 is the last Arizona Sports Night Mitch and I will have together for over a month.
Because you guys are
we're filling in. We're filling in so much. We've got a lot of Suns games coming too. So exciting.
You're
times.
vacationing too much, Burnsy.
Well, you know,
you get to the end of the year, it's like you know, use it or lose it. Like take the days off or lose them. So it's
been
like
here for 27 years. You
or create some too, right, Gambo? Create a couple extra
create
ones.
a couple extra days. Hit the slopes.
This guy.
Get on that bunny hill.
Well, I'm a little jet lagged. He just got in from skiing the Swiss Alps. When I was playing hooky
He's
after
over the
Thanksgiving.
Matterhorn.
Saw a double feature somewhere, probably.
I did, yeah. Caught a couple.
Did you fly out of Zurich?
I did, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Yeah, I did, as a matter of fact.
I like that flight out of Zurich.
Kellen, I remember, and it's been a while since we've had this conversation, but back during the good old days of the Phoenix Suns of a couple of years ago, we would look at certain wins, and especially during that 64-win season, and I can still remember one of Gambo's favorite wins of that year was when they beat Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
And then one of my favorite wins of that year was they went to Denver on the second night of a back-to-back and just killed the Denver Nuggets. That Lakers game, like if we were still doing that bit, that would be one of my favorite wins, and maybe one of my favorite wins of a long. That was a really emotionally satisfying game to watch, I think, if you were a Suns fan. Agree?
It was like almost to a submission, right? It was like mid-second quarter. It's like, we're going to keep trying this hard. Are you up for this? And they're like, oh, it's the second night of a back-to-back.
They didn't want to run?
No, they don't want to run. Third game in 4 days. Meanwhile, the Suns are playing 7 games in 11 days. They don't care. They're still running up and down the floor. They're not like mentally checking out of the game already.
No book.
And that kind of win makes me wonder how many more of those can they get this year? Because even the Sacramento game, you'll remember the start of that game, Gambo. It's like, hey, Sacramento, you guys are going to have to try. Like, do you know you're playing the Suns?
Right.
And it's like, how many teams are they going to play where they're just like mentally checking out and they're like, we can take this one off. It's late January. We can take this one off. It's early March. Our hopes are already over with. We kind of thought that this was an idea for the Suns to get wins in like March and April with how hard they were going to play all year and not having the pick and all that kind of stuff. But it's really turning into a valuable asset for them to stack up wins at this point in the season because they're going to catch certain teams like the Lakers who are comfortable with their standings approach right now and where they're at. And they're 15-4 to start the year. And they're like, whatever. We don't need this one. At least that's how it looked, at least.
I remember talking to Brian Gregory after that game, and it's like Suns DNA. Like, this is what they want to be. And for them to, like, it's almost like a perfect Bob Ross painting, right? They painted the perfect picture in that game. So satisfying. The Lakers never made a run. The Suns jumped them in the second quarter. The lead the lead just kept going up and up and up and up and up. They're up by 25. Like, the Lakers don't want to play. They don't want to. They were running them out of the building. It was, to your point, Burnsy, it was an extremely satisfying victory for Phoenix.
The other thing, too, is that statistically everything translated in such, like, a magnificent way because you talk about, like, your style of play and how you want to go about things and, like, we want to play fast. We want to do this on defense. 28-2 in fast break points, 16-1 in steals. Like those margins, like you're never going to see those again for the rest of the year. But for them to translate in that type of way speaks to everything that they've done here over the quarter mark of the season. Like if we were doing like award season right now, like Jordan Ott has to be on the short list for Coach of the Year. Dylan Brooks has to be on the short list for Most Improved. Colin Gillespie's in there for Sixth Man of the Year as well. Like they've got so many players that are thriving because of what they've been able to do and what they've been able to sort of set up right now.
All right, let's talk about, I'm always a big believer in the moves you don't make, not just the moves you made. And obviously they jettisoned KD out of here, and they jettisoned Tyus Jones out of here, and Bradley Beal and other guys. But sometimes it's the moves that you don't make. And one of the moves they didn't make didn't bring back Chris Paul. When a lot of and it was, as you know, we've talked about this, me and you, it was a fan-based thing. It was very much generated by the fans in the offseason. Go get Chris Paul, go get Chris Paul. They liked Goodwin, they liked Gillespie. They didn't feel a need to go get Chris Paul, and it's worked out very well. Their guard rotation has actually been pretty good.
Yeah, and at the time, we didn't really know the culture that they were already going to have in place. Like, the Suns had so much faith in it that you look at someone like Chris, and the reason why it's going to be difficult for him to find somewhere to go on top of just he needs to find a role probably, because I'm assuming he doesn't want to sit at the end of the bench, is like you need someone to come in and like kind of like change the culture that you have right now. So he was trying to do with the Clippers, and they didn't care enough. They were like, shut up, Chris. Like they just didn't want, Ty Lue just didn't want to talk to him. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, Chris is watching training camp in October, and he sees this coming. Like, he sees a 5-15 team on the horizon, and he's trying to talk to everyone. He's trying to and some teams aren't equipped for that. And in other situations, Chris can lift that up and create something like he did when he came here. But the Suns already have something right now. So that's off the floor. And then on the floor, he's just not a match at all, because they're playing so fast. They're getting up and down the floor. Even when they're in their half-court sets and stuff, it's multiple actions. It's bouncing the ball around. We know how that would go. And in the best of ways, Chris would break down a possession. He would figure out where the weak points are and exploit it time after time. That's not the pace that the Suns play with anymore.
Ring of honor for Chris Paul, yes
Absolutely,
or no?
100%.
You agree?
I agree. No brainer.
Why are we acting like there's like this threshold of like how many years you have to play in order to be in the Ring of Honor? What he did over 3 years is more than almost anyone has done in like 10, 15 years with the Suns.
There's nothing to think about.
There are some people on my timeline that are like, no Chris Paul for the Ring of Honor. No, he didn't play long enough. The impact he had in that time brought one of the most joyous Suns seasons in the history of the Phoenix Suns right to our doorstep.
Yeah.
How do we not acknowledge that?
How do we acknowledge instead like what he accomplished in just 3 years? Like, think about the best playoff performances of all time in Suns history. How many of those are by Chris Paul? Think about him. The closeout game against New Orleans.
Oh, my God.
The closeout game against the Clippers. Game was 1 and 2 of the NBA Finals. He was extraordinary in. Against the Nuggets, I think he shot like 60% as a whole in those 4 games when they swept them. He was fantastic. The only hurdles were when he got hurt, and I know that's why people have this attitude about, well, he hurt, he never got him a championship. And it's like, well, there's so many more different reasons. I wrote a story 2 years ago about it and the impact that he had, but every metric and every like list of accomplishment, how great he was as a player as well, it's a no-doubter for me, but will they now be the first team to retire his number? Like, I thought this was going to happen with the Clippers, and with the way that ended, I'm like,
if the Suns are the first team to retire Chris Paul's number, that would be hilarious.
Like New Orleans? Are they even going to be New Orleans? I don't know.
Leave us with this. Devin Booker, we found out, going to be reevaluated in about a week. This is kind of his annual tradition. Was it 7 of the last 8 years in January?
7 of 9.
7 of 9, thank you. In December or January, some soft tissue injury. How do they survive this without him? Is the schedule even built for them to survive this without him? Or is this an okay time for him to miss, given who they're playing?
They're fine, but I absolutely hate the timeline that was given out, because it's exactly a week, and in exactly a week, they play OKC. It's in the Cup, whatever. But the fact that it's at OKC and against a Thunder team that he has struggled mightily against, and I'm sure that he wants to prove that he can overcome what OKC has done to him, which has shut him down in a way no other team has in his career so far. And that is where, of course, we flash back through. If you look through like the timeline of these injuries, whether it's a groin or a hamstring, like 4, 5, 6, 7 games, maybe 8 or 9 somewhere in there. What we did see, of course, was 2022 when he missed 3 games, tried to play on Christmas, re-aggravated, and then missed an entire month. That cannot happen. So he cannot play until he has no risk of re-aggravation. If that takes 2 to 3 weeks as opposed to a week, if it takes a month, like he just cannot play until there's no risk of re-aggravation. And guess what? This happened last year. Book took his time, learned his lesson. I expect the same from him now.
All right, good stuff, Kellen. We appreciate it. You guys are on 2 nights, 6 until 8. You and Mitch for the last time for a while, until you're going to be on everybody else's show, which we look forward to as
See you tomorrow, buddy.
See you tomorrow. Kellen will be filling in for Gambo for the next couple of days starting tomorrow. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention to the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Ketel Marte clock. Is it ticking as December passes by? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Casa Galvisi before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Cardinals need to do to shock the Rams? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And this is Burns and Gambo here on this Wednesday, giving a shout-out to our friends and our audience in Levine who are joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show, whether you're listening at 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, or streaming on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Hello, Levine. We appreciate you joining us. Winter meetings, we kind of teased it a little bit with Kellen just a second ago. The winter meetings are right around the corner. I would imagine today's December 3rd. Over the next couple weeks or so, I would imagine things are going to start to happen. We've already seen some things start to happen. The closers market has already been defined a little bit. A lot of money.
A lot of money.
In fact, I do want to point out, and I just got this alert a second ago, that our colleague Nick Pecoro is reporting that the Arizona Diamondbacks, according to a source, has engaged Pete Fairbanks,
always liked him.
We've always free agent relief pitcher from Tampa Bay. Yep. There is a report that, according to a source, the Diamondbacks have engaged Pete Fairbanks in discussions. He's going to turn 32 this month. 2.83 ERA. He had 27 saves in 32 chances for the Rays. They had an $11 million option on him at the start of the offseason, making him a free agent. I would imagine he's going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of what these premier closers are getting, which is anywhere from $13 to $15 million per year on a multi-year deal. That's
a lot
the
of
price.
money. The money Devin Williams got, the money Housley got, it's a lot of money to pay. Fairbanks is the guy that they've always kept their eye on. We've talked about him numerous times over the last couple of years because that's a guy they like. They can't go into the season without having a closer. Now, priority is still starting pitching. They still have to get starting pitching because right now it's just Ryan Nelson and it's Eduardo Rodriguez and it's Brandon Pfaadt and it's nobody else. So, absolutely, the focus is on starting. It's not first base. The focus is on starting pitching and obviously bullpen help.
Yeah.
Did you guys say Pete Fairbanks?
I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck.
Yeah, it's a great comment.
I forgot he said that. I love that. I absolutely love that. That's great. Helsley got 2 years and $28 million. Devin Williams got 3 years and $45 million. I would imagine Pete Fairbanks and his general kind of suck is going to come for roughly the same price tag.
I think a lot of it really depends on if because they are open starting pitching wise. They're open to either getting a starting pitcher through trade, which I think is the more likely scenario, but also looking at free agent options as well. If they're able to do a cost certainty with a trade, say you did trade Ketel Marte and you ended up with a starting pitcher that's cost effective because you've got him under control for a few years and you got arbitration years, then you might have more money to go out there and spend on a Pete Fairbanks type.
And I'm just speculating here. This is pure speculation on my part. Okay. The fact that they're engaging Pete Fairbanks makes me wonder if they feel pretty good about being able to address their starting pitching through a means that isn't going to cost them a lot of money, right? Like, not that they've got money to burn necessarily, but they've got an avenue in which they think they're going to be able to get starting pitching, trading Ketel Marte or otherwise, that would allow them to spend $15 million a year to get Pete Fairbanks. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like they wouldn't be engaging Pete Fairbanks necessarily unless they had an idea that they were going to at least have a decent chance of trading Ketel for starting.
The other thing is you don't want to go spend $15 million on a closer if you don't have a starting rotation good enough to get you to the closer.
What's the point? What's the point of having Pete Fairbanks?
Hey, he got 14 saves for us. Well, you have to feel like you have a good enough rotation to go get that guy. So yes, it's almost like what comes first, the chicken or the egg. It's starting pitching. You got to feel like you're going to have quality starting pitching that can get you to the point where you can use a save.
And perhaps Ketel Marte is the key that unlocks that door. There was a story this morning on ESPN.com in which it ranked all the players who could be traded this offseason, and they were ranked by what their value would be for their new team. They were not ranked by the likelihood they were going to get traded. They were ranked by what quality of players are out there in the trade market. Ketel Marte was number 2 in this story. He was number 2. Only Skubal was number 1, and they only gave like a 10% chance that the Tigers would actually move him. They gave a 40. This was Jeff Passan and Kylie McDonald on ESPN. They gave a 40% chance that they think Ketel Marte is going to get moved this offseason, which feels right to me. That feels like that's basically a 50-50 call.
I don't know that you have another avenue. As I've said before, you're not trading Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy and getting back a starting pitcher. You're probably going to get back bullpen help.
Yeah.
So if you want a starting pitcher, the one guy that could go get you that is Ketel Marte. You're not trading Corbin Carroll. You're not trading Perdomo. You're not trading Ryan Nelson. These guys are very unlikely to be traded, but it does make some sense if you're saying, hey, we really have to get starting pitching, that you go out there and you try to use Ketel Marte to go get you that starting pitching.
Then, on the same website, there was a story suggesting where guys could get traded to. They suggested the Arizona Diamondbacks should trade Ketel Marte to, wait for it, the Seattle Mariners. Because why not? We've only done every other deal
Seattle.
ever been done, you know? Like, at that point, honest to God, I would have to go like a Mariners ball cap or a sweatshirt.
I'll be
a
in Seattle in
hoodie
2
or
weeks. I'll bring you
something.
back something.
Will
What do you want?
Okay, I need a classic old-fashioned
Okay, I'll be
navy
there.
hat with the teal brim, like the classic Mariners cap. Because if they could Ketel Marte, in addition to Josh Naylor, in addition to Eugenio, right? Like it's just full circle moment for Ketel if he were to go there.
They've had a good relation. Now they've got some really good pitchers in their organization. Some of their top prospects are pitchers like Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan, and they've got a few others. They mentioned here some middle infielders that could entice Arizona. But again, there's no pack. You can't make a Ketel Marte trade and not come back with a starting pitcher. You can't. You have to have a starting pitcher.
You have to have at least one legit major league starter.
Yeah.
Like a guy you can just put in your rotation, right? And it starts with that, right? It doesn't end with that. It's got to start with that guy. And then add on top of that if you're going to trade Ketel Marte. That's the minute. I don't care about their infielders.
Right.
That's not. Diamondbacks have plenty of those. Plenty of infielders. I'm not worried about them being able to fill that. I need a starting pitching.
Yeah.
That's what this has to happen.
And that will be the focus. I expect some movement here. I checked in a couple days ago, and there was nothing that was close. Obviously, they're kicking the tires on a whole lot of guys. So, I expect that the winter meetings, when the agents are there, you get to Orlando, that you really start to work on some things and get some trades done and maybe even a couple free agents.
It's interesting because in the first article I referenced, the one that listed Ketel Marte second and the one that had Tarek Skubal first in terms of the quality of players who could get traded this offseason, they listed a number of players, and they tied a number of these players to the Diamondbacks. They tied Freddie Peralta to the Diamondbacks. They tied Hunter Green to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Sign me up for that. Jarren Duran to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mackenzie Gore, the starter with the Nationals. Chris Bubich, they tied to the Arizona Diamondbacks as well. So they're Yandy Diaz, a first baseman. They're Wilson Contreras, another first baseman. Edward Cabrera, right-handed pitcher for the Miami Marlins, they tied to the Diamondbacks. So there were a bunch of players.
Who are the pitchers? They mentioned Peralta.
The pitchers were Peralta. Let me scroll
Mackenzie
back up
Gore.
Mackenzie Gore.
Was one of Hunter Green.
Hunter Green. Bubich from the Kansas City Royals. And I just like saying Bubich. It's just fun. It just kind of rolls off the tongue for whatever reason. And Edward Cabrera, right-handed pitcher for the Miami Marlins, were the starting pitchers that were all team fits. There were like a half dozen teams listed, but the Diamondbacks were one of the half dozen teams listed for all of those players.
Yeah. Marte would most likely go to a contending team. Like the Reds could make sense. The Brewers could make sense. I just don't know, like Miami, would they want a 32-year-old second baseman with a big contract?
Cincinnati makes a little bit of sense in that regard.
Yeah.
They were contending with the Arizona Diamondbacks right up until the end, right? And they were a team that has a lot of pitching and needed another bat in that lineup in the worst kind of way. That would be, I don't want to get anybody hopes up, but Hunter Green, he's on a really, really sweet contract, and his numbers are very good. He'd be interesting.
I wonder what else you would have to, to get him under control. I wonder if there's more involved. I wonder if there's more involved to get something like that done.
When we come back, I've got yet another reason for John Gambadoro to hate the NBA Cup. Not that I needed any more reasons for Gambo to hate the NBA Cup, but honestly, this one actually might make me hate the NBA Cup too, because this is legit. We're going to talk about this next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Right now, Colin Gillespie would show up high on the ballots for most improved player and sixth man of the year.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Last year, he was on a two-way contract for like the third straight year in the NBA and had a foot injury at the beginning of the year, played through that and found some minutes at the end of the year to the point where the Suns said, even with all the change we're going through, he's important to what we need to do. This is one of the reasons why you love sports. When a guy just keeps grinding and gets the opportunity and cashes in on the opportunity.
Right. It's mom spaghetti, man. Yeah. It's what it is.
Yeah, one shot, one opportunity.
That's it.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I got a great deal for you from Pro Smile. You're going to love what Pro Smile's offering. $1,000 off. Right now, cosmetic veneers or the All-On-X implants. If you're one of those people, you're going through life and you don't like your smile. You don't smile a lot. family photos, videos, Instagram, Google, Twitter, Facebook. You're never smiling because you just don't like your teeth. For whatever reason, you just don't have good teeth. ProSmile, they can fix that for you. And they'll give you $1,000 off right now through the month of December. Now, the ProSmile difference is simply this. Oral surgeons, not dentists, doing the surgery. Oral surgeons. A lot of these places just use regular dentists. They haven't had the schooling. They don't have the experience of an oral surgeon. Plus, everything is done right there. The lab, the technician, the anesthesiologist, the board-certified oral surgeons, all right there in the office. They don't farm anything out. That's where mistakes and delays happen. So a lot of these other places, they farm it all out. Not at ProSmile. 2 locations in the Valley, Paradise Valley and Scottsdale. All you have to do is text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you your $1,000 off. That's text PRO to 620-620 or call 1-888-GO-SMILE.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers on Monday. He will be reevaluated in 1 week's time. Those are the games he's set to miss include this Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game against Oklahoma City next Wednesday. I know Gambo's devastated about that one. From the Arizona Cardinals, L.J. Collier has been designated to return from injured reserve. The defensive lineman has been out since week 2 after he suffered a knee injury. And then from practice today, our Tyler Drake noted the absences of the following. And it's a long list, so bear with me. Running back Trey Benson, wide receivers Marvin Harrison Jr. and Greg Dortch, pass rusher Josh Sweat, defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, safety Rabbit Taylor Demerson, cornerback Max Melton, and offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum. None of them seen during the open portion of practice today. In good news, however, running back Amari DiMercato was back out working on the field. He has missed time due to an ankle injury. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Hey, it's Luke. Is it safe to say the Phoenix Suns are the biggest surprise in the NBA this season? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So you just heard Mitch mention in what's trending now about Devin Booker reevaluated in a week with a soft tissue groin injury in what might be a related story, Gambo, or might not. Our buddy John Hollinger on The Athletic wrote in, was it today or yesterday? And he wrote, is the NBA Cup a problem in a road-weary league? And he's asking the question, if the league's efforts to create excitement about this NBA Cup has forced them to cram an unusual number of games into an unusually short period of time in order to make this Cup thing happen. And is that, in fact, what is leading to a whole bunch of injuries that we're starting to get around this time of year?
It's possible.
He points out that the schedule has, and I quote, many executives questioning the impact the NBA Cup has on the rest of the season's schedule. It's one thing to hear that the players are running on empty. When staffers and announcers are telling you they're worn out, it's fair to wonder if the league turned up the early season travel dial a little too high. He goes on to point out, our season is 42 days old as of the close of business on Monday night. 5 teams, the Hawks, the Cavs, the Bucks, the Mavs, and yes, the Phoenix Suns have already played 22 games in 42 days to start the season, and that breakneck pace might be in part what's leading to some of these injuries.
It's led to a lot of debate between old-timers like EJ, Eddie Johnson. You know, we'll say, hey, in our day, you know, we didn't have the same accommodations. We played, plenty of games back-to-back without the travel and crammed into buses. We didn't have the best hotels. We didn't have the best stay. So the old-timers system, we did it, no problem. The difference is that today's players are bigger, stronger, and faster than they ever were. So there's more strain on your ligaments, your bones, your joints, and all of that. Plus, the pace of play is the fastest right now since the 80s. It's the fastest pace of play that they've seen in the league. So because of that, I think it is leading to more injuries. I can't prove it, right? But the players today are bigger, faster, and stronger than the players back in, the era that we grew up in. And yes, the travel is better, and yes, they take better care of the athletes in 5-star hotels and the best travel and everything like that. So that is definitely different. But again, how fast they play and just the pressure that they put on their bodies is enormous.
And I think that that's the argument that has been around for a few years now, right? When you talk about back-to-backs and you're playing 14 back-to-backs in a season, or you're playing 3 and 4 nights or whatever. But this is like an artificially created situation. This is one created by the NBA in an attempt to kind of give some juice to the pre-Christmas part of the NBA schedule with this NBA Cup, which I know you're not a fan of. I don't think so. I've liked it only from the Suns' perspective, that I think it kind of gives them a short-term goal to play for by being in the NBA Cup. But by and large, if you told me the NBA Cup was gone tomorrow, would I care? No, I wouldn't care one bit, because but from the league's perspective, they know what the stigma is about their league. And the stigma about their league is it does not start until Christmas. That nobody really cares about the NBA until Christmas time, because the season is so long. They play so many games. Even them, the league, puts all these marquee games on Christmas Day as if they're saying, okay, it's here. Here's the start of our season. Let's go. And they're trying to juice up the season before Christmas.
Why not just accept that baseball goes to November, college football and the NFL are going to dominate the weekends, the Thursdays, the Monday nights, for all that time frame, and just listen, that's your time from Christmas. Hey, you know what you don't have this weekend? You don't have an ASU or U of A game. You don't have it. So this is about the time when I think, but there's been, Wembanyama and Embiid and Anthony Edwards and Trae Young and Jalen Williams and now Zion and John Morant and Anthony Davis and Giannis, and you've got all these incredible, and plus the season-ending injuries that you've had, right? No Tatum, no Halliburton, no Lillard, no Kyrie Irving, no Fred VanVleet. A lot of the stars are out right now.
Yes.
So yes, it's a problem, Yeah, I don't know that I have all the answers. A lot of people say, it's a grueling 82 games. They're not going to change the schedule. Like, they're not going to take 10 games off the schedule. They're not going to do that.
No, but if they if they redid the concept of the NBA Cup, okay, for example, and look, the Suns have played 7 games in 11 days, which is crazy. I mean, that's a ridiculous amount of
Plus
games.
No time for practice.
Plus no time for practice.
Rest.
Devin Booker got hurt in the middle of that 7 games in 11-day stretch. But then, because of the NBA Cup, the teams don't play for like a whole week, or they play like once over the course of 9 or 10 days. So they're like rushing to cram all of these games into this short time period. And then once the NBA Cup hits, everybody gets like a week off, which is great. Everyone will get to rest and recoup, and hopefully you get your injured players back and things like that. But if you're doing it because of the NBA Cup, is the juice worth the squeeze? You know, is it?
No.
And I don't think so either. Like, you putting your players at risk with short-term injuries because you're trying to play all these games for the NBA Cup. Look, our buddy John Voida, and I know you're closer friends with him than I am, but I read his stuff all the time.
He does a great job on Right Side of the Sun, yeah.
I could not agree with him more when it comes to his solution to all of this. I think, and it helps that it was one of the best Sun seasons ever, I think you start the season around Christmas, and you end the season around August. And you don't worry about the NFL. You don't deal with the NFL. You're not competing with the NFL. You would start your season around the holidays, basically about the time that football is winding down.
They'll never do it.
I know.
The
I know
summer.
they don't. And
The
then,
summer.
because the players want the summer off. But you would have the NBA playoffs July and August all to yourself. You'd be competing against nothing. Those playoffs would be the only thing worth watching in professional sports for the most part. And I know you're right. They won't, because
They'll
the
never
players
do it.
cherish their summer vacations and cherish spending summers off. It's too bad, because I think that's the ideal situation. I really do.
25 teams in this league are averaging over 100 possessions per 48 minutes. 25 teams. Let me say that again. 25 teams are averaging over 100 possessions per 48 minutes. 10 years ago, 0 teams had that. 0. They're playing faster.
Yep.
They're bigger. They're stronger. I don't know what the answer is, but I like what the Suns are doing. I got an injured guy in Mark Williams. I'm not going to play him on back-to-back. Oh, why not? I'm not going to play him. I'm going to play the long game here. And if I have to lose a game or two along the way, I'm going to lose a game or two. The Suns have not played Mark Williams yet in a back-to-back. People keep asking, are they going to? I don't think so. You know, maybe down there, but not now. Definitely not now. You got to be smart with your players.
Yeah, and with a schedule like this, you do. And you're right. They'll never reduce the schedule from 82 games. That's too much revenue loss. It's dreaming to think that they're going to move the calendar of the schedule the way that I suggest. But if they're not going to do either of those things, then why would you intentionally, and maybe there's no correlation. Maybe the two things aren't tied together. Maybe it's just happenstance or coincidence that it's happening at the same time. But if you're seeing a bunch of injuries pop up in mid-December and you're asking your teams to play 7 games in 11 nights to accommodate a concept that, a quarter of the fans like, a third of the fans like, even half of the fans like, but not everybody loves, it's not that big of a deal. What's the point?
Just trash it.
What's the point? They just go back to your normal schedule where you'll still have back-to-backs. And you'll still have 3 and 4.
And even those
but you
are
won't
down.
be asking everybody to do it all in this 3-week time span over the NBA Cup for something that's just not worth it.
Yeah, 10 years ago, teams averaged about 20 back-to-backs. Now it's down to like 14. So they have tried to eliminate some of the back-to-backs, but that's still a lot, right?
Yeah.
14 back-to-back games is still quite a bit.
Yeah, it is still a loss. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, LeBron James looks miserable in Los Angeles.
Yes, he does.
But the Phoenix Suns do owe a little bit of gratitude to the LA Lakers. And we'll tell
Send him a Christmas card.
We'll tell you why the Suns should say thank you to the Lakers, in addition to beating them as badly as they did the other night. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think the best case scenario is you draft a guy. Right now you would pick 8th, and you have that guy learning behind Jacoby Brissett. And then when that guy's ready, this is where your front office and your coach need to come through. Your front office needs to identify that quarterback, because there's not a surefire no-doubter in this draft right now. And then your coaching staff needs to be able to identify, whether it's week 4 or week 12 or whatever next year, what you see in practice. Hey, this guy's ready to take over. Just like the Patriots did with Drake May last last year when he took over from Jacoby Brissett. Yeah. That's the best case scenario. The question is, who is that quarterback in the draft?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
How would you like to win either a brand new 2025 Ford F-150 truck from Sanderson Ford or a brand new luxury Lincoln Corsair STX from Sanderson Lincoln? That's right. I was on ABC 15 this morning, and I was going over this great Operation Santa Claus from Sanderson Ford. Somebody's going to win a vehicle, a Ford F-150 or a Lincoln Corsair from Sanderson. Somebody's going to win. How about you? Here's how you could do it. It's very simple. Go to givetotheclause.com. Just go online right now, givetotheclause.com. Click the Make a Donation button. Make a donation. 5 local charities, right? Feed a family, make a kid happy, win a new car. You've heard it. They'll take cash donations right there. You can make a $5 donation, and you have a chance to win that car or truck. $5. Now, the more you donate, the more chances you'll have to win. So if you donate 10 or 25 or 50, you'll have more chances. All you have to do is go to givetotheclause.com, givetotheclause.com, hit cash donation, make at least a $5 donation, and you will have a chance to win one of those vehicles. For more information, again, go to givetotheclause.com.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The Patriot All-America returns to the Wigwam Golf Club, and the Thunderbolt is back at Sterling Grove Golf and Country Club. Festivities begin December 28th with opening ceremonies and family on the fairway, followed by tournament play starting December 29th. Enjoy concerts from Mark Martell on December 27th and Aaron Nichols from The Voice on December 30th. General admission is free for everyone. For tickets and information, visit westvalleymavericks.org today.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Thursday morning. We'll get you ready for Cards, Rams, and we'll have our weekly chat with ASU head coach Bobby Hurley. Fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
One other takeaway from that game between the Suns and the Lakers the other night. I don't know if I've ever seen LeBron James look as unimportant as he did in that game.
Right?
I mean, I'm going to say disengaged, all right, because he was that too. He just didn't really look like he had much interest in being out there. He looked so unimportant to what they were trying to accomplish on the basketball court. Like he just, He's LeBron James.
Not his team anymore.
It's clear that he knows it, that he feels it, that they just run without him. I'm not saying he's not going to contribute at some point this season, but he just looks so irrelevant to that team to the point where they had to leave him out there in the fourth quarter so just to get a silly little streak. Yeah, I mean it was eye-opening to watch him play out there.
Yeah, there's no question in my mind that this is not, this is not ending very well for LeBron in LA. He everywhere he's gone, he's always been the man. Always been the man. It's been his team. He makes the decisions. He has an impact on who the coach is going to be, who the assistant coaches are going to be. He has an impact on the roster. And who's going to be on the roster and who's not going to be on the roster. And now that juice is gone. It's Luka's team. Luka Doncic is the star. He's younger. It's his time. LeBron's time is done. And now it's Luka's time. It's just, it's inevitable, right? It's the way of the world.
Of course.
I mean, eventually the king of the lion herd is going to give way to a younger king.
Yes.
Somebody's going to challenge him and beat him, and then he's not the king anymore. He doesn't get all the lionesses, and he doesn't get to eat right away, and he doesn't get all of that stuff. That LeBron is seeing that now. He is no longer capable of carrying a team like he has so many times on the truly great players we've ever seen, but he's no longer capable of carrying a team like he once did.
Before I hit play on this, I have a question for Lauren on the other side of the glass. Lauren, I don't know if you know this or not. Lauren was struggling earlier today to take this clip that you sent her on Twitter from the Run It Back podcast.
Yes.
And to come up with a version
of... No, the other one. The other soundbite.
With
Darren Williams?
With Darren Williams.
Yeah, all the curse words.
My king, Darren Williams.
Okay. Your king, Darren Williams.
He played on the 2005 National Championship Illinois basketball team.
Of course, he would be your king. So, okay, not Chandler Parsons from the Run It Back pod.
No, Darren Williams.
But the Darren Williams one, in which you had to work like crazy to beep out every F-bomb in this.
I got Mitch involved. We've listened to it many times.
Let's hear their work.
It's very beepy, I will say.
And let's see if they got all of them or if they missed one or two. Let's find out.
Some clips of them where it looked like he don't really with Luka, like not shaking hands. Nah, it seemed like it was like 7 clips.
Damn.
Didn't help him up when he fell. Just little like that.
Well, he did that Witch Color last night. I was looking like, damn, Brian, you gonna help him up? He too old, bro. DeAndre Ayton, takes a lot of energy. DeAndre Ayton, like bro. He gotta conserve his bro. Dog, DeAndre Ayton almost killed himself last night trying to block a shot, and the fell down right beside Brian. Brian just did like this. He just looked at him twice. He just looked at him twice, touched him, and walked off. Damn,
that's what I'm saying.
Pick your teammate up, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's not LeBron. Like,
yeah, that's not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't feel like he. Maybe he's not happy.
All right, 5 and 45 seconds. I feel like you guys have had to do harder work than that. I feel like there have been sound bites we've played with more than that.
I had to do the Bobby Knight in the locker room before. That was
that one's great. The Purdue game.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of losing to Purdue.
But Chandler Parsons on the Run It Back pod said the same thing without all the F-bombs about how LeBron looked old, and it was sad to see him out there against the Suns. Look, we just saw Chris Paul basically get told in the middle of the night in Atlanta, we don't want you here in LA anymore, you're done. I don't think the same thing's going to happen to LeBron like that, but this old guard this is it, man. Like, they're getting shoved out the door. And Chris Paul, LeBron James, he's no longer the Lion King of Los Angeles anymore. Kevin Durant still plugging along in Houston, but who knows how much longer he's got before he's not the Lion King of Houston, right? Like, this is this league.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a changing of the guard for sure right now. Look, it was inevitable that, like, it just wasn't. There's going to be just like there was a power struggle in Dallas that led to Luka leaving. Like, there's going to be a little bit of a power struggle now. You've always been Batman, and now you've got to be. I don't even know if you're Robin. It might be Austin Reeves. Might be Robin. And who's after Batman and Robin? Who's the next guy? Alfred?
Well, yeah, Alfred the Butler. That's a good point. Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, so LeBron's not Batman. He's not Robin. I don't know which one he would be, but he's got to be one of those.
Lucius Fox, maybe the Morgan Freeman character who comes up with all the gizmos. Maybe it's him.
Yeah, it's just so. But now you've either got to accept that role. And you should. What LeBron should do is accept the role and accept the help that those guys are going to give you. And now you get to play with the best player on the team. You're not the best player anymore. You get to play with the best player on the team. And you should embrace, this is what I think, embrace it and try to make it work. Because no matter where you go right now, it's like, it's not like, it's going to be hard for you to become the man again. That time is just about done.
Let's see if he does, or let's see if he fights it. Let's see if he fight. I think it'd be foolish to fight it, but let's see if he fights it and tries to go somewhere else at some point to try to reestablish the fact that he's still the guy, or does he accept that this is in fact it and he is no longer the best player on any team? I don't know. I don't know how he's going to react to it. We'll see. I tend to think he's going to fight it. I tend to think that he'll still look for it and search for it and try to still be that guy somewhere, or he could just decide this is his last year in the NBA and he walks before he does something that really embarrasses himself out there. I don't know, but...
He's already embarrassed them because he's got Bronny on the team instead of Jordan Goodwin.
And that is why the Phoenix Suns owe a nice little debt of gratitude to the Los Angeles Lakers for that reason alone. There was a NBA quarter season grade for every team in the Western Conference. They gave the Phoenix Suns a B+, which I think is ridiculous. I think the Phoenix Suns are an A across the board for what they've done so far this season, but whatever. In their write-up of the team, they said the Suns owe Bronny James a thank you. The Lakers waived Jordan Goodwin because internal politics forced them to keep James instead, and Goodwin has been a solid all-around reserve for the Phoenix Suns.
It's been great.
Thank you, Bronny. Thank you, LeBron.
Yes, thank you, Bronny.
Lakers. Thank you all. Yeah,
no, listen, Jordan Goodwin has improved his game so much. And I appreciate the fact that the Suns have a coach that will recognize that this guy can be a regular contributor to the team. Mike Budenholzer has said, you're the last guy on the roster. You're not going to play. And Ott has found a way to say, look, if you're going to practice hard, you're going to get a chance to play. And then if you play hard, you're going to keep playing. And Jordan Goodwin is a Suns DNA guy. He is exactly the type of DNA. He's not the star player. He's not the best player. He's not a top 5 player on the team. But his DNA is definitely one of, this is the type of player we want on our roster. Yeah. They love him. They love a guy. They love him.
Hell, I even thought Bouye gave him some good minutes against the Lakers.
He did.
He did. That was the one of the, like, Jordan Goodwin. Okay, we've seen it for a few weeks. Gillespie, we've seen it all season long. I'm watching Bouye play, and I'm thinking, oh, he's giving him minutes. He's giving him decent, usable, functional work out there. I was very impressed by what he did.
Yeah, he's a veteran player, and he's not afraid to take a shot. Boy, some of his passes in that game to lead the fast break were incredible.
Fantastic. Yeah, they were, absolutely. So, Suns not in action again until Friday when they take on the Houston Rockets in Houston. We've got an update on Devin Booker. We're going to share it with you next. The resets, which we get you caught up on everything going on in sports with Lauren, is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Rates have come down, and the Lund Mortgage team wants you to know that if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, if you've refinanced in the last 3 years, you're not happy with the rate, but you had to, they can help you. All you have to do is email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They will monitor rates for you, and then when the rate is right, they'll hook you up. They'll make sure you get the great rate and the lowest fees, and you get the right mortgage for you. A lot of people, that's the easiest way to do it. You don't have time every day to be checking mortgage rates, but the Lund Mortgage team can shop rates. They can shop rates all over the country and find you the right rate. So all you have to do is email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They will monitor the rates daily. They will send you alerts when rates hit a certain area that you're comfortable with, and then they'll put everything together for you to see how much money you could save if that's what you want to do. Again, all you have to do is email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers on Monday. He will be reevaluated in 1 week's time. The games that are set to take place during that 1 week period: Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game against Oklahoma City next Wednesday. From the Arizona Cardinals, LJ Collier has been designated to return from injured reserve. The defensive lineman has been out since week 2 after he suffered a knee injury. And then at practice today, our Tyler Drake noted the following absences. Running back Trey Benson, wide receivers Marvin Harrison Jr. and Greg Dortch, pass rusher Josh Sweat, defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, safety Rabbit Taylor Demerson, cornerback Max Melton, and offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum. None of them seen during the open portion today. In good news, however, running back Amari DiMercado was back working. He's missed time with an ankle injury. And then two big stories out of the NBA today. The LA Clippers have decided to part ways with Chris Paul, and Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo and his representation are set to discuss with the franchise his future and a potential trade out of Wisconsin. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset.
All right, let's get everybody caught up on what's going on in sports. Lauren is here with the top stories of the day. Some things we've talked about, some things we haven't. I would imagine Devin Booker is our top story of the day, or am I guessing wrong?
Wow, way to be presumptuous.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's our top story of the day.
Okay.
Here on the Burns and Gambo show. Should I say, was that my weigh-in? We didn't have a true weigh-in
Marcus
today.
Liberty was my favorite Illinois player. Just so you
Really?
know. That was my favorite Illinois player.
Interesting.
He was so great.
Okay.
Great college player.
I liked Kendall Gill in college.
Oh,
I
he's so
hated
good.
him when he got to the NBA because he
Love
played for the
Kendall Gill.
Sonics. Because everything about the Sonics I
Played for
hated.
the Nets too. Did he play for the Nets?
Yeah, I remember him as a Sonic, and he had the freakiest, longest go-go gadget arms you ever saw in your life. But Sean Kemp, Detlef, Gary Payton, George Karl, that whole Sonic, I just hated all of them. Even Sleepy Sam Perkins I didn't like. So didn't like Sleepy Sam. Anyway. Our favorite Illinois basketball players was not what was on the agenda.
I'm happy to lead the agenda
sure
with that
I'm sure you are.
I had her and Ringen, both Bear fans yesterday, and the Bears are the number 1 seed in the NFC. Yeah.
Wow.
A couple of Bears fans, and then Mitch's Broncos, top seed in the AFC.
Wow.
I tell you, if we get a Broncos Bears Super Bowl, I don't know that we can. I don't know that we'd have to separate them from that room.
I think we might have.
We would have to separate them.
You and I would have to take the day off, and I just think we'd let Mitch and Lauren do the show, or maybe we'd switch.
No.
Like I would run the board. Gambo could do the updates, and you two could come in here and just talk about.
I think
Bears Broncos.
I think they'd kill each other.
You think so?
I think they'd kill each other if they played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'd probably kill him.
You'd probably kill him.
I'd probably kill him. He's already seen victories. I haven't.
Fair. That's fair.
All right.
What do
Well,
we got?
like you said, top story of the day. The Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers on Monday. He will now be evaluated in 1 week's time. The games he's set to miss this Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game against Oklahoma City on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm hearing he's going to be fine. They'll reevaluate it in a week. I said the other day, from what I was told, it was a low-level strain. That's what came out today. We reported that the other day. We're hearing it's a low-level strain, just have to work through it. So take the week off, check back, and I'm sure he's not going to miss a lot of time. I don't believe he's going to miss a lot of time.
You can almost set your watch to it. The Devin Booker soft tissue groin/hamstring injury in December or January, like clockwork, man. As regular as clockwork, as Hans Gruber said in Die Hard, right?
Listen, many of us get reevaluated week by week. My wife reevaluates me week by week.
I'm sure she does.
Every week.
There could be another game he misses in there, too, depending on whether they win or lose the NBA Cup. They'll add another game to make up for that. So he might miss that one, too. But it could have been a lot worse news for Devin Booker.
And the Clippers were stuck at the Miami airport yesterday for nearly 6 hours due to mechanical issues on their flight to Atlanta. That bad day ended with teammates finding out in the middle of the night that Chris Paul was sent home. He was not on speaking terms with LA Clippers coach Ty Lue for several weeks before he was informed he was being sent home.
Can you imagine that? A player of that magnitude and the coach doesn't even want to speak to you?
No.
You have to say, as a coach, you're Ty Lue, you have to say, look, we may not be on the same page here, but can we talk this out? Like, you're not going to play, or like whatever it's got to be. But it's a terrible ending for Chris Paul. I hope he goes somewhere else and plays. It's not going to be here. But I hope he gets to finish on his terms. It's just an awful, awful way to go out if this is it.
The story as it goes was that Chris Paul was being vocal about what's wrong with the team, and Ty Lue didn't want it, didn't appreciate it. And that was that. Ty Lue's not going anywhere. Chris Paul was disposable, so they disposed of him. And that was that. That's how it worked.
And Giannis and his agent have started conversations with the Milwaukee Bucks about his future in Milwaukee. A resolution is expected in the coming weeks. But here's Brian Windhorst earlier today on ESPN Cleveland.
The Bucks called the Knicks and asked for an offer for Giannis, okay?
And?
Because Giannis said, I want to be a Knick. So people are like, oh my God, he deleted a photo from May where he had a Bucks logo in it. Guys, he asked to be traded already.
Yeah, so when's it going to happen?
Well, that's the thing. So what appears is that Giannis committed himself for the season to the Bucks. That's what appeared happened.
If anybody has any questions about whether the Suns should get in on Giannis, please address your concerns or questions to @Gambo987.
Oh, my God.
He would be more than happy to answer all tweets about Giannis and his willingness to come to the Phoenix Suns. Are you doing the Grim Reaper? Are you doing you're saying he's not coming to the Suns? Have you even had a chance
They
to check?
have so much to offer.
Oh,
They do.
Listen,
Devin
I'll give you
Booker and a bunch
I'll give you Kobe Bryant and 2 second-rounders. They don't have anything to give him.
Devin Booker and a bunch of second-rounders. Yeah, that'll get you Giannis.
What are you going to give him?
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Yeah, maybe.
@Gambo987. Go ahead, ask him.
Don't ask me.
He's more than happy to answer your questions.
I'm going on silent on my Twitter page.
He looks forward to hearing from you on Twitter about the topic of Giannis and the Suns. Please, I beg of
That's why
you.
he's taking vacation tomorrow and Friday, so he could
Just
answer everybody's
every question
Giannis
on Twitter.
questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. @Gambo987. Hit him up.
All right, and moving on to.
You know, I've got to be very careful with. I'm trying not to respond to people on Twitter much anymore, because of like all the nut jobs that are on Twitter. There are a lot of them. So, but no, I'm not going to address Giannis. It's ridiculous.
Now that we've got that cleared up.
I'm not responding.
Tweet him anyway @Gambo987.
Yeah, he's available. Today at Cardinals practice, Tyler Drakes noted the absences of running back Trey Benson, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr., and Greg Dortch, pass rusher Josh Sweat, defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, safety Rabbit Taylor Demerson, cornerback Max Melton, and offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum.
Breathe in there. You must breathe.
Ooh.
Trey Benson is the big one to me because he's got a week to be able to be activated, and if he's not, they have to put him back on IR for the rest of the season.
Am I off Monday? I'm not off Monday.
No, you're not off Monday. No.
Only Thursday and Friday, Gimbo.
Okay, so I have to watch the game Sunday.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Damn.
You do. The Walter Nolan one's a little dispiriting, too, because you just... Now, Gannon didn't rule Nolan out today, which is what Gannon did a week ago, where he didn't even waste any time, and Walter Nolan's not playing this week. So that didn't happen, but still, Trey Benson and Walter Nolan, God, I want to see these guys play. I want to know what you got.
You know how
going into
physical
next
the
year.
Rams are?
How
many guys are going to be on this list next week?
Oh, boy.
The Rams are pissed off. They just lost to
Carolina. They're going to be really upset. Yeah, I'm very concerned about the Cardinals this weekend. Very.
Yeah, and some other news around the NFL. Deshaun Watson's practice window opened up today.
Oh, Deshaun Watson is in.
I think I've heard of him before.
Didn't you used to be Deshaun Watson? I remember you. Yeah.
I remember
really?
that contract.
Best known for the contract. Best known for a fully guaranteed contract and never actually playing for it.
I'd say he's best known for something else too.
I think there's something else. He's pretty.
I know, but his NFL career.
Got no
I'm talking about like his NFL
There we
career.
go.
Yeah. Interesting to see if he would come back at any point. And whether that open window means that we're going to see him in a Browns uniform this year, that would be interesting.
We'll see about that one. And Colts quarterback Daniel Jones is wearing a 3D printed pad on his fractured fibula that was made by his former Duke teammates who started a 3D printing company.
God.
Who's wearing it?
Daniel Jones.
I wish I was that smart to come up with something like that.
Isn't it
really
genius?
do. Seriously. What do you do for a living? I invented a 3D printing company that allows my college buddy Daniel Jones to wear a cast that I made to allow him to play football.
Instead, you talk to an uneducated New Yorker for 4 hours every day.
You said it, not me, pal.
Hey, what do you do for a living? I got to talk to this uneducated New York guy for 4 hours every day. I get paid for it.
I babysit this New Yorker for 4 hours every day. That's what I do. And every now and then I come home and I start talking like him too. Like, what the hell? What are we doing? That's what I do for a living.
It's sweeping the nation. Did you hear Lorenzo Alexander? Buddha Baker.
That was a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
we heard that. Yeah, it's sweeping the country.
And coming down just a few minutes ago, the Ravens and tight end Mark Andrews have reached agreement on a 3-year, $39.3 million extension that includes $26 million guaranteed.
Wow, I'm sort of wondering if Mark Andrews was getting phased out of that team a little bit. Instead, they've kind of doubled
back down on him. Didn't he have that big drop in the playoffs last year?
Yes, he did.
Had that big drop in the playoffs last year.
Big drop. Yes, he did.
He's okay. I don't think he's a superstar. He's a
not a superstar.
End.
Just it felt like he was getting kind of phased out a little bit there, and this contract suggests that he's still very much part of their plans. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, the emergence of Likely, and then nope, we're sticking with Andrews.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll end this with some hockey news.
What?
Yeah, hockey. The NHL is concerned about the ice hockey arena for the Olympic Games because reports are that the ice surface is about 3 feet too short. The NHL plans to send players to the 2026 Olympics in February for the first time since 2014. The agreement between the NHL, the NHL Players Association, and the International Ice Hockey Federation clearly states that the ice in Milan must be built to NHL standards, which is already shorter than the European ice, and it's still 3 feet
Can you Italians not count? Do you not understand? I mean, come on, yeah. This is your country we're talking about.
I know we invented
here.
Basically everything. Everything.
Well, you're
not hockey.
Screwing up
the
everything
telephone,
too.
Electricity, everything.
Okay.
We invented.
Okay, how come you can't count?
We were actually just comparing it to the dollar, the euro versus the dollar, and so we had to shorten it just a little bit.
That's your excuse.
It's a lame excuse.
They don't play hockey. They don't play hockey.
Apparently not.
They don't play hockey.
No, but also I had to fact check this one with Luke earlier in the show. So European ice rinks are already longer than the ones that they play on in the U.S. Then the U.S. plays on a shorter version,
and this
one
even
is already too short.
Wow.
Yeah.
So are they not going to send their guys now?
They said that they're still planning on sending their guys, but that they need it fixed before the Olympics starts.
Better get on that, Gambo.
Listen, Rome was not built in a day. We'll get it right eventually.
Okay.
We just take our time. There's a lot of breaks to fix something. There's a lot of breaks.
It's that European way of working, right?
Yeah, you work 3 hours, you take a 2 hour, you go home.
We take a rest, and
my family goes home for lunch during their workday. They go home. I spend like 2 hours at home, and then they go back to work for a few hours, and then they come home. That's like that. That's what they do. There's a lot of breaks throughout the day.
Lazy.
You've got
work
like
to
5
live, live
weeks.
to work.
Lazy.
You've got like 5 weeks left for this.
Yeah, try renovating a place there. When I buy my place, it takes a long time to get work done.
And with that, that's Brooke.
There's a lot of breaks. There's a limoncello break.
There's
There's a spritz break. There's a cappuccino break.
Sounds like a very hard-working place. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how have the Suns become a top 10 offense and a top 10 defense in the NBA this season? Because not many teams are able to do that. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's just amazing watching the Phoenix Suns play basketball. It is so fun to watch them play basketball.
I'm so big on how you respond, especially over the course of 82 games. And you lose a close game to Oklahoma City. Nobody in their right mind is going to fault you for losing to Oklahoma City on the road. And you lose to Denver the next night. Okay, well, how do you respond? Because you've got the Lakers and the Rockets and the T-Wolves coming up, and you got Oklahoma City again. Well, you respond by going out there and hammering the Lakers in their building.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Everybody's going to get there at some point. Some of you are in retirement age right now. Some of you are closing in on it. Some of you don't even think about it because you've got many, many years in the workplace to kind of get to where you need to go. But eventually, that time's going to come. So I recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. I mentioned a fiduciary named Stuart Willis, who I use for my financial plan, my retirement plan, my estate plan. Does a great job for me, a good tax plan as well. You've got to have somebody that can help you. The sooner you start, the better. I highly recommend that you make this next coming year the year that, hey, you really get serious about your finances and investing and having a plan. Because, again, the sooner you start, the easier it's going to be when you get to a certain age to say, you know what, I'm going to go out on my terms. I'm going to go out on my terms instead of having to work longer and longer and longer because you didn't plan. Help somebody help you with that plan. Give Asset Preservation a call. 5 locations in the Valley. Stuart is a fiduciary. Give him a call at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X.
Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with an invitation to join us on Saturday, December 13th at Waltz TV for our annual Teddy Bear Drive benefiting Team Emory. You get one raffle ticket for each bear you bring to Waltz with a maximum of 25, and you will be entered to win a plethora of great prizes. Plus, you get a free lunch and a free concert from my band, Whiskey's Quicker. The event runs from 10 to 1 p.m. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, and we'll see you there.
Hey, it's Luke. Is it safe to say the Phoenix Suns are the biggest surprise in the NBA this season? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I gotta think it's safe to say that they're certainly one of the biggest surprises in the NBA, if not the biggest surprise in the NBA. The Phoenix Suns, who play in Phoenix, as legend has it.
In Phoenix.
In Phoenix. They play in Phoenix. Yes, they do.
Yeah, Toronto's a big surprise. Detroit. There's some other teams that are big surprises, but for sure the Phoenix Suns have been.
When you were gone, well, you weren't gone. You were gone one day last week to celebrate your birthday going into the holiday weekend. There was a Ringer and I talked about this graph that we saw of like every team's projected win, their wins beyond what their over-under was at the start of the season.
Yeah.
The only other team that was outperforming the Suns were the Detroit Pistons in terms of pacing that far above what their preseason, their over-under was. There were a whole bunch of teams that were under what they thought. Many of them were in the Western Conference. The Clippers were among the worst of them for what it's worth with the Chris Paul news today. But only the Detroit Pistons were higher above their over-under than the Suns were.
We talked about the 10-game blocks yesterday. They went 5-5 in the first 10-game block, and then it went 7-3 in the second. What I think was this was a daunting block. The 10 games they're playing now is brutal, the teams they're playing. You got a break at the end with 2 games against New Orleans, but that's why I thought that win on the road against the Lakers team that had won 7 in a row, that was 15-4, I thought that was huge in the grand scheme of trying to get to at least like 4 wins in this block. If you go 4-6 in this block, I'll take that.
Yeah.
So if you could beat Golden State once and both against New Orleans, you go 4-6 with this gauntlet, I will take that in a New York minute.
There's no question the rest of the league is starting to notice the Phoenix Suns, though. This morning on The Athletic, there was in their kind of daily basketball newsletter, the Phoenix Suns were the main topic of conversation. And the question was asked, how have the Suns made such a dramatic shift? And they pointed out that the Suns have won 12 of their last 17 games. After starting 1-4, they look like a completely different team. In the first 5 games of the season, they write the Suns could not score, nor could the Suns defend. They were one of the 7 worst offensive teams in the league because they couldn't shoot or take care of the ball. Since that first week of the season, when they started 1-4, the Suns have been in the top 10 in both offense and defense since then.
Incredible.
It is incredible because that is usually reserved for the truly elite teams in the NBA that occupy both of those spots. Usually, if you're talking, and I don't know if they're going points per game or if they're going offensive, defensive rating, I'm not sure which metric they're using, but either way, if you're top 10 both offense, defense, usually you're among the elite. Now, I don't think anybody thinks the Suns are elite just yet.
No.
But it speaks to how well they were able to turn things around after that rough start.
It's a great indication. It's a great indication of what they have been able to become after that rough start. It's true. The start they got off to, you're like, oh boy, okay. I was thinking like, man, I might not win this bet. And then all of a sudden they just figured out how to put it together. And they did it without Jalen Green, who's only played one game. I think it just took a little bit of time to kind of, play with each other, kind of figure it out, kind of get a feel for each other. I think once they started having success, I think Jordan Ott has been a calm, steady influence.
Oh, yeah.
I'm at a lot of these games, the press conferences afterwards, just steady and calm. I think he's trusting his bench, and he needs to. They're deep. Like, they're freaking deep. You mentioned Bouye and Jordan Goodwin, and, you've got two rookies. You drafted a guy in the top 10, and then you made 3 trades to get Rashid Fleming, and these guys aren't even playing. And part of the reason why is that you're actually really deep. You've had to overcome injuries to Grayson Allen, who's missed some time. So I think that part of it is the culture being changed, which had a lot to do with the other players leaving, but also getting a guy like Dylan Brooks in there, playing at a breakneck pace because you're younger and you're more athletic. Remember those games last year? We knew that they were going to lose those games against younger, more athletic teams. They couldn't run with them.
Of course. Yeah.
You weren't running with Durant and Beal and Nurkic, and you're getting blown out of the building. Now they can run. They defend their ass off. Every single possession, they just defend. They full court press. A lot of these times, it's been an impressive style of basketball.
That, to me, has been the most impressive part. As a forever Suns fan, there just aren't a lot of pockets in their history where they defend like this.
No.
It's just never been their identity. It's never been what they're about. So knowing, and part of this story also mentioned, they forced the second highest turnover rate outside the Thunder, and the Thunder are legendary for the turnover rate that they force, how they make you make mistakes. Nobody is making you make more mistakes with the basketball than the Phoenix Suns outside of Oklahoma City. I never thought they would succeed in a category like that. Now, it's, we're still a quarter of the way through the season. There's still a ways to go. But then the line that they end the story with in some ways was maybe the most interesting. They wrote, maybe Matt Ishbia was right. We can't predict the Suns. We thought they'd be contenders the last 2 years, and they stunk. We thought they'd be bad this year, and they can play against anybody. And I think if there's one big 30,000-foot takeaway to take away from the Phoenix Suns this year is that if Matt Ishbia was right, then it gives you a great deal of faith in his ability for them and him to navigate these next few years, because this is not going to be easy, right? This is not going to be, in terms of the limited assets they've got, the money, trying to stay out of the second tax apron and making sure you don't, have all those punitive damages that come down on you again. It is going to be very much a balancing act, and if they can continue to find diamonds in the rough like the Colin Gillespies, the Jordan Goodwins, you know what I mean? Even the Mark Williams to a certain extent. Not that he's a diamond in the rough, but God, he's been so good out there.
So good.
It's going to rely on basketball guile and savvy like that to be able to navigate what could be a very challenging next 5 years for this organization with their limited resources.
You're going to have to truly evaluate players to figure out which guys that you can get that aren't going to cost you an arm and a leg. And you've also got to avoid, at all costs, the big name trades that may come by. Now the good thing is they've almost put themselves in a position to where nobody's even going to call them. A lot of teams are going to call the Diamondbacks for guys. Nobody's going to be calling the Suns a whole lot because you just don't have the assets. Usually when teams make trades, they want draft capital back. The Suns aren't a team that has a lot of draft capital, but you do want to avoid making mistakes. Like Chris Paul would have been a mistake. You have to, sometimes it's not just the moves you make, it's the moves that you don't make. And that's important.
When we come back, Jacoby Brissett, if he's the best short-term answer for the Cardinals at quarterback, it's debatable because some of the numbers say yes, Some of the numbers say no. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Basinonians, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Gossett LBC before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers Monday. He will be reevaluated in 1 week's time. Games that are set to happen over the course of that 1 week include this Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game against Oklahoma City next Wednesday. From the Arizona Cardinals, LJ Collier has been designated to return from injured reserve. The defensive lineman has been out since week 2 after suffering a knee injury. And then at practice today, our Tyler Drake noted the absences of the following during the open portion of practice. Running back Trey Benson, wide receivers Marvin Harrison Jr. and Greg Dortch, pass rusher Josh Sweat, defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, safety Rabbit Taylor Demerson, cornerback Max Melton, and offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum. In good news, however, running back Amari DiMercado was back working. He has missed time due to an ankle injury. And then two big stories coming out of the NBA today. The LA Clippers have decided to part ways with guard Chris Paul, and Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo and his representation are set to discuss his future and a potential trade out of Wisconsin. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Sun star Devin Booker will be reevaluated in 1 week with the groin strain. The Cardinals' potential QB answer post Kyler Murray may be in-house. And an Arizona State football commitment tracker as the early signing period opens. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
I did hear while I was playing hooky the last couple of days, clearly calling out of work, faking being sick because I wanted to go to the movies or... Skiing. I've been skiing the last
Swiss
couple
Alps.
days. The Swiss Alps,
yes.
No less.
Did you bring back any
Swiss chocolate? No, I didn't.
Switzerland?
Because that's the thing that would have been kind of a giveaway, right?
Right, it would have been a giveaway.
That was kind of me the last couple of days, right?
Yeah.
I was just faking it. I was in Switzerland skiing. I did hear through the grapevine, though, that the interview with Jonathan Gannon, in particular the questions about Kyler Murray on Monday, were pretty good in terms of kind of delving into this idea of when he's going to play. Is he going to be available to play?
Would you play him?
See him at some point? Would you play him? Like you guys really kind of pushed him on the topic of whether he was going to play or not. Because we are entering what could be the final 5 weeks of the Kyler Murray era with the Arizona Cardinals, if that's what you want to look at it as. And
we better be.
Well, I think at this point, honestly, I'd be really surprised. I'm sure there are a few clingers, hanger-oners who are hoping that maybe Kyler will be back. And I don't think there are very many, though. I think most of us have gotten to the point where we sort of acknowledge it's time for both sides to move on and try something. But I'm sure there are a few.
It's time to win.
Who still believe he can be the guy here, given the right whatever around him.
Yeah, I'm sure that there are. I mean, Kyler's a very talented guy. And as I've always said, he's not a terrible quarterback. It's just hasn't worked here. You run into, I don't want this to be the Carr situation, the Cutler situation, the Tannehill situation. You've had a long time without winning a playoff game with Kyler Murray. You gave it a great run. You gave it a long run. You've given it every opportunity. It didn't work. What would make you want to go back and do it again? I wouldn't understand that.
I don't understand it either. I'm just guessing that there are a small percentage of people out there who still feel like it could work but I'm not among them. You're not among them.
I would say that your chances are probably greater that you'll end up with a worse quarterback than a better one. I think the chances, I don't think it's like a given that you're going to get a better quarterback.
I don't know. It's certainly not a given. I don't know how I would handicap the odds of whether you get a better quarterback or a worse quarterback because Kyler's just so in the middle of the two, right? It's almost a coin flip whether you're going to get somebody better or not. The question is, and I honestly, I didn't think this was much of a question at all until I read a couple of different stories about it this morning.
Okay.
About whether Jacoby Brissett is best suited to be the short-term answer, not long-term, but the short-term answer while you go searching for another quarterback. Since taking over as Cardinals starting quarterback in Week 6, and this is from Mark Dalton, the PR guy over at the Arizona Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett leads the NFL in completions, passing yards, first downs passing, 300-yard games, and just 4 quarterbacks have more passing touchdowns than his 13.
They've won once.
That's the other side of the coin. That's so on the one hand, and that was the side of the coin that was presented by Teo Mackey on AZ Central today. to say, hey, look, I know everybody wants to believe Jacoby Brissett is the short-term answer for the Cardinals.
Okay.
But he's missing receivers. The film shows that he's missing open guys. He, under pressure, he hasn't performed great in terms of throwing the football. But most importantly, they've won 1 of the 7 games that he's played at quarterback. So you've got these. I've got one hand that says, look at all these incredible numbers I got from Jacoby Brissett. And the other hand, I've got, yeah, but they're 1-6. Which one matters the most? Which
they both matter. Could Jacoby Brissett be the short-term answer for the Arizona Cardinals? Sure. But let me ask you this. You're Jonathan Gannon, okay? You're Jonathan Gannon.
Okay.
And I'm Michael Bidwell. Just pretend I'm Michael Bidwell.
Okay.
This
is an interesting thought exercise. All right, let me do a little method
I'm going to bring you back next year. I want you to change coordinators, but there is a mandate. You have to win. We cannot have another losing record. You have to have a winning record next year, or else we're going to make changes.
Okay.
Do you do it with Jacoby Brissett or with the rookie quarterback that you draft?
Well, thank you, Michael, for welcoming me back to the organization and telling me I have a chance to coach here another year.
By the way, we're going to move the players all the way down to the southeast side because we're putting some new casitas in where the players usually are. So I just want you to know that.
I think that's a brilliant idea, Michael. I think
the players are not going to be able to be in the middle of the field anymore. I've got 14 casitas going there. So you guys are going to be in that little southeast corner right there where the cheerleaders are. No, I'm serious.
I know. I'm thinking.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it with Jacoby Brissett, or do you want to do it with a first-time rookie who you have no idea how good he is?
I want to do it with Jacoby Brissett.
You trust Jacoby more than you would?
I would trust Jacoby more than I would somebody who's coming into the league for the first time and doing it for the first time. If the mandate is winning games and winning games now.
Okay, you could have the Alabama kid in the draft, and he's your quarterback next year.
Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett.
Okay.
Let's flip it. Who are you picking?
I want an offensive lineman really bad. Really, really bad. Because I think you have to go that route. It's a tough decision. It's really close.
Yeah, it is. So I spent that
much
time
thinking about it. But I would say that I'd probably roll the dice on the rookie.
Okay.
I know how because I know what Jacoby Brissett is. He's a good veteran backup quarterback, capable of doing the things that he's done, but he's not a winning quarterback. He's 20-40 in his career.
Yeah.
He's not a winning quarterback.
I think if I'm looking at why the Cardinals have lost 6 of the 7 games that Jacoby has started.
Yeah, he's not number one on the blame list.
He's not number one on the blame list. He's just not. I think there have been the 4th and 1 play that didn't work against Tampa Bay. I mean, we go through and make a long list of reasons why they've lost 6 of their last 7 games. And certainly Jacoby Brissett, and, a throw here, a throw there, a play he didn't make, whatever. We could certainly assign some of the blame to him. I don't think he deserves all of the blame, and I certainly think that he has, anytime you're 0-7 in a season in which you've lost
4 points
games by 4 points or less. I mean,
0-8's never been done to start a season.
That is speaking to something beyond a quarterback to me. That is speaking to something that is
culture.
Lots of things are decisions. You know what? I wouldn't even say. I wouldn't even say culture. I would say decisions. I would say decisions that are made by players and coaches in those moments when those games are there to be won or lost. They're making the wrong decisions.
Right. You don't
routinely over and over again, the wrong decisions are being made. And sometimes it's Jacoby making those decisions, but not all the time is it Jacoby making those decisions.
I told Gannon, I said, listen, I know you got a reason for it. I know analytics are going to say it's the right decision. I don't know why these teams go for 4th and 1 inside their own 40-yard line, only down a score with so much time left. It's 4th and 1. If you don't get it, you're basically gifting them a point to make it a 2-score game. My day and age, the coaches that I watch, nobody would ever go for it inside your own 40-yard line. 4th and 1. You punt the ball. There's 11 minutes left in the game. Go get a 3 and out and get the ball back. But because if you go for it, you're basically saying, I'm giving you 3 more points, and now I'm down 2 scores instead of 1. And that's why some of the things some of the things you just don't understand with the new age evolution of coaching. But the numbers will say that you should go for it because keep the ball.
Yeah.
And there's a better chance you'll get it than so I just will never understand.
But I'm also talking about decisions like play calls. I'm talking about decisions like what play you're running on 4th and 1. I'm talking about Trey McBride not holding his block for 1 or 2 seconds longer on that 4th and 1 to maybe give you the chance to make it, right? Like, I mean, there's just all those little things that they're just so bad at routinely that lead to this 0-7 record. I would, you know what? I was buying myself a little bit of time to think about. I'd go with Jacoby. If that's my mandate, I would go with Jacoby with the idea that I'm going to bolster the rest of the roster around Jacoby while still looking potentially for another quarterback, just maybe not in the first round, to try to win with next year.
What would you do, Lauren? Would you go with a rookie or Jacoby? Your job is on the line. You have to win. You have to have a winning record.
Jacoby.
You go Jacoby. Okay. I mean, I get it. I get it. It's just I almost feel like the unknown might be better than the known.
That's a good point. We are giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You will rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets. Who do the latest mock drafts have the Arizona Cardinals taking? And Trey McBride gets some flowers from ESPN today. We'll tell you about it next on Burton's and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
If it were not week 13 of year 3 on a team that is now 3-9, you would look at yesterday and say, good job, boys. You fought a good team hard in their own building. You had a chance to win. You pretty much dominated the game in the second half. You produced 100 yards plus more offense than Tampa did. The defense made some plays, and if you weren't shooting yourself in the foot, you win the game. But again, it's the L after L after L. It's the accumulation of it all.
They were reminiscent of 2023. Year 1, Jonathan Gannon games, where we'd be applauding them. It's not good enough anymore. There has to be some payoff at some point.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and remember, now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. We're also on TikTok and Instagram and the YouTube channel of
MySpace.
No, we're not on MySpace.
AOL?
No, we're not on AOL. No, we're not on Napster.
Discovery?
we're not on Discovery.
Paramount?
No, we're not.
Are we on Peacock? Everybody's on Peacock.
No, we're not on Peacock either. Okay. No, but we are on YouTube. Well, we're working. You know, we're you can't have it all in one day. You know, we're slowly expanding our reach a little bit. I think for now, YouTube is pretty good, right? You know,
very good.
We're on YouTube, yeah. Of which Lauren is here. She's got our poll question of the day. It's a Phoenix Suns related question with the news that Devin Booker is going to be reevaluated in 1 week from now.
Groin strain for him for that one. So we already know that he's going to miss 3 games at minimum. So we're asking, who needs to continue exceeding expectations the most with Devin Booker out?
All of them.
Porque, no los, all 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not an option.
Not an option. No, it's too simple.
Porque?
Porque? Why? What's wrong?
Did you say porque?
Did I say porque?
What did you just say?
Porque, well, normally I say porque no los dos, like why not both options?
Oh, okay.
So then I said why not all 4?
Okay, because porque is an Italian word, too. I thought you were speaking Italian for a second there.
No, sorry. Spanish, I could do a little Spanish with you, but not Italian.
Okay.
Yeah. Your options are Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, or Dylan Brooks.
This is a good one. I went with Dylan Brooks because they're going to need his scoring, and he's been on a heater lately.
Colin Gillespie for almost exactly the same reason, but you could very easily go with Dylan Brooks. You could very easily go with Mark Williams, who I thought was so good against the Lakers. Almost.
Like, why did you guys not get me?
Like almost indefensibly good. Right.
You traded for me and then you let me go.
And you said no. But I'm going to go with Colin Gillespie.
And Colin Gillespie is leading the way in this one with 53% of the vote, 27% going with Dylan Brooks, and 10% going with both Grayson Allen and Mark Williams.
Okay. This poll question, you can find it on our Twitter page, or X page, at Burns and Gambo. We were just in the last segment of the show, and I think this ties in really well with the conversation that we were having about Jacoby Brissett, because we were doing a little role-playing here on the show where Gambo said, I'm going to be Michael Bidwell, you're going to be Jonathan Gannon, and I'm going to tell you that I'm bringing you back next year with some staff changes, but you have to win. You have a mandate to win. And
you can't come back in year 5.
I'm not bringing you back in year 5 unless you give me a reason to with wins.
Right.
Okay? Pick your quarterback. Who's it going to be? And I said I would choose Jacoby Brissett. It's early in the process. It's going to be early for a while in the process to look at these mock drafts and try to figure anything out. But a couple of did come out, and in one of them, one that you brought up to the table, the 3 quarterbacks that are considered the top quarterbacks, they're all gone by the time the Cardinals make their selection.
They had a 4th quarterback in there, right?
Who was and the one that you picked? You only sent me a screenshot of everything up until
Okay, I'll have to click on the link, but I think there were 4 quarterbacks in that mock
Sorry,
draft.
I did not click on the. No, that's fine.
I
didn't click on the link.
So 4 quarterbacks in the first round, and the last one was Sellers. The South Carolina kid went to the Rams at number 29. So if you want it now, again, at 29, you're not going to trade out of a top 10 pick to get to 29, but you could trade into a top and at the end of the first round. So if you wanted a quarterback at the end of the first round, you're not going to use your number 8 pick to drop down and get that guy. You're going to use your second round pick and something else to try to move up and get it. So you'll have 2 picks in the first round.
Yeah, if somebody was falling that you liked, that you thought you could get at the end of the first round, that would be a time potentially to make that move, or you could make a move to move up from 8th or 9th or wherever you're picking to get a quarter. It would be interesting to see, and I don't know if we're going to get to see this movie or not, but it would be interesting to see who is the guy that Monty Austin-Fort and Jonathan Gannon would have job-saving conviction for. Because that's what would be required here, right? It would be with your hypothetical, even beyond your hypothetical, we have to assume that seats are getting warm and the leashes are getting short, and the idea that the Cardinals need to do something and need to do something fast very much depend on, hey, if you do draft a quarterback, you can't get this wrong. You can't. Your job depends on it. If you do get it wrong, you're out. I wonder who Monty and Jonathan Gannon would choose in that moment. Who would they sell the farm for? Who would they assume that they had to trade, whether it was back into the first round or up in the first round to get a quarterback? I wonder who of these guys, Dante Moore or Simpson or Mendoza from Indiana, are there any that they would have that kind of job-saving conviction for to go get? I don't know the answer to that. I'd be curious to find out, because that would be a hell of a bet that both of those gentlemen would make to, in essence, save their jobs to save the Cardinals and get the quarterback they need.
You know what you don't like? Same thing with Monty. Like if Monty feels like, hey, I've got to get this quarterback right now, how much would you sell out to get that quarterback? How much of future inventory, that might be another GM's, would you do to try to get that guy that can help save everybody's job? If you're convicted in one guy, I'm like, if you fall in love with Mendoza, look, nobody thinks the Titans are going to take a quarterback or the Giants are going to take a quarterback. You might be able to entice them with a blockbuster type deal to move up and get that guy, but you've got to be real certain that this guy is going to be great.
Yeah. One of the mocks I sent you today was on The Athletic, and they had the Browns moving up to 1 to take Fernando Mendoza. They had the Raiders moving up to 2 with the Giants to get Dante Moore. They had Ty Simpson available. The Cardinals, they don't have the Cardinals taking him. They have the Cardinals taking an edge rusher, the Texas Tech kid, David Bailey. Remember him from when ASU? Yeah, they had the Cardinals taking him at number 8. But it goes to show that no matter what you might think of Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore, here two quarterback-desperate teams who made quarterback-desperate type moves on draft day to go get those guys in this mock draft.
That's what you do.
And that's what you do.
That's what you do when you're quarterback-desperate.
And for Monty, I mean, look, I think no matter what, assuming Monty and Jonathan Gannon, and I don't know if this is a safe assumption, if both of those guys are back next year, they are going to be in desperation mode as an organ. I mean, like, they're not going to be this idea that they've got a 5-year window to turn this around.
Could you make an argument, because 7 losses were by 4 points or less, that they're not that far away?
Sure, you could.
Get an offensive lineman in the first round, get Walter Nolan healthy, Darius Robinson healthy, go get another running back to replace James Conner. Like, could you make that argument that,
yes, you can.
Another year of Will Johnson and like
I don't know if disgruntled, disillusioned Cardinal fans are going to buy that argument, but I think you can reasonably make the argument, hey, even if you won 3 of those 7 games, you're 6-6.
You know what my promise was?
3 of them. What was your promise?
Lauren, tell him. What was my promise?
What was
I'm going to buy lunch for an entire week.
What?
The whole week.
If?
Go ahead. Do you remember what it was?
I wrote it down on the sheet, too.
Okay.
If the Cardinals don't take an offensive lineman.
No. It's if I predict that the Cardinals win more than 7 games next year.
Oh, yes, that too.
Oh,
It's down on the show sheet. I've dated it and timed it.
If I predict the Cardinals to go 9-8 next year, then I will buy everybody lunch for the whole week.
It's 7 or more wins if we're trying to be specific.
So no, wait. When we're doing the schedule thing, doesn't that mean that you'll just make sure you don't?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not getting full.
Isn't that kind of cheating?
Yeah,
Isn't that kind of cheating the system a little bit? Didn't you accuse me?
I'm telling you in December that I am not going to be fooled again by picking this team to win 10
But
9
if
to
we're
10 football
doing
games.
it game by game and you go into it knowing I'm not going to pick them to win more than 7 games, are you really playing the game the right way when we pick the schedule and go wins, losses, wins,
I don't know.
losses?
You're getting all technical on me. If I pick them to win 8 games, I'm buying everybody lunch for a week.
I'm just saying.
It is what it is.
I did the same thing last year when I was picking the Cardinals schedule, and you called me out for it. Gambo called me out for when I said, well, I don't, do you think the Cardinals are going to win this game or not? I do, but I didn't pick it because I don't think they're going to win 11 games. I think they're going to win 10. Gambo's like,
you had 11.
I know I did, but that's why I changed it.
And you didn't learn this year.
No, I didn't learn this year.
Don't be fooled again.
Again and again.
And again and again and again.
You all look at me when I pick the lowest record and go, oh, she's so pessimistic.
No, you know what?
You had the Bears at 4-13 this year.
Keep those expectations nice and low. It's amazing how little you'll be disappointed in life if you keep your expectations manageable.
I thought the Bears would have like 6 wins this year. I am coasting.
Well, what is it they say? Undersell, overdeliver, right? Like that's the key. Yeah, there's
expectations game, folks.
Undersell, overdeliver.
I could see Lauren when she's about to be engaged. Like, I don't have much expectations for you. I mean, I really don't think you'll ever have. You're probably not going to be a great father. You know what? I don't think you'll ever have a great job and be able to. I'm going to have to work forever because I just don't think that you're going to be a great supporter.
And I'm only saying this to you because I don't want to be disappointed by you. So I'm just going to set the bar real low in who you are as a guy so that when you don't check all those boxes, I'm not going to be
really
broken
don't
hearted
even like
about
you
it.
that much.
I really look forward to my future engagement much.
I really can't wait to hear what your mother is going to have to say about that when she texts you any minute, because I know your mother. Your mother listens to every word of the show. I can't wait to hear what she has to say about that. Devin Booker's going to be out at least a week. How are the Suns going to respond? We'll respond next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The year-end deals, they are here because the end of the year is here. It's December. And it is go time at Liberty GMC. They have got inventory, and they are looking to move it. The all-new 2026 Terrain, just $249 a month right now, or purchase it with $47.50 in savings. If you're going with the SUV thing, the popular 2026 Yukons, the Yukon XL models, they're arriving daily. Lease options at $899 a month for the Yukon. Plus, right now, get free wiper blades with every oil change, or buy 3 tires and get 1 free always. Buy 3, get 1 free always at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show invites you to get in the game with your 2026 Bunker Club membership. Early registration is open now. Renew or join with great discounts, and there's even a new under 30 membership for younger golfers. You'll get an official USGA handicap, online score posting, and invites to Bunker Scramble events throughout the year. You're also automatically entered to win VIP hospitality at the Patriot All-American in December and the WM Phoenix Open in February. Sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers on Monday. He will be reevaluated in 1 week's time. The Suns will have games over the course of that week, just 3 of them, Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game against Oklahoma City next Wednesday. From the Arizona Cardinals, LJ Collier has been designated to return from injured reserve. The defensive lineman has been out since week 2 after suffering a knee injury. And then at practice today, our Tyler Drake noted the following absences during the open portion. Running back Trey Benson, wide receivers Marvin Harrison Jr. and Greg Dortch, pass rusher Josh Sweat, defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, safety Rabbit Taylor Demerson, cornerback Max Melton, and offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum. In good news, however, running back Amari DiMercato was back on the field working. He's missed some time due to an ankle injury. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate. But hurry, this offer ends December 11th.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Thursday morning. We'll get you ready for Cards, Rams, and we'll have our weekly chat with ASU head coach Bobby Hurley. Fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Back together after a week apart from your vacation, my sick days, or my vacation days, depending on
however you want to
spin it. Because I was playing hooky the last couple of days.
We'll never know.
Go back and listen to my straight up 2 o'clock. I think you'll know. If you go back and listen to me yelling straight up 2 o'clock 3 hours ago, I wasn't feeling so hot. But that's neither here nor there. Devin Booker is going to be reevaluated a week from right now. That's the big news out of the Suns. He's going to miss at least 3 games over the next week, probably more, knowing that they'll pick up another game, whether they win or lose against Oklahoma City.
I'm glad it's these 3 games rather than games I would expect them to win.
Yeah, because honestly, with the news that, and we'll get to this a little bit later on this hour, with the news out of Golden State, Steph Curry missing more time, Jimmy Butler's hurt again. Those Warrior games, look very winnable. But then they beat the LA Lakers like a drum without Devin Booker. So again,
so impressive. Such a fun game to watch.
We are constantly, almost by the game, redefining what is and what is not possible for the Phoenix Suns. I even thought that Oklahoma City game, and I know you probably talked about it on Monday, that Oklahoma City game on Friday.
Right down to the freaking wire.
Right down to the freaking wire against the best team
by far,
bar none in the NBA. And Devin Booker was having another typical bad Devin Booker night against Oklahoma City. And they gave that team everything they wanted.
Yeah, they just wouldn't go away. Every time Oklahoma City thought they were going to pull away, the Suns just came right back and got back into it.
So we'll go a week without Devin Booker. Next up for the Suns is Friday against the Houston Rockets. The other news of the day is that Chris Paul, in the middle of the night, while you were sleeping apparently, was told that his services were no longer going to be required by the LA Clippers, and he was sent home. Now, he hasn't been cut yet. He hasn't been traded yet. He just was told to go home. You're done. We don't want you anymore.
We don't want your services anymore. What a terrible way for it to end. It's a shame that it got that way between him and Ty Lue and Lawrence Frank. But, you know, obviously Chris is not the type of guy that just wants to sit there and not say anything. If the team's struggling, and he's a guy that kind of feels like, hey, I'm going to speak up. I've always been a leader. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind and tell you what I think, and they didn't want to hear it.
Lauren, did you also think he said Lawrence Frank? Is that why? Because when he said it, I thought
Lawrence Frank.
Yeah, but I thought that you were putting apostrophe S on it.
Lauren apostrophe S is. I'm like, Lauren, you have a boyfriend named Frank? What?
I was like, I don't even know a Frank.
I don't know. Low expectations for that guy, though. That's all I know. Low expectations.
I don't know why I didn't hear Lawrence Frank. I heard Lawrence Frank. I'm like, who the hell's Frank?
He called out
That's
players,
Lauren
coaches.
at a Chicago Cubs game. Lawrence Frank.
Does Gambo know you have a boyfriend and I don't? I'm so offended now. How does Gambo know his name is Frank? I don't know. You don't tell me. What the hell?
Anyway. I mean, we're on YouTube. I mean, if you
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not soliciting.
We're looking for high. I've got high expectations.
We're not doing that. We're not using the YouTube as some sort of a dating channel. No, we're not doing that.
He called out the players, the coaches, the president, everybody, and they just didn't. They didn't want it. They're like, we're struggling, and we don't want your 2 cents right now. We brought you here to play a role, and obviously they felt like he can't help the basketball team because they weren't playing him. He did not play. Coach's decision, and he just wasn't playing at all. And he's 40 years old. He's been in the league for 21 years. We know this is going to be his last year. He's just not going to be able to go out on his terms.
It's funny to think that a team struggling as badly as the Clippers wouldn't want Chris Paul's words. You know, it's weird to think that they wouldn't want to hear what Chris Paul. Now I know that's an older team, and maybe they just don't Chris, shut it. You know, like we don't need your. When Chris came to the Suns, it was a different deal. That was a younger team that was probably looking for his leadership, that was looking for his focus. This is a much older team. I'd say the Clippers are, man, that thing has hit rock bottom.
It's one of the reasons, outside of the fact that the Suns are actually good.
Yes, I know where you're going with this, and I totally agree.
There's a part of what makes the belief that the Suns are, yes, they are going to be in the playoffs. Whether it's as a play-in team or not, is that that there's a lot of bad teams in the West.
And the Clippers are the poster child.
They're the poster child of a team that was supposed to be better.
Exactly. Of all of the teams that were supposed to be better than the Suns in the West, the Clippers are the ones that were supposed to be way better than the Suns. The Clippers are the ones where you're like, how are they down there? Like all the other ones, you could have sold me on the Pelicans. You could have sold me on the Mavs. You could have sold me on the Kings. I would have bought all of that.
Doesn't Oklahoma City have their first-round draft pick, too?
Yes. Yeah, they do.
It's not even like you could tank and get a good pick. It's going to Oklahoma City.
They're almost like the Suns were last year. They have
totally
5 years where they don't have control of their picks, where they have to give up their picks, where they're old, where they're expensive. They're basically and so they're having like the same questions in LA. Should we trade Kawhi Leonard? Should we make Kawhi Leonard available?
Yes.
Just to get back some picks so we can try to rebuild this thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they are their sucking is in part what's opening this door for the Phoenix Suns, because they were supposed to be way better than that. I would say this about Chris Paul too, and earlier you played Don't Fear the Reaper. You wore that hideous mask that you've got that you don't have in front of you. Thank God we took it from you during one of the commercial breaks. We hid it. You
hid my mask?
We hid your mask. We don't want you wearing it during the show. It nauseated all of us.
Okay.
But you shot down the idea of Chris Paul coming back to the Phoenix Suns.
I did, yeah.
It's nostalgia is a real powerful drug. And I can understand why Suns fans out there might be nostalgic for Chris Paul. They don't need him.
No, they don't want him. They didn't want him in the offseason when there were many people out there kind of signifying that Chris, like there were people that, in the media that thought, kind of hinted that Chris was going to come here. He never was. Like they were never bringing. I had to talk with Ramona Shelburne about it because I think she thought Chris was coming here, and there was no interest in Chris.
I'll never be the insider you were. I wanted him. I was interested in him this offseason because I didn't think Gillespie was going to be this. And I thought they needed a point guard. And he was actually coming off a pretty decent year last year with San Antonio.
I don't even know if they knew Gillespie would be this.
I'm not like that.
Because if they did, they would have gave him a 2-year deal.
Six man of the year. There's no way they thought they had a potential 6 man of the year in Colin Gillespie.
They knew he was good.
Not like this,
and they didn't want Chris Paul taking his minutes.
But without knowing that Gillespie was that good, I'll cop to it. I wanted Chris Paul this offseason. I was hoping he'd come here. I thought he was good last year for San Antonio.
Yeah.
I thought he was, but what I didn't know was, one, that Gillespie was going to be this good, and two,
you're going to play this fast.
No, that Dylan Brooks was going to be the culture setter. Like Chris is so good at infusing an organization with culture and heart and hustle and win and all of that stuff. They don't need that anymore because they got Dylan Brooks to do that. He's great at that. You know what I mean? So it's like
I don't want to go backwards anymore either. I don't want to be. First of all, I don't want an old team. You want a younger team.
Yes.
Chris is 40 years old and he plays so slow.
Yes.
I just don't. And yeah, he's got leadership capabilities, but you don't need it because of Brooks. It's a good point. Brooks is the culture changer. I just think that it was smart. Sometimes the moves you don't make matter, and by not getting Chris, it allowed Gillespie and Goodwin to get all this time.
Could Ketel Marte be traded back to the place where it all began for him? And are the Diamondbacks kicking a tire on a closer? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Arizona claims the Territorial Cup. Here to talk about all of it with us, a proud former Sun Devil, Jordan Simone.
It's funny, I go to that game, and, I'm so removed from it now, almost, over 10 years, out of football. But I get on that field, and the U of A, runs out, and I'm like, the juices just start flowing. The hatred just starts pouring out of me. I'm standing there next to my wife who played soccer at U of A, and I just can't stand her. I don't even want to look at her. I don't like her. She doesn't like me. It's what the rivalry's all about.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialists isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Cardinals need to do to shock the Rams? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's the Burns and Gambo show back together on this Wednesday afternoon. Shouting out our audience in Peoria, joining us today here on Burns and Gambo, whether you're listening on the old-fashioned radio or watching this on YouTube. Hello, Peoria. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. The Arizona Diamondbacks winter meetings, today is the 3rd. I believe they start on the 7th, so we're a couple days away.
Orlando.
From the winter meetings beginning, and I certainly think sometime in the next couple of weeks we're going to start to get clarity on a direction for the Arizona Diamondbacks and what they're going to do this offseason. Maybe, perhaps, some of that clarity is starting to happen already. Our colleague over at AZ Central, Nick Pecoro, is reporting that the Diamondbacks have been engaged in discussions, according to a source, with right-handed relief pitcher Pete Fairbanks. He turns 32 this month. He's coming off a season in which he had 27 saves and 32 chances for the Rays. They declined an $11 million option on him at the start of the season, so he is a free agent. Presumably, if they're engaging with Pete Fairbanks, there's an understanding of the price tag that it would take to get a Pete Fairbanks.
Sure.
We've seen the going rate on closers the last few days, whether it's Devin Williams, whether it's Ryan Helsley. I mean, you're talking about $14, $15 million a year. That's the price, right?
I just feel like you've got to, before Mike Hazen pulls the trigger on a closer, he's got to feel good about getting a starting pitcher. Because, look, here's the reality. I mean, if you're not able to fill the rotation up with quality, the closer's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. If Ryan Nelson's your 1 and Brandon Pfaadt your 2 and Eduardo Rodriguez is your 3, and then you got 2 other guys at 4 or 5 until Burns comes back, you're not going to get too many opportunities to use the closer. So be almost a waste of money. You got to feel like you can get a good starting pitcher, not a number 1, because Burns will be your number 1 when he comes back, but can you get a 2 and a 2 or a 3? Because I think Pfaadt and Erod are 4 or 5. So I think you're set at 4 and 5. I think Ryan Nelson's a 2. I think Burns is a 1. So I think you need a 2/3. And if you do that, then I could use a closer because I feel like I'll be able to get to that. But without that, I think you could be in some trouble.
But I don't think you have to go in that order necessarily either. I think if you feel, and you use the phrase, and I think it's correct, if you feel good about your chances of getting a starting pitcher, you might have to jump on the closer before the closers are gone, right? Yeah. Like and you don't go shopping at the closer store if you have any doubt about whether you're going to get those starters. But if you feel good about your opportunity to trade Ketel Marte and get a starting pitching in return, To do that and maybe sign Merrill Kelly or somebody else to a contract to kind of fill out your rotation, if you feel like you're far enough along the road with those deals, then you can start shopping in the closer store, because the closer store is going to run out of guys real quick, right? Like we've already seen it start to happen with some of the deals that have come down in the last week or so.
Devin Williams isn't even a closer.
No.
He was Bednar was closing games for
$47 million.
Luke
just
Weaver
like that.
replaced him in the season.
Yeah.
And if the Mets keep Diaz, he's a setup guy.
Yep.
So
that is the price for even guys who potentially could be closers.
Right.
You've got to pay. So I honestly, I'm kind of encouraged by the fact that they're talking to Pete Fairbanks for exactly the reason that you said just a second ago. It makes me feel like they feel good about their ability to get a starter or two. Like they have a plan in place. And I'm sure they do. Mike Hazen's he's the smartest guy in the room, kind of smart, right? Like he understands exactly what he's doing, and he's playing this at a very advanced level, I think.
It's true. I've never had a conversation with him where I felt like I was the smartest guy in the room.
Oh, I've
definitely true.
Yeah, no, I've seen you have conversations with him. Trust me, my friend, you're not the smartest guy in the room when you're having a conversation with Mike.
I like Mike. He's a very good gentleman.
Don't ever go into a conversation with Mike. You personally, John Gambadoro, thinking you're the smartest guy in the room.
Never have.
Don't ever do that. Yeah, because he's got you beat in that department
by a lot. Yes.
The Ketel Marte thing today on ESPN.com, they did here's your guide to the trade market in Major League Baseball.
Do you want to trade him?
Ketel? I do.
Okay.
I do. Do you?
I think so.
I do.
If I could get back a bona fide. Yeah. So I got a caveat to this. Is that the right word? Caveat?
Yeah, that's I'm impressed. Hey, you know what? Mike, maybe he is the smartest guy in the room.
No, I'm not.
He used the word caveat correctly in a sentence. I
could have very well used caviar, and I'm just messed it up. The caviar to this is
caviar and all this.
It has to be for a starting pitcher with control. If not, then no. So, hey, I traded Ketel Marte and I got back a great outfield prospect, a great infield prospect, and a bullpen guy.
Totally.
No. It has to be starting pitcher with control or no deal.
Yep.
So that's my caveat. Do I want to trade Ketel Marte? Yes, if I get what I'm asking for.
And again, maybe I shouldn't be making this assumption. I assume you're not trading Ketel Marte unless you get exactly that. You're not engaging in these conversations.
No, there's too many teams calling so you can make demands.
You know he's your path to getting a starter.
Right.
But to answer your question, yes, I do want to trade him because I think the only path to competitiveness for the Diamondbacks next year is to address their starting rotation and to use Ketel Marte as the bait to get it. And it's a risk. It might fail, it might blow up in their face. Ketel Marte could end up and have a great year next year, and your offense might suffer because you don't have him, and you might look at the lineup every single night and go, God, you really could use a Ketel Marte type in there. All of those things could happen. It's a risk. It's a gamble that I'd be willing to take if I were Mike Hazen. I'm going to bet that I can take Ketel Marte, turn him into a starting pitcher, and that I'll be just as competitive, just as relevant, just different next year because I'll be able to do it with my starting pitching rotation rather than my offense.
The fact that
dominant.
Shelby Miller led that team in saves last year and they had 18 different players record a save is just crazy.
It is.
So they need, I went into last year very confident with their bullpen. I'm going to go into this year. Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, I don't know. I don't know. I really liked them going into last year, but the struggles that those guys had were real.
Yeah, I certainly think there's going to be certainly a new closer, but I think there's going to be another 2 or 3 guys down there that are new.
And that's where if you trade McCarthy or Alec Thomas, you're probably just getting back a bullpen guy.
Yeah, and then we can even circle back to you're trading Jordan Lawler, or you're trading Ryan Waldschmidt, or you're trading, now those are high-end, guys down in your minor league system that you want more than just a reliever for. I understand that, but if you're trying to remake your team, and if you really are in go-for-it mode because you don't want to waste another great year of Corbin Carroll or another great year of Geraldo Perdomo, again, those might be chances worth taking. So, yeah, I want them. And none of why I want them to trade Ketel has anything to do with what went down last year with the All-Star break and none of it.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
Okay.
I look at Ketel as
value.
As just sheer, unadulterated.
This is the time to trade him.
Value. Yep. The contract's great. his game is great.
He's selling high.
Not
on him,
low,
right? Because he's had a great year.
It's not because he went AWOL on the team or he checks out sometimes or doesn't play as hard as he should or like all of that. It really doesn't have anything to do with that at all. I just don't think there's a better time to do it than
he's
right
a great
now.
player, but he's definitely a high maintenance player. You can manage it.
Right.
But it's not easy. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. But he's such a great player. You're not going to give him away.
Could the Golden State Warriors be without Steph Curry when they play the Suns in a week from now? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Basin earnings, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree, it's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that Devin Booker sustained a right groin strain in the team's win over the Lakers on Monday. He will be reevaluated in 1 week's time. The games that he is likely to miss during that week period include Friday against the Rockets, next Monday against Minnesota, and the team's NBA Cup quarterfinal game, come on now, against Oklahoma City next Wednesday. And then from the Arizona Cardinals today, LJ Collier has been designated to return from injured reserve. The defensive lineman has been out since week 2 after suffering a knee injury. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? They're Arizona's largest roofer. They got an A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and they're the winners of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Also, you can save 12% right now at americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Is it safe to say the Phoenix Suns are the biggest surprise in the NBA this season? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so there was a bunch of stuff that happened today in the NBA. Of course, locally, it was Devin Booker he's going to be reevaluated a week from now, so he's going to miss at least 3 games. Nationally, one of the big stories that has a local tie certainly is Chris Paul being sent home by the LA Clippers with the expectation that they're going to trade him or waive him or cut him or do something, but he's not on that roster anymore, and who knows where he ends up, who knows, where he calls home for the rest of the season. We knew this was going to be his last season going in. There are a couple of other big NBA stories, and one of them really impacts the Phoenix Suns in the short term, and one of them I know you're going to get a gazillion tweets about. And that's Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yeah. Here's Shams Charania on NBA Today about Giannis's future.
Sources tell me that Giannis Antetokounmpo and his agent Alex Saratas have started open conversations that are active right now with the Milwaukee Bucks about the realities of whether his future is best staying in Milwaukee or the realities of moving on elsewhere. And my understanding is a resolution to this and whether this could lead to a trade request is expected in the coming weeks. So there's a timeline there.
How to report that a trade request has been made without actually reporting a trade request has been made, right? Boy, you talk about a word salad right there. Holy crap, I thought I talked a lot, right? He wants out, right? Let's just say it. Let's speak like grown-ups here. He wants out. He don't want to be there anymore.
Then you should trade him. You got a championship out of him. He stayed with you for a long time, but if he's not happy, he doesn't think you did everything you could, right? You got him Dame last year, but then Dame got hurt, and the team's not the same. Middleton's gone, Drew's gone. It's not the same team.
You got him Dame. You hired the coach he personally wanted that you had to fire after 2 months because he was no good. You've given him everything you could have possibly given him, a guy, and you won a championship, and that is the thing that no matter what. I mean, you can always look back on that 2021 NBA Finals with fondness if you're a Milwaukee Bucks fan and say, okay, hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Go on your merry way if you want. It's okay.
They're just not a good team this year. They're 9-13. They wouldn't even be in the play-in right now if the play-in started today. They're not good. That team that won the championship, it got old. Drew's gone and Middleton's gone and Brook Lopez is gone. And it's a different team. And it hasn't worked, and so now he's looking at it. And he's like, God, where can I go, at this point in my career? He doesn't want to stay there forever, which is okay. It happens a lot. Not many people, not many players do. But if I'm Milwaukee, I would want to trade him. And I know this, I would want to trade him. I need to reset. I'm not as good as Detroit, Toronto. I'm not as good as New York. I'm not going to be as good as Boston when they get Tatum back next year. I'm going to start over. I'm going to look for what can I do to set myself up for 2 to 3 years from now.
Yep.
And that's what I would do. You're not going to win it. You trade Giannis, you're not winning a championship in the next 2 years. Don't go after veteran players, that are 30 years older plus. Go get a bunch of young kids and a bunch of draft assets and give yourself a chance.
So I would imagine that if anybody has any questions about whether the Suns are interested in Giannis, to just go ahead and tweet you at Cambo987.
I won't even respond.
Just tweet you. No.
Yeah.
You will not respond to any Giannis tweets?
No, I mean the answer is no. First of all, What do the Suns have that they could give him?
Devin Booker and a bunch of second-round picks.
Yeah, they're not going to do it.
Of course not.
They're not going to do it.
Of course not. The Suns don't. They just don't.
They don't have the assets that you would want. If you're Milwaukee, you're going to want draft assets. You're going to want draft capital. You're going to want to start over. You're not going to want a 32-year-old guy. You're not winning anything.
Yeah.
Go get a bunch of young players and draft picks.
You brought up something interesting earlier, though, and I don't remember in what context or in what conversation. But and the Suns are obviously woefully short when it comes to assets that they could offer up anyway over the next few years. But we know how this league works. Bright, shiny objects like Giannis Antetokounmpo become available from time to time, more often than from time to time.
Okay, but is it different this time?
Is what different?
Okay, for the Suns fans.
Uh-huh.
Can the Suns fans be somewhat realistic and say, let's just continue to go down the path we're going, play good, hard, competitive basketball, and not chase all these players all the time? Gutting your team to chase players?
I think, boy, that's a great question. It depends on the player that you're chasing, and that fan's love of the player that they're chasing. Like if there were a certain player that became available, I don't know, I'd have to think off the top of my head who that player might be in the NBA. If Anthony Edwards became available, he's not, but just work with me on this one. He might be a player that I'd go, oh, yeah, go get that guy.
Giannis
go get that guy.
31.
Yeah,
He's still got plenty of good years left. He's turning 31 this week.
It depends on the guy. It depends on the player in terms of whether a fan is willing to say, hey, I like what the Suns are doing. Let's blow it all the hell up and go get this guy because he's available. I think it depends on the guy and the player that is available out there to go do it with.
If I had a bunch of draft picks that I could trade for Giannis and not have to give up, my key players on this team, okay, maybe you consider it. But you're not going to because you don't have the draft assets. But I also think that there's something to be said about we went through this process of chasing, and now you've got something that everybody likes. Can you just enjoy it for a little bit?
And honestly, the question I was going to ask you was the exact same question, but not about the fans. It was about the owner and about whether the owner can resist the urge to go chasing bright, shiny things. And I understand there is, and we've talked about this, there is a real lack of assets that can be moved. There's just not a whole lot they can. I think they would have made a trade for Jonathan Kuminga months ago if they had the assets that Golden State wanted and they weren't willing to do it. But I do wonder, the fans, they have no power over whether the Suns go star chasing or not. The owner does. And I wonder if the owner is going to have the patience with this rebuild and how things are going to avoid
I think so.
Splurging when that guy becomes available.
I think so.
Okay, because that to me is a way bigger question than the fans. The fans, no offense, fans, if you're listening or watching, your feelings are irrelevant in this one. You're not the ones pulling the trigger on this trade. Matt Ishbia is. Can Matt Ishbia resist the urge to go splurge on the bright, shiny thing when it becomes available? That's the bigger question to me.
Matt Ishbia's concerns on this roster are going to be, I got to make sure I keep Colin Gillespie. I got to make sure I extend Mark Williams. I got two really good pieces here that are very, very young, very talented pieces. I don't have control. These guys are free agents. I've got to find a way to, remember, they did not pick up the option for Mark Williams. They, and they're fine with that. If he played well, they're going to pay him. So you've got to find a way to keep Gillespie, keep Mark Williams, keep developing the young players. It's not an old roster anymore. It's not an old roster.
No.
It's a young roster.
It's a young roster.
So
There's a lot of room to grow.
I think that if I'm Matt Ishbia, my major concerns right now are I got to keep Gillespie and I got to keep Mark Williams. Not I got to go trade for somebody. I think this might be a quiet trade deadline for the Phoenix Suns in February.
I
think it might be quiet.
Kind of hope you're right. I mean, if anything, it's like we talked about already, the Grayson Allens, the Royce O'Neals. Do you, depending on where you are in the standings, do you feel some sort of temptation to move them for future assets that could then be used to go star chasing?
I'll say this now. Remember this for February.
Mark my words, says Gambo. Mark my words.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to take a player on from another team that would add draft capital for them because they're just helping another team out. I'll help you get off of that guy. I'll be the third team in a deal. I'll take that guy.
Just give me some draft picks to make it
and I'll
happen.
give me 2 second-rounders for that. I think that's the direction they'll go in.
Because anytime Matt Ishbia goes about acquiring draft picks, because they just don't have that many, that's when I'm going to start getting nervous that he might be getting that star-chasing twitch a little bit. Because that's what he needs, right? He needs first-round picks, and he needs those kind of assets to be able to move. If he really does want to be patient about this, and he starts acquiring a bunch of picks one way or another, whether it's an Allen trade or, like you say, taking on a player that you can get a pick back for.
Yes.
That's the thing that's going to make me nervous that maybe he's getting a little itchy to go make some big splashy move.
I think for the future, to have some options for the future. But I would not be surprised if a team needs to get off of a player to get under attacks or to save some money, and the Suns take that player on, and that team gives the Suns some draft picks.
We'll see. The other news of the day is that Steph Curry is not going to make the Warriors road trip. He's going to be out 3 more games with a left thigh contusion.
Okay, what does that mean for the Suns game?
Well, the 3 games do not count the Phoenix Suns, so potentially he could be back in time for the back-to-back games against the Suns, but they're not sure what that timeline is going to look like. It's also unclear if the Warriors are going to have Jimmy Butler. He missed the second half of Tuesday's game against Oklahoma City because of a sore left knee. The Warriors are another team, not to the extreme like the Clippers are, but the Warriors are another team that have been mediocre enough that have opened yet another avenue for the Phoenix Suns to be surprisingly better than they are.
I think one of the most incredible questions out there, are the Phoenix Suns better off with Dillon Brooks than they were Jimmy Butler?
We've asked that.
Yeah, we did. We
asked
did.
that.
I really it's an interesting question. Yeah, Butler, if because you got 2 games against the Warriors, I'd be very happy with a split right now, but maybe you can win both of those games.
Yeah, those games are December 18th and December 20th. I don't know if Steph Curry's going to be available for either of those games or neither of those games.
18th and 20th?
The 18th and the 20th.
He'd probably be back by then. That's 2 weeks from now.
It's 2 there's like a whole week off where nobody in the NBA is playing, so he could be. But still, even with him, the Warriors are what, 500 basketball team?
Yeah.
I mean, when we come back, the reason why the NBA is going to be off for basically a week is the NBA Cup. Is the NBA Cup actually bad for the NBA? Because we have some numbers that might back that up next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think the best case scenario is you draft a guy. Right now you would pick 8th, and you have that guy learning behind Jacoby Brissett. And then when that guy's ready, and this is where your front office and your coach need to come through. Your front office needs to identify that quarterback, because there's not a surefire no-doubter in this draft right now. And then your coaching staff needs to be able to identify, whether it's week 4 or week 12 or whatever next year, what you see in practice. Hey, this guy's ready to take over. Just like the Patriots did with Drake May last year when he took over from Jacoby Brissett. Yeah. That's the best case scenario. The question is, who is that quarterback in the draft?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I have sat in on the meetings at Global Credit Union. I've talked with their executives. I've seen the numbers, and it's legit. Global Credit Union, they really are about saving you money. They're really all about keeping more of your money in your pockets when it comes to doing your banking and who to do your banking with. You've got choices out there. And at Global Credit Union, they are all about low to no fees on their accounts. They are all about a better interest rate than you can get at the bank. And because of those two things, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. And quite frankly, they're pacing to save their members even more this year. It's a better way of banking. It's about you, and it's about saving your money. So what you need to do is explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus?
Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up. Just what I needed. Real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
For over 50 years, Spinato's Pizza has been a Valley favorite. Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to be a part of Spinato's Secret Sauce Society, where the perks are as delicious as Spinato's Pizza. Earn points every visit. Turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, plus birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. Your loyalty deserves more than a slice. It deserves the whole pie. Join today at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Tonight, locally, what we got on tonight? What are you doing?
Stranger Things. I got through episode 1.
Sorry, that was me searching for some local sports tonight.
There's no local sports on tonight? There's nothing?
Trust me, I was just saying to Bernsey, it's
Nothing?
amazing how Stranger Things has captured the imaginations of adults, because it seems like it's such a kid show.
It takes place in the 80s. That's like
That's
prime
probably why.
adult nostalgia zone.
That's what I told him.
Why.
That's why I like it.
That's why I like it. Like, I like on Instagram, somebody's like, one of my favorite Instagram reels is this guy like, let me ask you something, you generation, what is it, millennials or whatever we were in our generation. Like,
we're Generation X.
We're Generation X, okay.
Yes.
You know, you guys always talk about, like, you know, drinking from the hose was, like, indoor faucet, not... And Elijah's like, we weren't allowed in the house! We weren't allowed now. Anybody want to tell them? We weren't allowed in the house. No, we couldn't go inside and have a glass of water. Our parents told us not to come in until the streetlights came on. And it's true. It's true.
You're not wrong.
And she goes, we used to have a message for the parents at 10 o'clock every night. I kid you not. You know where your kids are.
When I was sick, even though Gambo thinks I was at the movies and skiing the Swiss Alps, I admit I probably shouldn't like Stranger Things that much because it's kind of hokey and it's a lot of CGI stuff. But I do like it because of the reason Mitch just mentioned a second ago. I grew up in the 80s. It's all about 80s nostalgia. And I grew up reading just about everything that Stephen King wrote. And it's all in Stranger Things. Like the whole show is just like one big tribute to Stephen King and his, like, everything he wrote about is in those shows. So I enjoy it because of that.
That show resuscitated Kate Bush. Like, nobody remembered who Kate Bush was.
So like
running up the hill.
2 years ago, when season 4 was a big deal, that song exploded back on the charts.
Right.
Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush.
Right.
Like why is everybody, because of Stranger Things. That's why.
Right. It's a crazy.
It's
but,
crazy.
it's got, Winona Ryder's from our era. The cast is good. It's a good cast of kids. It's a weird story. This monster under the ground and it's pretty upside down.
It's pretty dark too.
Yeah,
some of the stuff that happens in it is this is not a show for kids.
You
This is
wouldn't
kinda
think,
twisted
but
stuff.
you also wouldn't think that it's a show that adults would grasp onto.
No, but
a bunch of kids from a high school in a town trying to kill a big monster.
That's why I
there's
grasp
something
onto
about
it.
it that there's something about it that
Yeah.
just really has captured us.
So that's what's on tonight, apparently. Stranger Things.
Yes.
If you're gonna
See, episode
Lauren
2.
is begging for me to start Pluribus on Apple TV.
She is also begging me to start Pluribus as well.
The Beast
but I'm
in
still
Me
behind
was-
on Task too. I'm so far behind.
Okay, so I want to watch Task.
The Beast in Me.
I really want to watch The
Oh
Beast
my
in Me.
God, it was so good.
I really
so
want to
good.
watch The Beast in Me because I like
So good.
I like Matthew. What Lauren? What?
Claire
What's wrong?
Danes. Claire Danes.
Oh, I like Matthew Reese.
You have so many things on your
know.
watch list. You need to
Well,
prioritize.
Why do you think I pretended like I was sick the last couple of days?
That's
I
why
needed
you
to
know
get
he
caught up
wasn't
on stuff.
sick. If he was sick for 2 days in a row, he would have watched all of this stuff. He was skiing in the Swiss Alps at
And
the
I
Matterhorn.
try to give him a heads up too, and we're like 3 or 4 episodes into Task, and I'm like, Bernty, I think you'd really like Task. Like it doesn't take a lot to catch up. You only have like 3 or 4 hours of TV. Nope.
The thing is, I kind of want to stay current on Stranger Things because I feel like it's really current in the moment, in the now, right? Like I don't want to wait 2 years before I watch those shows. But I get it. I get it. Beast in Me, Task, Pluribus. I get to it. All right, I'll get to it.
Gambo and I like a lot of the same TV, so I would recommend that he watches Pluribus, but I know he'd hate it.
Oh, it's a little weird for him.
It would be too much for you.
It's pretty weird. I haven't even watched it.
my
I just know the
favorite
concept of it is very weird for you.
My favorite Netflix show was Dark. That's my favorite Netflix show ever was Dark.
Okay,
yeah, but it's not like twisty in that way.
This Pluribus, the concept is trippy weird. Really weird.
The basic concept is we don't know what sent down a genetic code that made everybody in the universe become a hive mind. So nobody is an individual. Everybody is a group, except for 12 people who that did not work on.
Oh, okay. Maybe. I'd have to look at that. Maybe.
It's by the guy who made Breaking Bad. The showrunner behind Breaking Bad, which you didn't watch, did you?
No.
Okay. No. The showrunner behind Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. With the girl from Better Call Saul, the actress who's really good in Better Call Saul and was really good in this too. So anyway, it's on the list. It's on the list. I was busy. I just got back from skiing in the Swiss Alps. Give me a minute. I got to recalibrate here.
It's a long flight from Zurich.
It really is.
It's a long.
I
did not even bring us
Gotta
any.
get caught up on my sleep.
Did not bring us any Swiss chocolate either. Terrible.
I've been playing hooky the last couple of days.
I always bring you guys chocolates
I know.
from
Look,
wherever
when
I
go to Switzerland, I'm selfish. That's where I was the last couple of days.
I brought you back chocolates from Austria.
I know, but hey,
you guys bring nothing.
When playing hooky on the Burns and Gambo show, and when I go to Switzerland, you get nothing. You get nothing.
You lose.
You lose. You get nothing. We probably don't have time to get much into the NBA Cup, but I will tell you this: there's been, and I know you hate it. I don't. I'm indifferent to it, but this is a good reason for me to hate it. John Hollinger was writing today about how the league, there might be some pushback from the teams and organizations on the NBA Cup because they're cramming all these games into a short period of time.
And it's an injury problem.
To make it work schedule-wise, and there's an injury problem because of it. The season has been 42 games long. The Suns have played 22 games in 42 days.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just a lot, right?
This is a great break for them right now. 3 days in a row off. 3 days in a row, no games.
Hell yeah.
This is good to, because you get some treatment, get some rest. You can practice a little bit, which is hard to do during the season, to get practices in. You get the practice. I love what they've been able to do with the G League, using Malawach and Fleming and Kobe Bray in the G League. I love how having that G League team here has helped them get those guys some reps to keep them fresh. But listen, you just have to be smart. I love the approach with Mark Williams, not playing on a back-to-back. We talked about that before the season. That would be the approach.